Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 5. The opponent's main target is me. As long as my territory is not breached, Radiant City will not fall. When that happens, those who lost their territories will all be able to return. Understood? Everyone looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Master G was indeed right. The City Lord's territory was the absolute core for a super main city. According to the version updates, once the City Lord's territory fell, the entrance portals for all survivors in the entire super main city would also disappear. At that point, everyone would lose their eligibility to enter the two major version areas, the super main city and the ancient chaos domain, for the survivors of these 10,000 districts in the future, let alone competing with other super main cities. Even just surviving would become extremely difficult. Li Wei patted his chest and said, "Master G, if you need any support later, just give the order. Even if we have to risk our lives, the brothers will hold this main city." "That's right, Master G. We brothers won't retreat. At worst, we'll just fight to the death." "Damn it, let's fight those animals. Just those pieces of trash want to carve up our Radiant City. HMPH, we'll break their teeth." Jizang smiled, raised his hand, and pressed it downward. "All right. I already said it's not a big problem. Don't worry too much. Just follow the established defense plan later." Jizang was not worried at all about his territory being breached. That was purely a joke. With the stat bonuses from the Tier 6 Ultimate Load Vehicle on the city walls and defense towers, combined with the combat power of the mechanical giant turtle itself, as well as his own combat strength, it was simply impossible for the opponent to win just by having large numbers. What Jizang was concerned about now was mainly how much of his strength he needed to display tonight. If he exposed too much, it would mean leaking some of his trump cards, which would certainly lead to extensive research by various external forces. If he exposed too little, he wouldn't be able to intimidate people, and it would be hard to guarantee that various flies wouldn't come to harass him when he wasn't around later. He would just have to take it one step at a time. Jizang announced the end of the meeting, and all personnel immediately mobilized, entering a state of defensive alert. He was left alone in the conference room. At this moment, Wang Chen and a group of mechanical experts rushed over in a flurry, carrying a rather large black box in their hands. Master G, Master G." Wang Chen's face, greasy from staying up all night, was filled with excitement. He carefully placed the black box on the table. "The item is finished. Please take a look." The experts beside him were both nervous and excited, like soldiers waiting for an inspection by their leader. This was their first time participating in such a major project, upgrading a peerless divine weapon from rare grade to epic grade, a level that could be considered the pinnacle, meant their hearts were surging with pride. Having this on their resume was something they could brag about for a lifetime. A sharp glint flashed in Jizang's eyes as he slowly reached out to open the black box. As the lid was lifted, a sharp, murderous aura instantly filled the entire room, making one feel as if their soul had been sliced out inside. A handgun with an extremely sci-fi design lay quietly. The body of the gun had completely departed from the traditional form of a handgun. It was a streamlined, dark-colored crystal and biomass composite structure about 40 centimeters long. The surface was covered with faint, pulsating, deep purple energy veins that looked like a neural network. Various profound patterns were engraved upon it, and touching it felt cold and delicate, as if holding a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. An indescribable energy aura continuously radiated from the gun. It was like a miniature reactor, emitting a sense of danger so extreme that one would subconsciously avoid getting too close. Chapter 327. Jizang opens a first-person livestream. 5 million in ticket fees. Jizang reached out and gripped the handle. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, and the perfect ergonomic design made it feel like an extension of his arm, blending seamlessly with his body. The moment his palm fully met the grip, a surge of brand new memories was injected into Jizang's mind. It was as if he had mastered a brand new talent, a bodily instinct. A brand new information panel appeared before his eyes. Messenger of Pain Special Firearm Grade, Epic Magazine. 5/5 can consume mental power to reload ammunition. Special skill gun for passive. As the wielder of the Messenger of Pain, you will comprehend peak-level gunfu, greatly increasing shooting accuracy and firearm combat techniques. Special Skill 5 Senses Stripping Passive. Targets hit by the bullets will temporarily lose one sensory ability, accompanied by severe cognitive confusion and loss of balance. This passive skill ignores the opponent's physical and mental strength. Special Skill Pain Echo Active. Consume 1/10 of your mental power to fire a mentally charged bullet, dealing massive damage within an area. Pain Echo Passive. If a target dies while affected by the skill, the pain and fear at the moment of their death will be absorbed by the firearm and converted into a short-range mental shockwave, dealing massive damage and a terror effect to surrounding enemies. The damage caused by the mental shockwave also applies to Pain Echo Passive. Evaluation. It is the embodiment of fear itself. The Apostle of Death holding the authority of pain. Friendly reminder. This firearm has been upgraded to its maximum level limit. Looking at the 3 skills above, Ji Zhang's pupils couldn't help but constrict. He thought this gun would continue along the neurotoxin route. He hadn't expected it to have such bug-like abilities after growing to the epic grade. The first skill, Gunfu, went without saying. This thing was essentially a free C-grade talent. The second skill, 5 Senses Severance, is absolutely a conceptual level ability. The point isn't its practical combat effect, but the note that follows it. It ignores the opponent's physical strength and mental fortitude. No matter how powerful an existence is, if it is hit by a bullet, it will still suffer the effect. The third skill, Echo of Pain, is a god on the battlefield. It possesses both active and passive effects. The more enemies there are, the more terrifying the effect becomes. Just let it explode and be done with it. Ji Zhang was extremely satisfied. This money was truly well spent. Just looking at the effects of these skills, the strength of Painbringer is definitely not weak among epic-grade weapons. Of course, compared to growth-type equipment like the Blood of the Moon, it is certainly still lacking quite a bit, but for him, this is definitely a secondary weapon that can be used well into the late game. You brothers have worked hard. Hurry back to the territory. I'll have Hidi record a contribution point for each of you later. Deducted from my own account. Ji Zhang smiled. The contribution point mechanism was a new system recently introduced by the Justice Alliance, mainly used to balance competition between various internal factions and ensure upward mobility for all members. Hearing this, all the mechanics, including Wan Chen, cheered enthusiastically. The prize pool was still stacking up. The crowd quickly dispersed. Ji Zhang drove the mechanical giant turtle back into the territory. There were only a dozen minutes left until nightfall. The sunset in the distance had already sunk behind the mountains, leaving only a few wisps of residual glow staining a corner of the sky. An incredibly oppressive darkness gradually shrouded the world. Ji Zhang opened the world channel. It was a scene of heated discussion. The focus of almost every city lord in the southern wilderness was centered on Radiant City. However, the high-level bigwigs of those top-tier factions didn't take Ji Zhang's declaration of war seriously at all. Radiant City would cease to exist after tonight, even if Ji Zhang survived. To the other city lords of the southern wilderness, he would be no different from a dead man. What everyone was more concerned about was how these giants would respond to Ji Zhang exposing the dirty secrets of the Ascension Club and the Dragon God Society. For all the city lords, this was extremely important strategic intelligence. In future power struggles, it could serve as a reference of immense value. 10 minutes left. Hey, it seems quite a few city lord friends have sent people over. Not considering hosting a live stream, rare, indeed. It's a big scene tonight. The previous main cities that had their coordinates blown up didn't get this kind of treatment. Many main city legions have already entered Radiant City. You can't even see the defenders, even the territories have been relocated. It seems Ji Zhang has completely abandoned the outer defenses. Shrinking the front line is a smart move, otherwise, trying to defend an entire super main city, even a god couldn't hold it. Come, I've had my people start a live stream. Those who want to watch, come in. Sharing live room paid. Damn, a 3 million gold coin ticket. Why don't you just go rob someone? We're all at the city lord level. Can't you afford 3 million? The strategic value of the intelligence tonight is not low. Watch if you want. Don't bitch if you don't. Here is one with a 2 million ticket. Sharing live room paid. Come watch at my place. 1.8 million gold coin ticket. My people are already at the front line. You can see the walls of Radiant City now. Damn, even this can become a price war. Stop competing. Damn, do you know how much I spend on my live streaming equipment? If this keeps up, none of us will make any money. Holy crap, Jizang is online. Jizang, aren't you going to come out and say a few words? Jizang, brother, start a live stream. I want to see the first-person perspective. Ha! Is the brother regretting declaring war on the two major factions? Hang in there, brother. It's hard to find such a tough city lord. Come collapse all of a sudden. If you do, no one will dare to challenge the authority of those big factions anymore. Support those who are making snide remarks. I see them as birds of a feather with this Ascension Club. Sooner or later, they will face the backlash. Jizang looked at the chat on the World Channel and felt a bit speechless. Damn it, they even started live streaming. These bastards really know how to make money. Jizang decisively bought a top-tier live streaming device through the Territory Monuments shop for 10 million gold coins. This set of live streaming equipment was the same as those paid live rooms being shared on the World Channel. The functions were actually not much different from basic live streaming equipment. The only advantage was the ability to collect unlimited ticket money on the World Channel, as high as one wanted to set it. Jizang turned on the live streaming device and aimed the drone's camera at the vast dark land outside the territory. Then, he set the paid entry threshold to 5 million gold coins. Jizang, the live stream is open. If you want to watch, come on in. Sharing live room paid. As soon as these words appeared, the entire channel exploded instantly. Chapter 328. The fourth wave of Abyss invasion. Mahjun's total breakdown. No way. He's actually starting a live stream. Holy crap, 5 million. Is this guy trying to make one last grab before he goes damn? First-person perspective. I have to go for this. Accompanied by a flurry of heated discussion, the first batch of City Lord viewers immediately flooded into Jizang's live room. To put it bluntly, 5 million gold coins as a City Lord of a super main city. Everyone could afford it. Being able to see the real-time, first-hand scene of Radiant City was definitely worth it. Not to mention the monsters. The key was what kind of tactics the two giants, the Ascension Club and the Dragon God Society, would display tonight. Plus, one could probably discern some clues about their respective camps from this battle. Before long, the number of viewers in Jizang's live room reached over 30. Just the ticket money from this alone exceeded 150 million. It was an absolute explosion of profit. And it was still increasing. Holy crap. Holy crap. Why are people still joining? That's enough. How did so many people get in? No way. If he actually makes a huge fortune from this, I'm going to lose my mind. I have to say, Jizang is actually quite handsome. Is he really this young? Little brother, why don't you add me as a friend? Big sister City Lord can help you out. Damn, 40 people now. It's broken to 100 million. The City Lords in the live stream started calling out one by one. But the ones most furious right now were the high-level executives of the Ascension Club and the Dragon God Society. Mahjun, in particular, who had personally orchestrated the leaking of the Radiant City coordinates, was already consumed by absolute rage. He had never expected that Jizang would be able to open a live stream and rake in wealth during such a life-or-death crisis. He immediately ordered the representatives of the Ascension Club to issue an announcement on the World Channel, strictly forbidding any City Lord from entering Jizang's live stream to provide him with pre-war resources. Immediately after, the Dragon God Society issued a simultaneous announcement. Any City Lord who entered Jizang's live stream would be considered as acting in hostility, but it was completely ineffective. The audience seats in the live stream could be set to anonymous. No one was stupid enough to enter with their real ID and blatantly offend these two giant factions. But they still had to watch. Such a massive spectacle, if they missed it, it would be gone forever, let alone other City Lords. To monitor Jizang's movements, even the Ascension Club and the Dragon God Society had to hold their noses and each send one person to enter Jizang's live stream anonymously. It was equivalent to personally handing 10 million gold coins to the enemy. Holy crap. Over 50 people now. Jizang is making a killing this wave. Ha 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 ha. I bet the two giants didn't expect this, did they? The two giants definitely have people in here too. Haha. I'd like to call this the most badass open conspiracy. I just love watching these two idiot factions get frustrated. You guys act so high and mighty usually. But now Jizang alone is running circles around you. Come on. Haha. I'm dying of laughter. This stunt just earned him hundreds of millions. Fuck your mother. Does the guy above dare to show his ID? It's here. It's here. Someone's stepping up to speak. So what if I curse you Ascension Club and Dragon God Society idiots? That old bastard surnamed Lu. And that big idiot Wang from the Dragon God Society. You'll be killed sooner or later. Jizang is going to teach you how to behave tonight. 666. Being anonymous is so satisfying. Haha, well cursed, brother. Watching the anonymous bullet comments floating across the live stream, Jizang couldn't help but be amused. He laughed. Thanks for the support, brothers. I'll perform some exciting stuff for everyone in a bit. Jizang is awesome. Haha. Love this attitude. Support, support. Anonymous user sent Rocket X5. Value 5 million gold coins. Ho! You can send gifts too. A single rocket is already 1 million gold coins. Did that brother just buy another ticket? I'll try it too. Anonymous user sent. Sports car buy one value of 300,000 gold coins. Anonymous user sent. Romantic manor buy one value 1.3 million gold coins. Damn, are you all this generous? Am I the only one just here to eat melon and watch the show? Normal. The world has suffered under the kin for too long. If you ask me, if Jizang can survive tonight, he should just establish a faction, plant his flag, and I'm sure many people would be willing to follow. True. If he can win this war tonight, his reputation will definitely skyrocket. Stop joking. The coordinates have been leaked. There's almost no chance of survival. Tonight is Radiant City's final dance. Meanwhile, in a main city 10,000 miles away from Radiant City, Ma-jun watched the situation in Jizang's live stream, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. As the executive vice president of the Ascension Club, he had never felt so humiliated. It was supposed to be a simple act of coercion, but he never imagined it would evolve into this situation. He had given Jizang hundreds of millions of gold coins for nothing, and in disguise, provided those who opposed the Ascension Club with an anonymous venue to vent. These people were all city lord level powerhouses. If it were just one or two, it wouldn't be a problem. But with so many city lords gathered together, who knew what kind of new faction might be born from this? Even Elder Lu was paying close attention to the situation on Jizang's side. He had just been scolded bloody by Elder Lu. Elder Lu ordered him to show the thunderous methods of the Ascension Club at any cost, to wipe out Jizang in one go and make an example of him. Ma-jun's eyes were incredibly gloomy. He sent orders to several of his vanguard city lords. This time, the Ascension Club had dispatched 3 large legions led personally by city lords. The Dragon God Society had also dispatched 2 large legions, added to the other hyenas who wanted to take advantage and scavenge. There was almost no possibility of Radiant City surviving this time. I want to see how you die, Ma-jun sneered, his cold, piercing gaze fixed on the young, calm figure in the live stream. At this moment, only the last few dozen seconds remained before nightfall. Jizang sat on the sofa on the deck, holding a can of chilled beer, taking a sip from time to time. His eyes constantly focused on the situation in the live stream. The number of online viewers had now exceeded 60, and with the gifts popping up from time to time, his total earnings had reached over 300 million, enough to upgrade a component. It was actually pretty satisfying. Ahead, the night was like ink, so thick it felt as if it could drip water. The hour hand ticked past 6:00 single quotes clock. Night had fallen. The once silent mountains and plains, as the black fog rose rapidly, transformed in the blink of an eye into a boiling purgatory. Rumble. The earth trembled, as if even the firmament were shaking slightly, and countless hideous figures emerged from the black fog. The army of dark creatures from the 4th wave of the Abyss invasion had arrived right on schedule. Chapter 329. Upgrading the Mechanical God Kingdom, the most cost-effective part. Rumble, rumble. In the vast darkness ahead, countless pairs of scarlet eyes lit up. An army of thousands upon thousands of monsters surged from the edge of the horizon like a black tide. Pure killing intent and bloodthirsty instinct almost filled the entire world. It was a dense, Overwhelming mass of monster figures covering the mountains, filling the ravines, and extending to the very edge of the horizon, creating a visually shocking scene of despair. On Jizang's satellite radar, the screen was covered in glaring red dots. These were the dense markers of the monsters, like a blood-red source of pollution, continuously eroding the perimeter of main city. No, they're here. This formation is terrifying as hell. The brothers are still watching. Don't you guys need to defend your own super main cities? Everything has already been arranged. I'm the only one left guarding my entire super main city tonight. So what's there to be afraid of? As long as no overlord tier monsters appear, the vehicles and territory defense towers alone are more than enough. Holy crap! Why are there so many monsters coming toward Jizang's side? This number isn't normal. Right. Why isn't Jizang moving? Is he scared stiff? This live stream camera angle is terrible. I can only see the front. I can't even see what the vehicle looks like. They're here. A monarch tier has appeared. Good heavens, a peak monarch tier, damn it. No, I have to go back and watch over my own territory. The live stream chat was buzzing with heated discussion. The atmosphere grew tense. In the midst of the vast tide of king tier monsters, dozens of massive black shadows appeared one after another. At the very front were over a dozen giant spiders, each the size of a detached villa. They were deathly pale, with a massive, pulsating gland covered in blood vessels on their abdomens. Their 8 long legs ended in tips as sharp as drill bits, striking the ground frantically and erupting with extreme speed. Flesh Mountain Web Weaver level, Monarch tier peak evaluation. A top-tier predatory species among dark creatures, possessing terrifyingly extreme movement speed. The fungal mat they spray possesses both a terrifyingly fast growth and infection rate, as well as extreme toxicity and corrosiveness. Once it touches city walls or metal, the fungal mat will dissolve and disintegrate it rapidly, much like bacteria infecting meat. If you encounter them during a defense battle, you must prioritize wiping them out completely. Jizang raised an eyebrow slightly. As expected of the fourth wave of monsters, they start off with peak monarch tier. His eyes, already in eagle-eye state, scanned the battlefield and looked toward the second type of monarch tier monster in the sky. It was a massive flying monster, silently streaking through the night sky. They generally had a wingspan of over 50 meters, their bodies appearing as pitch black, translucent forms. They had no eyes on their faces, only a suction cup-shaped mouthpart that occupied most of their head, filled with spiral, razor-sharp teeth. Soul-stealing demon bat level, monarch tier peak evaluation. An incredibly powerful ruler of the firmament among dark creatures. The soul-stealing demon bat flies almost silently and can blend into the night for short periods, possessing extremely high mobility and ambush capabilities. They are extremely rare spirit form creatures that can emit soul-piercing shrieks through their mouthparts to drain life force and mental energy. Those attacked will feel the excruciating pain of their souls being torn apart and will rapidly weaken. Friendly reminder: soul-stealing demon bats are immune to all physical attacks. This thing is actually a spirit form creature. Jizang rubbed his chin. To deal with such creatures, only elemental attacks or chaos-type attacks like those from the Purgatory Blood Tower would be effective. For ordinary survivors, this would be an insolvable existence, but for him, it was child's play and posed no threat whatsoever. Jizang's gaze searched through the vast army of monsters ahead. Besides these 2 types of monarch tier monsters, there was a wide variety of other king tier and super tier monsters, along with many familiar faces such as faceless ghosts, 3-headed hellhounds, and black mountain blood leeches. Judging by the numbers, this wave reached at least 100,000. And because all the territories of Glory City were concentrated in one area, this entire army was surging in the same direction. Master, abnormal signal bands detected. Dong Dong, who was in charge of vehicle armaments, send a battle report. The information marked on the satellite radar was synchronized and transmitted to Jizang. There were over 1,000 abnormal fluctuation points that had begun to appear densely within the range of satellite monitoring in the few minutes since nightfall. Undoubtedly, those were the vehicles of other super main cities. Some were sent by the 2 major powers to kill him, while others were trying to take advantage of the chaos to annex the resource fiefs of Glory City. Regardless, anyone who dared to come here was not innocent. Wiping them all out was the right thing to do. Bong dong. Mark all these targets as enemies and track their signals throughout the entire process. Yes. Master, should we launch an attack now? Another request sounded in the internal channel. It was Jiexia. She was in charge of an entire unit of unmanned mechanical troops and was currently in a state of readiness. It's fine, no need to rush. I'll head over there first. He glanced at the live stream, his mouth nearly splitting into a grin. The number of concurrent viewers in the live stream had actually broken 100. There were only about 800 city lords in the entire southern wasteland. And now 1/8 of them were watching his stream. Just from the ticket fees alone, he had collected over 500 million. Added to that were the various floating screen gifts and the output from the resource fiefs. The total value of the gold coins and materials he had on hand now exceeded 700 million. It was more than enough to upgrade to major parts. Hikyu, you send out the secondary units to intercept first. Dong dong, use the vehicle armaments to coordinate with the secondary units and just hold the front line. Ji Zhang ordered, then left the deck and headed toward the secondary vehicle cabin. As the orders were issued, the various secondary vehicles immediately mobilized. All of the mechanical giant turtles' vehicle armaments immediately entered the charging and standby phase. Before long, Ji Zhang arrived in front of the secondary vehicle bay and directly inspected the panel for the heavy-duty synthetic unmanned mechanical force. Heavy-duty synthetic unmanned mechanical force upgrade requirements: 15 million gold coins, 3 million parts, 10 million steel plates, 500,000 mithril, 100,000 shining gold, 5,000 vibranium, 1,000 intelligence modules, 300 super energy stones. The first 3 items combined totaled just over 30 million, and the mithril also came to just over 30 million. Shining gold was 20 million, vibranium was 35 million, intelligence modules were 50 million, and super energy stones were 4.5 million. Counting everything, the total value was 170 million. This was likely the cheapest and most cost-effective component for a Tier 6 vehicle. Next level, Mechanical God Kingdom. Ji Zhang rubbed his hands in excitement, immediately filled in the missing materials, and clicked upgrade. Whoosh! A massive wave of light descended, enveloping the entire secondary vehicle bay, and began to rapidly grow and fuse together. Chapter 330, 50,000 Steel Torrent. The Grim Reaper opens its eyes. Soon, all the light dissipated. The original, massive secondary vehicle bay had doubled in both footprint and height, occupying even the large, reserved open space around it. This upgrade increased the total volume inside the bay to 4 times its original size, allowing for the storage of more and larger secondary units. Looking up from here, the sci-fi creation, where order and grandeur coexisted, allowed one to clearly feel the pure sense of oppression emanating from the high metal walls. Hiss! The massive metal door slowly opened amidst a cloud of steam, revealing the super mechanical factory hidden within. The scene before him made Ji Zhang's eyes widen slightly. Countless fierce mechanical figures were neatly suspended and arranged within the bay, their formation extending all the way into the darkness at the far end. The entire scene looked as if a 4-dimensional space had unfolded before him. It was stunning, while simultaneously conveying the sheer impact of such sci-fi technology. All the secondary units here utilized magnetic levitation for positioning, as if invisible grids had been mapped out in midair. On the walls on both sides were a large number of energy pods arranged neatly like a honeycomb. Each pod was equipped with a folding mechanical arm, serving multiple functions including charging, maintenance, and regeneration. A brand new panel appeared before his eyes. Mechanical God Kingdom Level 3 Category, Secondary Unit Factory Evolution. A supergiant intelligent mechanical factory capable of producing Mayfly walkers, heavy steel vipers, amphibious, search and strike drones, war mechanical dogs, and other unmanned forces, covering combat ecosystems across sea, land, and air. Current equipment: Mayfly walkers 5. 0 units. Replenishing 1 unit requires 5 units of armor core. Full replenishment costs approximately 100 million gold coins at market price. Heavy steel vipers 15. 0 units. Replenishing 1 unit requires 100 units of alloy. Full replenishment costs approximately 45 million gold coins at market price. Search and strike drones 20. 0 units replenishing 1 unit requires 50 units of alloy. Full replenishment costs approximately 30 million gold coins at market price. War mechanical dogs 20. 0 units replenishing 1 unit requires 50 units of alloy. Full replenishment costs approximately 30 million gold coins at market price. The factory can store a maximum of 50. 0 units of mechanical forces. Depending on the degree of damage, materials can be consumed for replenishment, with a maximum replenishment time of 1 day. Compared to the previous level of secondary units, the upgraded for major categories of secondary units have seen a massive increase in combat power. At the same time, the maximum control distance has increased to 10,000 kilometers, allowing for the execution of various ultra-long-range missions. The ensemble of electric motors and internal combustion engines will transform into the most terrifying and magnificent movement in the world when the destructive steel torrent pours out of its nest. The battlefield will be dominated by shadows of black and blood. Upgrade requirements: 4 billion gold coins, 1 billion parts, 3 billion steel plates, 5 million mithril, 1 million shining gold, 100,000 vibranium, 30,000 intelligence modules, 5,000 super energy stones. Current level has reached the vehicle limit. The vehicle level must be increased to continue unlocking component upgrades. Friendly reminder: mechanized force operations require advanced combat AI or human commanders to direct them, otherwise, it will be difficult to unleash their true combat potential. Looking at the data on this brand new panel, Jizang could not suppress the surprise in his heart. Spending over 100 million was absolutely worth it for major strategic forces. In addition to the old trio of steel vipers, drones, and mechanical dogs, there was now an additional Mayfly Walker. Jizang looked at the array located at the very top. Those were countless bionic combat machines, 3 meters in body length, with a form very similar to mayflies. However, the sharp wings, fangs, and tail stingers on their bodies made one feel the sharpness and danger radiating from them. Mayfly Walker category: intermediate secondary unit evaluation. The Mayfly Walker possesses an extremely powerful bionic flight system, with a maximum flight speed of up to 2,000 km per hour. Equipped with biotoxin tail stingers, thin blade wings, alloy foot spikes, and other super armaments, it can exert terrifying combat power and reaping capabilities on the battlefield. Awesome! This upgrade was truly fierce. One must know that the combat power of all secondary units is inextricably linked to the main vehicle components, with the bonuses brought by the Tier 6 mechanical giant turtle. The strength of this mechanical force was bound to be unimaginably terrifying. However, these things were also very precious. If they were completely wiped out, replenishing them would cost over 200 million, which was even more expensive than upgrading the mechanical god kingdom component itself. Jia, you can deploy. Jizang curled his lips into a slight smile and issued the combat order to Jia. Yes, master. The beauty in the tuxedo beside him felt a flicker of sharp light flash through her eyes, and the dome of the aircraft cabin above slowly opened. The 50, 0 unmanned units arranged within the cabin collectively lit up their red power indicators, resembling rows of the Grim Reaper's eyes, instantly releasing an endless, icy killing intent. Flap, flap. The ephemeral walkers were the first to take off. The dense sound of their wings beating instantly whipped up a monstrous hurricane inside the cabin. Their bodies turned into afterimages, streaking outward at incredible speeds. Following closely behind was the drone army, which ascended one after another with a low hum. Then came the steel vipers and the war mechanical dogs, all launching from the cabin via magnetic catapults with terrifying efficiency. From the outside, the roof deck of the entire war platform was covered in a dense swarm of mechanical figures, pouring out like a hive of bees. At the same time, TQ had already taken control of several major secondary units and charged directly at the enemy. The battle had begun. Facing the vast army of dark creatures, it was clear that these few secondary units alone could not fully hold the defensive line. However, the combat power they displayed was equally astonishing. Aside from the motorcycles, which seemed a bit lackluster, the other units, the armored Wolf Kings, Super Sentinels, and giant armed helicopters, all demonstrated terrifying firepower. In particular, The armed helicopter equipped with an ultra-heavy mortar was essentially a mobile super lawnmower. Every shell fired could instantly wipe out a whole path of monsters, regardless of how high their defense was or how thick their shells were. A single giant armor-piercing shell would tear even a monarch-level creature into shreds. The live stream chat had already descended into an uproar. Holy Shastras T. Is this really a secondary unit? What the hell is that armed helicopter? How can a secondary unit's weapon be this fierce? Damn, did you guys see that shot just now? It punched a huge hole right through a peak monarch level. That's a secondary unit equipped with a main unit's turret. To have such exaggerated power, the level of that kinetic energy turret must be maxed out for the current stage. Jizang is really willing to spend. Even the turrets are maxed out. His Tier 5 ultimate equipment unit must have an absurdly high total level. No wonder this Senshin club wanted to recruit him. This is the configuration of a top-tier powerhouse. No doubt about it. I was wondering why he looked so calm and composed. With ace secondary units like these, even if he encounters a weaker overlord level, he might just be able to hold his own. Chapter 331. Is this Jizang's trump card? The expert. Tururi TSK. What a pity. Such a strong contestant. And he'll have to regretfully exit the stage after tonight. That's not necessarily true. Even if he loses in the end, Jizang could choose to flee to the Chaos Ancient Realm and defect to his faction. Although he wouldn't have a super main city or monster waves anymore, he might still find a way out by just surviving in the Chaos Ancient Realm. That's true, I suppose. Damn, why is this stream's perspective so narrow? I can't see the main battlefield. You can check other streams, though they're a bit far away. Holy crap! What is that flying over there? It's so fast. A mecha. No way. How can a mecha have that kind of performance? That's at least a level 5 mecha. Damn, is a mecha's combat power really that terrifying? No kidding. That thing costs at least over 100 million. Jizang is really making a killing with this stream. He's even willing to upgrade his mecha. Damn it. I'm getting a bit jealous. Why wasn't it me who got raided? I want to earn that much money too. Hey, Ascension guys. Why don't you come raid me too? As Kiku piloted the Shanghai into the fray, another wave of shock rippled through the live stream. The combat power of the Shanghai was truly terrifying. The moment it entered the battle, it tore a massive gap right through the vast beast tide, with the mecha acting as the vanguard to break the enemy lines. The combat pressure on the other secondary units was suddenly reduced, and they managed to barely hold off the massive offensive. The city lords in the live stream were shouting and exclaiming. Most city lords were still quite strapped for cash in order to push for Tier 6 ultimate equipment. They had to settle for budget-friendly options for every upgrade. For parts like armed turrets and mechas which offered small total level increases but high power gains and high costs, they would avoid upgrading them whenever possible. They never expected Jizang to be so willing to dump resources into combat power. Damn, one is an armed helicopter with a high-tier turret. The other is a level 5 mecha. With these two powerhouses, he definitely has the confidence to fight. I bet the two giants are going to be furious. They handed a golden opportunity to him on a silver platter. This single mecha alone is worth more than several Tier 6 Ghost-class units. Still, it's a pity. Relying on these trump cards to survive the night is unlikely. The vanguard troops of all the major factions have already arrived. There's no telling when the full-scale siege will begin. Just wait. I have a feeling Jizang is still hiding more cards. His main unit hasn't even made a move yet. As these words fell, the audio from the live stream equipment picked up a dense, overwhelming sound of flapping wings and rushing air currents. The sound came from behind, exactly where the secondary unit cabin was located. Before anyone could react, they saw a massive swarm of terrifying metallic figures streak across the sky, charging toward the enemy army with lightning speed. The number of these mechanical figures was so great it made one's scalp tingle. The turbulence they kicked up caused the live stream equipment to howl with static. Wait, what's going on? Did other survivors from Radiant City come to reinforce him? Are you kidding? So many. There's no reinforcement. The other survivors left in Radiant City are all over by the big lake in the back. The World Channel already released the intel footage. What kind of dynamic vision do you guys have? These are all Jizang's own secondary units. It's an entire unmanned mechanical legion. Holy Shastra's T. You're telling me these are all secondary units? At this moment, all the city lords watching the live stream had their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Countless secondary units surged out like a relentless tide, as if the very gates to another world had been flung wide open. Everyone thought it would end immediately, but the deployment continued. The entire process lasted for a terrifying half-minute. Even more alarming was the speed of those secondary units. It was outrageously fast. They spread out continuously, rushing to reinforce the entire deep-depth battle line ahead. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavens and earth were filled with the thunderous roar of the Mechanical Legion. Soon, the Mechanical Legion clashed head-on with the Dark Army in front, and the most intense confrontation erupted instantly. Large amounts of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The sounds of explosions, laser fire, blade cutting, and the harrowing roars of dark creatures wove together into a deathly symphony of the night. The scene was absolutely shocking. The combat power erupted by the Mechanical Legion was terrifying enough to send chills down one's spine, especially those bionic mayflies when fighting in large numbers. They could even easily surround and kill peak monarch-level entities. And with the participation of the Mechanical Legion, the battle lines in front of Ji Kang's territory, which had previously been devoured by the army of dark creatures, were actually being pushed back in a very short time. The tide of battle had turned. In the live stream chat, and indeed across the entire world channel, everyone was in an uproar. Holy sh*T, holy sh*T, holy sh*T. Damn, just how many secondary units are there? 20,000? 30,000? At least 50,000? Damn it! How could his Tier 5 extreme load vehicle possibly hold all that? Is there a mechanical arsenal hidden inside? The key is that these are small secondary units. It doesn't hurt even if they get destroyed. Awesome! This is the real trump card. If the two major giants really let a dark horse of Ji Kang's caliber survive tonight, there's going to be a real show to watch later. Speaking of which, why haven't the people from the Ascension Club and the Dragon God Society made a move yet? Just wait. The big stuff is definitely coming later. Ji Kang was a bit reckless this time. Such a powerful card should have been saved for a counter-dash move. By playing it early, he's going to be on the defensive later. By the way, where is Ji Kang? He hasn't shown his face since he went in earlier. Could it be that he's the one piloting the mecha? It's possible. The fighting style of that mecha is very fierce, and sometimes it even stops midway to observe the battlefield behind it. It must be a real person controlling it. The live stream was filled with heated discussion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, hidden from the view of the live stream, a young figure holding a crimson moon-long blade had quietly appeared. With such a high density of monsters tonight, Ji Kang naturally wanted to enjoy a slaughter. However, it wasn't appropriate to reveal his personal combat strength in the live stream. Letting those city lords see the frontal battlefield was enough. Ji Kang closed his eyes and slowly exhaled, his internal energy already regulated. When he opened his eyes again, two clusters of black and white intertwined lightning flames ignited within his sharp pupils. A black lightning robe billowed from his shoulders, fraying into dazzling white fire at the edges. All around, countless terrifying dark creatures sensed the aura of this human and began to swarm toward him in a massive, overwhelming tide. The sky-blocking shadows seemed as if they would crush this tiny human figure into dust in the next second. Chapter 332, Moonblood Harvester. Physique breaks the 3,000-point mark. The next second, Ji Kang moved. Asterisk swoosh. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the black and white lightning flames transformed into a straight line, piercing directly into the monster army ahead. Time on the battlefield seemed to slow down for an instant. It was only when the blood-red slash, which arrived after the movement, exploded along the entire path that the monsters, who had seemed frozen in time, were shredded into a mass of minced meat. A flood of kill notifications appeared before his eyes. Successfully killed a faceless Ghost King level. Gold coins come for 1,000. Ghost skin come to. Doubled in the Chaos Ancient domain. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of lightning power. Successfully killed a large black mountain blood Lich King level. Gold coins come for 1,000. Doubled in the Chaos Ancient domain. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed. Successfully triggered the Moon Blood Kill passive. Physique Kung 11. Successfully killed a demon prison 3-headed dog super monster. Gold coins Kung 100. Doubled in the Chaos Ancient Domain. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed. Successfully triggered the Moon Blood Kill passive. Physique Kung 8. This first strike, which pierced through the line, instantly killed hundreds of monsters and successfully harvested to kill passives. Ji Kang's fighting spirit boiled. Although the current number and density of monsters were far from what they were during the initial corpse tide, his monster clearing speed was now many times faster. With the Super Blood Spirit state activated, the 15x attack range and 15x speed turned Ji Kang into a flashing rainbow, leaping rapidly across the land, wherever he passed. Large swaths of monsters were harvested. Under this high-speed reaping, the three passives Lethal Moonlight, Lightning Power, and Bronze Power all began to rise rapidly. Before long, Ji Kang had mowed down the monsters in this sector, leaving only a few scattered stragglers. It was at this moment that he turned his direction and headed straight for the large lake in the rear. Because of the presence of the territory cluster, a large number of monsters had been attracted there. Li Jianwo, Yi Xingzhou, and a group of top experts from Radiant City were fighting with all their might, barely managing to hold the monster tied outside the defensive line. It wasn't that they were weak, but rather that the monsters from the super main city were simply too fierce under the buff of doubled combat power. Especially the peak monarch level Flesh Mountain Web Weavers and soul-stealing demon bats. Not only was their combat power nearly approaching that of the lowest tier overlord level entities, but their ability to breach defenses was terrifying. Being able to intercept them outside the defensive line was already the best possible outcome of everyone fighting for their lives. President Li, President Yi, a soul-stealing demon bat on the east line is about to break through. Quick, use elemental attacks. As that spectral monarch-level monster flew into the airspace above the cluster of territories, the radio channel erupted in chaos, filled with panicked shouts from every direction. Boom! A massive, black and white bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, striking the soul-stealing demon bat head-on and instantly blasting its entire body into fragments. The scene fell silent for a moment. All the powerhouses who had been looking up at the sky, prepared to engage in melee combat, found their expressions frozen in shock. The next moment, a figure wreathed in lightning flames began to clear the surrounding defensive line at an incredible speed. It's Master Ji, some high-ranking official shouted into the channel, not knowing who it was. The entire field instantly erupted into a frenzy. Master Ji is here. The city lord is here. Oh no, brothers, stop firing. Don't hit him by mistake. The moment Ji Zhang appeared in person, it ignited a blazing fighting spirit throughout the entire territory cluster. However, out of fear of accidentally injuring him, the survivors on the front lines near Ji Zhang's position urgently ceased fire. The once thunderous roar of guns and artillery suddenly died down by more than half. Yet, even under these circumstances, the monster horde showed no signs of taking advantage of the lack of firepower to breach the line. Ji Zhang's figure was almost too fast to be seen clearly. The blood-colored blade light in his hand, wrapped in arcs of black and white lightning, continued to clear the massive swarms of dark creatures surrounding the territory cluster at a blistering pace. After a brief dozen seconds, a colossal, full-moon blade light was unleashed. Whish! The blade light flashed past. The peerless blade or domain exploded completely, turning into a vast expanse of blood red. The horizontal cutting area of this full-moon blade light covered almost the densest part of the monster horde, instantly slicing over 5,000 dark creatures in half in one collective strike. Successfully killed the Flesh Mountain Web Weaver Monarch level. Gold coins come to million. White Blood Spider Web Monarch level come to. Doubled by the Ancient Chaos Domain. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of lightning power. Successfully killed a large Black Mountain Blood Leech King level. Gold coins come for. 0 doubled by the Ancient Chaos Domain. Successfully absorbed. Successfully triggered the Moon Blood Kill passive. Obtained Constitution Kung 11. A massive stream of kill notifications drifted before Ji Zhang's eyes like snowflakes. The passive gains from the Moon Blood alone from this single strike exceeded 400 points of Constitution. His base constitution stat had broken through the 3-0 point mark at this very moment. Ji Zhang's lips curled into a smile. The moon slash is still the best. This wave felt amazing. As the super blood spirit state dissipated, Ji Zhang stood alone on the battlefield, which resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and looked back at the territory cluster behind him. Oldly, you guys handle the rest. Just send me a message if there's any emergency. Having said that, Ji Zhang's figure flashed once more, dashing back toward the direction of his own territory, leaving behind the stunned powerhouses of Glow City. Everyone's single quotes as expressions were dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, many had assumed that Master Ji's appearance was because his own defensive line was on the verge of collapse, forcing him to retreat to the territory cluster. They never expected that Master Ji had simply come by to help clear the siege, including the final words he spoke while standing on the ground. The entire process had taken less than a minute. 2/3 of the monsters surrounding the entire territory cluster had been wiped out, and the monarch-level monsters had been completely annihilated. Not a single one left. Was it really just a casual favor? My goodness, my goodness. To what extent has Master Ji evolved now? Has he become a god? The crowd found it hard to describe the battle scene they had just witnessed. They couldn't even react to what had happened during that brief interval, because it was too fast. Except for the final full moon slash that covered the earth, no one's dynamic vision could keep up with Master Ji's combat rhythm. They had only heard a series of sharp, cutting swish sounds, and those frenzied dark monsters had all turned into piles of shredded meat. Is this really something a human can achieve? Chapter 333. What kind of place do you think Glow City is? You think you can just come and go? Meanwhile, in a dense mountain forest more than 500 kilometers away from main city, thousands of high-tier vehicles were lying in wait here. A massive light-shielding barrier completely enveloped all the vehicles, preventing any aura or silhouette from leaking out. At this moment, a Tier 5 ultimate-grade vehicle, as massive as a small mountain, was docked at the very front of the vehicle cluster. On the deck, a huge circular mirror with mystical patterns was suspended in midair. The surface of the mirror rippled like water, and in the center, it reflected a dreamlike, fluctuating scene. It was exactly the view of the territory cluster of main city. This mirror was a very rare legendary grade special artifact, the 1,000-mile mirror, driven by a massive amount of mental energy. It could spy on the visuals of any area from over 1,000 kilometers away without being detected. This was the trump card intelligence tool of the City Lord of White Feather City, Master Zhao. The deputy leader beside him swallowed hard. The several high-ranking officials behind them had trembling lips, unable to even speak clearly. City Lord, a few minutes ago, they had all been looking at the people of Glow City struggling to defend with arrogant expressions. They were just waiting for the defensive line of the Glow City territory cluster to collapse and fall completely so they could move in and feast on this big cake. That was, after all, hundreds of thousands of territories. Even taking a single bite would be enough to make it drip with oil. Furthermore, they possessed a bug-tier intelligence tool like the long-range scope, giving them the confidence to seize the perfect moment to enter the fray. They had even prepared a large-scale wormhole for teleportation to leave this place. But the scene that had just unfolded caused the worldview in their hearts to collapse instantly. A person, just a single person, without utilizing any vehicles or technological power, all alone. He had cleared out almost the entire war zone of monsters in just over 10 seconds. Never mind those massive swarms of king-tier monsters, even the terrifying monarch-tier peak existences were instantly obliterated like mere foot soldiers. What are you panicking about? The voice of Zhao Baiyu, City Lord of White Feather City, rang out with a hint of reprimand. He was also looking at the long-range scope in front of him, yet his face remained calm and indifferent, as still as an ancient well, as if he were not particularly shocked by that scene. But this was all a facade put on in front of his subordinates. Zhao Baiyu's legs were currently trembling uncontrollably. Is this guy even human, Master Zhao? So, should we continue to wait? The deputy leader asked tentatively, wiping sweat from his forehead with a slightly trembling hand. His heart filled with anxiety and fear. Retreat 1,000 kilometers first, and wait for the right moment. Zhao Baiyu snorted coldly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. There are too many people watching G-Kang tonight. We cannot act rashly. Once the chaotic battle begins later, we will find an opportunity to enter. Yes, 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 the group hurriedly responded. But they exchanged glances with one another, secretly grumbling in their hearts. No, if you want to retreat, just retreat. Why talk about waiting for the right moment? This guy surnamed Zhao is truly damn obsessed with saving face. White Feather City moved very quickly. The entire fleet of vehicles activated their large-scale teleportation wormhole. This was a high-end item purchased at a great cost from the high-level territory shop, capable of being used only within the range of various super main cities. Each use could teleport the group 300 kilometers and required a 3-minute warm-up time. Beneath the fleet of vehicles, the light of the wormhole ignited. After the few minutes of warm-up, the thousands of high-end vehicles of White Feather City were successfully teleported to another anchor point 300 kilometers away. Without a moment's delay, they began warming up the second large-scale teleportation wormhole. At the same time, the mechanical giant turtle's extraterrestrial orbital satellite system immediately captured the spatial energy fluctuations here. Dong Dong glanced at the changes in the red dots on the satellite map and immediately reported to G-Kang. Master, Target Point 7 has undergone a warp movement, shifting 300 kilometers to the south. They must have used a large-scale teleportation tool. They are trying to retreat. Target Point 7 meant that this faction's total vehicle combat power ranked 7th among the forces invading Glow City tonight. Wipe them out. G-Kang only said these 2 words. You think you can just leave after coming here? What do you think Glow City is? Hearing these words, inside the cockpit of the mechanical giant turtle, the lowly girl clutching her ragdoll bear revealed a hint of mischievous, adorable glee on her face. It was finally her turn to act. On the current front line, Sister Kikyu and Sister Jiexia were already controlling various secondary units, shining brightly and slaughtering everything in their path. There was no need for the main vehicle to personally enter the fray. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Dong Dong directly activated the Divine Sword Meteor Missile System. With the ultra-precise positioning and guidance of the extraterrestrial orbital satellite, 5 missiles ascended into the sky with long tails of flame, transforming into a lethal command as they headed straight for the cluster of vehicles over 1,000 kilometers away. At this moment, the experts of White Feather City had already completed their second transfer. After arriving here, Zhao Baiyu felt that he had been too reactive and that there was no need to be so anxious to retreat. He simply cancelled the third wormhole teleportation and prepared to station himself there and wait. Zhao Baiyu even opened the World Channel, skillfully entering G-Kang's live stream to observe the specific combat situation. Until, 10 seconds later, the radar warning systems of all the high-end vehicles suddenly detected an incoming aerial strike, and red alarm lights flashed instantly. Although the alarm sounded, it was already too late. Everyone who looked up could see that at some point, a white mist had appeared on the horizon. Missile attack. The reconnaissance equipment of the guard team was the first to discover the incoming missiles in the sky. Before they could even report to Zhao Baiyu individually, they hurriedly broadcast this defensive warning to the entire army. Everyone was stunned. What is going on? The entire scene fell into chaos instantly. Some vehicles even subconsciously tried to leave the formation to dodge the missile bombardment. Stop panicking. It's just a missile. Deploy the protective shields, Zhao Baiyu roared. The defense forces immediately responded to the order. Within the vehicle cluster, one layer of energy after another intertwined. Soon, a translucent, super strong protective shield rose at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally closing at the dome. The moment the shield formed, the missiles in the sky also shattered into 10 warheads, bombarding the vehicle cluster densely. Boom boom. 10 Divine Sword Meteor missiles descended from the sky. The terrifying, destructive fire of the explosions instantly engulfed everything in the vicinity. Even the trees, rocks, and the ground were pulverized into dust and debris within the hellish flames. The world shook violently, and after experiencing this fierce bombardment, the ones most shocked and terrified were the guards. They could clearly realize how terrifying the power of this missile from G-Kang was. The durability of the entire protective shield plummeted from 100% just a moment ago to 23%. Chapter 334 Missile Carpet Bombing. Overlord Tier Boss appears. After this terrifying bombardment, Everyone on the scene wore a look of lingering fear. They looked around. The destructive energy generated by the explosion had already shaved off an entire layer of the surrounding earth. The shockwave had leveled all the nearby mountain forests, leaving nothing but wisps of scorched smoke everywhere. The most terrifying part was not the power, but the speed. The moment the missile appeared within detection range, its speed was clocked at over Mach 20. With their current armaments, there was absolutely no possibility of interception. It was hard to imagine just how high the value of this single missile must be. Jizang is truly insane. To even bring out such a weapon of mass destruction, everyone felt incredibly aggrieved. They were clearly in the middle of retreating, yet they still suffered such a strike. Furthermore, how did he know they were here? Upon realizing this, a chill could not help but wash over the hearts of all the high-ranking officials. The two sides were separated by a distance of several hundred kilometers, after all. Moreover, to prevent other factions from discovering the existence of Bayou City, they had used concealment methods throughout their entire infiltration from the very beginning. And even their intelligence had been gathered through high-level special instruments like the 1,000-mile mirror. How could Jizang possibly have discovered them? And they had only just completed a teleportation when the missile followed right behind them. Could it be a coincidence? This absurd thought surfaced in Zhao Baiyu's mind, but he dared not linger, immediately ordering the teleportation wormhole to be restarted. But the next second, the ear-piercing, terrifying alarm sounded once again. It felt as if everyone's heart had been gripped by an invisible giant hand. A second missile is coming. The combat officer shrieked in alarm. The entire scene instantly plunged into unprecedented fear and panic. Don't panic. Deploy vehicle defenses. All of you. Zhao Baiyu shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes fixed firmly on the high-speed moving red dot on the radar. But the truly despairing sight appeared. Behind that red dot, 3 new red dots appeared, representing 3 more missiles. A total of 5 strategic intercontinental missiles. The combat officer stood frozen in place, reciting this intelligence in a trembling, numb voice. Everyone was petrified. Running was impossible, given the strike range of these missiles. Unless the main vehicle could reach a speed of over 10,000 kilometers per hour, it would be impossible to escape the bombing zone before the missiles arrived. City Lord. Amidst the chaotic cries of despair, the second missile appeared above everyone's heads. The sonic boom generated by its ultra-high-speed flight sounded like the whisper of the Grim Reaper. Descending upon this land in a flash of airflow explosion, 10 submunitions fell, covering the entire area evenly. The moment the protective shield made contact with the warheads, its durability instantly dropped to 0. And the entire light barrier shattered. Boom, 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 boom. The destructive flames engulfed all the vehicles in the area. Immediately following, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they fell in succession. The elite unit vehicles of Bayou City were torn apart and melted directly in this chaotic fire. There were no screams, because the speed of sound was far slower than the speed at which death arrived. A series of blinding fireballs bloomed among the dark army, as if dozens of suns had been planted on the earth. Rumble, rumble. When all the fire and ash dissipated. In this devastated crater, only a pile of half-melted scrap metal remained, along with a mere dozen or so vehicles that still had their main bodies intact. The top experts of Bayou City who had successfully survived were all in Tier 5 extreme-grade vehicles. They looked at the severely damaged durability of their vehicles. They felt an unprecedented sense of despair. The enemy had only launched 1 round of attacks, and their side was almost completely wiped out. Go, hurry, go. Zhao Baiyu's lips were trembling. If another round of such attacks came, even he wouldn't be able to withstand it. As a peerless expert at the city lord level, he was about to lose his life here without even seeing the enemy's territory. Is this some kind of sick joke? At this moment, a deep fear for the never-before-seen city lord of Huiguang City welled up in Zhao Baiyu. Being a city lord himself, he simply could not understand how the other party had developed to this extent in such a short period of time. Master, the enemies at marking point 7 haven't been completely wiped out yet. Should we continue? Another round should do it. Inside the cockpit of the mechanical giant turtle, Dong Dong asked Jizang with great excitement. Jizang had originally intended to continue issuing attack orders, but after thinking about it, he said, forget it, no need. Let them go back. consider it leaving some seeds for their main city. If he wiped those people out now, the opponent's main city would surely decline rapidly. By then, it would likely benefit others. It would be better to let them go back and continue to fatten them up, then wait until he personally led an expedition to settle the score and harvest them properly. Besides, the number of divine sword meteors was limited. It took 20 minutes to replenish one. Every shot fired was one less. So it was better to save them for now. At this time, Jizang had also returned to his vehicle alone. As the first wave of monster attacks was pushed back, the battle was no longer as intense as before. The live stream chat was already in an uproar. Holy crap, too fierce. The main vehicle didn't even need to make a move. The secondary units alone pushed through everything. No way. How can the combat power of those mechanical monsters be this strong? This is just ridiculous. What about those factions preparing to besiege Huiguang City? What about the two giants? Why are they silent? Haha. They're all just watching. Whoever makes the first move now will suffer a huge loss. Jizang will definitely target that one and hit them with everything he's got. Hurry up. If we wait any longer, it'll be dawn, to be honest. This wave of monster attacks wasn't as fierce as I imagined. I thought the fourth wave would be something big. Buddy, are you kidding me? You don't think tonight is intense? Don't you know that a hegemon class has appeared? What? People on the World Channel are already saying that their main cities were just invaded by a hegemon class. And they're probably in a bloody battle right now. Damn, no wonder the fight here is so spectacular. Yet the viewer count in the livestream keeps dropping. Turns out everyone went back to defend their own cities. Holy crap, look, everyone. It's actually here, damn. As that mountain-like, massive shadow appeared at the edge of the livestream frame, all the City Lord viewers were plunged into shock. Awesome. It showed up the moment it was mentioned. That Jinx, show your ID. Jikang is probably going to hate you to death. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. The battlefield balance is about to be shattered. Is the big one finally here? Streamer, calling the streamer. Aren't you going to show your face and say a few words? Why would he come out to talk when a hard battle is about to start? The point now is to watch what the other factions do next. Chapter 335. The Great Equalizer, War Railgun debuts. There was a flurry of discussion in the livestream. Everyone had thought the stalemate would continue like this. Now that a hegemon class boss has arrived, a major reversal is likely to occur. It seems the previous defensive battles were just an appetizer. From this moment on, the true crisis for Radiant City is about to officially descend. A hegemon class boss of a super main city possesses double the combat power, no matter which main city encounters one. They must exhaust all their strength to hold it off. Jikang now has to deal with it using only the power of his own territory, while simultaneously guarding against attacks from other giant factions. The pressure is unimaginable. It's here. It's here. Damn, what kind of monster is that thing? The silhouette of the giant shadow at the edge of the horizon was gradually becoming clear. It was a humanoid monster standing 300 meters tall, its entire body forcibly stitched together from countless pieces of flesh, bone, and rusted metal. Over a dozen house-sized human faces were sewn onto its surface, their hollow features constantly twisting and wailing. Its right arm was a mutated, massive flesh and blood siege hammer. Its left arm transformed below the shoulder into a long, fleshy hose that dragged along the ground, the end of which constantly spewed pus and blood, corroding the ground and emitting billowing, thick smoke. A piece of information appeared before everyone's eyes. Flesh Colossus Dark Race Level, Hegemon Class Status, High Rank and Hetai Evolution. A Walker of Death from the Abyss. A creature of livestock making created by the Dark High Priest. Its body is composed of the ravaged and stitched together remains of countless fallen warriors from various races. The immortal corpses of those past warriors granted eternal life and immense power, while also making it a walking corpse driven only by darkness and instinct. Friendly reminder: absolutely do not let the Flesh Colossus approach your city or territory. Its power, capable of shattering mountains, will destroy everything you have. Finally, a big one has arrived. A faint smile curled at the corner of Jikang's mouth. He was getting tired of fighting those small fries, not to mention needing his main vehicle. Even these 50,000 secondary units hadn't even begun to exert their true strength yet. Master, all the mark points are on the main city are starting to show abnormal activity. Dongdong's voice came through. Should we take action? It's fine. Wait a little longer. Let them get closer so we can fight them all at once. It'll save effort. After saying this, Ji Kang instructed Kiku and Jiexia. You two should also tighten your defensive lines and show some weakness to our guests. Following Ji Kang's order, all the secondary units began to stabilize their current defensive lines and gradually pull back, no longer pushing outward. This obvious phenomenon immediately perked up all the city lords observing the Radiant City battlefield. They're starting to tighten their lines. From now on, it's a high-pressure situation. I suspect that not only Ji Kang's own territory but also the cluster of territories under him will have a hard time from here on out. Go check the other live streams. They've all started advancing. How insidious. What about the God Ascension Club and the Dragon God Society? Don't know. They haven't started any live streams and haven't leaked any news. They're probably holding back something big. The situation across the entire battlefield became tense and oppressive with the arrival of the hegemon class. The only one who could maintain a relaxed mindset was likely Ji Kang himself. He had already arrived at the third level war platform of his vehicle and opened the machine gun base panel. Upgrade route. Close-in weapon system upgrade cost 500 gold coins, 100 parts. 1500 steel plates upgrade route. Flamethrower turret upgrade cost 350 gold coins, 100 parts. 50 heavy oil, 50 fuel upgrade route. Anti-aircraft gun upgrade cost 1,500 gold coins. 1,000 parts. 50 alloy upgrade route. Laser cannon upgrade cost 3,000 gold coins. 2,000 parts. 200 alloy. 1 laser core upgrade route. High voltage electric grid upgrade cost 50,000 gold coins. 5,000 parts. 1,000 alloy. 10 super energy stones. 1 electric grid core requires level 5 power generation device as a prerequisite. Upgrade route. War railgun upgrade cost 30 million gold coins, 8 million parts. 25 million steel plates, 1 million alloy, 50,000 vibranium. 1 level 7 chip requires level 6 power generation device as a prerequisite. Upgrade route. Super ice explosion generator upgrade cost 1 billion gold coins. 15 million alloy, 50,000 vibranium, 10,000 obsidian, 5 million ice spirit stones. Since unlocking the Tier 6 vehicle last time, the new armed turret upgrade routes had become available, like the flame turrets. These were all elemental type turrets, however. This is something that cannot be afforded at the moment. The primary goal now is still the war railgun. Ji Zhang spent 20 million to instantly purchase a level 7 chip, and combined with various other materials, the total cost was just over 100 million. He clicked to upgrade immediately. Accompanied by a dazzling burst of light, the entire machine gun base began to grow and transform rapidly. Soon, all the white radiance dissipated. A massive weapon base with a heavy, dark gold luster stood impressively before his eyes. The first things to catch the eye were two parallel, ultra-heavy magnetic rails extending 25 meters in length. They were constructed from countless interlocking hexagonal vibranium modules, with deep blue energy streams flowing across their surfaces, and violent electric arcs visible inside, constantly darting about as they prepared to strike. Between the magnetic rails, a powerful magnetic field began to distort the light, forming a visual vortex that continuously collapsed inward. Following that was a complex, dizzying multi-layered composite structure and a high-density capacitor array. They were stacked in layers like the muscles of a giant beast. Finally, it was tightly encased in a thick, angular, dark alloy armored shell, with red glowing energy windows exposed only at critical nodes. A bucket-thick crimson guiding laser shot out from the calibrator at the front of the turret, piercing straight ahead like an unsheathed blade of red light. The entire appearance of the turret was filled with a near-cold, industrial aesthetic of violence. A brand new armament panel also appeared in Ji Zhang's eyes. War railgun level 3 category. Electromagnetic turret mode, single shot 3 calibers, 300 mm, 800 mm, 2 meters current power available, 10 shots. Current projectile count, filling 1 projectile requires Alloy X300, evaluation. A devastating kinetic electromagnetic weapon composed of a supercapacitor array, with a maximum range of 100 to 1,000 kilometers, varying with the projectile diameter. The materials required to fill the three types of caliber projectiles are the same, but their corresponding penetration strength, area damage, and kinetic destruction values differ. The war railgun possesses devastating suppression power against fixed fortresses, ultra-heavy units, large-scale formation nodes, and key targets of enemy legions. In the face of pure kinetic justice, all beings are equal. Friendly reminder: the war railgun requires guidance from the extraterrestrial orbital satellite system to achieve its maximum range. Chapter 336, An Unprecedented Great Siege. The curtain rises, it's settled. Looking at this super heavy weapon, a satisfied smile appeared on Ji Zhang's face. Just then, Dong Dong suddenly transmitted an important piece of intelligence. Master, a new anomaly point has appeared 80 kilometers ahead. The number of signals is unknown. The signal intensity is level 3, and it is the strongest signal detected so far. Ji Zhang raised an eyebrow and immediately took the elevator, arriving directly at the cockpit from the war zone on the 3rd floor. Master, look! Dong Dong jumped up from the pilot's seat, pointing at the large holographic screen in front. The map screen switched from red dot markers to a real-time view, and under Dong Dong's control, it zoomed in rapidly. There, amidst a thick, dense black fog, a mysterious and massive vehicle slowly emerged, revealing its general outline. It was a fully armed Tier 5 extreme-grade vehicle, exuding a gloomy, dangerous aura, almost blending into the darkness. Around the vehicle, a large number of dark creatures were crawling, yet not a single one attacked the mysterious vehicle. It wasn't because the vehicle was using any special concealment methods. It was because the vehicle itself was emitting the aura of their own kind. At the first glance of the mysterious vehicle, Ji Zhang knew that it belonged to the dark creature faction. I really didn't expect it. Even this kind of despised scum dares to appear so openly. And this signal intensity is indeed extraordinary. It actually reached level 3, crushing all other forces in terms of individual vehicle strength. The opponent clearly didn't come alone. After this dark vehicle appeared, one dark faction vehicle after another gradually surfaced, reaching as many as 1,000 in total. And this force was following near the Flesh Colossus. Are they planning to coordinate infantry and tanks? Ji Zhang couldn't help but let out a laugh. Meanwhile, in other directions, the various hyenas that were previously in hiding were also forming a pincer movement, gradually approaching the territory group of Ji Zhang and main city. No, aside from a few obvious dark faction forces, when the other forces mobilized, they had all, to varying degrees, encountered attacks from dark creatures, fighting their way forward while closing in on Ji Zhang's defensive line, fearing they wouldn't get a share of the spoils. Time seemed to thicken at this moment, every second becoming extremely slow. Even the conversations in the live broadcast room dwindled. Everyone was staring intently at the scene on the screen. Kikyu, take a few secondary vehicles to support the territory group. Ji Zhang ordered. Yes, master. Kikyu accepted the order, then piloted her mecha, leading the armored Wolf King, giant armed helicopters, and other secondary vehicles. Turning directly toward the direction of the territory group, Jiexia, you control the mechanical kingdom troops, responsible for dealing with those small monsters and all enemy targets other than those marked 1, 2, and 3. Ding dang. You are responsible for striking the large targets. Yes, master. The two girls responded with serious expressions. At this moment, as the Flesh Colossus approached, the pincer movement of the other enemy forces was getting closer and closer on the map. Some could even be seen through the vehicle's periscope. Rumble, rumble. The earth emitted a faint tremor. All the dark creatures, following the arrival of the Flesh Colossus, fell into a state of madness, throwing themselves at the defensive line one after another, fearless even as they were torn to shreds. Thud thud. The footsteps of the Flesh Colossus halted at the front of the battle line, less than 10 kilometers away from the war platform in a straight line. Its massive body, resembling a towering mountain of flesh, radiated an indescribable sense of oppression. The wails emitted by the twisted human faces embedded in its body echoed across the battlefield like demonic incantations. While it stirred the bloodthirsty instincts of the dark creatures, it also inflicted severe mental trauma upon any humans who heard those sounds. The Flesh Colossus slightly pulled its left shoulder back, assuming a posture to gather strength. Then, it swung the massive blood vessel that formed its left arm forward with a violent thrust. Asterisk. A tremendous sound of wind being torn apart erupted. The blood vessel whipped through the sky, leaving behind a massive afterimage as it flung out large swathes of pus and blood, which transformed into a dense rain of gore, hurtling toward the war platform. This offensive maneuver by the Flesh Colossus seemed to instantly ignite the suffocating tension of the battlefield. The cluster of dark vehicles at its side, along with other factions lurking in the surroundings, reacted as if they had heard the horn of a charged at that very moment. They launched the most terrifying, all-out assault on Ji Zhang's territory. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chaos and destruction descended completely in this instant. The chat in the livestream exploded simultaneously. Holy shit, the war has started, damn it. Look next to the Flesh Colossus. The dark faction is here too, fuck. So brazenly. Are there really people who joined the dark faction? Are they insane? Which faction is this? How can they tolerate such universally reviled trash? 9 times out of 10, it has something to do with the 2 major giants. And it's not just that one group. If you look at the perspectives from other live streams, they sometimes appear in the frame. All those who weren't attacked by dark creatures throughout the night are part of it. At least 5 supersized cities from the dark faction have appeared tonight. This is truly madness. Choosing to be a goddess center is one thing, but choosing to be a damn dark creature, how is this any different from digging up one's own ancestral grave? They've abandoned the most basic humanity. To those people, immortality and power are more important than anything else. Humanity is worth nothing. They've even discarded their animal instincts. Hold on, brother G. Sigh, if you can't win, just run. This wave is impossible to defend against. As long as the green hills remain, there's no need to worry about firewood. How is this even winnable? A tier overlord with double combat power, plus dozens of elite troops from various supersized cities. Even a god couldn't hold out against this. That rain of blood is about to fall. Hurry up and dodge. Don't let it pour on my head. In this heart-stopping moment, the war platform's Fortress Warform module fully deployed. The entire mechanical structure of the vehicle shifted rapidly, forming a massive fortress that stood firmly anchored upon the earth. Simultaneously, the Super Majesty Force Field device was activated instantly. An invisible energy field expanded in a flash, creating a zone of absolute suppression and debuffing. All the blood rain that entered the field rapidly slowed down, and more than half of it evaporated. Splat. Countless droplets of pus and blood splashed against the war fortress, but before the burning, toxic, and strong acid dissolution effects could even react, they were directly deflected by the Iron Mountain outer armor. The deflected rain of gore transformed into a dense barrage of bullets, sweeping away all the dark creatures in the vicinity. At the same time, the main vehicle's weapon turret, which had been kept in reserve for so long, finally revealed its edge. This sharpest blade of death on the battlefield was currently held in the hands of a little girl. Master said to wait until they get closer before firing. Dong Dong must be patient. A hint of eager excitement appeared on Dong Dong's cute face. Chapter 337, Shocking the Wilderness. The might of the top-tier weapon turret. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The air in all 4 directions vibrated violently. Everywhere was filled with turbulence and high heat caused by missiles, lasers, and kinetic firearms. In this moment, the entire Earth was illuminated brightly by the massive amount of firepower. All the vehicle armies that had surrounded them had launched their most ferocious fire attacks against Ji Zhang's vehicle and territory. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. From the moment they opened fire, everything became an irreversible life-or-death struggle, until one side was completely wiped out. Ji Zhang looked at the numerous red dots and attacks on the radar map, a savage grin appearing at the corner of his mouth. Do it. Give them everything you've got. Kill them all. As his voice fell, the 3 beautiful housekeepers under his command also unleashed their most powerful combat stances without mercy. The monsters from before were simply too weak. They hadn't even gotten serious yet, and they had easily steamrolled them. Now, it was finally time to get serious. Hum. In the 3rd layer of the war zone, one weapon turret after another entered a preheating state. The successive charging sounds, like giant engines roaring to life, lit up with dangerous red glows. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Ma-jun, who was conducting remote command over the entire region, also had a savage smile in his eyes as he issued orders in succession. Everyone, keep your distance. Let the dark creatures act as a buffer. Use long-range attacks to shatter his defenses first. 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion. Focus your attack on Jizang's territory. 3rd, 4th, and 5th Battalions. Directly invade the cluster of territories behind him. I've already coordinated with the Dragon God Society. We will split all the spoils of war equally. As for any other fools trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, wipe them out while you're at it. Understood? Serious responses echoed through the channel, but the words had barely faded. Everyone on the front line felt their pupils constrict slightly, because they saw that the turrets of Jizang's Tier 5 ultimate vehicle had already locked onto them from different directions. And Jizang was not employing a strategy of concentrated fire, but rather locking onto them separately. He wanted to deal with so many enemy forces at once. No, is he really that arrogant? How could he dare to be this arrogant, overestimating your own capabilities? The various powerhouses on the front lines curled their lips into ferocious, mocking sneers and ruthlessly issued the most vicious attack commands. Bang! The first to complete its warm-up was the pair of level 7 super heavy mortars. While upgrading the war railgun just moments ago, Jikang had also taken the opportunity to upgrade that level 6 Vulcan cannon and the Hellfire Dragon, including the one mounted on the giant armed helicopter. There were now a total of 3 super heavy mortars and 2 super concentrated flame dragons. As the super heavy mortars fired, massive projectiles imbued with terrifying kinetic energy erupted forth in that instant. Boom! Boom! The giant projectiles instantly tore through the air, leaving long trails of rippling shockwaves in their wake. The enemy forces also detected these 2 kinetic attacks. They immediately deployed vehicle defenses while simultaneously calculating the trajectories, attempting to intercept them. But it was completely futile. The 1.7-meter diameter super alloy projectiles plowed through everything in their path, smashing into their vehicles with pinpoint accuracy. The moment they were struck head-on, the vehicle owners didn't even have time to feel the impact. They could only watch in horror as the super alloy projectiles tore through their vehicles' heavy defenses as if they were made of cardboard. The outer armor was completely pierced. The vehicle durability dropped to 0 in an instant. Inside the cockpit, the sneer on the vehicle owner's face was still frozen from the second before, but the next moment, they were reduced to a smear of meat paste plastered against the curved surface of the super alloy projectile. Boom! The vehicle was ripped in half, triggering a violent explosion. Yet, the super alloy projectile did not stop. It continued to pierce through a succession of vehicles behind it until its kinetic energy was finally exhausted. This sudden turn of events left all the invading powerhouses stunned, unable to even comprehend what had just happened for a moment. At this time, a massive barrage of attacks also landed on Jikang's vehicle and territory. However, the destruction and ruin they had imagined did not occur. That Tier 5 ultimate vehicle, in its fortress form stationed upon the earth, withstood every single attack head-on, even absorbing and reflecting them back immediately. How is this possible? Seeing Jikang's fortress standing unscathed amidst the sea of explosive fire, without even a single dent or scratch, a bone-chilling cold swept through every powerhouse. The battlefield changed in the blink of an eye. After the super heavy mortars fired, the 2 super concentrated flame dragons also completed their initial warm-up. The fierce dragon bodies coiled upon their bases emitted the sound of dense, interlocking mechanical parts vibrating. Click dash click dash click dash click dash click click. A multitude of heat-dissipating fins, resembling dragon scales, fluttered as if breathing. Immediately following, deep red fuel lines poured into the threaded nozzles, instantly blasting out to dazzling streams of liquid fire. These 2 streams of fire pierced the night sky like lasers. The moment they touched the enemy vehicles, they splashed outward, triggering the most terrifying fuel-fire conflagration. Boom, boom! The earth was illuminated by the intense firelight, as if 2 angry volcanoes had erupted from the flat ground. Countless vehicles and dark monsters were rapidly dissolved and incinerated to ash within the liquid fire. The attack pattern of the flame dragons was truly terrifying. Not only was the damage radius extremely large, But the liquid fire also carried the incinerating bone erosion status, making everyone feel what true despair was. This was hellfire that would not extinguish until the physical body was burned to ash. Within just a few seconds of the battle starting, over 1,000 high-tier vehicles had been destroyed in the sea of fire. The terrifying power of these two types of top-tier armaments, combined with the unparalleled defensive capabilities displayed by the war platform, sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. The live stream chat was exploding. What the hell is this? Are you kidding me? Is this fucking kidding me? No way. How could Ji Kang possibly have so many high-tier turrets? Even counting the previous stream, he only earned a few $100 million at most. How could he afford to pile up so many high-tier armaments? This is too terrifying. How many enemy vehicles did he wipe out in one go? 300, 500. Holy crap. Another high-tier turret is firing. It's a high-energy weapon. Comments flew across the live stream at high speed. Most of the city lords followed the ultimate vehicle route. And precisely because of this, they had a clearer understanding of Ji Kang's armaments. They had originally thought that the mechs, the giant armed helicopters, and the tens of thousands of unmanned mechanical armies were already Ji Kang's most formidable trump cards. They never expected he had more up his sleeve. Each of the high-tier turrets that had just fired likely cost over $100 million to build. Are you kidding me? Doesn't that add up to over $1 billion? Moreover, they also noticed that Ji Kang's armed turrets were clearly stronger than their own turrets of the same level. What the hell was going on with that too? Chapter 338, A Powerful Counterattack. The world channel trembles. While everyone was caught in heated discussion and shock, the two giant, eyeball-like devices atop the war platform also launched their attacks at this moment. The targets of these two annihilation rays were locked directly onto the lead vehicles of the two opposing factions. Above the deep, dark spherical crystals, hundreds of prisms spun rapidly, energy accumulating swiftly until they finally fired to beams of black energy. SSHHH. The two rays instantly crossed the 7 or 8 kilometer distance, striking the two enemy leaders' vehicles head-on. The speed of the annihilation ray was the speed of light. There was virtually no possibility of predicting or defending against it. The moment they were struck, those two lords fell into absolute panic. They frantically maneuvered their vehicles, trying to escape the ray's attacks while deploying various defensive measures. But it was completely useless. The annihilation ray was too terrifying. It wasn't the burning effect of a standard laser, but rather a process of molecular decomposition. Anything that stood in front of the ray would collapse and decompose at an extremely rapid rate, even the strongest super ally. What the hell is this? Watching the durability of their vehicles plummet at a speed visible to the naked eye, the two leaders felt their scalps go numb. Outer armor, the main internal frame of the vehicle, the bulkhead plating, the indestructible metal was constantly turning into fine dust. Those two annihilation beams were like soul-reaping ghosts, relentlessly closing in on the lives inside the cabins. Seeing that their vehicles were about to be sliced clean through, the two leaders could only retreat frantically, forcing other vehicles in their army to act as meat shields. The scene was in total chaos. Under this desperate, encroaching pressure, Ji Kang's other armed turrets and various unmanned mechanical units followed in rapid succession. Retreat, quickly, those things are coming, damn it. Focus fire on those unmanned machines first. You son of a bitch. Using me as a shield. The battlefield was filled with destruction and flames. If the annihilation beams were precision-cutting blades, then the vast, sea-like swarm of unmanned mechanical units was the most terrifying nightmare for every other vehicle. Each evolved war machine dog was equipped with a small, infinite ammo closed defense cannon and carried 20 heavy armor-piercing rounds, let alone ghost-tier vehicles. They could even pierce the armor plating of combat vehicles. They could surround and kill Tier 5 vehicles, and anything below Tier 5 was simply swept away. With the super-strong defensive buff of the Iron Mountain outer plating, it was extremely difficult for the opposition to even manage a 1-for-1 trade. The hunter-killer drones were even more self-evident. Their movement speed was ridiculously fast. They could lock onto targets from extreme distances, and by coordinating with the extraterrestrial satellite system, they rained down various R2 ground missiles as if they were free. Then there were the heavy steel Vipers. They possessed a body length of over 8 meters, but they're elongated, Serpentine form and high-speed S-curve maneuvering made them incredibly difficult for the enemy to hit. Once an enemy vehicle was entangled by them, 3 lethal tools: laser cutters, ultra-high-frequency particle blades, and nanospine blades would immediately force their way into the vehicle's weak points. They were like maggots on a bone. Even a Tier 6 ghost vehicle or a Tier 6 combat vehicle, when faced with such terrifying entities possessing high-speed movement, forced penetration, and super strong defense, would only be continuously whittled down until the machines breached the interior, staging a bloody massacre of machine versus human. But the most terrifying of all were the 5,000 Mayfly walkers. When the mechanical army was fighting the dark creature army just moments ago, no one realized that such bizarre bionic machines could possess such terrifying combat power. They had just been playing around. They were only now getting serious. Hum. The dense humming sound roared across the sky like a giant wave. All the Mayfly walkers were moving at full speed, transforming into vast swarms of battlefield phantoms, rapidly harvesting vehicle after vehicle. And like the heavy steel vipers that drilled into the belly to invade, the Mayfly walkers performed powerful destruction directly from the outside. Their super weapons, such as thin-bladed wings and alloy foot spikes, acted like free-moving kinetic shells while flying at supersonic speeds, easily paralyzing a heavy vehicle. The retractable tail stingers at their rear were even more terrifying, like killer bees. A single forceful thrust could easily pierce through 1-meter-thick outer armor, spraying biological toxins into the opponent's vehicle. Survivors with a constitution stat below 300 points could barely last half a minute under the erosion of the biological toxins. Under Jizang's counterattack, the massive army of invading vehicles surrounding him was instantly on the verge of collapse. They realized they had provoked an existence they couldn't handle, and one by one, they made the split-second decision to turn their vehicles around and flee for their lives. But how could Jizang possibly let them go? "Don't run away. I haven't properly entertained you yet." Jizang's soft chuckle echoed through the public radio channel, sounding like the whispers of the Grim Reaper, making everyone's spine turn cold. "No, don't, Jizang, spare us. We were forced into this. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can testify for you. I can come out and identify the mastermind behind this. I'll reveal the truth to the public." The overture of death played frantically across the battlefield. Those vehicle armies closest to Jizang were rapidly annihilated in the blink of an eye amidst a terrifying series of explosions and a sea of fire. The scene was too shocking. It completely stirred the nerves of all the City Lord spectators. Holy crap! Holy crap! Are you kidding me? Bro, just how strong are these unmanned machines of Jizang's? This is too ridiculous. These are 50,000 subunits. Every single one of them is this strong. Are they trying to leave us no way to live? This trump card is truly ruthless. He was just misleading everyone while fighting the dark creatures. He only brought out his real strength now. Jizang's vehicle tier must be terrifyingly high. I really didn't expect this. I thought Jizang would be in a huge passive position tonight, but I never imagined such a fierce counterattack the moment the battle started. Did you notice? Jizang diverted his secondary vehicles to support the territory cluster. And he can still counterattack on the main battlefield like this. That's just absurd. Yeah, what's happening over at the territory cluster? I just switched over to check. They're holding steady. The people under Jizang aren't weak to begin with. And with the dense defensive lines and the coordination of several major secondary vehicles, those who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to invade the territory cluster aren't having a good time. Damn, good thing I didn't go. I'm actually quite close to Radiant City. When the coordinates were exposed, I was actually tempted. But thankfully my subordinates talked me out of it. Otherwise, I'd probably be suffering this huge loss right now. You're still feeling lucky. Jizang is going to settle scores one by one later. Those of you who are close will definitely be the first to suffer. Chapter 339, Peak Showdown. Mechanical Giant Turtle vs Dark Coalition. No, I didn't even go. Why would he settle scores with me? I even paid 5 million for a ticket to watch Jej. I contributed to this battle too. Stop making excuses, brother. It's useless. If Jikang survives tonight, he's definitely going to be blinded by bloodlust. It doesn't matter if you were there or not. How are you going to prove you weren't? Ha 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 ha. Just wait to get wrecked, brother. Who told you to be located so close to Glory City? But it's hard to say. The top two powers in our southern wilderness have formed a blood feud with Ji Kang. There's no room for negotiation at all. Although Ji Kang is strong, the gap in scale between the two sides is still too massive. True. And both major powers surely have Titan-level powerhouses. With such a disparity in lineup, it's impossible to win unless Ji Kang survives tonight and immediately raises his banner to recruit a massive following. Maybe then he'd actually have a chance to stand against them. While the heated discussion raged on in the livestream chat, the masterminds behind the two giants, the Ascension Club and the Dragon God Society, were watching the almost one-sided battle on their screens, nearly coughing up blood and rage. Trash. A bunch of useless trash, good-for-nothings. Ma Jun's entire mental state was on the verge of collapse. For this battle, he had coordinated with the Dragon God Society, deploying enough force to completely crush a super major city. It was supposed to be a battle they were guaranteed to win, a battle to establish their dominance. He had even signed a military pledge in front of Elder Lu. But with the current situation, there was no establishing dominance to speak of. With such a massive coalition of powerhouses, not to mention the scattered forces hoping to steal the spoils of war amidst the chaos, they couldn't even take down a single GC and G. Instead, they were being beaten back at every turn. How was he supposed to answer to his superiors? Ma Jun now regretted it so much he wanted to slap himself. If he hadn't tried to take a bite out of Ji Kang earlier by using coordinates to force him into submission, things wouldn't have devolved into this mess. But everything was already set in stone. He could only walk this path to the end. If he really let Ji Kang survive tonight, he would inevitably become a thorn in the side of the Ascension Club. By personally creating such a formidable enemy, he, the vice president, might even be stripped of his position. Ji Kang had to die. Ma Jun's eyes were bloodshot as he immediately pressured the entire coalition, ordering them to take down Ji Kang's territory at any cost and destroy his territory still. At this moment, as the first wave of the offensive had fully unfolded, the Flesh Colossus and the army of the strongest dark faction vehicles beside it were approaching the core battlefield at high speed. They were the true main force of this battle. Inside the lead dark vehicle, a young man with delicate, feminine features had a hint of long-suppressed madness flickering in his eyes as he stared straight at the battlefield, which had become a sea of fire. The bloodshed and death seemed to be seducing the demon within his heart, making him even more bloodthirsty and fanatical. In the radio frequency of the cockpit, Ma Jun's voice, filled with pressure, kept coming through. Bai Li, do you hear me? After a long silence, Bai Li's slightly cold, chilling laughter drifted out. Vice President Ma, this Ji Kang is indeed a bit troublesome. Spit it out. I know you're hiding your trump cards. At a time like this, what are you still thinking about? Ma Jun was somewhat frantic. He had staked all his hopes on Bai Li and absolutely could not afford a failure. I can help you take him down, even if it costs me a great deal of my foundation and hidden resources. But I wonder, Vice President Ma, how will you compensate me afterward? Ma Jun was silent for a moment. What do you want? Bai Li laughed. I want to join the Council of Elders. Of those 10 seats, I want one. Hearing the words Council of Elders, Ma Jun's brow twitched slightly. This guy was waiting for this. After all, the Council of Elders was the true ruling class of this Ascension Club, possessing the highest authority, second only to the president. There were 10 seats in total, and Ma Jun ranked third. Above him were the other vice president and the president of the Ascension Club, Elder Lu Zhenyu. The requirements for joining the Council of Elders were extremely strict. Not only did the city lord need to be exceptionally powerful and highly influential, but they also had to belong to the Dark Creature faction. Finally, they needed the unanimous consent of the 3 presidents to enter. Furthermore, the most important point was that the 10 seats of the Council of Elders were permanent and never increased. It was a case of 1 seat for 1 person. To get Bai Li in, Ma Jun would not only have to concede enough benefits to Elder Lu and the other vice president, but he would also have to kick out one of the elders who was urgently under his own command. The price was too high. Vice President Ma, rest assured, I will be loyal to you and Elder Lu. With my power, I will become your strongest support within the Council of Elders. Bai Li's mouth curled into an arrogant, confident smirk. Ma Jun's expression was uncertain. He hesitated for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and agreeing fine. The call ended. The smile on Bai Li's face became unbridled. His cockpit rose from its position, ascending directly to the top deck of the vehicle, surrounded by rampaging dark figures and the flames of destruction. He felt like Blackbird from One Piece, standing at the forefront of the storm, bringing oppression and despair to the world. Little ones, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Bai Li's cold, chilling laughter echoed throughout the vehicle fleet, sparking a fervent, battle-hungry response. This was the change that came with joining the Dark Creature faction. Under the influence of dark power, they felt almost no fear, only a fanatical, bloodthirsty heart and a strong desire to pursue power and immortality. Rumble, rumble. At the same time, Ji Kang's war platform had also retracted its fortress form. The entire vehicle body rose from the ground and drove toward the Dark Army ahead. The absolute main forces of both sides on this battlefield were clearly about to engage in a head-on slaughter. On one side, a hegemon-level dark creature and the strongest dark vehicle army. On the other, Ji Kang's main vehicle. From the screen, Ji Kang looked like a lone swordsman, charging into the vast enemy ranks single-handedly, filled with a sense of tragic heroism. But the audience, having just witnessed the power of Ji Kang's vehicle, remained in a state of tense anticipation. Who knew if Ji Kang had truly played all his trump cards? Furthermore, the armaments he had already revealed were more than enough to go toe-to-toe with the main forces on the other side. It's finally starting. Who will emerge victorious tonight depends on this very moment. Damn, we are truly witnessing history tonight. I'd call this the most significant battle for survivors in the southern wilderness to date. Ji Zhang is challenging the hegemony of the two giants. If he becomes a legend after tonight's battle, he won't even need to do anything else. Just by shouting a slogan, he could easily rally the foundation of a major faction. It's coming! It's coming! Amidst the exclamations, the straight-line distance between the two sides rapidly closed. The first to strike was the Overlord-class Flesh Colossus. Its mountain-like, towering frame leaped into the air from where it stood, with a thunderous thud. The earth shook violently, like a supersized cannonball. The Flesh Colossus descended from the sky, crashing directly toward the war platform. Chapter 340. Is this level of intensity even reasonable, may I ask? Rumble. The shadow flying across the sky at high speed was so massive it nearly blotted out the sun. A terrifying hurricane was whipped up, the whistling sound like rolling thunder, creating a chilling sense of oppression as if the sky itself were collapsing. The Flesh Colossus raised the heavy hammer in its right arm high into the air, and with the powerful momentum of its body, it delivered an earth-shattering downward smash. Even a Tier 5 ultimate-grade vehicle, as powerful as it was, would likely be flattened into a sheet of scrap metal if hit head-on by this strike. At such a critical moment, Dong Dong, who was piloting the main vehicle, immediately activated the furnace overload state of the microstellar reactor. Boom! The microstellar reactor, acting like the heart of a giant beast, let out a low roar. All energy transmission pipes turned red instantly, pushing the entire vehicle to move laterally with power that exceeded its limits. In that brief instant, the true body of the mechanical giant turtle erupted with a top speed exceeding 1,500 kilometers per hour, kicking up a gale and narrowly dodging the Flesh Colossus's attack. Boom! The giant hammer landed, shattering the entire surrounding crust and blasting up a massive, towering wave of earth. This terrifying scene made the hearts of all the spectators nearly stop. They had thought Ji Zhang's main vehicle was about to be hit head-on by the Flesh Colossus, but it had suddenly flickered away. If not for the motion blur on the screen indicating high-speed movement, everyone would have thought it was teleportation. What just happened? Holy crap! My soul almost flew out of my body. What the hell was that? What was that burst of speed? That must have hit a speed of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. On the other side, Bai Li, who had been full of confidence, saw this scene and his pupils constricted sharply. This wasn't some tiny subunit. This was a main vehicle. How could it possibly erupt with such an outrageous speed? But now was the moment of close-quarters combat. There was no time to think. Attack! At Bai Li's command, all the dark vehicles in the rear unleashed their most violent attacks. The reason Bai Li had become the highest-weighted signal marker on the entire battlefield was not just because he was powerful himself, but because the army he brought this time consisted entirely of elites from a super main city. They were all Tier 6 combat vehicles and Tier 5 ultimate grade vehicles, and their level of armament was exceptionally high. This wave of concentrated fire illuminated the space between the army and the war platform as bright as day. Energy intertwined and surged so crazily that even space itself began to fluctuate. Such terrifying firepower was enough to raze a steel city to the ground in an instant. However, as soon as it entered the domain of the war platform, it was as if it had crashed into an invisible, muddy space. Its speed and power were greatly diminished, and it finally struck the outer armor only to be violently deflected back. However, compared to the fire from other factions, Bai Li's Dark Army was clearly several times stronger. They were able to make the war platform's outer armor show visible signs of indentation and recoil, though it still didn't manage to break through. This scene, which defied all logic, made it impossible for Bai Li to keep a smile on his face any longer. The corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. He found it almost impossible to understand. Both were Tier 5 ultimate grade vehicles. So why was Ji Zhang's vehicle so strong? Even under such a siege, there wasn't the slightest sign of its defenses being breached. Prepare for coordinated combat, Bai Li shrieked. The distance was close enough now. Human vehicle coordinated combat. This was the strongest form of a top-tier vehicle cluster. Under Bai Li's orders, all combat members were ready. They let their parasites or stewards take over the vehicles while they stepped onto the decks, beginning to channel the vast energy within their bodies. Use ice-type abilities to freeze it. Everyone else, use long-range attacks. Prioritize cutting off the energy transmission system of Ji Zhang's vehicle, Bai Li shouted. The next second, several powerhouses possessing the rarest ice-type talents simultaneously activated their abilities, launching long-range attacks at the war platform. The powerhouses from other squads immediately followed suit, unleashing their strongest long-range techniques. At this moment, the war platform also aimed its super heavy mortar, super focused flame dragon, and annihilation ray at Bai Li's Dark Army, beginning a frantic barrage. Furthermore, the crossbow of ending had shifted its direction, aiming at the flesh colossus that had just landed. Swoosh asterisk. A super alloy arrow shot out, tearing through the air and creating a series of ripples, piercing precisely into the head of the flesh colossus. The kinetic energy of the crossbow of ending was too terrifying, and combined with the absolute sharpness of the arrow, even the bones of a double combat power overlord class creature could not withstand it. Splurt asterisk. Accompanied by a piercing sound of flesh being torn. The massive super alloy arrow instantly pierced through the flesh colossus's forehead, creating a huge hole that went straight through, with a large amount of pus and blood spraying out. It was a terrifying, fatal wound roar. The flesh and blood colossus let out a roar of agony. Its entire body was overturned by the momentum of the arrows, crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom. At the same time, the clash between the war platform and the army of dark vehicles officially entered a white-hot stage. Both sides had descended into the most frenzied close-quarters bombardment. The surroundings felt like the apocalypse. Everywhere was filled with billowing flames and smoke. The sounds of elemental attacks, artillery fire, explosions, and laser searing almost merged into a single, continuous roar. Yet, even under such extreme siege, Ji Kang's war platform held firm against the immense pressure, crashing into the enemy ranks at high speed with a deafening roar. The formation of Bai Li's army was instantly thrown into chaos. This was now a true vehicular melee. Fire! Open fire for me! Bai Li roared frantically over the radio channel. Watching the chaotic scene before him, he fell into a state of madness. This fucking made no sense at all. How could that piece of junk vehicle of Ji Kang's still be unscathed after all this? But the truly desperate scene was yet to come. After entering the enemy formation, the war platform immediately deployed its ultra-high voltage coil. Zzzzzt boom. A vast web of lightning formed a massive field, instantly tearing everything in the vicinity to shreds. Dazzling lightning bolts intertwined densely, as if a giant ball of lightning had risen from the earth. Every vehicle touched by it instantly entered a state of short-circuiting and malfunction. Inside, apart from the vehicle owners with the strongest physics, All other survivors were instantly charred by the electricity. What was even more terrifying was that this electromagnetic field was superimposed with a massive gravity field, turning the area around Ji Kang's vehicle into a near-death black hole. No matter who it was, to get close was to die. If that were all, there might still be a chance to counterattack by staying away from his vehicle. But the opponent's vehicle was ridiculously fast, and it possessed the most powerful turret armaments it was in existence with almost no weaknesses. In a very short time, Bai Li's dark army had transformed from a fierce, surging assault force into a chaotic flock of lambs, waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 341. The Terror of the War Railgun. Instant kill of a Dark City Lord. Fire! Fire! Stop firing! You're hitting friendly forces. Fuck your mother! Stop firing! It's all hitting my side now. Chaos and slaughter turned the entire battlefield upside down. After Ji Kang's vehicle charged in, it continued to push through everything with an overwhelming, crushing momentum. In this kind of vehicular close-quarters combat, the strength of the outer armor was put to the ultimate test. But Bai Li could not fathom it. Both were Tier 5 ultimate-grade vehicles with maxed-out outer armor levels. Why was Ji Kang's defense so strong? He must have some special item assisting him. Bai Li was grinding his teeth so hard they were about to shatter. Since a moment ago, he had been using his vehicle's mobility to put distance between himself and Ji Kang. Using other vehicles as cover, he cast his gaze toward the energy storage compartment at the rear. The energy bar had reached its maximum. It was time to get serious. I don't believe you can defend against this too. A look of utter madness flashed in the depths of Bai Li's eyes as he pressed the red button in front of him. Vroom. Accompanied by a terrifying charging sound, the entire vehicle began to vibrate violently. The air that had been permeating the surroundings seemed to receive some kind of guidance. Rushing frantically toward the vehicle, a massive vortex instantly appeared around the vehicle. Black mist and air currents swept in, continuously pouring into the internal ventilation ducts through the gaps in the outer armor, and were constantly compressed within a weapon device. The entire compression process lasted only a few seconds. The violent shaking of Bai Li's vehicle came to a halt. The massive, gloomy cannon muzzle on top aimed and locked onto Ji Kang's war platform. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. This was the silence before the arrival of the Grim Reaper. The savage grin on the corner of Bai Li's mouth reached an extreme, and he issued the attack command directly. His vehicle's ace armament, the energy-gathering compressed air cannon, fired instantly, but 10 seconds earlier. These little maneuvers of Bai Li's had already been completely exposed under the radar detection of the mechanical giant turtle. Dong had already planned to finish the opponent off when they first entered the fray. But since Ji Kang said to keep one alive because they would be useful later, she had intended to clear out these cannon fodder first. It seemed, however, that she had no choice but to strike now. Dong turned back and shouted, "Master, that guy is charging up," Ji Kang said casually. "Go ahead. Those animals aren't that easy to kill anyway." "Yay!" Dong cheered and immediately pressed the activation key. The next second, the war railgun on the third war deck quickly entered a charging state. Vroom! The 225-meter-long heavy magnetic rails instantly emitted a terrifying magnetic field, causing even the space around them to ripple with faint vortexes. After a brief charging preparation, the two magnetic rails expanded outward, and the metal groove in the center tore out several thick electric arcs. A super-alloy projectile of the largest caliber was ejected with a boom. Boom! A violent sonic boom rang out. The instantly erupted speed, combined with the 2-meter maximum caliber, created a translucent cavity along the entire path, as if space itself had been forcibly torn open. Although it was the largest caliber, the initial velocity of the super-alloy projectile still reached a terrifying 30 meters per second. They are ionized due to energy overload, bursting with countless wandering pale electric snakes. The entire massive projectile reached the front of Bai Li's vehicle almost instantly, and at the same time, Bai Li's energy-gathering compressed air cannon had just fired from its muzzle. It was a pure white torrent, created from over 1.0 cubic meters of compressed air. Its instantly erupted energy was enough to tear anything to shreds. It was a pity that this ferocious air cannon had encountered the largest caliber war railgun. When the attack was launched, Dong had already calibrated the trajectory. The attacks from both sides remained almost on the same horizontal line, colliding with a thunderous boom boom. The two attacks struck at the most violent angle, generating an earth-shattering instantaneous explosion. A massive shockwave rippled outward from the point of contact, blasting all vehicles in the surrounding area into the air and carving a deep crater into the ground. Damn it! Bailey let out a roar of extreme fury. His entire vehicle was knocked back several dozen meters by the shockwave, only managing to stabilize thanks to its high-performance suspension. The rage in his heart was already beyond words. His most dreadful, invincible ace move had actually been intercepted. Transform! Bailey bellowed. Things had reached this point. If he didn't use his full strength, he might be defeated and perish here at any moment. Following his voice command, every module and component of the entire vehicle began to rapidly shift and reorganize. Click dash clack dash click dash clack dash click. Clack. The machinery and structure emitted a continuous clanging of gears locking into place. The once massive frame transformed into a smaller, more densely armored bionic steel wolf. This steel wolf stood out prominently among the surrounding vehicles. Its speed and agility were far superior to its previous form. Its mouth was also equipped with a light pulse cannon, and its body was covered in sharp edges and blades. It was truly a metallic beast of war. When Ji Kang saw this scene, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This transformation of the main vehicle was quite interesting. It was essentially a brand new, upgraded version of an armored Wolf King, and fortunately, it was useless. The moment the steel wolf had just finished forming, the second missile from the war railgun arrived with a roar. Boom! Before this bionic metal beast could show off its might, more than half of its head was shattered by the super-alloy projectile. A large amount of steel debris sprayed outward, and the exposed internal structures and wiring crackled with electric arcs and smoke. The entire vehicle, having lost its cockpit, fell into a state of temporary incapacitation and froze completely in place. Bailey was stunned, or rather, he no longer had a brain left to be stunned with, because his body had been torn to shreds along with the impact of that last strike. At this moment, he was scattered in pieces here and there. Blood coated the entire ruined cockpit. The only relatively intact part was a small fragment of his skull, still attached to one eye and half a nose. The pupil of that single eye was trembling violently. Then, the third railgun shot arrived. It pierced through the torso of the steel wolf, tearing apart the belly compartment and all major connecting joints. This high-level, Tier 5 ultimate vehicle had its durability reduced to 0 at this moment, completely shattering apart. The entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. All the vehicles that had been in the midst of the chaotic melee froze for a moment, watching this scene and fold in disbelief. The City Lord's vehicle was gone. Chapter 342. The night the landscape of the southern wilderness was rewritten, the world channel in an uproar. At this moment, even the survivors of the Dark Faction, no matter how frenzied their battle intent or how hot their blood, felt a chill run through their entire bodies. It was over. This battle was a complete failure. Run, flee, run quickly. The battlefield instantly descended into the most terrifying, chaotic rout. It wasn't just the remaining vehicles of the Dark Faction. Even the forces from other factions realized that the situation had turned dire. One by one, they greased their heels and turned around to bolt. Damn it all to hell. Whoever said Bright Light City was a piece of fat meat, let them be the ones to gnaw on it. The people from those other factions were now regretting their actions so much that their guts were turning green. In truth, they had wanted to retreat the moment they witnessed Ji Kang's strength, but too many people had already died, and the sunk costs were simply too high. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue the charge, hoping that if Bright Light City collapsed, they could at least recoup some of their losses. But the longer this battle dragged on, the more terrified they became, especially after a small portion of elite troops secretly circled behind to attack Ji Kang's territory. They finally learned what true terror was. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't leave even the slightest mark on the walls of Ji Kang's territory, and any vehicle that attempted to approach was instantly destroyed by the defensive towers on the walls. Anyone with half a brain could tell. The walls and defensive towers of Ji Kang's territory possessed unimaginable stat bonuses. This was a difference in tiers. Delusionally trying to invade such a territory was no different from throwing one's life away. It was utterly ridiculous. Ever since a moment ago, various factions had been decisively turning around to retreat. This titan, Ji Kang, was simply not someone their ragtag group of soldiers could afford to provoke. As the leader of the Dark Army was eliminated, this sense of panic spread to every corner of the battlefield. But now, Bright Light City had begun a full-scale counterattack. With the army collapsing like a mountain, being able to escape alive was a stroke of extreme luck, a great rout, one that would be recorded in the history books of the Southern Wilderness. Had just begun. Coming here had been easy. Bright Light City had been completely undefended, with no resistance whatsoever. But getting back would be a different story. The Mechanical Kingdom's drone army, along with various secondary vehicles, began a frenzied pursuit of the fleeing soldiers. Not only that, but even the powerhouses from the territory cluster, such as Li Jiangwo and Yixingzhou, drove their vehicles out to launch a counter-slaughter. This was a counterattack plan that had been prepared long in advance. The top experts of the Justice Alliance had been holding back the vast majority of their strength, waiting precisely for this moment to beat the drowning dog. Brothers, follow Master G and slaughter them all. Kill. Wipe out these sons of bitches. Weren't you having a blast just a moment ago? Come on, keep it up. Don't you fucking run. A torrent of steel poured forth, and the roar of vehicles echoed across the land like rolling thunder. As the battle progressed, the abyss monsters of the night had long since been wiped out. Now, aside from a few scattered stragglers, the only major target remaining was the Flesh Colossus. During the previous skirmish, this Overlord-tier monster had been continuously suppressed by the firepower of a few turrets from the mechanical giant turtle, dying several times over, and it had come back to life just as many times. Yet, with every resurrection, one of the human faces on its body would vanish, and its aura would diminish significantly. Draining its health bar was only a matter of time. It would take nothing more than the mechanical giant turtle diverting the firepower of one or two turrets to finish it off. At this moment, the entire live stream, and even the global channel, had fallen into an unprecedented frenzy. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. The counterattack has started. Good God. Radiant City was holding back a massive move all along. I can't take it. Tonight is too explosive. Damn. After this battle, the power structure of the entire Southern Wilderness is going to be rewritten. Jikang has truly ascended to godhood tonight. This is what you call one man against 10,000. 2 shots to shatter the Dark Soul Officer. I'm on your side. Ah, that guy from the Dark faction is probably smeared on a wall by now. No matter how strong your physique is, you can't withstand an electromagnetic cannon of that caliber. He's definitely still alive. Dark creatures are the hardest to kill. I don't believe that City Lord died so quickly. He might have already slipped away. Whether he slipped away or not, the two giants have lost all face tonight. They gathered such a massive army to establish their dominance, only to be counterkilled by a single super city. No. Wait, counterkilled by Jikang alone. If they can't recover from this, the two giants might as well quit. They should just hand the throne of the Southern Wilderness over to Jikang support. How? Regardless, I'm thoroughly entertained. It's about time someone took those two arrogant giants down a peg. They thought they could rule the Southern Wilderness as they pleased, but now they've finally hit a hard wall. The situation had escalated to the point where it wasn't just the onlookers discussing it. Every top powerhouse in the Southern Wilderness, including the two giants themselves, was watching closely. Ma Jun, the nominal supreme commander, felt like he was about to vomit blood. Defeated, a crushing defeat. Watching the vast number of vehicles fleeing in the footage, he wished he could teleport to the scene and personally gun down every single one of these useless, incompetent fools. After tonight's massive failure, it wasn't just his position as vice president that was at stake. Whether he could even keep his seat on the Council of Elders was now in question. He would have to go and beg for forgiveness with a rod on his back. Gritting his teeth, Ma Jun dialed the frequency for Elderlu. At this moment, the battlefield was undergoing a frantic cleanup, and in a corner that no one noticed, a muddy, humanoid figure was slowly coalescing beneath the wreckage of a giant steel wolf. It was Bai Li, whose body had been blasted to pieces just moments ago. At this moment, the arrogant and perverse smile was long gone from Bai Li's face. It had been replaced by a look of pale, trembling terror. It was only thanks to the blessing of the dark power that he was able to reform his physical body after such complete destruction. If it had been a survivor from any other faction, They would have been dead beyond saving by now. Go back. I have to get back quickly, even without a vehicle. As long as his territory still remained, there was still a glimmer of hope for a comeback. And he still had Ma-jun as his backer. He had already paid such a heavy price. Ma-jun would surely support him heavily. Yes. And there was more. He could pay the price of 1/3 of his soul to buy back an initial vehicle from the mysterious merchant in the ancient Chaos domain. That's right. He still had a great chance. The most important thing now was to escape immediately. Ji Kang, I will make you die. The fear in Bai Li's heart transformed once again into extreme rage. And he wished he could completely devour the image of that young man still lingering in his mind. But he had only just stood up. He looked up and saw that nightmare-like figure standing right in front of him, smiling. Chapter 343, Capturing Bai Li Alive. The secret of the Ascension Club, looking for me. The newcomer's voice was like a whisper from the Grim Reaper, sounding incredibly clear amidst the chaos and death of the battlefield. It felt like a sharp blade piercing deep into Bai Li's soul. It made him tremble almost instinctively. Bai Li's entire body shook like chaff, but soon, the fear deep within his heart transformed into endless madness. He appeared. He actually dared to appear before him in his physical body. Ha 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 ha. Bai Li let out a shrill laugh, and the massive energy within his body surged wildly. S-rank metal talent atomic gold edge. O-rank fire talent fire grave. O-rank water talent deep sea pressure. In this critical moment, Bai Li used the dark energy to squeeze out every bit of potential from his physical body. Several elemental talents infused with dark energy erupted almost simultaneously, striking directly at Ji Kang. Time seemed to freeze in that second. Bai Li's bloodshot eyes were filled with extreme insanity and killing intent. At such close range, no one could dodge such a powerful, multi-layered attack. It felt as if, in the next second, Bai Li would see this person torn to pieces by his own hands. But the scene he imagined did not happen at all. Ji Kang did not panic, nor did he dodge quickly, nor did he use any equipment or items to block the attack. He simply raised his wrist slightly and flicked his index finger toward his own direction. Asterisk snap, asterisk. It was an extremely faint snapping sound, so quiet it was almost inaudible. However, Bai Li felt a mysterious and ancient power suddenly descend upon him. He felt every cell of his physical body, and even his will and soul, completely enveloped by that ancient, mighty force. Singularity domination, repulsion release. Boom! Bai Li heard no sound, nor could he see anything. His body shattered. It split into countless fragments. But the blood from his body did not splatter outward. Instead, along with the fragments of his flesh, it was instantly pushed away by that mighty force. All elemental attacks, along with the surrounding wreckage of the steel giant wolves, were also swept away by that invisible power. Rumble. With Ji Kang as the center, the surrounding area was instantly cleared into a pristine space. Not even dust or smog could be seen, as if it were a domain of absolute purity. 1 second, 10 seconds. Bai Li's body, which had turned into fragments and blood foam, struggled to aggregate once more with the help of the dark energy. Only this time, his energy was nearly exhausted. His entire body was like a pile of mud, barely holding its shape, and he found it extremely difficult even to stand firm. 1/3 of the whites of Bai Li's eyes had already been eroded by darkness. He was on the verge of losing his sanity. But looking at that calm figure in the distance, he was instinctively giving rise to an infinite fear of death. How is this possible? Bai Li's parched lips trembled. He simply could not believe the scene that had just unfolded. What had Ji Kang just done? Why did he possess such terrifying power? Ji Kang took a step forward, walking toward Bai Li step by step. Don't come over, don't come over. Bai Li turned to flee, but his newly reformed body was too fragile. He fell to the ground after only a few steps, left only to struggle and crawl. Seeing Ji Kang approaching step by step, he was nearly driven mad with terror. He took out various valuable equipment, items, and special artifacts from his inventory as if they were worthless, using them all at once without regard for their functions, hoping only to intercept the footsteps of that figure. But these so-called trump cards and foundations of Bai Li appeared so laughable in the face of absolute power. After a one-time consumable weapon, Breath of the True Dragon, was released. The place where Ji King stood was blasted into a giant crater. The figure also disappeared into the sky, filling smoke. A look of hysterical ecstasy appeared on Bai Li's face. It worked. But he dared not go over to confirm whether Ji King was dead or alive. He scrambled up from the ground, turned, and began to sprint across the land with an awkward gait, wanting to escape this deadly battlefield. But the next second, not far ahead, he saw the devilish figure with a smile on his face once again. Bai Li's heart nearly collapsed. He shrieked and screamed, using the last of his strength to charge at GC and G. Snap. With a crisp sound, Bai Li's head was already in Ji King's hand, yet his body remained where it was, maintaining the final posture of his running momentum. When he came to his senses, he was already separated from his head. "Spare me, please. I am willing to do anything for you." As a top-tier powerhouse at the city lord level, Bai Li's head trembled as he begged for mercy, snot and tears streaming out uncontrollably. He was wretched to the extreme. "Let's talk. Tell me all the intelligence you know. Pick the important points. I'll give you 10 minutes. For every minute that passes, if you don't provide intelligence that satisfies me, I will give you a jolt of electricity." Ji King held Bai Li's head, a cold smile hanging on his face. I'll talk. Bai Li seemed to have grasped at the final straw. Betting all his hope on Ji King's mercy, he blurted out everything. The coordinates of his super main city, personnel, strength, controlled resources, and so on. But he still could not escape Ji King's punishment. A black and white divine might descended from the sky, striking directly onto Bai Li's headless, mangled torso. The intense elemental energy of the tribulation lightning Wuxi frantically refined Bai Li's body, instantly burning it into charred remains while continuously purifying the dark energy remaining in his flesh. Those dark energies were his lifeline. For every bit that was washed away, he moved one step closer to true death. Bai Li was terrified to the extreme, screaming like a madman. Ji King moved his mind, and the energy of the tribulation lightning Wuxi dissipated. "Time is limited. You need to pick the important points. Understand?" Bai Li begged frantically. "Don't burn me. Don't burn me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." He dared not play any tricks, nor did he dare to hold anything back. The pain of having his soul purified by lightning was simply comparable to hell. Following this, Bai Li laid out everything he knew. This included the current status of the entire Ascension Club, their style of operation, general goals, and partial intelligence on high-level members like Ma Jun. It was only now that Ji King learned the Ascension Club also had a ruling class called the Council of Elders. Unfortunately, Bai Li had not been able to enter the Council of Elders, and most of the secret intelligence he knew was obtained from Ma Jun, making it difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood. What could be confirmed for now was that the entire upper echelon of the Council of Elders was highly likely to belong to the Dark Creature faction. Chapter 344. Victory in the Defense of Glory City. Tallying the spoils. This was very critical. It concerned the future situation of the entire southern wilderness. In addition, there was intelligence on members who were on good terms with Bai Li, as well as information Bai Li's super main city had collected from the chaotic ancient realm. Ji King recorded it all directly and sent it to Long Yucheng, having him enter it into the intelligence database. Afterward, Ji King subjected Bai Li to several more rounds of electric interrogation. Once he confirmed that no more value could be squeezed out, a bolt of tribulation lightning blasted him into fragments. He was completely wiped out, leaving no trace behind. Ji King looked indifferently at the ashes covering the ground, turned around, and returned in the direction of the mechanical giant turtle. His livestream had been turned off ever since the counter-offensive began. At this moment, the area surrounding the territory was nothing but a vast expanse of vehicle wreckage, corpses, and shell craters. The mechanical giant turtle had disengaged its camouflage skin, its massive body appearing out of thin air like a small mountain, becoming the only behemoth in the four directions. The mechanical giant turtle's firepower continued to suppress the flesh colossus. It wasn't that this overlord-class entity was particularly strong, it was simply that its health bar was incredibly thick, and it was a mechanic-heavy monster. During the process where it consumed human faces to resurrect, no matter how much damage was dealt, it was impossible to interrupt its resurrection cycle, unless one utilized super-elemental powers like Tribulation Lightning, or abilities such as the Elven race's purifying incantations. The only option was to kill it over and over again until the human faces on its body were completely exhausted. Now that the flesh colossus had only 3 human faces left, Jizang couldn't be bothered to wait any longer and unleashed a direct strike of tribulation lightning purgatory. The entire area transformed into a raging sea of black and white thunder. The massive body of the flesh colossus turned into a giant mass of boiling flesh amidst the fierce thunder, twisting and struggling as if enduring immense agony. As strands of dark energy were purified away, the 3 remaining human faces on its body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until all energy was depleted, the remains of the flesh colossus turned into a giant lump of scorched earth, completely losing all signs of life. Successfully killed a flesh colossus overlord class. Gold coins come 100 million. Blood soul human face overlord class come 2. Super main city multiplier applied. Successfully absorbed a wisp of lightning power. The kill notification rang out, and another 100 million gold coins were added to his account. On the other side, all of Jizang's secondary units, along with the various powerhouses of Radiant City, were still in the midst of hunting down the remnants of the defeated army. Those who could be captured were taken prisoner, those who could not were annihilated on the spot. This pursuit lasted for over an hour, and it wasn't until the final group of hostile forces was wiped out that the entire battle for the night was officially declared over. The defense of Radiant City was a victory. All the survivors of Radiant City jumped onto the roofs of their vehicles, cheering and waving their arms in extreme excitement. We won! Master G is a legend. Come on, keep coming, damn it! Do you know whose territory this is? Many of the powerhouses were shouting until their voices grew hoarse. For the past 2 days, they had been under immense pressure and tension, as if a sharp blade hung over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. But now, everything had been settled. Master G had led them to win this battle that seemed almost impossible to win. Although it was primarily accomplished by Master G alone, but being able to participate was still a badge of honor. This was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. However, even though the battle was won, there was still much to be done. Yi Xingzhou, Li Jianwo, and others began to organize the transport of these enemy prisoners in batches. These were treasures, capable of being squeezed for a great deal of valuable intelligence. This would play a crucial role in Radiant City's future counterattacks. Beyond that, there was the task of clearing the battlefield and redeploying sentry points to prevent any unexpected enemy situations from catching Radiant City off guard later on. Jizang had already returned to his vehicle. He integrated the location of the super main city provided by Bailey into the vehicle's satellite map. The satellite map, which originally only had a radius of 500 kilometers, expanded several times over in an instant. However, those expanded areas, aside from the range detected by the extraterrestrial satellites, remained in a dark, unexplored state for the time being, and Bailey's super main city was located within that darkness to the east, forming a clear point surrounded by the void. It was a pity that the extraterrestrial satellites couldn't see that far. Otherwise, if he zoomed in, he would surely see the entire super main city plunged into unprecedented chaos. This location, it's not too far away. Jizang stroked his chin. He had to act quickly, especially for a super main city like Bailey's, which had deployed its absolute main force tonight. Without the support of its strongest power, other external forces would surely seize the opportunity to launch an invasion as quickly as possible. He couldn't let those people benefit for nothing. Although the map location of a super main city was a secret that would never be made public, it couldn't stop the upper echelons from knowing the truth. Especially a sinister organization like the Ascension Club. The moment one joined, they had to submit all sorts of specific intelligence to the Elder Council as a token of allegiance. The high-level figures like Majun certainly knew where Bailey's super main city was located. It was just that, due to the distance, their main army wouldn't be able to arrive that quickly. Jizang thought for a moment and immediately recalled all his unmanned mechanical units to return to the cabin for energy replenishment and repairs. At the same time, he convened a high-level meeting, demanding that Long Yucheng and Li Wei extract the intelligence from the prisoners as quickly as possible. The others returned to the territory to rest, recuperate, and sharpen their weapons, waiting for the arrival of the time for the counter-offensive. After making these arrangements, Jizang could finally get some proper rest. He went to the shower area to wash up, then headed to the recuperation room for an extremely comfortable massage. Only then did he put on a bathrobe and go to the balcony to have a victory midnight snack with the 3 women. Taking advantage of this gap, he summarized his gains from the night. First was the improvement in his physique. He opened his personal status window. Name, Gizang title, Bronze Throne Physique Kung 750, Spirit Kung 30, Bronze Power Stage to Physique, 3255 point to Spirit, Bronze Power Stage 2. Lightning Power Stage 1, Bound Vehicle, Mechanical Giant Turtle Modified Level 160 to Talent, Daily Intelligence SSS Rank Hidden Unique, Tribulation Lightning Wuxi S Rank Global Spirit God A Rank, Singularity Domination B Rank Origin Transcendental Awakening Windwalker B Rank Transcendental Awakening, Eagle Eye C Rank Transcendental Awakening, Mental Reflux C Rank Essence Transcendental Awakening Spirit Words, Endless Life No Rank Life Type, Moonlight Tide True Word Rank Moonlight Type, Ancient Roots Law Decree Rank Nature Type cannot be activated without corresponding equipment. Friendly reminder. The ranks of spirit words are divided into Mortal Word True Word, Law Decree Mythical, and Primordial. Chapter 345, Unlocking a New Fate, Power of Metal and Iron. Looking at the significantly increased values above, Jikong felt a wave of satisfaction. The epic grade Moonblood is truly overpowered. It's a pity that there isn't a monster density like the zombie horde from before. Otherwise, just by farming monsters every day, one could become a god directly. There would be no need to collect fragments of God's will. In addition to the increase in physique and spirit stats, Power of Bronze and Power of Thunder also saw minor increases. And fortunately, the monster levels tonight were relatively low. Far from the intensity of the great battle in the ancient Chaos Realm last time, the gold coin earnings were the same. After grinding hard all night, he only brought in over 300 million gold coins, which wasn't even as much as a single live stream. However, the amount of forging materials harvested this time was quite large. Jikong extracted them all into his dimensional pendant and took the opportunity to organize them. It was also at this moment that Jikong unexpectedly discovered a treasure chest emitting a 7-colored aura beside the large pile of resources. Damn, I almost forgot about this thing. Jikong's spirits lifted, and he immediately extracted the rainbow treasure chest from the pendant. This rainbow treasure chest was a reward from the first kill of an overlord rank monster last time. Because there were too many things going on back then, he had temporarily set it aside in the pendant. As a result, he got busy later and completely forgot about it. Give me something good, consider it a bonus for this battle. Jikong rubbed his hands together, then switched to the Lucky Gambler title and reached out to open the rainbow treasure chest. Following a flash of brilliant light, 3 treasures wreathed in mysterious rays of light appeared, floating amidst the misty glow. Please choose one of the 3 treasures. Jikong suppressed the excitement in his heart and examined the details of these treasures one by one. Ancient Mountain Opening Demon Bow Rank Legendary Durability, Exclusive Skill. Mountain Spirit's Blessing every time an elite rank monster or higher is killed. There is a 5% chance to gain 0.1 to 0.2 points of physique. Exclusive Skill. Mountain Opening fires a powerful arrow capable of piercing through mountains. The arrow's lethality is related to the user's physique stat. Evaluation. A divine weapon once used by an ancient beast clan general. Although most of its divinity has been eroded by the long passage of time, it remains a formidable long-range weapon. There's actually a kill-based passive. Seeing the first exclusive skill, Jikong raised an eyebrow slightly. It's a pity the values are too low. A 5% chance to increase physique by 0.1 to 0.2 is far inferior to Moonblood. If it were for an ordinary powerhouse without attribute bonuses, it would indeed be a top choice, but for him, it was meaningless. Jikong skipped this weapon directly and looked at the second item. S-rank fragment category. Talent fragment quantity, evaluation. Can be synthesized directly into an S-rank talent. Take a gamble. Young man, what if you hit the jackpot? There are even talent fragments. Jikong's eyes lit up instantly. Aside from the growth-type talent Tribulation Thunder Wuxi, he hadn't synthesized a single S-rank talent yet. This is it. He would most likely choose this. Jikong continued to look at the third treasure. Ghost Walk Seal category. Special tool function. After use, consumes a large amount of spirit to enter the ghost walk state, allowing for travel that ignores terrain, cannot pass through high-level restrictions for 30 seconds. Cooldown. 1 day. Evaluation. Refined from the soul of an Overlord rank Ghost Clan member. This is a rare item with extremely strong functionality. GCNG stroked his chin. The functionality of this Ghost Walk seal is actually quite good, but he already had the Cicada Wing treasure armor. The ethereal state could also achieve terrain ignoring travel, so there was no need to choose this. G-Con decisively chose the 10 S-rank fragments and extracted them. Ding! Obtained S-rank talent fragment X10. The 10 fragments were successfully obtained. GCNG exhaled slowly, carefully building up his luck for the moment. Afterward, he bought 10 top-tier tool gift packs from the Territory Stealth shop and went on a wild opening spree. As expected, 10 consecutive failures. Not a single epic grade tool in sight. This feels just right. G-Con bought 5 more and opened them one by one. By the 13th attempt, G-Con felt a strong premonition that he was about to hit something good. He decisively switched pages and clicked to synthesize the talent. A blinding light flashed before his eyes, constantly merging and condensing into a ball. Give it to me. G-Con clenched his fist tightly. Ding! S-rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent True Meaning of Armor Piercing S-rank. Talent True Meaning of Armor Piercing rank, S-rank metal type skill. Ultimate meaning of metal passive. Weapons or the physical body will be infused with the ultimate meaning of metal, significantly increasing the penetration, power, and damage range of attacks. Skill, Destiny of the Destroyer. Unlock the fate and step onto the elemental god path. Power of Metal and Iron Stage 1. 0% can be obtained by killing enemies. Evaluation. Metal-type talents are the most offensive among all elemental talents. In battle, they can greatly enhance the lethality of weapons, equipment, and the physical body. Gentle reminder. Power of Metal and Iron is a permanent special growth attribute. By killing enemies with metal elemental attacks, you can absorb their life souls to nourish yourself. Note, if this talent is unequipped, you will lose the God of Destruction fate, and you will no longer be able to gain the power of Metal and Iron. But the power of Metal and Iron already obtained will be permanently retained. Gentle reminder. Power of Metal and Iron can increase weapon attack power and physical attack power, with different numerical leaps at each stage. The moment he acquired the talent, Jizang felt a warm current flow through his entire body, as if a brand new energy had been injected into his mind. It was a very profound feeling, as if his physical body had gained an invisible edge, becoming significantly sharper. I actually unlocked another fate. Jizang was quite pleasantly surprised. He now possessed 3 types of power of XX. The power of Bronze from the Bronze Throne title. The power of Thunder from the Tribulation Thunder Beginningless. And now, this power of Metal and Iron from the True Meaning of Armor Piercing. These 3 passive abilities could all permanently and infinitely stack attributes. However, Jizang was much more composed now. If it were in the past, he definitely would have used the S-rank Overlimit Awakening gem on True Meaning of Armor Piercing to permanently fix it onto his talent tree. Now, he felt it was better to play it safe. Talent slots were limited. If he happened to strike gold later and obtain 2 talents even more powerful than True Meaning of Armor Piercing, he would only be left slapping his thighs in regret. In any case, he still had the power of Metal and Iron buff even without the Overlimit Awakening. He would wait until he synthesized a new talent before deciding. After settling all of this, Jizang completely relaxed. He made a call to Long Yucheng, telling him to collect and organize the intelligence on the prisoners of war before notifying him. Afterward, he returned to his bedroom, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 346. The Secrets of the Eternal Continent. The counter-offensive begins. While he was sleeping soundly, the others did not dare to sleep at all, especially the various city lords in the Great World Channel. At this moment, they were all nervously staring at the public screen and various intelligence channels, trying to judge Jizang's next move. Are there any brothers still on the front lines? What is the situation exactly? I'm dying of anxiety. Can an insider come and share some news? Are there any live streams left? Hurry up and share them. Where would there be any live streams? They were all shut down ages ago. Latest intelligence. The invaders of Radiant City have basically been wiped out. The defensive line has been pushed back to the outskirts of the super main city. Holy crap, is that for real? This wave tonight is too insane, a perfect trap. Jizang is truly too fierce. Before the war started, who could have imagined it would end up like this tonight? Brother G, please let me hug your thigh. Both major giants are remaining silent. It seems the news is likely true. The sky over the southern wilderness is about to change. Why hasn't Jizang come online yet? Shouldn't he come out and say a few words about his victory? I advise you all to watch your words. The situation is still unclear. At this moment, all the city lords were waiting for Jizang's reaction, without figuring out Jizang's next move. Most city lords did not dare to show any obvious inclination or pick a side, due to the deterrent power of the two major giants. At least the intense rhetoric seen in the anonymous live stream rooms had disappeared. Everyone was waiting for a clear signal. Did Radiant City intend to settle scores and launch a counter-offensive? Or would they use this opportunity to establish a faction? Or perhaps continue to maintain their development in a corner? Every decision Jizang made next would greatly influence the power structure of the human survivors in the current southern wilderness. Time passed slowly amidst this anxiety and chaos. Jizang slept straight until 4 in the morning, until he received the situation report from Long Yuchi and G. By now, all intelligence on the prisoners of war had been collected and summarized. Li Jiangwo, Yi Xingzhou, and a group of other powerhouses had also regained their combat strength after a short rest. Let's hold a pre-war meeting. This single sentence from Jizang instantly stirred everyone's nerves, causing the previously relaxed and stable atmosphere to become tense once again. All high-level officials gathered in the command tent at the territory headquarters. At the meeting, Long Yucheng provided an overview of the summarized intelligence. First was the world intelligence. Through the detailed information provided by the prisoners of war, combined with the intelligence previously obtained by Radiant City, everything was integrated. The map information of the entire Eternal Continent was officially unveiled to them, revealing a mysterious corner. The super main city area where they were currently located was called the Central Earth, meaning the center of the universe and the hub of the world. The Central Earth was vast beyond measure, possessing countless treasures and spiritual chi resources. This was once the land ruled by humanity, but with the decline of the human race, it had become a land of contention for all races. And the core area of the 10,000 races hegemony version, the ancient chaos domain, was also located in the Central Earth. Secondly, there was the southern wilderness. This was the plain area where these survivors were born. All the city lords currently in the Great World Channel originated from the southern wilderness. Jizang did not know whether the southern wilderness was the only place with the special group of human survivors, or if the Great World Channel had simply not yet connected to other regions. He could only wait to verify this in the future. Besides the Central Earth and the Southern Wilderness, the Eternal Continent was also divided into the Northern Frontier, Western Heaven, East Sea, and the Outer Heavenly Domain. Among them, the Northern Frontier was the ancestral land of the beast race, possessing multiple beast kingdoms and being the region with the highest density of the beast race. The Western Heaven was home to the vast majority of atmospheric creatures. This place was sparsely populated and was the most mysterious region of the Eternal Continent. In ancient times, it was the habitat of the dragon race, and legends said that ancient mythical creatures still roam there to this day. The East Sea was the place where marine creatures resided, and no one knew what lay at the end of the deep East Sea. Finally, there is the Outer Realm, the stronghold of the spirit race. The paradise of the Elf King's court is located in the Outer Realm, which also serves as the home for the vast majority of the spirit race. However, regarding these places, apart from the southern wilderness and the central mainland, there is not much intelligence available yet. Most of the information has been obtained through the descriptions of various equipment, items, and materials. And beyond the Eternal Continent, such as the Rift World or the Absol World, effective intelligence is even scarcer, consisting mostly of fragmented descriptions. But from the intelligence of these regions, one can roughly piece together a historical map of the Eternal Continent. That is, in the ancient era, a terrifying war of gods took place. That cataclysmic war shattered everything. Even the gods themselves disappeared without a trace. Whether those ancient gods have perished or are hiding in the shadows, continuing to gaze upon this world, no one knows. But one thing is certain. The road to competing for the fragments of divine will in the future will surely be filled with blood and carnage that will sweep across all races of the world. With the world intelligence clarified, the next step was the specific intelligence. The forces that invaded Radiant City this time consisted of a total of 21 super major cities. Among them, 6 belonged to the Ascension Club and 3 belonged to the Dragon God Society, both of which had dispatched their absolute main forces. The other super major cities had traveled long distances just to join the fun, attempting to take a bite out of Radiant City. Some had dispatched their main forces. Others had merely sent intelligence personnel to collect information. Among these forces, 13 had their coordinates and overall strength confirmed, making them targets that could be attacked immediately. Ji Kang had Li Jianwo project the locations of all the super major cities onto the map. With everyone working together, they quickly planned specific attack routes and the order of engagement, and began directly deploying their troops. Radiant City's current strength was immense. Launching a counterattack against any single super major city was a trivial matter. However, given the sheer number of opponents, they still had to rely on Ji Kang's mechanical troops as the absolute main force. Finally, the meeting decided on 3 attack routes. They would be led by Ji Kang, Li Jianwo, and Yi Xingzhou respectively. Among them, the route taken by Ji Kang, the city lord, was the most dangerous, covering the first 5 strongest super major cities. Li Jianwo was responsible for attacking for super major cities. Supported by Ji Kang's 5 major secondary vehicles and 10,000 man mechanical troops, Yi Xingzhou would attack the final for super major cities, with the remaining 40,000 man mechanical troops as support. The entire plan was set. March! Ji Kang waved his hand immediately. Before the sky had even brightened, he had brazenly pulled back the curtain on this counterattack. Countless torrents of steel immediately began activating their teleportation wormholes. After several consecutive 300-kilometer teleports, the entire army of vehicles had arrived outside Radiant City. Rumble! The majestic army of vehicles split into 3 massive forces, heading toward their respective routes, and officially began this counter-offensive crusade. Chapter 347, Slaughtering All the Way. Steamrolling the super major cities. This unprecedented reckoning had begun in such a grand and spectacular fashion. The scale of this operation was too large and too sudden. Those forces near Radiant City had set up many surveillance outposts along the way. Upon seeing these armies mobilize, their minds went blank, as if a thunderbolt had exploded in their heads. The entire world channel was immediately plunged into a sensation. Many city lords who had only just fallen asleep got up specifically to watch the drama. Radiant City's counterattack has begun. How? What's going on? Latest news. Radiant City's 3-pronged army has left the city and is now slaughtering its way toward the invading forces from last night. The reckoning has begun. Investigate further and report back. Report your head. You want me to investigate further without paying? How is Radiant City moving so fast? They just went through a massive battle, splitting into 3 armies. That's a huge gamble. Is Radiant City trying to take on so many hostile city-states all by itself? All the city lords were in heated discussion. They had not expected Radiant City's thunderous counterattack to come so quickly, and so brazenly. Splitting into 3 armies meant that the power of the entire super major city would be dispersed. Under these circumstances, engaging in full-scale war with multiple super major cities simultaneously was an extremely unwise move. While everyone was still engaged in intense discussion, the 2 major giant factions remained silent, with no one knowing what countermeasures they might have in the dark. As Radiant City's army continued to close in, the 3 super major cities targeted as the first objectives were now in a state of panic, because they had lost a group of high-level powerhouses in last night's battle. Several super major cities had fallen into internal strife. Various factions below had been fighting frantically for power all night, trying to squeeze into the ecological niches left by the fallen powerhouses, or even aiming to become the new city lord. But they never expected Radiant City's counterattack to come so quickly, catching them completely off guard. They scrambled to organize their forces in a panic, preparing to meet the attack. At the same time, They urgently requested reinforcements from the giant factions above, hoping they would send troops to stabilize the situation. They just needed to hold out against this wave. The two giant factions naturally wanted to wipe out Radiant City as well, but so-called reinforcements were difficult to push forward. Orders were sent down, but the nearby city lords were all passing the buck and willing to send their own troops to support and touch the hard nail that was Radiant City. The terrifying scene from last night was still fresh in their minds. Since they could protect themselves, they certainly wouldn't risk their lives like this. Moreover, the attitude of the two giant factions was not very clear. They could not afford to lose a second battle now. If they forced the nearby super major cities to launch an ambush and they were defeated again, they would lose all face. Not only would their prestige be lost, but the entire power structure might face the risk of disintegration. Finally, after much bickering, the high-level officials of the two giant factions decided to let those super major cities defend themselves. Glow City only has so many people, it's impossible for them to have occupied all the nearby super major cities in such a short amount of time. Right, regardless, Glow City definitely has to be wiped out. The two major factions need time to gather sufficient strength for a long-distance expedition, and the second time they launch an offensive against Glow City, it must be with overwhelming force. Only by crushing Jizang in one fell swoop can they re-establish the prestige of the two major factions among the survivors of the southern wilderness. This matter cannot be rushed. When they heard this result, those super major cities near Glow City felt as if the sky were collapsing. Especially those ordinary survivors. They were all cursing like madmen. Damn it! You were the ones who caused the trouble. The high-level officials were also sent out by you to fight this war. And now that the reckoning has arrived, you're leaving us to shoulder it ourselves. What the hell kind of joke is this? But since things had reached this point, they had no choice but to bite the bullet. Large legions of vehicles continuously gathered outside the cities, beginning to deploy and fortify their positions, waiting in strict formation. A few hours later, Yi Xingzhou's army was the first to arrive at the outskirts of a super major city, engaging in a terrifying battle with the garrison forces gathered there. Yi Xingzhou's army was incredibly strong, consisting entirely of top-tier powerhouses, and with the addition of 40,000 man mechanical troops, the outcome of the battle was never in doubt. From the very first moment of contact, they displayed a force that could crush anything in its path. Like a sharp blade, they tore through the garrison's defensive lines, leaving the enemy in total disarray. This was a crushing victory in terms of raw vehicle strength. Without top-tier powerhouses to counter them, no matter how many troops there were, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Retreat, retreat quickly. Glow City has broken through. This was a battle that was impossible to win. The garrison powerhouses, who had been harboring illusions just moments ago, now felt nothing but despair, thinking only of how to save themselves in this horrific war. Coupled with the loss of the super major city's wartime command structure, a massive number of deserters appeared, eventually evolving into a total collapse. The entire front line crumbled completely, and almost all the vehicles were fleeing in a chaotic scramble. The army led by Yi Xingzhou pursued the victory, and soon, without any effort, they breached the enemy's super major city. On the other side, Li Jianwo's forces were doing the same, and like Glow City, these super major cities had the vast majority of their resources concentrated in the hands of a few high-level officials. Some hadn't even held a public referendum. This led to a severe disparity in combat power. Once they lost their high-level combatants, they had absolutely no ability to resist. In this desperate situation, the survivors within the major cities were using their territory stells to teleport back to the plains as quickly as possible, completely abandoning the super major cities. Compared to the armies led by Li Jianwo and Yi Xingzhou, the one that had the easiest time throughout the entire process was Jizang's army. This time, Jizang had brought only logistics troops, intended for cleaning up the battlefield. His only real combat power was the mechanical giant turtle vehicle, but there was no helping it. A Tier 6 ultimate-equipped vehicle was simply too strong. Wherever it went, it was a slaughter, as if entering an empty land. At the same time, Li Jianwo and Yi Xingzhou also found the enemy city lord's territory in the shortest time possible and destroyed the city lord's territory stele. The moment the city lord's territory stele was completely destroyed, A notification sound rang out simultaneously in the minds of all Glow City survivors. Congratulations to Glow City. Successfully conquered the first super major city. Faction territory has expanded. Successfully unlocked the Super Major City Sequence buff. Super Major City Sequence BUFF Southern Wilderness rank 19. All survivors gain all elemental affinity Kung 20%, Physique Kung 20, Spirit Kung 10, and Luck Kung 1%. As soon as this voice sounded, all the survivors of Glow City immediately fell into a frenzy of celebration. Chapter 348. Super Major City Sequence buff, a crazy advance. The first battle was a success, and they had actually unlocked a faction-wide buff. Especially those bottom-tier survivors on the plains, feeling the changes in their bodies. They were moved to tears of excitement. Awesome. Long live Master G. Damn, this is so satisfying. This major city BUFF actually has so many stats. I'll never have to be afraid of going into the mountains to find treasure chests again. City Lord is amazing. How is the situation on the front lines? Can any brothers from the Justice Alliance tell us? Urgent. Just keep pushing forward. The one that was successfully conquered now is President Yi's army. The routes led by President Li and the City Lord are almost done too. There's even more intense stuff coming later. While all the survivors were celebrating collectively, Ji Zhang looked at the prompt before him, feeling quite surprised as well. He hadn't expected that the sequence item on the major city panel would actually require conquering other super major cities to unlock. Ji Zhang immediately opened the Glow City panel. Glow City. Number of super major cities conquered. Faction territory. Click to expand map. Sequence 19. Southern Wilderness rank 19 faction-wide buff. All elemental affinity Kung 20%. Physique Kung 20. Spirit Kung 10. Luck Kung 1%. Divine Willpower. Not unlocked City Lord. Ji Zhang Unique City Lord buff. All elemental affinity Kung 80%. Physique Kung 80. Spirit Kung 40. Luck Kung 4%. No. One major city sub-city lord. Li Jian will sub-city lord buff. All elemental affinity Kung 40%. Physique Kung 40. Spirit Kung 20. Luck Kung 2%. No. To major city sub-city lord. Yi Xingzhou sub-city lord BUFF. No. 3 major city sub-city lord. Gyeongwasheng. No. 10 major city sub-city lord. Long Yucheng. Friendly reminder. All minor city lords of the main cities can be appointed by the city lord and can be replaced at any time. The city lord can receive a growth buff of 15 points of constitution and 15 points of spirit daily, while minor city lords can receive a growth buff of 3 points of constitution and 3 points of spirit daily. Friendly reminder. The sequence of the super main cities will determine whether special rewards and buffs are obtained. The city lord must explore this. Friendly reminder. The divine will of the super main cities will determine future destiny. The city lord must explore this. The entire main city panel had undergone significant changes compared to before. He clicked on the territory map item. The map immediately displayed the map of another super main city besides Radiant City, and it was in a fully revealed state and covered by any black fog. Above the entire super main city, the golden flag of Radiant City had been planted, with the words Radiant City Territory written underneath. This is the feeling of territorial expansion. Ji Zhang felt a surge of excitement. Looking at the distinct flag planted on the map, it felt like he was looking at the empire he had conquered himself. No wonder the emperors of ancient times were obsessed with expanding their territory their entire lives. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Moreover, as the city lord, the sequence buff also has special bonuses. For ordinary survivors, it is 1x. For minor city lords, it is 2x. And for the city lord, it is 4x. Constitution and spirit are just the tip of the iceberg. The main focus is elemental affinity and the final luck value. Ji Zhang carefully reviewed the notes that followed. This attribute can be stacked with the Luck Gambler title buff from now on. Whether opening chests or synthesizing, the probability of hitting the jackpot will be greatly increased. It's just pure satisfaction. Ji Zhang felt immensely gratified. However, another piece of information obtained from unlocking the sequence also caught him quite by surprise. 19th place in the Southern Wilderness. This meant that there were 18 city lords ahead of him who had already completed at least one external invasion. Those bastards, they sure moved fast. Ji Zhang sneered. Afterward, he had Don Don continue driving the vehicle, and the army set off, heading straight for the heart of the enemy's main city. Upon arriving at the enemy city lord's territory, the remaining enemy forces still thought of putting up a desperate struggle, attempting to crush the mechanical giant turtle through siege tactics. But it was merely like throwing an egg against a rock, just by using the super heavy mortar and the super focused flame dragon weapon turrets. Jizang easily inflicted dimensional reduction strikes upon the enemy forces. Then, a single electromagnetic projectile from the war railgun pierced directly through the territory walls. It shattered the city lord's territory stele in the very center, which symbolized the sovereignty of the super main city. When the cannons roar, gold flows in. Ding! Congratulations to Radiant City. Successfully conquered the second super main city. Territory map expansion complete. Super main city sequence buff 11th in the southern wilderness. All survivors gain all elemental affinity Kung 20%, Constitution Kung 20, Spirit Kung 10, and Luck value Kung 1%. Another notification sound rang out. Radiant City's sequence rankings soared directly from 19th to 11th. Immediately following that, a report of victory came from Li Jianwo's side. He had successfully captured the enemy's city lord territory stele. The third notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to Radiant City. Successfully conquered the third super main city. Territory map expansion complete. Super main city sequence buff successfully promoted. Super main city sequence buff 9th in the southern wilderness. All survivors gain all elemental affinity Kung 30%, Constitution Kung 30, Spirit Kung 15, and Luck value Kung 1. As expected, upon reaching the top 10 in the sequence, the buffs were upgraded. Although the increase was only 50%, it was still quite good. Just keep pushing hard. Furthermore, the conquered super main cities no longer had the concept of a city lord territory stele and had completely become the property of Radiant City. If other forces wanted to invade, they would only be able to loot one territory after another. There was no way to take it all in one go, unless they went directly to attack Jizang's territory in Radiant City. But that was an impossible feat. The city walls and defense towers with the stat bonuses of a Tier 6 ultimate vehicle were not to be trifled with. Therefore, after conquering the super main cities, Jizang did not leave anyone behind to fortify the cities. He only had some logistics personnel gradually take over the resource fiefs there. The three armies continued to press their advantage, heading off to conquer the remaining super main cities. The regions between each super main city were vast, and even at full speed, it would take some time. By the time they finished conquering 6 super main cities, the sky had already darkened. But Radiant City's offensive did not stop there. This kind of blitzkrieg had to be swift and decisive. The longer it dragged on, the more variables would arise. The three armies pushed forward crazily, crushing enemy forces time and time again, charging fiercely into the enemy's heartland, and then seizing the territory steles. The entire process was smooth and fluid, and their morale grew higher with every battle. Chapter 349, Super Synthesis. All are grade resource fiefs. Until noon the next day, the city lord territory stele of the final super main city completely turned into a spray of debris amidst the roar of the mechanical giant turtles war railgun. With this, the large-scale counter-offensive expedition officially came to an end. Ding! Congratulations to Radiant City. Successfully conquered the 13th super main city. Territory map expansion complete. Super main city sequence buff successfully promoted. Super main city sequence buff 2nd in the southern wilderness. All survivors gain all elemental affinity Kung 100%, Constitution Kung 100, Spirit Kung 30, and Luck value Kung 2%. Hearing this notification sound, all the survivors of Radiant City were plunged into unprecedented excitement. The ecstasy of victory ignited like wildfire, instantly setting every corner of Radiant City and the surrounding plains ablaze. The tension that had been suppressed for so long transformed into deafening cheers at this very moment. Soaring toward the heavens, Hades. Master G is a legend. 100 points of Constitution. Holy crap, from now on, everyone in Radiant City will be like dragons among men. This main city sequence buff is truly invincible. It feels so damn good. Long live Radiant City. It wasn't clear who shouted first, but it immediately triggered a mountain shaking, sea-roaring response. Long live Radiant City. The voices converged into a wave, rushing into the clouds as if declaring to the entire southern wilderness that an unshakable banner had been planted upon this land. The wave of revelry swept across the entire territory. However, the high-level officials of Radiant City dared not relax. Under Jizang's command, a large number of personnel began to move into these main cities to consolidate resource fiefdoms and deal with the original inhabitants. According to the previously established policy, all super main cities belonging to the Dark Faction were to undergo a comprehensive purge. Those survivors who had already fallen into darkness and had their souls tainted could not be spared, even if they put on a pitiful act and knelt to beg for mercy. Otherwise, they would become future hidden dangers. As for those who had joined the spirit race, beast race, god ascenders, and human race factions, Radiant City gave them a choice. Those willing to surrender and serve Radiant City could stay, but they would be subject to certain conditional regulations. Those unwilling were required to be immediately deported back to the Plains area and would no longer be allowed to enter the super main cities through the portals. This was one of the benefits of conquering super main cities. Once the conquest was complete, the jurisdiction of the portals, and even the factions to which the survivors belonged, would automatically be transferred to Radiant City. This day was far too busy. Even Jizang was spinning like a top, constantly holding meetings and giving orders. The current territorial map of Radiant City had expanded to an almost absurd degree. Deploying defenses across such vast territory was an immensely massive project. Fortunately, the Justice Alliance was full of talent, and under the operation of the management mechanism, a large number of capable individuals were promoted and placed into key management positions. This busyness lasted until evening, when the basic framework for managing the entire vast territory was finally established. Everyone was exhausted to the point of numbness. At Jizang's command, the logistics department went all out, organizing a grand, synchronized victory banquet in every super main city. All expenses were covered by the Justice Alliance's public treasury. Fine wine, good meat, and delicious food. Everyone was encouraged to feast to their heart's content. Everywhere was a scene of fiery, joyous celebration. As the city lord of Radiant City, Jizang was egged on by the high-level officials and had no choice but to take the stage to give a speech, repeating the same platitudes. However, everyone was so enthusiastic and excited that every time he said a sentence, a thunderous round of applause would erupt from below, making it difficult for him, the city lord, to maintain control of the scene. By the time this grand victory banquet concluded, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Since there was still a massive amount of resource fiefdoms to be transported later, Jizang returned to the Radiant City territory early. The harvest this time was terrifying. The sheer volume of resources, equipment, and items was almost impossible to tally in a short time. Just registering them into storage would take a day or two. Beyond that, there were the resource fiefdoms. The resource fiefdoms of these super main cities were highly concentrated in the territories of several supreme powerhouses, and their levels were extremely high. After repeated synthesis by the personnel below, what finally reached Jizang's hands were countless SSS-grade items. Looking at them, it was simply staggering. If not for the limitations of his territory, he would have ascended to the heavens directly after this wave. Next was the super synthesis. Jizang was quite excited. He rubbed his hands together and clicked on oil field synthesis. Do you wish to perform an overlimit fusion on the oil field? He clicked confirm. Ding, congratulations. Overlimit fusion successful. Obtained oil field R grade X1. Accompanied by a dazzling light, a supergiant drilling oil field rose from the ground within his territory, towering and massive. The second resource fiefdom had graduated. Oil field R grade heavy oil mining slots, output per slot. 400 heavy oil H base efficiency total output, 0 heavy oil evaluation. A giant deep well oil field fused from 15 highest quality oil fields, wealth that is truly inexhaustible. Jizang felt refreshed and immediately started the next synthesis. Ding, congratulations, overlimit fusion successful. Obtained iron mine R grade alloy X1. Ding, congratulations, overlimit fusion successful. Obtained elemental mine R grade all category X1. Ding, congratulations, overlimit fusion successful. Obtained mithril mine R grade X1. After all the synthesis was completed, Jizang looked at the patches of giant resource fiefdoms in his territory shimmering with divine light and opened the territory stele panel. Territory stele owner, Jizang total territory area 300 square kilometers current resource fiefdoms. Gold mine, R-grade over limit fusion oil field. R-grade heavy oil over limit fusion iron mine, R-grade alloy over limit fusion elemental mine. R-grade comprehensive over limit fusion timber yard. R-grade super timber over limit fusion mithril mine, R-grade over limit fusion crystal mine, R-grade over limit fusion glittering gold mine, R-grade over limit fusion vibranium mine, SSS grade X1 obsidian mine, SS grade X2 defense construction mall teleportation. Looking at the neatly arranged graduated resource territories, Jizang felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Currently, aside from the most precious vibranium mine and obsidian mine, everything else had been upgraded to a rank. Chapter 350 Consecutive Gold Explosions, 7 Mythical Grade Tools. Among them, the most special one was the Elemental Mine. After limit-breaking fusion, the Elemental Mine could be set to produce any type of elemental stone. The current most expensive item, the Ice Spirit Stone, had risen to a unique price of 100 gold coins each. In other words, one R-rank elemental mine was equivalent to 3 to 4 iron mines or oil fields. It was incredibly overpowered. Moreover, starting from the mithril mine, everything that followed consisted of high-value mineral types. The production value of each one was frighteningly high. Jizang spent 36 million to buy 180 nuclear-powered labor robots in one go, arranging them all into a square formation. Next came the tools. Tools were a major project. It was impossible to reach graduation with all mythical grade items in one go. However, he at least had to ensure everything was legendary grade or higher, with as many epic and mythical grades as possible. Jizang spent a massive fortune of 100 million to purchase 50 top-tier tool gift packs. He then switched to the Lucky Gambler title. Currently, his City Lord territory buffs were all Elemental Affinity Kung 400%, Physique Kung 400, Spirit Kung 120, and Luck Kung 8%. Stacked with the Lucky Gambler title, the probability of hitting gold increased significantly. Jizang went for a 20-pack opening spree, and sure enough, he successfully hit gold. He pulled 1 mythical grade diamond pickaxe, plus 3 epic grade ones. However, the subsequent 30-pack opening wasn't as lucky. He only pulled a total of 4 epic grade items. Everything else was trash. Fortunately, it was still profitable when calculated. According to current market prices, epic grade items generally went for 15 million to 20 million each, while mythical grade ones required over 70 million. Both were in a state where there was a price, but no stock. Jizang thought for a moment and finally decided to just open them all himself. Anyway, with the double bonus of the territory buff and the Lucky Gambler title, opening them himself was quite cost-effective. Jizang checked his inventory. He still had a little over 600 million in gold coin materials remaining. He liquidated all the materials and took out 500 million in capital as the starting fund for this round of top-tier tool gift packs. He would only open this one wave, unless he hit consecutive gold or struck it rich later on. He wouldn't open any more regardless of the cost. Once you start a losing streak with this stuff, it's easy to get carried away. If a super losing streak hit, he could really lose his entire principal. After the funds from the materials were credited, Jizang instantly bought 250 top-tier tool gift packs. Damn, that number is really unlucky. Jizang couldn't help but curse with a laugh. So, he bought one more to make it 251. He didn't dawdle. He opened a dozen or so individually first to get a feel for it. After padding with a dozen consecutive losses, once he felt the rhythm, Jizang decisively selected a quantity of 100, clicking open all. Explode for me, Jizang shouted, throwing a heavy punch into the air. On the dialogue box before him, one gift pack after another was opened. Ding, 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 ding. Those rows of treasure chests were like falling dominoes, presenting a rhythmic, continuous sound effect of flashing lights. Unfortunately, the initial sequence was all ordinary flashes. He didn't even get an epic grade, making Jizang's eyes widen. Fortunately, starting from the 15th, golden flashes finally began to appear one after another, opening all the way to the 92nd. The 7-colored light belonging to the mythical grade finally appeared. And he pulled a mythical grade drill. The 100 gift packs ended there. In total, he got 8 epic grade and 1 mythical grade. This wave didn't even break even. He was at least tens of millions in the red. Damn it, I don't believe it. With such a high unexpected luck bonus, this is the result I get. Jizang was truly annoyed. So this time he selected the remaining 151. Clicking open all. Come on, explode for me. Ding, 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 ding. The rhythm of the gift pack opening was related to the quantity. This time, with 51 more, the rhythm was clearly twice as fast, making it even more tense and exciting. The first 50 were still mediocre, yielding only 5 epic grade items. It wasn't until the 90th that a miracle finally occurred. First, there was a streak of epic flashes within 10 packs. Then a mythical grade item appeared directly. And less than 5 packs later, another mythical grade item appeared. Holy crap! Jizang excitedly slapped his thigh hard. Keep going. The next few dozen gift packs were like entering the lair of epic and mythical grades, with continuous flashes until the very last one, which actually yielded another mythical grade item. Damn, this wave has taken off. Jizang's heart was burning with excitement. He hadn't expected a massive consecutive explosion at the end. Huge profit. He immediately extracted all the tools he had opened this time. Mythical grade epic grade legendary grade. He ignored everything below treasure grade. Jizang bundled all that trash together and listed it, only selling it for a few tens of millions of gold coins, which counted as recovering a little bit of his losses. The last weave really was the most intense. Jizang still felt unsatisfied. He even subconsciously developed the thought of selling all the remaining top-tier tools, gathering another large sum of money, and going all in on more gift packs. But soon, he stopped this terrifying thought. Why does it feel like it's trying to lure me into a trap? Jizang became cautious. He just tested the waters by buying 20 more. Sure enough, this time it gave him a massive losing streak. Out of 20 top-tier tool gift packs, only 1 epic grade item appeared. Screw you, what is this garbage? Not even a dog would open these, Jizang spat. He decisively closed the shop panel on the territory stele. This thing was truly a pit. It was only because I had the double-stack lucky buff that I managed to achieve this result. One can only imagine how it went for others. Aside from the occasional lucky dog, everyone else was basically bleeding resources. Next, it's time to put the tools to work. Jizang distributed all these tools to the nuclear-powered labor robots. As for the remaining tool deficit, he purchased them directly from the exchange to fill the gap. Now, all the resource fiefs were equipped exclusively with legendary grade tools or higher, combined with the 20 nuclear-powered robots and their grade yield bonuses. The robots struck in unison within the resource fiefs. The yields appearing before his eyes were so beautiful that Jizang felt like he was about to bubble over with joy. He checked the early income for each category of resource fief. Gold coins, 21.5 million come to 0.15 million heavy oil, 228,000 come 22,000 alloy to 315,000 come 31. 0 high spirit stone 340,000 come 34,000 super timber, 273,000 come 27,000 h. Mithril 182,000 kung 18,000 crystal 55,000 kung 5,500 glittering gold 48,000 kung 4. 800 of vibranium 8,200 kung 820 obsidian to 6,800 kung 680. Chapter 351. I'll be the emperor. You be the prime minister. These columns of astronomical figures were truly maddening. Jizang calculated them one by one. Because of the different unit prices and tool grades, the resulting yields were uneven. The most exaggerated was the Ice Spirit Stone mine. Its hourly yield, when converted to gold coins, reached a terrifying 35 million. More than half again as much as the gold mines. Next was the Obsidian mine. Because its unit price was as high as 1,500 gold coins, when converted, it actually reached an hourly yield of 11 million gold coins despite being only at the double SS grade. As for the remaining R grade resource fiefs, their hourly yields generally hovered between 5 million and 10 million. All in all, The total hourly yield reached an astonishing 120 million, earning over 100 million while lying down every hour. Nearly 3 billion in income per day. He had completed a leap in resource magnitude. This was the strength of the subgraduation version of a super main city. Awesome! Jizang couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. Next, once he achieved gold coin freedom and upgraded the territory's defenses, he could finally be completely liberated. He wouldn't need to return to the super main city to guard at every wave. He could go to the Chaos Ancient Realm or the plains to explore freely and seize fragments of divine will. However, he was also quite curious about the number 1 in the southern wilderness. He had captured 13 super main cities in one go, yet he was still only in second place. Who was number 1? Was it Lu Zhenyu of the Ascension Club? Or Ziyao Guang of the Dragon God Society? And fortunately, there was too little effective information regarding these top ruling echelons. The prisoners of war he captured knew nothing when asked. It wasn't that they wouldn't say, but that they truly didn't know. Even someone like Bai Li, a mid to high-level city lord of the Ascension Club, knew very little about the internal situation of the Council of Elders. It seemed he still had to be careful. There were so many survivor main cities on the Eternal Continent, and the powerhouses of various races were as numerous as crucian carp in a river. His current strength was far from enough to be arrogant. Continuing to lay low and develop was the right path. Jizang pondered to himself. After dinner, Jizang once again summoned all the high-level officials for a major meeting at headquarters to readjust the management mechanism of the entire Justice Alliance. The expansion speed of Radiant City was too fast now, and there were simply too many things to handle and perfect. Jizang didn't have the time to handle everything personally. He put Li Wei in full charge of the intelligence department, reporting directly to him, while Long Yucheng was transferred to his territory as the general assistant to the city lord, helping him handle all the messy, miscellaneous affairs. The duties and powers of the others were also specifically adjusted. In the current Radiant City, Jizang was equivalent to the emperor. Long Yucheng was the prime minister. Li Jianguo was the great general in charge of the military. Yi Xingzhou was the head of the Imperial Guard and chief of internal affairs. And Li Wei was the eunuch of the Eastern Depot. Gu Qingyu, He Di, Wang Chen, and others formed the 3 departments and 6 ministries. The remaining small city lords were the regional governors and feudal lords. Jizang now only needed to control the overall situation. The rest would be left to the official mechanism of the Justice Alliance to operate. After the meeting concluded, Jizang drove the mechanical giant turtle, traveling through the night toward the No.9 Supermain City. In today's intelligence summary, there was a very important piece of information that caught Jizang's attention. That was the discovery of an area with an extremely high concentration of spiritual energy in the primeval forest northwest of the No.9 Supermain City. According to data detected by drones, the spiritual energy concentration in that place was actually 10 to 15 times higher than the average concentration of a supermain city, and 20 to 30 times higher than the plains. It was definitely a prime piece of geomantic treasure land. Actually, the No.9 Supermain City had discovered this place long ago, but because a pair of overlord-grade creatures, one male and one female, inhabited it, the city lord had hesitated and dared not move to conquer it. Now, it was Radiant City's gain. Once that place was taken, the glazed jade spring cup that Avelia had given him would finally be put to good use. By 10 o'clock or so, Jizang finally arrived at the outskirts of this primeval forest after a long journey. He came from the cockpit to the deck. Gazing at the silhouette of the forest under the starry night sky, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling refreshed throughout his entire body. The air in the forest was truly fresh. Every breath carried the crisp, slightly sweet essence of vegetation, penetrating straight into his lungs and slowly merging into his limbs and bones. This was spiritual energy. Every inhalation and exhalation made the cells and flesh in his body resonate and leap with joy, nourished by such a high concentration of spiritual qi. The flora and fauna here were exaggerated to an absurd degree. As far as the eye could see, the forms of life had transcended common cognition. Various towering ancient trees rose from the ground, their roots exposed like coiling dragons. Glowing patterns naturally growing upon them that pulsed with light as if breathing. Dense, thick vines appeared to be coated in a layer of shimmer. resembling countless dreamlike ribbons of light that adorned everything in sight. On the ground bloomed flowers never seen before, their petals, thin as cicada wings, opened and closed of their own accord with the flow of the air, scattering stardust-laden pollen. Here, the night shed its terror and mystery. It donned a veil of life that was mysterious, tranquil, yet incredibly abundant. The mere fact that the spiritual chi concentration was over 20 times higher than normal had caused the life here to evolve into such a state. Jikang found it hard to imagine what a magnificent sight the mythical forest before the Great War of the primordial beginning must have been. However, beautiful as it was, the danger here was something ordinary survivors could hardly fathom. There were two overlord-tier entities, and based on an initial assessment of their aura, their strength likely ranked in the median among overlords. They were far stronger than the flesh colossus from last night. Jikang was in no rush to enter directly. Instead, he scouted the perimeter and, as expected, discovered some very interesting details. Relying on the passive effect of his spirit god talent, he sniffed out the presence of ancient, lingering restrictions. These restrictions were situated around the outer edge of the entire forest. Although they had been eroded by the passage of time, they still locked the spiritual chi within, preventing it from leaking out on a large scale. Jikang observed them carefully and finally, on a relatively intact fragment of the restriction, sensed an aura similar to that of the elves. This must have been a creation of the ancient spirit race. If even the remnants of the restrictions could achieve such a level, one could only imagine how exaggerated the complete original magical ray must have been. Jikang sighed inwardly. According to the intelligence brought back by the drone, the lair of those two overlord-tier creatures was deep within the dense forest, about 50 kilometers directly in front of him. Jikang did not intend to go inside to fight. It would be a loss if he ended up damaging the forest and the magical restrictions. He condensed a mass of thunder in his palm and struck it directly toward the sky ahead. Boom! A flash of black and white thunder violently tore through the horizon, and the rolling sound of thunder echoed continuously throughout the primeval forest ahead. Chapter 352. Ancient Panda. Can you see the national treasure here too? After the thunder rumbled for several seconds, the entire crust beneath Jikang's feet suddenly vibrated slightly. Immediately following, an invisible pressure from deep within the giant forest swept over them aggressively. Hum. 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 The air emitted a ringing sound, as if coldly warning the intruder not to rashly step into this forbidden land. The corners of Jikang's mouth curled up slightly. He ordered the mechanical giant turtle to retreat, continuously increasing the distance to the rear to avoid the upcoming battlefield affecting the magical ray restrictions. During the retreat, he continued to fire thunder into the sky. One peal of thunder after another completely shattered the tranquility of this primeval forest. Likewise, it also drew the wrath of those two supreme rulers. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tremors of the earth became increasingly pronounced. Half a minute later, a terrifying giant shadow leaped violently from the forest and crashed onto the ground outside with a boom. The fierce aura of an overlord surged over like a tidal wave, almost instantly filling the entire world and making it difficult for one to breathe. It was a giant panda, 100 meters in size. Its black and white fur was like a thick, matted carpet. Its fangs were thick and coarse, and its sharp claws protruded from its paw pads, gouging deep trenches into the ground. Roar! The giant panda let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Its voice filled with the fury of a king. It saw the mechanical giant turtle retreating and assumed its intimidation had taken effect. But it never expected that the mechanical giant turtle would fire another bolt of thunder, which pierced through the air and struck it directly. Boom! A massive amount of lightning arcs splashed outward. The giant panda fell into a complete rage. How dare it provoke me? It frantically clawed at the ground, and its massive body, which appeared clumsy, sprinted across the earth at an incredibly fast speed, charging directly toward the distant mechanical giant turtle. At this moment, Jikang, standing on the deck of the mechanical giant turtle, couldn't help but widen his eyes. It's actually a giant panda. Under the eagle eye state, a piece of monster information appeared before Jikang's eyes. Ancient panda male primordial remnant species level overlord tier status, high-ranking life form evolution. A very rare branch of the ancient panda beast race, belonging to the pure-blooded primordial remnant species. They are few in number and have weak reproductive capabilities. But once they grow to adulthood, they possess extremely strong vitality and combat power. Furthermore, they are free from lifespan limitations and can continue to survive and grow stronger. The ancient panda race migrates year-round and particularly enjoys inhabiting plains with abundant spiritual qi. They possess relatively gentle habits and usually do not conflict with other life forms. However, once provoked, they will display immense fury and fighting spirit until they have completely destroyed their enemy. Seeing this information, Jikang chuckled. This big guy is quite interesting. It really is following the same path as the giant pandas on his home planet. They are so similar. But regardless of all that, I'm here to take you down. Jikang drew the moon's blood from his waist and simultaneously equipped the two epic tier items, Ancestral with Holy Bracelet and Ancestral with Holy Armor. His physique instantly skyrocketed by 1,500 points. He entered the Tribulation Thunderbody state, his figure flashing and disappearing from the deck, transforming into a fierce bolt of lightning as he dashed away. At the same time, Dongdong also manipulated the vehicle's kinetic energy turrets, unleashing a barrage of firepower upon the ancient panda as a pre-battle consumption of its health. Bang, 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 bang! Several armed turrets fired simultaneously, sending the panda tumbling and rolling across the ground in a chaotic mess. However, its defensive capabilities were clearly terrifying. Kinetic turrets capable of easily shredding steel fortress walls struck its body. Yet they could barely even breach its fur. It was simply too thick and too tough. Only the Eye of Annihilation Ray and the War Railgun, which fired small-caliber projectiles, managed to pierce its defenses, leaving behind blood-soaked wounds. But the duration of the output was too short, making it clearly difficult to land a fatal blow. Instead, it completely incited the creature's battle intent. Roar! The panda's rage soared to the heavens. It scrambled back up from a roll, intent on rushing over to tear the mechanical giant tortoise into a pile of scrap metal. Now that Jizang had already charged in, Dongdong had no choice but to cease fire temporarily to avoid friendly fire. The distance between Jizang and the panda closed rapidly. Their pressure on the battlefield became incredibly stifling, as if two meteors were about to collide. The next second, a terrifying impact unfolded. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the two aura fields clashed violently. Jizang had instantly entered the Super Blood Spirit Awakening state, his close quarters combat power skyrocketing to an extremely frightening level. The ancient panda was no slouch either. It didn't have many flashy abilities. It relied purely on physical strength brute force that defied logic. This was the first time Jizang had encountered such a pure opponent. It didn't even need to bite. It spent the entire time swatting with its massive paws. They swung with a whizzing sound, fast and fierce, and the sheer force of the wind from its palms could easily shave off a layer of the earth. The two sides engaged in a terrifying, intense battle. The mechanical giant tortoise remained in the distance, while Danzai and Huahua poked their heads out from the cabin on the deck to watch. It was too frightening. Huahua took one look and immediately scrambled away on its short legs to go hide. Danzai fared slightly better, but it also instinctively lowered its waist and back, a low rumbling sound emanating from its throat. Danzai's body length had now reached about 15 meters, its scales gleaming like silver, and the two horns on its head had grown longer, giving it the majestic air of a pure-blooded dragon. Although Danzai was now fully capable of crushing monarch-level creatures and could even hold its own against the weakest of the overlord level, it was still a magnitude lower than an ancient relic like the ancient panda, which had lived for who knows how many years. This wasn't bloodline suppression, but the sheer intimidation of physical presence. However, it wasn't cowardly. Seeing its master engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy, it tried to charge out to assist several times, but was desperately held back by Kiku and the others, who refused to let it enter the battlefield under any circumstances. Boom, boom! Shockwaves and thunderous sounds continued to ripple outward. The battle between the two was so intense that it felt as if the very earth were about to shatter. Compared to Jizang, who remained at ease and grew fiercer the longer he fought, the wounds on the ancient panda were constantly increasing. Its needle-like fur was scattered all over the ground, and deep, gruesome wounds exposed bone, with blood pouring down like a waterfall. Roar! Roar! The ancient panda's battle cries remained fierce. but they lacked the vigor they had just moments ago. The speed of the human before it was simply too fast. Even though it had unleashed its full combat power, it still couldn't parry. It could only watch helplessly as the wounds on its body multiplied, filling it with an unprecedented sense of crisis. And just then, another roar echoed from the primeval forest. Another massive figure leaped out from the woods. Sprinting madly toward the battlefield, Chapter 353 Suppressing to Overlords, Subjugating the Ancient Panda. It was another female ancient panda, its eyes filled with urgency and rage, charging toward the battlefield regardless of the danger. The moment the female ancient panda appeared, the male panda let out a roar, not at Jizang, who was attacking it, but at its mate. Because the female ancient panda was having some difficulty moving, its belly was round and distended, clearly in a state of late pregnancy. Participating in a battle under such conditions was incredibly dangerous. Furthermore, this human was so powerful that even with an extra helper, they likely wouldn't be a match for him. In the end, they would only meet their demise. Roar! The male ancient panda was nearly driven mad, roaring incessantly to warn her away. But its mate continued to charge forward, disregarding its own safety. Seeing that it couldn't stop her, the male could only turn and attack Jizang even more frantically, trying to pin him down so he wouldn't attack its spouse and the child in her womb. Jizang was, of course, not that kind of person. He intended to attack them both. Good things come in pairs, it's better to have the set, Jizang laughed. He unleashed a final moon slash, carving a massive gash into the male panda's back. Before deactivating the Super Blood Spirit Awakening, *Q, Jizang's figure landed gracefully from midair, his speed significantly reduced. However, he didn't intend to pop pills to continue a bloody grind with this couple. He simply activated the Curse of the Bronze Throne buff. Physique Kung 50%, Defense Kung to 100%. As his attributes surged, Jizang immediately retreated a certain distance. The melee round was over. Since both Overlord-level beasts had arrived, it was time for the finishing work. A flamboyant smile appeared on Jizang's face. Then, he slowly chanted the incantation. Law of the Spirit Word, by my will, manifest thy form. Brilliant green light flickered in Jizang's pupils. Complex syllables spelled from his lips, transforming into invisible laws and decrees that immediately spread outward. Spirit Word, Roots of the Ancients, activate. The moment the words fell, a sudden change occurred. The natural energy between heaven and earth seemed to come alive instantly. Following the command of Jizang's incantation, it poured madly into the earth, transforming the entire ground into fertile soil belonging to the divine. At this moment, the male ancient panda also immediately sensed a tremendous sense of crisis, bearing heavy injuries. It lunged frantically toward Jizang, desperate to interrupt his spellcasting. It was still too slow. The earth, vegetation, and forest in all directions had already been instantly stirred by the natural energy of that spoken incantation. Within a radius of nearly 5 kilometers centered on Jizang, vast stretches of ancient tree roots erupted from the ground, resembling thick, gargantuan dragons, intertwining and winding upward. Roar! The ancient roots, imbued with overwhelming power, coiled around the male ancient panda's body like a multitude of giant pythons. In a fit of rage, it raised its massive paws and struggled violently, attempting to tear the roots from its body. However, the true power of ancient roots was only just beginning to manifest. Countless thick roots, and fused with the power of the Spirit Word, wrapped around its limbs, waist, abdomen, and even its neck with a gentle yet irresistible force. Where they coiled, there was no destructive crushing force. Instead, ancient natural sealing runes lit up one after another. These runes shimmered with a soft, emerald light, and with every flicker, they drained and neutralized a massive amount of the violent power within the panda's body. This was not brutal suppression, but the control and soothing touch of the earth and Mother Nature. The male ancient panda soon found itself unable to move, its powerful body completely bound in midair, capable only of letting out desperate roars. Turning its head, it saw that its mate had also been bound by the roots. Lifted high off the ground, it had been less than a few seconds. These two Overlord-tier behemoths had already been completely subdued. Apart from their chests still heaving, they could no longer make any large movements, left only to emit desperate, muffled roars, Jizang slowly exhaled, the light in his pupils gradually fading along with it. He walked forward slowly, the spirit roots parting naturally to create a path before him, until he reached the vicinity of the pregnant female panda. A root beneath his feet rose up, lifting him to a height level with the female panda. Roar! The male panda was nearly driven mad, roaring and struggling incessantly, completely disregarding the wounds on its body that were still spurting blood. Jizang had already activated the spirit word state. Ancient pandas were also creatures that had developed intelligence. But because they lived in solitude for years and did not interact or communicate with any other species, Jizang could not understand its language. He could only roughly grasp what the male panda was expressing. It was saying, leave its wife and child alone, and if he wanted to kill someone, he should kill it instead. Damn, it actually had quite a bit of backbone. As for the female panda, it was expressing the same sentiment, looking at the human before it with eyes filled with hatred and resolve. Jizang's expression remained indifferent as he moved his thoughts. Two newly sprouted roots immediately bound the mouths of both pandas, rendering them unable to even shout, leaving them only capable of emitting low, whimpering sounds. He reached out and pressed his hand gently onto the nose of the female ancient panda. Quiet, his voice was calm, yet carried the lingering law-based power of the spirit word. The restless and desperate hearts of the two pandas were gradually soothed by these two words from Jizang, because they noticed that the human before them did not seem to have much intent to kill them. This ignited a glimmer of hope in their hearts. At this moment, Jizang had already opened the exchange in his mind, searching for the spirit suppressing contract. Asterisk wish. Spirit suppressing contracts of various levels were immediately listed before his eyes, each with a different price. This spirit suppressing contract was the best tool for subduing other life forms. It was the item he had used last time to subdue the golden goblin. Currently, that golden goblin was still being tasked by him to collect various rare treasures in Main City No. 6, though he had yet to see any results. However, the golden goblin was an elite monster, while these two ancient pandas were overlord tier monsters. The gap between them was like heaven and earth, and the level of the spirit suppressing contract required was also vastly different. An epic tier spirit suppressing contract was needed to perform the subdual. However, Jizang also noticed an interesting point. The legendary tier spirit suppressing contract was actually more expensive than the epic tier, selling for 50 million gold coins, while the epic tier was only 35 million. The price gauge had flipped, but it was understandable. The legendary tier could directly subdue creatures below monarch tier, whereas the epic tier could only subdue overlord tier creatures, and it required them to be suppressed before the contract could be initiated. Right now, apart from the very top tier handful of people who could even defeat an overlord tier creature, let alone suppress one. Chapter 354. Entering the Spiritual Chi Forest, the perfect dwelling. The reason Jizang made this decision was that these two big blockheads were truly not bad seeds. Their racial characteristics were not annoying, and they were quite honest and well-behaved. Taking them in as guardians of this forest wouldn't be bad. If it had been dark creatures or bloodthirsty beast tribes, they would have long since been twisted into jerky by his ancient roots. Jizang spent 70 million gold coins and instantly purchased two contracts. Spirit suppressing contract. Level epic category. One-time consume obligation. A magic contract personally inscribed by a top-tier beast taming king. After use, it can subdue a non-human creature, making it a pet that is forever loyal only to its master. Friendly reminder. The epic tier spirit suppressing contract can only be used on overlord tier creatures. Friendly reminder. The epic tier spirit suppressing contract can only be used when the target is in a suppressed or submissive state, and it requires the consumption of a large amount of mental power. Those with a mental stat below 300 points cannot use it. Obtaining the spirit suppressing contracts. Jizang moved his thoughts, letting the roots lift these two overlord tier creatures and bring them together. Jizang looked at them and spoke slowly. You two are lucky. I'm in a good mood today, and I don't feel like starting a slaughter. As he spoke, Jizang snapped his fingers, and those powerful, sturdy ancient roots immediately released their hold on the two ancient pandas. Thud, thud. The two overlord-class creatures slumped to the ground as if a great burden had been lifted. They immediately scrambled over to huddle together. The male panda extended an arm to shield his mate, watching Jizang with vigilant eyes while emitting a low, guttural sound roar. Who exactly are you? What do you intend to do to us? Jizang crossed his arms and smiled. I'll give you 3 choices. First, I can let you go, but you must stay far away from here and never set foot in this forest again. No, wait, I forgot to tell you the entire city outside is my territory, so you are not allowed to step even half a step into the city. Second, join my ranks and serve me from now on. Not only can you continue to inhabit this forest, but you will also receive many benefits. Third, I don't like to waste words. Make your choice. After saying this, Jizang flicked his fingertips, and 2 spirit binding contracts floated into midair, ready to be deployed at any moment. In truth, while he offered 3 choices, only the second one was genuinely viable. Regardless of what they chose, Jizang would still use the spirit binding contracts on them. He simply let them make the choice themselves so that he wouldn't have to force them. Jizang didn't like to force things. At most, he preferred to use a little pressure. Both ancient pandas understood Jizang's words, their expressions shifting, and certainly, they had already prepared themselves for death just moments ago. So to have this outcome was already a stroke of fortune. However, these 3 choices still left them in a state of great conflict. The third choice was immediately ruled out. The first choice seemed to offer the most freedom, but to abandon years of accumulation and leave the perfect nest they had spent a century searching for would be like cutting a piece out of their own hearts. Moreover, choosing to leave clearly carried the risk of angering the other party. What if this human went back on his word? It was obvious that the other party wanted them to choose the second option. Roar. Pandas will never be slaves. After hesitating for a long time, the male panda issued its declaration and warning. However, there was no explicit choice or refusal. Jizang smiled. This blockhead looked clumsy, but it was actually quite clever and knew how to draw the line. It clearly wanted to submit to him, but it was negotiating for guarantees of safety and freedom. It was bargaining. Jizang didn't hesitate either. He turned his head and shouted, "Danzai, bring Wahoo over." His voice carried far into the distance. On the deck of the mechanical giant turtle, a nimble figure immediately flew out, gliding rapidly through the sky. In no time, it arrived at Jizang's side, eyeing the 2 massive pandas with extreme curiosity. Behind it, Wahoo let out a few soft chirps and jumped into Jizang's arms. With its little paws paddling, it burrowed into Jizang's collar. Only after its entire body was hidden did it dare to poke out a furry head to secretly observe the 2 giant beasts in front of them. The ancient panda couple's pupils trembled at the sight of Danzai. Almost instinctively, they wanted to pay homage to the sacred life before them. A dragon. Are there really still royal descendants alive in this world? Ancient pandas were primordial remnants, and among pure-blooded beasts, they were considered extremely noble existences. But compared to legendary ancient holy spirits like the dragon race, they were nothing at all. This was a true royal, and such a rare, peerless existence was actually a pet of this human. This is Danzai, and this little one is Wahoo. They are my family and partners. Now do you believe that I am not some evil human? Jizang reached out to tease Wahoo and added, also, don't think that I am encroaching on your territory. This primeval forest was already within my domain to begin with. You are living in my home, understand? All right, no more nonsense. Make your choice, Jizang said. The ultimatum had been delivered. The 2 overlord-class creatures struggled for a long time before finally exchanging a glance and nodding heavily. Even if it was just for the sake of the child in their womb, they could not leave the nest at this time. The panda couple slowly knelt on one knee before the human. We pay our respects to you, human master. Jizang's lips curled upward. That was more like it. He flicked his finger lightly, and 2 ethereal, illusory spirit binding contracts flew out and merged into the center of their brows. Roar. These 2 giant beasts, having lived through long ages, naturally understood what the contracts were and accepted them without the slightest resistance. From this moment on, their future fates would be deeply bound to this mysterious and eccentric human. The moment the contracts took effect, Danzai and Wahoo sensed the familiar family aura from them. They immediately flew over from the sky, stepped onto the heads of the giant pandas, and ran around curiously, occasionally sniffing them with a mischievous air. Let's go. Let's go see our home. Jizang relaxed and, leading this strange group, entered the primeval forest filled with dreamy fluorescence. At night, the forest returned to tranquility. Only the faint light emitted by the spiritual vein roots and the passing fireflies intertwined to create a scene of peace and harmony. Stepping back into the forest, Jizang felt refreshed throughout his entire body. Every breath was cool and sweet, reaching deep into his soul, as if he were inhaling not air, but flowing nectar brewed by the moon and the stars. What a truly wonderful place. Here, whether it was living, cultivating, or planting, everything would yield twice the result with half the effort. These were the effects brought about by the spiritual environment. Jizang had already decided to make this his residence from now on. He would build a manor in the forest later. Just thinking about it felt incredibly satisfying. Chapter 355. Preparing to build a grand manor, returning to the plains. The area of this forest was likely comparable to the Starry Sky Great Forest, and it was inhabited by a vast number of biological tribes. The original dark creatures had basically been cleared out by the panda couple, while the remaining creatures were large and powerful. They were quite mild-mannered and generally didn't dare to run around causing trouble. Now that Jizang had taken over the forest, the ancient panda also showed great awareness, letting out a roar to announce the arrival of the new master to the entire forest. However, it must be said that the vitality of the ancient panda was truly no joke. After returning to the forest, the abundant spiritual chi here nourished its wounds, and the gashes and fur on its body were restored in no time. Jizang had been considering whether to use Endless Life to help it heal, but it seemed completely unnecessary now. To make it easier to call them, Jizang gave the panda couple some affectionate names. The male panda was called Xiao Hai, and the female panda was called Xiao Bai. However, given their mountain-like, hulking frames, these names were indeed a bit comical. Fortunately, they couldn't understand the context of human names, otherwise, they would surely have insisted on changing them. Xiao Hai and Xiao Bai's nest was in the center of the forest. After arriving there, Jizang could clearly feel the increase in the concentration of spiritual chi. He followed the core point of the spiritual chi and, sure enough, discovered a small pond. The spring water was incomparably clear, and the water quality shimmered with a faint golden light, a sign of liquefied spiritual chi. The spring eye originated from deep underground. Jizang expanded his magnetic field domain downward and quickly figured out the general source of the spiritual chi. This was a purely natural spiritual chi gathering point. Due to the geographical location and the soil and rock layers, the spiritual chi between heaven and earth had continuously converged here over long ages, depositing itself into this fertile land and turning it into an excellent spiritual site. What a pity! This natural law of spiritual chi convergence seemed to no longer exist due to some kind of change. The spiritual chi underground was likely being depleted with every bit used, turning it into a purely finite resource area. Jizang felt very regretful, but there was nothing to be done about it. He would just have to look for a better treasure land in the future. He took out the glazed jade spring cup that Avelia had given him and placed it directly into the pond. Soon, the cup began to glow with a dreamy, faint light, starting to absorb the spiritual chi here and convert it into a pale golden liquid. With this step settled, Jizang felt himself relax. Xiao Hai and Xiao Bai had both gone back to their habitat to sleep, and Jizang had nothing urgent to attend to. So, he simply lay down on a large rock nearby with Danzai and Hua. Jizang pillowed his head with his arms, looking up at the brilliant, starry Milky Way. Feeling the fresh air and the gentle caress of the spiritual chi in the forest, his entire heart became tranquil. These past few days had been too busy and too exciting. The high-speed pace of development had made him feel like an armored vehicle fully fueled and loaded with ammunition, constantly driving forward and fighting. Indeed, only in this kind of environment could his inner self return to its initial peace. This relaxed state of mind also reminded Jizang of the time he returned to the plains and spent a peaceful nap resting on someone's lap. Come to think of it, it had been a while since he last saw Chen Xiaoyuan. These days, Chen Xiaoyuan often sent him messages, excitedly showing off her little vegetable garden and vehicles. But he had been too busy to reply much. When he had some free time in the next few days, he would go pick her up. Using this spiritual forest for farming would definitely be incredibly effective, thinking and thinking. Jizang drifted off into dreamland. In the tranquil fluorescent forest, starlight and moonlight turned into a thin blanket, gently covering him as if caressed by the goddess of the moon. A night passed. When the first rays of dawn lit up the east, Jizang woke up early. He stood up and stretched a long, lazy stretch, feeling extremely refreshed, with every cell and fiber of his flesh filled with vitality. Refreshing. Jizang couldn't help but exclaim. Sleeping in such a gigantic treasure land was truly a treat. Not to mention mosquito bites. He hadn't even seen a single ant. Moreover, after breathing for a night, his physique had actually increased by more than 10 points. And even his spirit had increased by 2 points. Jizang got up and moved around. Then, as per his usual routine, switched his title and gained another 10 points of spirit before coming to the side of the pond to wash up. He took the opportunity to gulp down a few mouthfuls of the clear spiritual spring water. It was just that the spiritual chi in the spring water hadn't been refined. So, it was too fierce. It almost made him vomit. Jizang spent several minutes adjusting his breathing before he could barely smooth out the manic spiritual chi in his stomach. And then he slowly absorbed it with his body. Damn, I really can't drink this randomly in the future, Jizang muttered to himself. Xiao Hai had also woken up early. It had gone into the forest and picked a pile of fruits the size of water vats, piled them next to Jizang, and pushed them with its large, furry palm, signaling for its master to eat first. It's okay, you eat them, and take some to Xiao Bai too. Ruru. Xiao Hai let out a happy purr, picked up a large pile of fruits, and sent them to its wife. Jizang took Danzai and Hua, left the forest, and returned to the mechanical giant turtle. Afterward, while eating a hearty breakfast, he asked Long Yucheng to arrange a group of architects and drivers to come to the 9 Super Main City, preparing to develop this primeval forest. This place was good, but it was all original ecology. Sleeping on rocks and grass all the time wasn't ideal. It still needed to be built up quickly. He planned to build a 10-acre fully open manor, construct a few small villas, and dig an artificial lake or something similar. He left this matter to Long Yucheng to handle. Jizang drove the mechanical giant turtle and returned to Glory City. The current Glory City already looked like a base camp for the human race. Everywhere there were vehicles coming and going, as well as various sentry lines, trade markets, and so on. There were even restaurants and casinos appearing. Jizang chuckled. Sure enough, wherever there is prosperity, there is glitz and glamour. These forms of entertainment were ultimately unavoidable. Jizang couldn't be bothered to manage these things. As the mechanical giant turtle rumbled past, it quickly stirred up waves of cheers and a massive sensation. Numerous patrol vehicles and aircraft scrambled over to escort and clear a path for Jizang, a display of pageantry befitting a true big shot. Upon arriving at headquarters, Jizang held a routine meeting to summon all the high-level executives, established the guidelines for upcoming defense and development, and then departed immediately. The vehicle headed straight for the portal outside the city, returning to the Shuyu Plains after a long absence. Returning this time was primarily to collect treasure chests and clear an rank dungeon, with the added intention of picking up Chen Xiaonyuan on the way back. The holder of that rank dungeon quest scroll was located at another plains base, roughly over 20 kilometers away from the Shuyu Plains. It was quite a long journey. Jizang had to periodically activate the furnace overload state to ensure the vehicle maintained its maximum travel speed. Along the way, he also deployed all his secondary units. Like a swarm of locusts, they scoured every treasure chest they encountered along the route. Taking advantage of this leisure time, Jizang also opened the World Channel, Chapter 356. Recruiting experts for an S-rank dungeon. Gong Lingguan is about to cough up blood after a 2-day hiatus. Jizang logged back into the World Channel, causing an almost instantaneous sensation. Holy crap, he's online. Everyone get the hell out of the way. My brother G is here. 666,666. Finally online. Brother G, are you not going to plant a flag? Please let me hug your thigh. Amidst the heated discussion, only the 2 major power factions remained silent. Ever since Jizang swept through the 13 main cities, the city lords of the 2 major factions rarely appeared publicly on the channel. They had become incredibly low-key, and no one knew what kind of mischief they were plotting behind the scenes. Ji Zhang checked his inbox, which was overflowing with 99 messages, almost all of them sent by other city lords. Some were purely trying to cozy up to him, hoping to pay their respects. Others wanted to sell him goods and get to know him in the process. The most interesting one, however, was the message sent by Gong Lingguan. Ji Zhang remembered the name Gong Lingguan very clearly. Back when he was in the chaotic ancient domain, Ji Zhang had a transaction with him, purchasing the mirror of piercing falsehoods from him. And this time, Gong Lingguan had brought him quite a surprise as well. Ji Zhang, I have an S-rank dungeon quest scroll here. Are you interested? Ji Zhang, are you there? We're at 19 out of 20 here, brother. Please reply when you receive this. We're running out of patience over here, an S-rank dungeon. Seeing those words, Ji Zhang's eyes couldn't help but light up. The last time he saw something like this was in a rainbow treasure chest, a dungeon named Dragon Prison in Great Marsh. However, he had chosen Nig at that time and missed out on it. Even though he had already conquered 13 super main cities, he hadn't seen a single high-level dungeon quest scroll yet. At most, there was the ranked dungeon he was going to clear today, which required a long trip. Where is the location? Ji Zhang replied immediately. Gong Lingguan was also online and replied in a split second. Holy crap! You finally logged on. I'm sending you the location now. Location, click to view. Ji Zhang clicked on the location sent by the other party, and the vehicle's satellite map immediately zoomed out and shifted, jumping to the chaotic ancient domain. The coordinates of a pitch-black area unfolded. In terms of distance, it was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the giant cities he had explored before. But the fact that the dungeon was located in the chaotic ancient domain was very interesting. This meant he didn't have to cross the vast, open territories of the plains. By directly using the chaotic ancient domain portals and continuously shuttling back and forth to exploit a bug, he would have a chance to jump to a location close to the target. Ji Zhang, interesting. What's the situation? Gong Lingguan, can you come? Ji Zhang, I can. Gong Lingguan, that's great. Gong Lingguan, to be honest, I've been saving up for this dungeon for a long time, but I haven't been able to gather enough people. It's great that you can come. Ji Zhang, how much money? Gong Lingguan, sigh. Don't say that. We're buddies who have traded before. How could I charge you? Just give me a few tens of millions or something as a token of appreciation when the time comes. Don't give too much. I won't accept it. I'll get angry. Ji Zhang, I meant, how much are you paying me? Gong Lingguan, are you kidding me, brother? Ji Zhang, I provide enough money. I lead you to clear the dungeon. Is that hard to understand? Gong Lingguan, you. Ji Zhang, you said you couldn't gather enough people. Isn't it because you feel your strength isn't enough and the risk is too high? So you need to find an expert to back you up. I understood that correctly. Right, Ji Zhang typed slowly. Experts charge a performance fee. That's not unreasonable. Looking at the message Ji Zhang sent, Gong Lingguan froze. Because Ji Zhang was absolutely right. An S-rank dungeon. His team and the city lord level external reinforcements he had found actually didn't have the confidence to just rush in blindly. If their combat power wasn't enough, the outcome would be a total party wipe. Therefore, for the last few spots, Gong Lingguan was extremely cautious, requiring strict verification of strength before letting anyone join. The key was that he didn't belong to the camp of the two major factions, so he didn't dare to ask their experts to join. And matters concerning an S-rank dungeon were not something that should be spread around too much, so his options became very limited. Ji Zhang happened to be one of the best candidates. He had become a legend in that one battle during the defense of Glory City, and his strength had already been verified. That was why Gong Lingguan had specifically waited for him to come online. Gong Lingguan, brother, how much do you want? Ji Zhang, 20%. Gong Lingguan, what 20%? Are you trying to say 100 million? Ji Zhang, 20%. Excluding my own share. I want 20% of all the dungeon loot from all the other participants. Gong Lingguan, you might as well kill me. This was an S-rank dungeon. Aside from the 11 powerhouses from Gong Lingguan's own main city, The other 8 external reinforcements were only secured after he had begged and pleaded with everyone he could find. Asking for 20% of everyone's earnings, how was that any different from taking a dump on the heads of other city lord-level powerhouses? Earnings were one thing, but the real issue was where these people were supposed to put their pride. Of course, the earnings were still the most important part. Demanding a flat 20% cut was something no one could likely accept. Gong Lingguan struggled with the dilemma for a long time before finally offering the highest terms he could manage. Gritting his teeth as he typed, 0.5% at most. I'll go talk to them. But he didn't get a reply from Jikang. What he got instead was the notification that Jikang had gone offline. He went offline. What the hell? How can there be such a person? Gong Lingguan felt like he was going to vomit blood. He frantically sent message after message to Jikang, but they had all turned into red notifications on the other side. After closing the chat window, Jikang didn't open it again. He lay back on the sofa, leisurely sipping red wine while watching his massive fleet of unmanned mechanical units flying busily to and fro, piling the treasure chests on the deck higher and higher. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Since Gong Lingguan had the patience to wait for 2 days, it meant he was definitely a conservative city lord. As for himself, being the strongest and most suitable reinforcement, he knew the man would definitely have to hire him. No rush. Whoever gets anxious first loses. Jikang finished his red wine before finally getting up to head over to the pile of treasure chests, where he began opening them one after another. He no longer bothered picking up wooden chests. He started exclusively with black iron grade and above. However, as the strength of the survivors increased, the number of treasure chests on the plains had dwindled, especially the black iron grade ones, which had seen a cliff-like drop in quantity. There was also a slight decrease in bronze chests, but silver grade and above remained relatively stable in number since they were harder to obtain. The mechanical giant turtle continued its journey, soon crossing the Shiyu Plains and arriving in the relatively unfamiliar outer regions. They were getting closer and closer to the target location. Along the way, Jikang had collected over 100 treasure chests in total, 77 black iron grade, 25 bronze grade, 4 silver grade, 1 gold grade. Jikang opened them all in one go, but unfortunately, aside from a large amount of talent fragments, nothing particularly eye-catching appeared. Chapter 357. The Mysterious Ancient Demon Tower. The raid begins. Over half an hour later. The mechanical giant turtle, which had been frantically sweeping up treasure chests the entire way, finally arrived at the target location, the Kangsing Plains. This was a much larger region than the Shiyu Plains, possessing a variety of unique terrains and posing even greater dangers. Because the number of survivors here was so high, the scale of the base was about 5 times that of the one in the Shiyu Plains. When Jikang's vehicle arrived at the base entrance, all the high-ranking leaders of the base were already lined up into rows, waiting for him. Bang, 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 bang. A massive volley of ceremonial cannons fired in unison, and the welcoming crowd waved their arms excitedly, the scene incredibly jubilant. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I touched Master Ji's hand. Lord City Lord is so handsome. Stop pushing, damn it. The people in the front row are about to be crushed into dried meat. Back off. You're going to squeeze my stomach out. The survivors on the scene were absolutely insane. 100 times more fanatical than fans at a celebrity event. In several spots, people even started fighting to secure a front row position. And the scene grew increasingly chaotic. Jikang didn't linger. After a brief inspection, he went straight to the base's war room to hold the pre-battle meeting. This great dungeon was located in a fog-shrouded area 500 kilometers north of the base. Because it was covered in thick fog year-round, no aircraft could conduct reconnaissance, and the vanguard personnel sent inside had all mysteriously lost contact, leaving the situation within the dungeon completely unknown. Send me the ticket so I can take a look, Jikang said. Yes, Master Ji. The ticket holder immediately sent the information over. Ancient Demon Tower Mission Scroll Dungeon Grade, Agrada tickets. 15. Send an invitation ticket to any survivor. Once they agree, they gain entry qualifications to participate in the dungeon raid together evaluation. This mission scroll belongs to an intermediate level dungeon, suitable for survivors with a constitution of 500 points or higher who possess powerful talents and heavy weaponry. Please ensure all preparations are made before attempting the raid. Once a dungeon raid fails, survivors will face an extremely high risk of death. Friendly reminder: personal vehicles cannot enter the dungeon. Ancient Demon Tower. Ji Kang narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time he had seen a dungeon with such a name. However, with insufficient information, any meeting would just be empty talk. Afterward, Ji Kang took the survivors whose spots had already been confirmed and prepared to head to the site. Because the terrain along the way was complex, he wouldn't be taking the vehicle this time. Ji Kang used a giant armed helicopter as transport, carrying the large group straight to their destination. Several dozen minutes later, the thick fog in the distance appeared on the horizon, dyeing the earth completely white with visibility reduced to almost zero. The mission location was right here. Everyone climbed down from the helicopter, their expressions tense as they constantly scanned their surroundings. They were about to raid a legendary grade dungeon, and it was being led by Master Ji himself, which made them both nervous and excited. Ji Kang's expression was calm. Distribute the tickets. Yes, Master Ji. The holder of the mission scroll hurriedly handed out the tickets. Ji Kang took one, and the specific information appeared before his eyes. Dungeon ticket grade, Agrada location, Ancient Demon Tower ruins. Click for location coordinates. Objective, clear the 5th floor. Mission time limit, 12 hours. Starts counting upon entry point ranking. None currently. After clearing the dungeon, all rewards will be automatically distributed according to the point ranking, excluding special items. Friendly reminder: if the dungeon time limit is exceeded, no one will receive rewards, and teleportation will be unavailable. You will only be able to escape the dungeon manually. Clear the 5th floor. Is there only a total of 5 floors? Or can one only fight up to the 5th floor? Ji Zhang was suddenly filled with immense curiosity. After the tickets were verified, Ji Zhang directly clicked to start the dungeon. The next second, a brilliant teleportation ray appeared beneath everyone's feet. Whoosh! The surrounding view shifted instantly. In the blink of an eye, everyone had arrived on a patch of black earth. The air was filled with vast white fog. With every breath, it felt as if the entire lungs were coated in a layer of viscous liquid, which was extremely uncomfortable. Within the dense fog, there was also an intensely heavy scent of blood. However, this stench did not drift over from somewhere else. It was seeping out from the soil itself. This land had been dyed black by blood. Everyone's heart immediately jumped into their throats. Don't run around, just follow behind me, Ji Zhang said. The lightning magnetic field within his body immediately expanded in all directions. He had originally attempted to use his wind wielder talent to blow away the dense fog, but it was completely useless because no fresh air could reach this place at all. If you blew the fog away, more fog would simply come to replace it. Ji Zhang had no other choice but to use his magnetic field and spiritual sense passively as his sensory organs to avoid getting lost in this place. The group continued forward. Before long, Ji Zhang discovered several decaying corpses. Judging by their clothing, they were likely survivors who had come in to explore previously. Further ahead, the number of corpses increased. Some had been dead for many years, reduced to nothing but white bones. This could be considered an important clue. Ji Zhang led the terrified group of powerhouses, following the path where the corpses were most numerous. Finally, after a few minutes, the group stepped over piles of bones and saw the silhouette shrouded in the shadows of the dense fog ahead. The ancient demon tower had appeared. Ji Zhang narrowed his eyes into slits. His magnetic field domain, upon touching that dark silhouette, failed completely. He had no way to gauge the target's specific size or material, let alone infiltrate it. It seemed this thing was far from being as simple as an ranked dungeon. Soon, the group found the entrance to the ancient demon tower. It was a massive, ancient, and mottled stone gate, engraved with two ferocious demons holding giant halberds. Ji Zhang reached out and slowly pushed the stone gate open with force. Whoosh! In an instant, a massive amount of black energy poured out frantically from the gaps in the stone gate. The moment they came into contact with the black energy, many of the weaker individuals behind him felt dizzy and faint, nearly collapsing on the spot. Ji Zhang immediately deployed his lightning domain, purifying the black energy, which prevented the loss of troops before the battle had even begun. Following the black energy came the roar of a large swarm of fierce monsters. Roar! Hiss! However, The strength of these monsters was relatively average, only at the level of elite and super monsters. "You guys take it from here," Jizang said, lighting a cigarette. The powerhouses behind him immediately took action with grave expressions. A great battle broke out just like that. Those capable of participating in this mission generally possess strong individual combat power, so dealing with these low-level monsters was naturally a piece of cake. In just a few minutes, they had completely cleared out the hundreds of monsters. Chapter 358, Instant Seconds. Sweeping straight to the 5th floor, after everyone had slaughtered the monsters, Jizang also utilized his lightning power to purify all the remaining black energy. The full view of the 1st floor of the ancient demon tower was officially revealed to everyone. It was a vast and empty area, covering over 10 square kilometers, with various skeletons scattered everywhere, some of which had weathered into piles of white powder over the long years. In the center of the massive cylindrical space, there was an ancient staircase, and the black fog from the 2nd floor gushed out from the stairwell. "The first few floors shouldn't be difficult. Leave the monsters below the king level to you all. I'll handle the rest. Let's continue," Jizang said. The powerhouses looked at each other and nodded heavily. Next, the group headed toward the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was similar to the first, consisting entirely of super monsters, just in greater numbers. They passed through easily once again. The increasing combat power of the enemies on the 2nd floor made everyone feel much more relaxed. At this rate, the 5th floor would probably just be a monarch-level boss, a piece of cake. Following that, the group arrived at the 3rd floor, but the situation that appeared in their field of vision made their spines go slightly cold. Roar, hissing. The low growls of the monsters sounded like rows of car engines, causing even the air to ripple in waves. There were hundreds of king-level monsters. They were packed together so densely that the mere aura they emitted made it difficult for people to breathe. Everyone swallowed hard in unison and cast their gaze toward Jizang at the side. "Master Ji of this, can you handle them?" Jizang asked. The group forced out a reluctant and ugly smile. "It's a bit difficult. After all, they were only powerhouses from the plains base. There was still a certain gap between them and the powerhouses of the super main cities. If they had vehicles, it would be one thing, but to rely solely on their physical combat power to take on 10 or 20 king-level monsters each was simply a joke." "Fine." Jizang drew the moon's blood from his waist and entered the tribulation lightning body state. Roar! Seeming to sense a manic energy emerging from that human, all the monsters let out deafening roars and charged toward them frantically. Swoosh! Jizang's figure flashed out, transforming into a streak of black and white lightning. He pierced straight into the swarm of monsters, beginning a frenzied harvest. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of leaping lightning, the sound of blades slicing into flesh, and the miserable wails of the monsters echoed throughout this level of the ancient tower. It took less than 10 seconds. Those hundreds of fierce king-tier monsters were reduced to piles of minced meat covering the floor. Jizang's figure reappeared in the center of the battlefield following his final flash. Not a single drop of blood stained his body as he calmly and composedly sheathed his black blade. "Let's go. With that, Jizang walked directly toward the stairs leading to the next level. Everyone was stunned into a daze. Although they had heard various legends about Master Ji for a long time, witnessing such a top-tier combat scene with their own eyes still left their minds reeling with shock. One by one, they followed in Jizang's footsteps like machines, unable to recover their senses for a long while. The 4th level, they had arrived. The moment they stepped onto this floor, the experts from the plains behind him nearly felt their legs give way. Standing before them were 20 monsters with hideous and terrifying appearances. Their physical size was not much larger than the king-tier monsters, however. The heaven-shaking aura radiating from their bodies was enough to chill one to the bone. Monarch tier, 20 monarch tier monsters, and there was not the slightest room for a buffer. The moment everyone stepped up, those monarch tier monsters surged forward with overwhelming momentum, launching a fierce assault. "Retreat back down the stairs." Jizang said this without looking back, his figure already flashing out. The edge of moon's blood had already manifested at the necks of the monsters. It was no different from when he slaughtered the king-tier monsters. The blade of the black sword sliced through the flesh of the monarch-tier monsters with ease. cutting through them at an unstoppable speed. Swish, 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 swish. Successfully killed a ghost mountain eagle monarch tier. Gold coins come 1 million. Mountain eagle blood heart come 1. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of thunder power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of metal power. Successfully killed a fierce demon monarch tier. Gold coins come 1 million. Successfully absorbed. Lines of kill notifications kept appearing before Ji Zhang's eyes. The number of monsters began to plummet at a speed visible to the naked eye. Listening to the terrifying sounds of battle behind them, the group scrambled down the stairs in panic. But they had only stood on the 3rd level for a moment when the commotion above ceased. It was eerily quiet. "It's clean, come on up." Ji Zhang's voice drifted down from the staircase. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. No way. It's already over. They hurried back up the stairs, a thick, pungent scent of blood from the monarch tier monsters hitting them, making them feel dizzy and nauseated. Looking closely, they saw that those terrifying monarch tier bosses from just moments ago were now scattered in pieces. Not a single complete corpse remaining. The way the group looked at Ji Zhang had long since turned into the reverence one would show a god. What the hell? Is this physical combat power of Master Ji's even human? However, everyone also realized a problem. If the 4th level was this intense, what about the 5th level? Would they really encounter a legendary Overlord tier monster? Their legs felt a bit weak. In the previous wave of monsters, a very small number of plains bases had been invaded by Overlord tier monsters. In the end, it took the combined defensive strength of the entire base and the payment of a tragic price to eliminate them. Come on up and take a look together. It's good to get a feel for it. Ji Zhang smiled. Yes, yes, yes. The smiles on their faces were uglier than crying. As they climbed the stairs, their legs couldn't stop trembling. The psychological pressure was simply too great. Just like that, the group ascended to the final 5th level. The moment they stepped onto the last stair, an unprecedented, terrifying sense of oppression spread into everyone's hearts. Several of them even collapsed to the floor, wetting themselves in terror. A strange, bubbling sound from a monster's chest cavity echoed from the deep darkness ahead. Immediately after, two fiery red lanterns seemed to light up in the darkness, a pair of massive, scarlet eyes filled with endless death and killing intent. Red demon level, Overlord tier status. Quasi-high rank evaluation. An ancient guardian of the demon tower, imprisoned here for generations, existing only to tear every challenger who attempts to subvert the majesty of the demon tower into pieces. Looking at this information, all the experts from the plains present were terrified to the extreme. It really was an Overlord tier. Feeling the opponent's aura, Ji Zhang had a rough judgment in his heart. Weakling among Overlord tiers, it was far inferior to the Overlord tier monsters of the super main cities and the ancient Chaos Realm. He drew the moon's blood from his waist. The metallic clang echoed through the silent space, carrying the scent of slaughter. Chapter 359. Clearing the distance in seconds. Opening the purple glory treasure chest again. Gurgle, gurgle. The red demon continued to emit low, guttural sounds, and an endless aura of blood instantly shrouded the entire floor. A violent, intense vibration suddenly erupted in the air. The red demon's massive body, carrying a mighty momentum, charged forward directly. Under such immense pressure, all the experts from the plains behind could barely withstand it. They instantly began bleeding from their 7 orifices, their vision turning a sea of red dot at the critical moment. An invisible force flickered, knocking them back down the stairs, which could be considered saving their lives. Only Ji Zhang remained on the scene, facing the Overlord tier monster alone. However, to fight an Overlord tier of this intensity, he didn't need to use the curse of the Bronze Throne at all, let alone consume any elixirs. Ji Zhang raised his palm and directly activated Singularity Domination. Boom! An invisible, immense force transformed into a surging shockwave, directly dragging the blood demon's charging figure backward. The inertia of its charge and the repulsive force acted upon its body simultaneously, nearly tearing the entire physical form apart. A massive amount of blood sprayed out from its twisted muscles and torn skin. The inertia of its sprint was no match for the repulsive force of Singularity Domination. Its body flew backward in a grotesque posture. The next second, Jizang had already entered the super blood spirit state, holding his blade horizontally. He unleashed a single moon slash, swish, across the entire 5th floor of the demon tower. A horizontally expanding crimson full moon appeared, the moonlight flashed by, and the surging blade completely engulfed the blood demon. Before it could even react to what had happened, its entire body was reduced to a vast mist of blood within the expansive crimson lunar wheel. Successfully kill the blood demon overlord level. Gold coins Kung 50 million. Blood demon Fangkung 1. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of thunder power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of metal power. A series of kill notifications appeared before Jizang's eyes. The battle had only just begun, and it was already over. As for the experts from the plains, who were still dazed and disoriented at the bottom of the stairs, they hadn't even realized what had just occurred when a cold, mechanical notification sound rang out in their minds. Congratulations to all survivors. You have successfully cleared the rank dungeon Ancient Demon Tower Ruins. The ranking list is now being announced. What? It's already cleared. Everyone looked on in utter confusion. That was a damn overlord level monster. Shouldn't it have been a backhand fourth battle that shook the heavens and shattered the earth? How did it vanish in the blink of an eye? What was the difference between this and the king level or monarch level monsters from earlier? Having failed to witness the battle, they had no way of imagining what had transpired in those few brief seconds. Ranking list: first place, Jizang output contribution, damage taken contribution, support contribution, boss skill count, obtained rating. Rank: highest rating for a transcendent obtained settlement reward. Purple glory treasure chest X1 friendly reminder. Transcendent refers to survivors whose strength significantly exceeds the dungeon's difficulty, to prevent high-level experts from over-participating in low-level dungeons. All survivors judged as transcendents can only receive a maximum rating of a rank. The rating appeared immediately, just as Jizang had expected. It was another transcendent rank rating. Fortunately, it gave a purple glory treasure chest this time, so it didn't disgrace the level of an A-rank dungeon. Subsequently, the ratings for the others were released one after another, because their contributions were too low. Most of them only received a C-rank rating, with only a few obtaining a B rank. Settlement complete. All rewards have been distributed to the survivors' inventories. Dungeon time remaining, 11:31. Survivors may choose to explore freely before the countdown ends, or exit the dungeon immediately. The final settlement notification appeared, marking the end of this dungeon run. The entire process was crisp and efficient, taking less than half an hour. However, apart from Jizang, every other survivor was injured, mostly from the pressure exerted by the blood demon earlier. Taking advantage of the time while everyone was resting, Jizang began to carefully observe this 5th floor area. Sure enough, at the far end on the other side, he discovered an entrance obscured by black mist. That should be the staircase to the next floor. This ancient demon tower, as expected, had more than 5 floors, but just as Jizang attempted to walk inside, an invisible force of law, like an unshakable iron wall, firmly blocked him. Jizang tried using his moon blood and tribulation thunder, but unfortunately, neither could cause the slightest bit of damage to it. This was a restriction at the origin level. With his current strength, he could not shake it at all. He estimated that only an S-rank dungeon mission scroll could open it. Jizang had no choice but to give up. Afterward, he led everyone all the way down to the 1st floor and exited the ancient demon tower. Jizang still wanted to explore the overall size and environment of the ancient demon tower from the surroundings and the air, but he kept hitting that unbreakable restriction at certain boundaries, not giving even a shred of intelligence. Jizang felt a bit annoyed. There was no other way. He had to head back. Jizang tapped on exit dungeon immediately. A teleportation array lit up beneath everyone's feet. The surrounding environment changed rapidly, and when they came to their senses, they were already back in the outside world. Master G. The crowd still had lingering fears, but their faces carried a hint of excitement as they gathered around Jizang. A large group of standby personnel nearby also hurried over. Brothers, we shall meet again. I must be going now. Jizang smiled and patted their shoulders. After a warm and reluctant farewell, Jizang boarded his armed helicopter and returned to the mechanical giant turtle. He still had many things to attend to. So, he wouldn't stay at the base to seek attention. The matter was settled. Time to head home. On the return journey, Jizang took out the ultimate reward from this dungeon. A luxurious treasure chest radiating endless purple energy appeared prominently on the deck. This was his third time opening a purple glory treasure chest. The first was after killing the ancestral Blood Corpse King, and the second was after killing the Bronze Corpse Monarch. Both had the word corpse in them. It was quite unlucky. Jizang sighed slightly, wondering when he would be able to get a treasure chest of the next year. Putting aside those useless thoughts, Jizang focused his attention entirely on the purple glory treasure chest before him. He tensed his face slightly and reached out to lift the lid. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal opening, a massive amount of purple light bloomed from the chest. A pile of materials and treasures all jumped out. Obtained gold coins by 50. 0. Parts x 800,000. Steel sheets by 100. 0. Level 6 chip x1. Heart of Purgatory x1. Obtained Grade Over Limit Awakening Gem x1. Obtained Super Disposable Forging Device by 5. Obtained Demon Suppression Token by 1. Obtained Grade S Talent Fragment by 2. Obtained Grade A Talent Fragment by 7. Chapter 360. Return to Liubao River. Re-entering the Black Yama Grotto. As the various materials and treasures appeared, Jizang immediately began to examine them carefully. Most of the items that appeared this time were familiar, with only the Super Disposable Forging Device and the Demon Suppression Token appearing for the first time. Super Disposable Forging Device category, consumable function. When a growth-type piece of equipment is placed into the forging furnace along with forging materials, one forging process can be completed. There is a 20% chance to receive a super forging bonus. Upgrading the forging material to a higher tier. Example, Monarch Grade Overlord Grade. Jizang originally didn't have high expectations for this super disposable forging device, thinking it was just a special forging tool to increase the success rate of a great success. It wasn't until he saw the last line that he nearly jumped up. Holy crap! A 20% chance for a super forging bonus. And the forging material upgrades by a whole tier. If he were to input a sovereign grade forging material and trigger a critical hit like this, wouldn't the forging progress skyrocket straight through the roof? Jizang's heart pounded. This item might seem unremarkable, but its true value was immeasurable. Jizang put it away and continued to look at the second unfamiliar item. Demon Suppression Token category. Special Artifact Evolution. A token used by the sacrificial rites of the ancient human royal court. It is said that this token was once blessed by gods and possesses the special ability to sense divine power. Jizang had originally thought this was an offensive item, but it turned out to be a special artifact. Possesses the special ability to sense divine power. Jizang rubbed his chin. Does this mean it could be used like a compass to locate fragments of the god's will? Unfortunately, there wasn't a detailed description, so he would just have to test it out later. Jizang took out the Demon Suppression Token. It was a modeled wooden token, small and exquisite, with craftsmanship so refined that it was clearly the work of a master artisan. As he held it, he felt a gentle warmth through the weathered patterns and lines on its surface. Jizang felt as if he had traveled through thousands of years of time, witnessing the glorious era of humanity that this token had once seen. Jizang threaded a silk string through the hole in the token and wore it around his neck so he could sense any changes in the token at any time. With that, he finished reviewing the contents of the treasure chest. Jizang returned to the bathroom to take a shower before heading to the luxurious dining table on the deck to eat. For this return trip to the Shiyu Plains, he chose a different route he hadn't taken before, continuing to mobilize the army of the Mechanical God Kingdom to sweep through the treasure chests along the way. By the time he returned to the Shiyu Plains, the harvest of treasure chests had already exceeded the previous haul. It was another bountiful harvest. Jizang opened all the treasure chests once again. His luck was quite good this time, yielding several rare items. Although he already possessed items or talents with similar functions, he could still sell them for a decent price on the market. 200 or 300 million was definitely guaranteed. He also obtained quite a few talent fragments this time. Jizang had already maxed out his Grade C and Grade B talents, and now all his fragments had been synthesized into Grade A, bringing the total to an astonishing 7. He also had 15 Grade S fragments, But this was still far from enough. He planned to wait until the next wave to accumulate more before continuing the synthesis. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Ji Zhang didn't plan to inspect the base, choosing instead to wander around the Xiu Plains, the Liubao River. While passing through the swamp area, Ji Zhang suddenly remembered this. He remembered that when he was searching for the night-glowing treasure box, he had gone down into that mysterious underwater cave at the bottom of the Liubao River and encountered that unknown monster, only escaping later by using the etherealization of the cicada wing treasure armor. It's time to return to the scene of the crime. Ji Zhang raised an eyebrow, a bold, arrogant smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Back then, he had been chased like a dog. But now it was time for the roles to be reversed. I want to see exactly what kind of treasure is hidden inside. Ji Zhang steered the vehicle around, and through the extraterrestrial satellite system, he quickly locked onto the whirlpool in the Liubao River. Location confirmed. The massive vehicle rumbled toward the target destination. The afternoon Liubao River was still incredibly turbulent, with layers of yellow waves and rolling sounds of the tide. Ji Zhang didn't hesitate at all. He leaped directly from the deck and plunged into the water. Gurgle! The surrounding vision immediately became murky, and his descent slowed down. A fierce fish in the water, thinking it had found food, immediately flicked its tail and lunged at him. But the outcome was predictable. The fierce fish, several meters long and possessing super-grade monster strength, was easily torn apart by Ji Zhang with his bare hands, and thanks to it, the riverbed within a 3-kilometer radius suffered a terrifying lightning strike, leaving all the fish floating on the surface with their bellies up. Ji Zhang swam rapidly through the water. With his current physique, he could move freely even without underwater life support equipment. Whenever he needed oxygen, he simply ionized the surrounding river water and absorbed it. Whoosh! Gurgle! Accompanied by the sound of water bubbles, Ji Zhang soon arrived at the place where he had suffered his defeat, a deep grotto on a cliff at the bottom of the river. It remained as dark and cold as an abyss, with an invisible dark whirlpool churning below. No creature dared to approach it rashly. Black Yama Grotto Evaluation. This information panel appeared once again, causing Ji Zhang to frown slightly. Last time, his level was low, so it was understandable that he couldn't see it, but it was still in an unknown state now. What the hell is this? Ji Zhang grew even more curious. He swam to the edge of the cliff, and his entire body was immediately sucked into the vortex. He did not resist, instead allowing that force to pull him down into the abyss. Whoosh! A bone-chilling cold enveloped his body from all directions. After falling at high speed for over 10 seconds, a vast and mighty aura rapidly approached him from the abyss below. That's right, buddy. Same routine again. Ji Zhang's lips curled up. He drew the moon's blood from his waist, twisted his body in midair, and slashed directly downward. Swish! The blade tore through the water, carving out a massive vacuum. The eyeball monster from the abyss below was instantly sliced into by this strike. But it did not die. Instead, as if feeling extreme agony, the red blood vessel beneath it contracted violently, yanking the eyeball back into the depths of the abyss. It went down, but its companions came up. A full 100 giant eyes shot up one after another to the height where Ji Zhang was, scrambling to swallow him in one gulp. But what greeted them was not crispy, delicious meat, but a cold, sharp blade. Swish, swish, swish. Moon's blood cut through the water, creating massive turbulence. Under the surging waves, all 100 giant eyes were sliced into fragments. Some even had their umbilical cords severed, turning into lumps of dead flesh floating aimlessly in the water. As the large number of giant eyes died, the remaining vascular umbilical cords also flashed and retreated downward like lightning. The suction of the entire vortex diminished significantly as a result. Brothers, taking a break tomorrow for New Year's Day. While wishing everyone a smooth, prosperous, and lucky 2026. Chapter 361. The mysterious finger bone reappears. An unknown underground world. Ji Zhang turned his body around and lunged fiercely into the abyss below. Gurgle! A massive amount of bubbles and cavities erupted in the water, causing the entire area to practically boil. 100 meters to 100 meters. Upon sinking to a depth of 300 meters, the entire underground cavern suddenly expanded from a long, narrow tunnel into a massive subterranean space. The magnetic field domain Jizang emitted had already spread out over a kilometer. Yet he still couldn't reach the bottom. Screech. The next second, a terrifying black shadow suddenly lunged at him at extreme speed. Jizang dodged to the side, his moon's blood twisting into a spinning blade in midair, and with a swish asterisk, he sliced the black shadow in two. Black, pus-like blood diffused from the severed end. It was a severed tentacle, pitch black and grotesque. While severing the tentacle, Jizang aimed his left palm downward and unleashed a bolt of tribulation lightning. Hiss! The black and white tribulation lightning pierced through the entire water domain, illuminating the pitch-black underground water world with an eerie halo. The lightning struck the massive shadow hiding below with precision. The creature twisted as if in pain and actually darted off in another direction. A cold sneer tugged at the corner of Jizang's mouth as he stirred the water and gave chase. The two engaged in a game of cat and mouse within the water. Under the eagle-eye state, Jizang successfully locked onto the target, and information appeared before his eyes. Black Yama Overlord level, Overlord greatest status, quasi-high tier, evaluation. An aquatic species dwelling in underground water domains. It has been purified after being infected by a mysterious will and will devour any creature that attempts to enter this water domain. As expected, a low-spec Overlord grade. Jizang's speed in the water was clearly inferior to the creature's. After failing to catch it several times, he had no choice but to use singularity domination to drag its entire body over. Using gravity in water consumes an immense amount of stamina, coupled with the creature's massive size. Even the current Jizang had to grit his teeth to pull it in. Whoosh! Endless bubbles surged into the sky. The more effort Jizang exerted, the greater the tension the Black Yama Overlord endured. Its body could barely withstand the massive pulling force in the water, and its entire epidermis began to crumble. Only now did Jizang clearly see the appearance of this Black Yama Overlord. It was several hundred meters long, possessing octopus-like tentacles, while its torso was composed of a mass of black flesh. Beneath its abdomen were numerous ribbon-like threads, the very umbilical cords that connected to those giant eyes. The whole thing looked like a twisted, grotesque amalgamation. And waiting for it now was the destructive strike Jizang had finished preparing. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Jizang's body was wreathed in a large amount of condensed lightning, weaving into a boundless divine radiance. His eyes, burning like torches, stared coldly at the monster before him. The Black Yama Overlord also sensed an unprecedented, fatal threat. Its torso twisted frantically, layers of flesh peeling away to reveal the massive, blood-red vertical pupil buried within. Within the vertical pupil, a vast mental force brewed madly. After a brief charging period, that mental force condensed almost into a physical form, stabbing directly toward the center of Jizang's brow, as if to nail his soul forever into the endless abyss and darkness. But it was ultimately too slow. The mighty tribulation lightning had already completely submerged its entire field of vision. The black and white lightning arcs wove into a forbidden domain, grinding even that highly condensed mental force into nothingness. Zzzt boom. The entire tribulation lightning purgatory exploded. The Black Yama Overlord's body was torn into dashed outlines within the black and white light. And finally, along with the boiling water, it transformed into a vast amount of black dust drifting in the water. Successfully killed Black Yama Overlord grade, gold coins Kung 50 million. Black Yama monster icon 1. Successfully absorbed a wisp of lightning power. The kill notification appeared. This Overlord, hidden deep beneath the mysterious water cavern, had perished. Jizang slowly adjusted his breathing, then deactivated his tribulation lightning form and sheathed the moon's blood once more. That's it. That can't be right, can it? Jizang was also a bit stunned. According to the patterns of the plains, a guardian monster of this level should have had a corresponding treasure chest and loot located here. However, he expanded his magnetic field domain to the surrounding area, yet he discovered absolutely nothing. Impossible. The status window of the Black Yama Lord clearly showed that it had evolved into this state after coming into contact with some kind of mysterious will. That so-called mysterious will must still be here. Jizang narrowed his eyes slightly and dove headfirst downward. Further down was a surging underground river. The riverbed was filled with silt and animal bones, nothing worth discovering. Following this, Jizang continued to explore the underground river. After nearly an hour of fruitless searching, While moving in a certain direction, he suddenly sensed that the dimensional pendant on his ear was actually producing a slight fluctuation. This discovery left him incredibly shaken. His dimensional pendant contained all the wealth and assets he had collected over these days. What could possibly be resonating with this place? He immediately submerged his consciousness into the dimensional pendant and began to search through it quickly. Finally, in a pile of miscellaneous items, he found a finger bone, mysterious finger bone evaluation, an ancient finger bone. Its background seems to hide an unknown, mysterious past. Perhaps it requires the true blood of its descendants to be soaked in it to unlock this buried history. It was this thing? Ji Zhang's eyes widened slightly. He had originally seized this item after killing the 7-man squad of the Ghost Dragon Society on the plains. Because he didn't know the activation mechanism, he had tossed it into a pile of junk and forgotten about it over time. He never expected it to show signs of activity at a moment like this. At this moment, the divine ore contained within this finger bone seemed to have been summoned by something, emitting a subtle tremor that looked rather eerie. Ji Zhang took it directly out of the dimensional pendant. Sure enough, after leaving the dimensional space, the tremor of the finger bone became even more intense. He began to use the finger bone's reaction to search for the corresponding location. He soon found the direction that made the finger bone tremble more violently. With a hint of excitement in his heart, Ji Zhang immediately swam in that direction. However, for the sake of safety, he maintained the expansion range of his magnetic field domain and simultaneously took out the cicada wing treasure armor to wear, just in case he ran into something he couldn't handle later. Dozens of seconds later, following the guidance of the finger bone, Ji Zhang arrived at an inner bank within a cavern. The moment he surfaced, Ji Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brows and become vigilant, because he sensed that in the darkness ahead, something extremely terrifying seemed to be hidden. Chapter 362. Awakening the Divine Treasure of the Flesh, a brand new ability. Ji Zhang maintained the highest level of alertness and slowly climbed onto the shore. The only thing he was relieved about was that the entity emitting the terrifying ore from the depths of the darkness ahead did not seem to be a living creature. If that thing were alive, he couldn't even imagine what level of life it had reached. Ji Zhang stepped on the muddy, wet soil, moving extremely slowly with every step. After confirming there were no signs of life or special restrictions, he released his white tribulation lightning to illuminate this black inner bank. This place was no different from an ordinary underground cavern bank, filled only with silt deposited by years of erosion. There were no footprints or traces on it, and every step resulted in a deep pit that reached his knees. Ji Zhang simply used his lightning domain to fly and continued forward. Finally, after flying for several hundred meters, Ji Zhang saw the entity that was emitting the mysterious energy. His pupils shrank instantly, because it was actually a giant, severed skeletal hand. More than 2/3 of the skeleton was buried in the silt, with only a few bone-white finger joints exposed. And the head-sized severed finger that Ji Zhang was holding in his hand had clearly come from this very severed hand. The mysterious finger bone was trembling incredibly violently at this moment, as if the divine instinct within it was driving it to return to its parent body. Ji Zhang was astonished. He had originally thought that this mysterious finger bone would require the true blood of its descendants to be soaked in it, as described, to reveal that buried history. He hadn't expected to skip the mechanism entirely and find its home. Ji Zhang walked over slowly and placed the finger bone onto the severed joint of the little finger. The interface matched perfectly, and in that instant, the entire severed hand suddenly radiated a divine brilliance, and countless dazzling starlight emerged, perfectly fusing the severed ends together. It was repairing itself. Ji Zhang couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Is this something a skeleton is actually capable of? Could it be that if he collects all the bones of this thing, it will resurrect on the spot? After the fusion at the severed end was complete, mysterious runes slowly lit up on the surface of the entire skeletal palm, flickering like a heartbeat. Ji Zhang walked over, and a piece of brand new information immediately appeared before his eyes. Mysterious severed palm evaluation. An ancient severed palm. Its background seems to hide an unknown, mysterious past. Perhaps it requires the true blood of its descendants to be soaked in it to unlock this buried history. Friendly reminder. Contemplating the runes on the severed palm might yield unexpected gains, but remember not to force yourself. lest you suffer the terrible backlash of a soul-tearing experience. Jizang checked this information, and upon seeing the friendly reminder, he felt a surge of excitement. Those runes could be contemplated. How exactly does one contemplate them? He had absolutely no idea about this kind of cultivation mechanism similar to fantasy novels. He only knew how to ding 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 and use brute force. Jizang walked over to examine it carefully. But even though he stared until his eyes felt like they were about to split, he still couldn't make heads or tails of it. He simply used his Windwalker talon to dig the entire severed palm out of the sill. This severed palm was surprisingly unstained by the mud, and he wondered if it was because of those runes. Jizang watched for another few minutes, but having truly run out of options, he simply found Liu Wei and asked him to search the intelligence database to see if anyone had ever encountered such a situation. The result was nothing. None of the 14 super main cities, including the hundreds of thousands of regions under their jurisdiction, had any similar intelligence records. There was no other way. Jizang had no choice but to hold his breath, slowly extend his palm, and touch those runes with his physical body. The next second, the vast number of runes flickering on the severed palm seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, suddenly accelerating their flow. One of the most ancient-looking golden runes, shaped like an unyielding spine, suddenly flared with brilliant light. A massive vibration resonated as if it were echoing deep within Jizang's soul. The glowing rune actually detached from the surface of the bone, rising slowly to hover in front of the center of Jizang's brow. It was no longer a flat carving, but had transformed into a three-dimensional structure composed of countless fine golden threads, rotating slowly. Every rotation radiated an ancient, solid, and indestructible vast will. Jizang's mind shook violently. He felt as if his soul had been cast onto an eternal, primordial chaotic earth, bearing an unimaginably heavy pressure. Yet in the deepest part of that pressure, he felt a trace of the tenacity and resilience belonging to the origin of life. The bones of his left hand began to spontaneously emit faint, resonant clicks. Jizang couldn't help but let out a low word. At this moment, his physical body and soul were bearing an indescribable weight. If it were any other survivor with average physique and spirit stats, their entire being, along with their body and soul, would likely have disintegrated instantly. This was on a completely different level from when Aurelia had transmitted the word spirit to him. Jizang instinctively wanted to pull his hand away, but his reason told him that he must hold on, otherwise he might miss something extremely precious. And during the illusion that his soul was about to be crushed by the weight contained within the rune, Jizang focused all his mental energy and sank his consciousness into the rotating golden rune. There was no specific textual inheritance, only torrents of incomparably pure artistic conception constantly rushing into his sea of consciousness. It was the eternity of the stars. It was the burden of the earth being struck while the spine remained unbroken. It was the steadfast defense under the erosion of the long river of time. It was the absolute sense of existence where all things decay. Yet a single spark of innate spiritual clarity remains untarnished. Countless fragmented images and insights flashed by. Giant pillars propping up the firmament, dragon veins supporting the earth, divine iron forged in sacred fire for 1,000 years only to become increasingly brilliant. PFFT. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of Jizang's mouth as he forcibly comprehended fragments of laws far beyond his own realm. Even though this rune seemed to have no malice, it still placed an incredibly huge burden on his body and spirit. Yet, his eyes grew increasingly bright, as if he had discovered the ultimate truths of the universe. He no longer tried to understand everything. Instead, he grasped that core trace of true intent, combined it with his own understanding of the law of word spirit, and began to use his mental power to clumsily but firmly trace the fragments of law represented by this rune. Time seemed to lose its meaning. He did not know how much time had passed. When the hovering rune's brilliance gradually receded, and it fell back onto the bone of the severed palm, Jizang suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a golden, bone-like phantom seemed to flash by. His face was pale and his breath was shallow, but his entire temperament seemed to have settled with a trace of indescribable weightiness. He had succeeded, and the moment he opened his eyes, a mechanical notification sound he had never heard before rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully awakening the physical divine treasury. Part Chapter 363. Chen Xiaoyuan's Night Market Snack Street. The smoke and fire of the human world. Physical divine treasury left palm undefeated bone. Effect. This palm inherits the supreme divinity of the undefeated bone, possessing immense power and indestructible, undefeated hardness. Warm tip. The physical divine treasury is a symbol of the physical body reaching its peak. It is the origin-level reinforcement that condenses all things in the universe. The more divine treasuries one possesses, the stronger their godhood will be. Warm tip. Different lineages of physical divine treasuries will exhibit different characteristics. Lineages with similar characteristics can be stacked. For example, Immortal System Kung, Undefeated System Kung, Chaos System, Darkness System Kung, Death System, Psychic System Kung, Nature System, Physical Divine Treasury. Looking at this information, the agitation in Jizang's heart remained long after. This feeling was truly too shocking. He slowly raised his left hand and moved his intent slightly. Hum. Countless fine rays of light lit up, each point of light being a tiny divine rune. Beneath the skin of his palm, a layer of extremely faint, almost invisible dark golden luster also faintly emerged. In this instant, Jizang felt an unprecedented sense of solidity erupting from the deepest part of his bone marrow, as if the bones of his palm had been replaced in an instant with some kind of immortal divine metal. This was many times more intense than the growth of physique or spirit. This was an evolution of the essence of life. If his left palm had been like soil before, now it was, damn it, a piece of iron. It had undergone a complete qualitative change. When they first started, a small number of people had awakened mutations in parts of their bodies. But they were things like iron fists, iron legs, or iron Ds. In short, if it wasn't iron, it was just big. They were all quite useless. But the physical divine treasury was completely different. Jizang could feel the vast, mighty power contained within the bones of his palm. And it wasn't just this palm. Under the influence of the divine power, his vitality would also receive an origin-level boost. Jizang immediately opened his heavenly ladder panel. ID, Jizang level. City Lord level. Hidden Super Main City. Glory City. Super Main Cities under jurisdiction. 13 Hidden Faction. Human Race. Hidden Affiliation. Southern Wilderness. Stairway to Divinity Points. 3,220 points. High Rank Entity. Undisclosed War Accords. Battle of the Nameless Giant City. Click to view Monster Bestiary. Undisclosed. Battle for the defense of Radiant City. Click to view battle details. Undisclosed. Physical Divine Repository. Left palm undefeated bone. Sure enough, not only had he advanced into a high rank entity, but his stairway points had also skyrocketed to over 3,000. This trip to the plains was truly worth it. However, it was fortunate that he had obtained that mysterious finger bone earlier. Otherwise, you could have found such a severed hand of an unknown ancient existence in this pitch-black underground world. Jizang felt incredibly satisfied. Afterward, he stored the entire withered, severed hand into his dimensional pendant. He would need it later to find the other parts of this undefeated bone. Having finished all of this, Jizang couldn't be bothered to return the way he came. It was the perfect time to test the power of the undefeated bone. He leaped up from where he stood, utilizing the thunderous magnetic field of his tribulation thunder body to continuously propel himself upward. Just as he was about to touch the rock ceiling above, he raised his left palm. Hum. Divine power erupted, and a dark golden divine radiance surged across his skin, instantly manifesting as an invisible field covering the contour of his palm. The field was extremely small, less than a millimeter thick, but the energy was incredibly condensed, possessing the power to collapse an entire mountain. The moment it touched the rock layer, the incredibly hard underground stone slab shattered and crumbled as if it were tofu, splitting apart in all directions. Unfortunately, the field of the physical divine repository was simply too small. Although its power was invincible, the breach it created was only the size of a palm, completely insufficient for Jizang's entire body to pass through. With no other choice, he had to activate his tribulation thunder body and bite the bullet, crashing upward. Rumble. Rumble. He charged straight upward, punching through the crystal plates all the way from the underground world. Like the Monkey King being born, he burst through the surface with a loud bang. Plop. Jizang landed steadily. The divine radiance and lightning on his body dissipated completely, and a thin layer of sweat beaded on his face. The undefeated bone was strong. but the consumption was truly terrifying. It was not something his current physique and mental strength could sustain for long. It seems my life level is still not high enough. Ji Zhang sighed softly. At this moment, the mechanical giant turtle had already arrived to pick him up. Ji Zhang jumped onto the deck and went straight to the bathroom to wash away the stench from his body. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening. After the sun set, a crescent moon and a sky full of stars quickly climbed into the night sky. The surroundings were filled with the peaceful chirping of insects, and a cool breeze blew, making one feel deeply relaxed. Master, is this the place? Dong Dong parked the mechanical giant turtle on the outskirts of the starry forest and asked Ji Zhang. Ji Zhang glanced at the coordinates and nodded. Wait for me here. Qyu. Prepare a sumptuous dinner. I'm going to have guests later. Yes, master. After giving his orders, Ji Zhang leaped into the air, equipped his super body armor, and leisurely flew over the ancient forest. When he arrived above Chen Xiaoyuan's canyon, Ji Zhang was somewhat stunned. He saw that the entire perimeter of the canyon was covered with various types of defensive turrets. There were even multiple lines of defensive walls on the outer edge, and all sorts of radar systems had been installed, making it look quite professional. As for the interior of the canyon, it was even more impressive. 2/3 of the land had been turned into a cultivation garden by her. Rows of small robots were tilling the soil and watering, taking meticulous care of the precious and delicate plants. On the other side, the living area was bustling with activity, decorated with lanterns and streamers. Small carts with canopies were lined up in a row of stalls, busy with all kinds of cooking and frying. Some small robots were deep frying stinky tofu, others were making teppanyaki squid, and some were grilling skewers. The oil sizzled and popped, and paired with rows of LED light strips. It looked full of life. And the queen of this park, our Ms. Chen Xiaoyuan, was wearing a teddy bear jacket with her hands in her pockets, walking past these snack stalls one by one to sample them, occasionally offering criticisms. The criticized small robots would bow and apologize repeatedly, looking quite pitiful and miserable. Ji Zhang couldn't help but laugh. He sneaked down behind Chen Xiaoyuan. Chen Xiaoyuan's canyon base had registered Ji Zhang's information, so the defense system did not identify him as an enemy and did not trigger any alarms. Ji Zhang walked over, picked up a skewer of fragrant teppanyaki squid, and took a bite. The taste was actually quite good, much better than the snack stalls he had eaten at before. Thank you for your patronage, respected guest. Please pay 1 yuan. The price of the teppanyaki squid is 1 yuan. The small robot's cheerful mechanical childlike voice rang out. Chapter 364. Spending a perfect night together, setting off to return to the super main city. It actually cost money. Ji Zhang couldn't help but twitch. And at this price, just how deep was Chen Xiaoyuan's obsession with snack streets? Was she trying to fulfill her dream even after coming to another world? Hearing the robot's voice behind her, the young girl pursed her lips slightly and turned around, looking a bit angry. Who are you saying thank you for your patronage to? What? Seeing the armored figure suddenly appearing behind her, Chen Xiaoyuan was scared out of her wits and almost turned to run. It wasn't until she saw that slightly mischievous smiling face that she froze in place. After a short while, Chen Xiaoyuan threw the remaining bamboo skewer in her hand onto the ground and turned away with a huff. Who are you? What are you doing at my place? The girl said coldly. Ji Zhang ignored her completely and started sampling her snack stalls, eating stinky tofu, then starch sausages, then barbecue. Must say, the taste was quite excellent. It seemed these small robots' skills had been improved many times by the young Miss Chen. Hey, I'm talking to you. Chen Xiaoyuan was even angrier, putting her hands on her hips. So disrespectful. Standing before you was the city lord of the 14 super main cities. The city lord has personally graced your humble little abode, and instead of being overwhelmed with gratitude, you dare to shout at me. Ji Zhang put away his super body armor and sat on a small stool, eating while he spoke. Chen Xiaoyuan stopped talking, looking at Ji Zhang's carefree appearance. Her eyes inexplicably turned slightly red. She turned around and walked toward her vehicle, locking herself inside. Seeing that she didn't come out for a long time, Ji Zhang walked over to the large floor-to-ceiling window by the vehicle door and knocked on it. Why are you being so temperamental? It's not like I haven't come to see you for a while. You know how busy I am. Don't you? Just leave. Don't come to see me again." The young girl's voice was very dejected. Jizang was stunned. "What's going on? What did I do?" "Jizang, what?" "Chen Xiaonuan. Everyone outside says you've found 3 wives. Each one prettier than the last. Since you have so many people to keep you company, why come see me? Are you trying to cheat?" Jizang was immediately incensed. "Damn it! Who is spreading rumors about me?" Chen Xiaonuan curled up in a corner, drawing circles on the floor with her finger. "Jizang, you've changed. You aren't the person I knew before." "Jizang, who told you they were my wives?" "They are the stewards that came with my vehicle robots." "No, that's not right. They should be considered androids." "Besides, I've never even touched them." He was telling the absolute truth. If they were just robots, he would have used them without a second thought. But Jiujiu, Qiu, and Dong Dong were sentient, which made it hard for him to make a move. After all, they were beings that coexisted with the vehicle and himself. Developing that kind of relationship felt a bit strange. Really? Chen Xiaonuan lowered the car window just a crack, revealing those bright, watery eyes that still held a faint mist, looking so adorable that it made one want to tease her. Jizang poked his finger inside, pressed the window button, and then used his lightning magnetic field to unlock her car door. Walking in openly and brazenly. You. How did you get in?" Feeling the man's oar drawing closer, Chen Xiaonuan's heart began to race, her face blushing as she tried to turn her head away. Jizang reached out and gently pinched her chin, straightening her face so their noses were almost touching. The air between them suddenly became hot and enchanting. "Tell me, Chen Xiaonuan, why do you care whether I have a wife or not? Do you want to be my wife, perhaps?" A wicked smirk tugged at the corners of Jizang's mouth. "Who would want to be your WIMMPH? The young girl's lips were covered by a burst of hot breath, and her entire body instantly went limp. However, she had absolutely no experience or technique, so it was Jizang who ended up teaching her. Moreover, this young lady might dress in a youthful and cute style on the surface, but she clearly hid great strength beneath the surface. Jizang slowly pulled away, their gazes meeting at such close range, representing a certain instinctual impulse of life. He hooked his foot behind him, and the car door slammed shut with a thud. 2 hours later, Jizang lit a cigarette. The young girl curled up in his arms like a kitten, the lingering echoes of their intimacy still present at her ears. Jizang pinched her collagen-rich, bouncy cheek with his fingers. "Get up. I'm taking you to the super main city. Let me tell you, I've discovered an amazing place. MMPH. No, I want to sleep. I'm so tired, and it hurts." Chen Xiaonuan thought about what had just happened, her face uncontrollably turning red again as she burrowed into the quilt. Finally, after much persuasion from Jizang, she reluctantly went to wash up, get ready, and changed into a new set of clothes. "Should I drive my own car then? I've never been to the super main city before." Chen Xiaonuan's mind was a bit dazed, and she spoke in a muddled tone. "No need for such trouble. Just drive it onto my vehicle." Jizang put on his clothes and stood up, ready to leave. "Wait for me. I still have so many things to pack." "And what about my big vegetable garden?" Chen Xiaonuan panicked, rushing outside to command a large group of small robots, telling them to hurry up and harvest all the rare fruits and vegetables that could be gathered. There was also the snack street that needed to be packed up, and the territorial defenses that hadn't been folded yet. There were so many things. Chen Xiaonuan was spinning in circles, busy as a bee. Jizang yawned, waved his hand casually, and all the planted rare fruits and vegetables vanished, along with a layer of soil beneath them. Chen Xiaonuan was left completely dumbfounded. Following that, Jizang waved his hand toward another direction, and an entire row of snack stalls, along with the small robots, disappeared as well. As for the territorial defenses, there was no need to worry about them. Such minor things wouldn't be of much use in the spiritual chi forest and would only take up space. Jizang activated his Windwalker ability, lifting Chen Xiaonuan, her vehicle, and her warehouse into the air, flying directly out of the canyon. Oh, this was Chen Xiaonuan's first time experiencing such uncontrolled flight, and she screamed in fright, only settling down after Jizang wrapped his arms around her waist. Where did you put all my things? Jizang explained. A dimensional space. One of my spatial items. It was just that other people's vehicles couldn't be stored inside, otherwise he would have liked to store those too. Meanwhile, the three beautiful stewards, Xia Xia, Qiu Qiu, and Dong Dong, were already waiting on the deck. Has the master gone to bring a woman back? Yes. Then what should we call her? Madam, Mistress, or Miss? We shouldn't call her Madam or Mistress carelessly. The master might not have only one woman in the future. Qiu Qiu and Xia Xia were conversing. Only Dong Dong, holding a ragdoll in her arms, lowered her head slightly. Does the master not like us? Xia Xia was silent for a moment before letting out an imperceptible sigh. It's not that. Perhaps it's because our identities are special, and the master has his concerns. Chapter 365. New intelligence from the Pao camp. An elven envoy. Soon, Jizang arrived with Chen Xiaoyuan and her belongings, landing smoothly on the deck of the mechanical giant turtle. Chen Xiaoyuan was a bit shy, hiding behind Jizang, not daring to meet anyone. Hello, Miss Chen. The three beautiful stewards greeted her in unison. This is Qiu Qiu, Xia Xia, and Dong Dong. This is Chen Xiaoyuan. Jizang introduced them to one another. Chen Xiaoyuan slowly poked half of her head out, saying timidly, hello, everyone. She had been cooped up in the canyon for days, seeing no one but Jizang and the silly little robot. So the sudden social interaction made her feel a bit socially anxious. But a greater challenge lay ahead. That was dinner. Although the meal was incredibly sumptuous and Jizang tried his best to lighten the mood, the atmosphere at the dining table remained unavoidably awkward. Once the meal was over, she made an excuse to slip away, hiding back in her little vehicle nest. Jizang couldn't be bothered to manage her. He still had a mountain of things to attend to. The mechanical giant turtle began its return journey, because there was still a very long distance to go before reaching the destination, the No. 9 super main city. It would take at least half a day of travel. Jizang simply used a spacetime stone to return to the territory of the Radiant City headquarters. Now that his financial power had reached a whole new level, Jizang had become much more generous with his spending. He bought spacetime stones by the thousands. Beyond that, he stockpiled heaps of various parts, steel sheets, fuel, rare materials, and top-tier ingredients. He even specifically had Hede's logistics department set up to specialized procurement teams. One had an unlimited budget, tasked solely with snatching up various scarce materials and epic-grade or higher tools for him. The other was dedicated to shipping, responsible for selling and transporting massive quantities of ice spirit stones both online and offline. After returning to his territory, he immediately convened a meeting. All the high-ranking officials at the headquarters came to attend, while those from other main cities joined via video link. The content of the meeting was mainly to summarize the current government affairs and intelligence. This was to prepare for the upcoming strategic direction. Finally, Li Wei reported some important intelligence to Jizang privately. First was regarding the current movements of the factions in the southern wilderness. Now that Radiant City's territory was vast, its intelligence network had expanded to more than 100 times its previous size, with a large number of scouts and undercover agents dispatched. According to the latest reports, after the Battle of Radiant City, both the Ascension Club and the Dragon God Society had been secretly gathering massive forces, intending to launch a second invasion of Radiant City. This process had originally been in full swing, but at 4:00 a.m. last night, all actions by both factions suddenly and strangely paused. All forces retreated rapidly, and the specific reason remained unknown. Jizang tapped his knuckles on the table and said slowly, "Keep investigating. Perhaps they caught a whiff of something." "Yes, Master Ji." Li Wei nodded solemnly and continued to report several other important pieces of intelligence. For instance, they had discovered several more super main cities that had already pledged allegiance to the Dark faction, or had found certain forbidden zones of life that radiated terrifying auras. When the last piece of intelligence was mentioned, Jizang's eyebrows shot up. "An elven envoy," Li Wei replied. "Yes, this intelligence was just dug out of the mouth of a prisoner of war. That prisoner is a high-ranking official from the No. 12 super main city, and his highest talent is a special SS-grade talent called Dream Explorer. This talent can be used to enter dreams and possess a powerful Random target in the real world, specifically a powerful target that has already gained sentience in order to obtain important information. According to his confession, the night before last, he entered a dream and possessed a beast lord in an unknown land, and attended a grand banquet. Jizang raised a hand to interrupt him. You aren't being detailed enough. Where is that prisoner? Li Wei, Master Ji. He is being held in the interrogation zone of our territory cluster. Would you like me to bring him over now? Jizang waved his hand hurriedly. Quick, quick, quick. Li Wei took the order and immediately arranged for people to escort the prisoner over. 10 minutes later, a helicopter landed at the entrance of the headquarters building, and a prisoner covered in dirt, wearing handcuffs and shackles, was escorted out. The prisoner's name was Kai Fei, a teenager of 17 or 18. The arrogance and flamboyance of a youth in a high position had long since been worn away during these days of interrogation. He had urgently wanted to hide his true talent because he felt that if he revealed it, his fate would surely be miserable. But he simply couldn't hold out any longer. These ruthless people in Radiant City were truly shocking him. Who could withstand being electrocuted for 20 hours a day? Now, Kai Fei could only pin his last hope on the Radiant City Lord he had never met. As soon as he saw Jizang in the main seat, he immediately flopped to his knees, touched his head to the floor, and begged for mercy from this true superior in the most humble posture possible. Lord City Lord, greetings. Lord City Lord, thank you. Lord City Lord, for your grace in not killing me, thank you. Kai Fei's pleas for mercy spilled out in a practice stream, until he was kicked by Li Wei and finally quieted down. Set up. Answer whatever the Lord City Lord asks you. Stop blabbering. Jizang raised his eyes, curious. Kai Fei was terrified. Why yes. Yes, that is this lowly one. Jizang waved his hand. Unlock him. Yes, Master Ji. Two well-trained guards immediately took the order and unlocked the shackles on Kai Fei from both sides. These shackles were made by master craftsmen using top-tier materials and were capable of effectively suppressing the physical body and abilities of survivors. If they were in the interrogation zone, they would never be unlocked easily. If the other party had some hidden trump card, it would be all over. However, in front of Master Ji, no matter what tricks you played, it was as ridiculous as brandishing a sword in front of a god. Kai Fei, Master Ji. Li Wei kicked Kai Fei's backside again, his face twisted in a fierce, menacing expression. Is Master Ji something you can call him? Call him Lord City Lord. Kai Fei, Lord City Lord. Jizang revealed a warm smile and pointed to a seat. It's fine. Sit down and talk. Yes. Kai Fei was almost scared to tears by Jizang's smile. He stood up with his back hunched, and even when sitting on the chair, he only dared to perch on the very edge. His entire body tensed like a spring. Speak. Tell me about your dream. But don't you dare lie to me. Jizang smiled, his eyes narrowing. His calm voice sounded like the whispers of a demon. You will regret it if you do. No, I would never lie to you. Not even half a word. I swear to the heavens. I swear on my life. I swear on the souls of my ancestors for 8 generations. Kai Fei was so terrified he nearly wet himself, offering frantic assurances. Chapter 366. Jia Jishuang reappears, a mysterious elven banquet. This sense of urgency was almost instinctive, because he could sense a depth and vastness in this young man before him that he had never encountered before. It was like an asteroid meeting a black hole. It felt as if one were to lock eyes with him, even one's soul would be sucked into those eyes. This was a difference in the level of existence. He could not imagine just how terrifying the true strength of this city lord before him really was. Lying in front of such a top-tier powerhouse, how was that any different from seeking death? It's fine, don't be afraid. Have some water and take your time. Jizang had someone pour him a glass of water. Kai Fei dared not defy any of Jizang's orders. He picked up the glass and took a sip, but his body could not stop trembling. Following this, Kai Fei spilled everything he had experienced, pouring it out like beans from a bamboo tube. He had experienced many dreams over these past few days, but most of them involved other survivors or mid to high-tier creatures from fixed territories, which held little intelligence value. The focus remained on the Beastkin Lord from the night before last. That was exactly what Jizang wanted to hear. But Jizang did not want a summarized report of the highlights. He wanted Kaifei to describe the entire experience in minute detail. In a trembling voice, Kaifei began from the very beginning. It was a vast and magnificent mountain range, with the ferocious figures of beastkin covering the hills and plains, numbering in the millions. Their leader, a humanoid lion over 10 meters tall clad in bone armor, had stepped onto the back of a 100-meter-long giant bat and taken flight amidst the roaring cheers of the beasts. The lion leader's face was filled with nervousness and excitement, as if it were heading to an extremely important occasion. Its mount, the giant bat, flew at an exaggerated speed, yet it still took several hours to reach its destination. It turned out to be the territory of the spirit race, a place of beautiful mountains and clear waters. Moreover, arriving alongside it were several other prominent figures who held significant weight in the greater region. There were beastkin, spirit race, and even a few humans. According to Kaifei's description, the pomp and circumstance of these big shots were incredibly extravagant. There were all sorts of luxurious chariots, powerful mounts, floating thrones, and massive entourages, all displaying the majesty of royal power. The Lion Lord appeared extremely insignificant in front of these peers of equal standing and was not particularly well received. It tried to greet several throne-level lords, only to be ignored and snubbed. In the end, it had to huddle with another beastkin lord who had also been snubbed just to avoid looking awkward and losing face. Once in a place like this, no matter how accustomed they were to drinking blood and eating raw meat, or how brutal and crude they usually were, they all became civilized and reserved, because in the great hall of the spirit race, a truly supreme figure was waiting to receive them. Kaifei spent over an hour just describing the intelligence regarding these throne-level lords. Since it was a dream, he couldn't recall many of the details. Kaifei was sweating profusely from anxiety, and it was only after Jizang signaled for him to smoke a few Manhwa cigarettes that he finally calmed down. According to his recollection, among these big shots, the most important ones were the 5 human leaders, aside from 2 human throne holders who brought large numbers of royal city guards. The other 3 were clearly survivors, and they were all top-tier city lords with high status and power, just like Jizang. Hearing this, Jizang's eyes narrowed completely. He asked, "Can you judge from any of the dialogue details where this place is? Is it our southern wilderness?" Kaifei wore a mournful expression. "Master Ji, I couldn't understand what they were saying, and that Lion Lord didn't mingle with the others. It only spoke to the other Beastkin Lord beside it. They were using the beast tongue. As for judging by the terrain or local characteristics, that was even more impossible. The Eternal Continent was so vast that he didn't even know the true extent of the southern wilderness region alone. Judging the region based on such things was inaccurate." Next came the audience. All the attendees descended from their respective chariots, thrones, and mounts, walking on foot up the stairs of the spirit race's great hall. The entire process was extremely solemn. Soon, the towering hall doors, which reached into the clouds, slowly parted like 2 massive mountains, standing at the top of the stairs. All the big shots saw the 2 figures shrouded in divine light atop the hall. The one in the lead was undoubtedly a pure-blooded female elf. She wore a pure white ceremonial robe and held a staff. Her long, pure white hair reached the ground, winding and spreading out behind her skirt. Her appearance was graceful and noble. Time had left no marks on her face, only adding to her endless wisdom and divinity. The other young woman beside her was equally holy and inviolable, as if blessed by the gods. But she was not an elf. She was a human. At that moment, the supremely noble elven high priestess turned her wise gaze toward the Lion Lord. Then, Kaifei's dream ended. He woke up with a start. "Master Ji, City Lord, everything I said is true. There isn't a single lie. You must believe me." Seeing Jizang lost in thought, Kaifei fell to his knees again with a thud, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Get up." Jizang waved his hand. "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing these words, Kaifei slowly stood up as if granted amnesty. He knew he had finally passed this hurdle. Jizang let out a slow breath. This was an interrupted dream. Failing to obtain the most important intelligence left him feeling quite frustrated. Kaifei had been discovered by the other party. To be able to instantly detect even a dream-based intrusion showed just how powerful that elven high priestess's mental strength was. It was 9 times out of 10 that she came from the absolute upper echelons of the 2 great elven royal courts. What exactly is she intending to do by gathering so many powerful individuals? And that human female by her side. Ji Zhang said, try to recall carefully. That human female, what did she look like? Describe her clothing, her demeanor, and her expressions, one by one. Clearly, that woman was very beautiful and very young. But her expression was icy cold. She was also wearing the attire of the elf race. But I have a feeling that she is, in all likelihood, also a survivor. How did you determine that, City Lord? I really can't put it into words. It's just an intuition. And that aura of hers. She has the air of a modern person. Ji Zhang waved his hand. Forget it. Draw a portrait of her. And also draw all the other humans and throne lords you can remember. Kai Fei, City Lord. I don't know how to draw. Li Wei, standing to the side, clapped his hands and said, that's easy to solve. We have people here who can draw. I remember someone awakened a talent for painting. Ji Zhang, fine. Bring the artist here quickly. Li Wei immediately went to carry out the order. The efficiency of the intelligence department was unmatched. In less than 10 minutes, a fighter jet had airdropped the top spirit artist of Radiant City via parachute. The artist was still wearing his pajamas, but he didn't dare to delay for even a second. After paying his respects to Ji Zhang, he immediately began to create a realistic portrait of the woman based on Kai Fei's description. After several rounds of adjustments, they finally produced a portrait that Kai Fei felt was 90% accurate. Ji Zhang had only been slightly curious at first, until he walked over and picked it up to take a look. He froze instantly. This, Jiajushuan, Chapter 367, Recruiting Kai Fei. Preparing for the 5th wave of Abyss invasion. No way. Ji Zhang was completely bewildered. After Jiajushuan went missing, everyone had assumed she had perished. He never expected her to reappear in such a manner. Damn, is she doing that well for herself now? She's standing right alongside the High Priest of the Elven Royal Court. Ji Zhang immediately searched his friend list to check the chat box for Jiajushuan. It remained gray and dark. And the last few messages sent back then were still in an unread state. What on earth is going on? Ji Zhang fell into deep thought. However, the fact that she was still alive was good news. Ji Zhang immediately notified Gu Qingyu, Li Jianguo, and He Di, the old comrades who had teamed up with her in the dungeon. Everyone was pleasantly surprised, especially Gu Qingyu, who had the deepest friendship with Jiajushuan. She was so moved she was nearly in tears. For now, they could only leave it to time. After all, the direct intelligence that could be extracted from Kai Fei's dream was too scarce to have any decisive impact for the moment. Ji Zhang let out a long, slow breath. Afterward, he called Li Wei to the side to question him. Under what circumstances was that kid captured? Does he have any war crimes on his record? Li Wei thought for a moment and said, he was captured alive after President Li broke through their defensive lines and vehicles. As a high-ranking member of their faction, he had participated in the War Council regarding the invasion of Radiant City, but he only provided strategic support and did not directly participate in the fighting. Boss Ji, are you saying you want to take this kid in? Ji Zhang. Yes, his talent is very rare. It will be of great use in the future. Li Wei nodded. Understood. What status do you intend to give him? Ji Zhang. Treat him as an external member of the intelligence department for now, but he must still be subjected to certain controls and surveillance. Send a few capable brothers to keep an eye on him. Furthermore, he must absolutely not be allowed to come into contact with any of Radiant City's core secrets. Just designate a specific area to keep him confined. For talents from other super major cities, you can't just recruit them simply. The other party also has a system panel and a background. They can contact the outside world at any time. If he were allowed to rise to a high position and then defected, it would be a massive disaster. Li Wei looked solemn. Yes. To return to the conference room. Kai Fei also knew that his fate had been decided. He was kneeling on the ground, trembling with nervousness. Kai Fei, City Lord, please give your orders. Ji Zhang glanced at him. Are you willing to join my Justice Alliance? These words sounded like heavenly music in Kai Fei's mind, making him excited to the extreme. I am willing. Kai Fei is willing to go through fire and water for you, City Lord. I will give my life and sacrifice everything. I will not refuse even if I have to die 10,000 times. He blurted out every idiom he had ever learned, regretting only that they weren't enough to express his current desire to serve. Jizang, given your special status, it is impossible for you to have the same treatment and starting point as other members of the Justice Alliance. You will have to start from the very bottom, and there will be a probationary period. Do you understand? I understand. This lowly one understands. Thank you, City Lord, for your heavenly grace. Jizang waved his hand. Li Wei, take him to the intelligence department and fully reconstruct this dream. Also, artist, please work hard. All scenes and key portraits must be copied. The faster, the better. Once all the portraits are finished, distribute them to all members of the Justice Alliance. If anyone discovers a similar target, report it immediately. Everyone responded in unison, yes. The meeting finally came to a complete end. Jizang returned to his territory alone. He opened the territory's defensive construction panel. Tomorrow night would be the 5th wave of the Abyss invasion. Moreover, now that the super major city version was nearing its end, Jizang did not intend to stay in the super major city to defend against every wave in the future. Therefore, the territory's defenses must be built well to ensure there are no worries later on. The first task was to upgrade the city walls. Upgrading the initial vibranium barrier level 7 would cost 50 million gold coins and 100 units of vibranium. The total value of these two combined reached a staggering 200 million gold coins. However, for Jizang, that was merely the output of less than 2 hours. After 2 days of production, the gold coin resources in his possession had reached a terrifying total of nearly 6 billion. Even after hoarding a massive pile of common materials, special materials, and rare items, he still had a staggering 5 billion left over. It was more than enough for anything he wanted to do. He clicked to upgrade immediately. The next second, the entire territory's city walls began to glow, initiating a process of fusion and elevation. The entire process took several minutes. The originally thick and massive diamond walls had transformed into more high-tech vibranium walls. The height reached an astonishing 30 meters. With a width of 15 meters, the surface possessed the dark, matte texture of a special metal and impeccable, absolute smoothness so slick that it felt as if even a fly wouldn't be able to find a foothold on it. Most importantly, a turret track had been added to the top of the wall. This meant that all turrets would no longer be fixed in place. As long as they were mounted on the wall, they could be moved from side A to side B for defense at any time. Beyond that, the vibranium barrier had another important function. Jizang moved his mind. The entire wall immediately erupted with a golden energy fluctuation, which rapidly transformed into a light curtain that soared into the sky, eventually merging above the territory to form an indestructible golden dome. A brand new set of information appeared before Jizang. Vibranium barrier switchable level 7 defense, 3.1 million Kong 8. 127 million 70% bonus from Iron Mountain outer armor evaluation. A powerful city wall forged from a vibranium barrier, sufficient to withstand the invasion of various Lord-level monsters and powerful abyss monsters. It is a strong guarantee for a survivor's territory. After activating the Golden Dome barrier state, the wall's defense increases by 100% including vehicle bonuses, consuming 10 units of vibranium per second. Unlocking Ancient Hellfire Wall level 7 requires 60 million gold coins and 3 million Fire Spirit Stones. Unlocking Law Veil level 7 requires 220 million gold coins and 1 Chaos Elemental Heart. Friendly reminder, you must collect all 3 wall upgrade pots before you can unlock the level 8 wall upgrade item. Jizang nodded in satisfaction. Following that, he spent approximately 150 million gold coins and Fire Spirit Stones to unlock the Ancient Hellfire Wall. Unlike the Vibranium Barrier, the Ancient Hellfire Wall had slightly lower defense, but it possessed the ability to scorch monsters. Furthermore, after activating its special skill, it could perform a large-scale flame sweep across the surrounding land. It could be considered a wall with strong offensive capabilities, serving as a viable alternative to switch to. Chapter 368. Upgrading the Flawless Iron Great Wall, spending a massive 2 billion. As for the third wall project, he wouldn't consider it for the time being. he still had no idea where to find the Chaos Elemental Heart material. With the walls upgraded, the next step was the defensive towers. He currently had a total of 33 defensive towers, and with the addition of the turret tracks, they were certainly enough to defend the entire territory. So, he didn't plan on increasing their quantity for now. During this period, he had also acquired 5 Purgatory Hearts through the logistics department's offline channels. The first thing he did was upgrade his 4 strongest Purgatory Blood Towers to level 2. This cost a total of 80 million gold coins and 4 Purgatory Hearts. Accompanied by 4 bursts of light, the 4 main towers quickly completed their upgrades, with all their performance metrics seeing a significant leap. Purgatory Blood Tower level to quantity, attack power 3.5 million cum 24. 88 million 20% bonus from main vehicle attack range, 12,000 meters fire rate, 5 rounds minute area of effect attack coverage, 250 meters. Passive skill Purgatory Blood Infection. The attacks of the Purgatory Blood Tower can continuously adhere to enemies, causing massive, sustained burning damage. Evaluation. The Purgatory Blood Tower is an extremely powerful top-tier defensive tower, possessing ultra-long range, ultra-high lethality, a massive damage radius, and sustained damage effects. Upgrading to Purgatory Blood Tower level 3 requires 180 million gold coins to Purgatory Hearts. Friendly reminder: the Purgatory Blood Tower can also deal damage to monsters with special states, such as spirit form, magic immunity, and physical immunity. The attack power has finally been pulled up a bit. Jizang nodded in satisfaction. Though it was a pity that the production of Purgatory Hearts was still too low, being stuck on that was quite frustrating. Afterward, he upgraded his Shock Tower, Frost Tower, Ghost Tower, Arrow Tower, and Turret by 1 level each. This cost a total of over 500 million gold coins. The Arrow Tower and Turret alone accounted for 330 million of that. Arrow Tower level 7 quantity, attack power, 882,000 con 84 million 70% bonus from main vehicle attack range, 5,500 meters fire rate, 7 rounds a second evaluation. A high-speed Arrow Tower with higher attack power, faster fire rate, and longer range. Within its domain, it can deal massive damage to any single target. Upgrading to level 8 multi-arrow tower requires 150 million gold coins, 1 multi-arrow device. Turret level 7 quantity, attack power, 1.5 million con 84 million 60% bonus from main vehicle attack range, 3,500 meters. Fire rate, 10 rounds minute area of effect attack splash radius, 110 meters evolution, a powerful, ultra-heavy turret. Each shell can deal massive damage to a large area of enemies, making it a powerful tool for dealing with groups of monsters. Upgrading to level 8 Giant Cannon Tower requires 330 million gold coins. 1 Giant Cannon Core. Having completed this round of upgrades, he re-examined the Defensive Tower panel. Defensive Tower Quantity Limit. Current Quantity. Purgatory Blood Tower Level 2 by 4. Shock Tower Level 3x3. Frost Tower Level 4 by 4. Ghost Tower Level 4 by 2. Arrow Tower Level 7x10. Cannon Tower Level 7x10 Evaluation. Rapidly construct defensive towers to fend off various incoming powerful enemies, allowing you to leave your territory without any worries. Looking at this pleasing list of data, Jizang felt much more at ease. This configuration would suffice for now. After reaching this level, apart from those auxiliary turrets, it was difficult to continue upgrading the other main turrets. They all began to require various special materials. Moreover, the gold coin consumption was increasing exponentially. It was better to pile up the stats and levels of the vehicle instead. With over 4 billion gold coins and materials currently on hand, Jizang simply decided to get to work. He returned to the vehicle and began to study the options. The first one, naturally, was the Iron Mountain outer armor. As the defensive core of the vehicle and the territory, it was time to push it to the maximum level for a Tier 6 vehicle. Iron Mountain outer armor level 6 can be upgraded to Flawless Iron Great Wall level 7. Flawless Iron Great Wall level 7 evaluation. After upgrading, all Iron Mountain outer armor modules will fuse and evolve into the brand new Flawless Iron armor. The Flawless Iron Great Wall uses flawless alloy as its primary material. Its near-perfect molecular density gives the armor a hardness that ordinary alloys can hardly match. The flawless iron armor reaches a thickness of 5 meters and possesses the ability to instantly transform intelligently, as well as super wave absorption and super rebound capabilities. It can absorb, rebound, and encapsulate, store almost all types of attacks. This includes, but is not limited to, kinetic attacks, energy attacks, elemental attacks, wave attacks, and domain attacks, for low to mid-tier attacks. The flawless iron armor's response capability reaches up to 100%, gradually decreasing as attack intensity increases, down to a minimum of 30%. Compared to the Iron Mountain outer armor, the flawless iron Great Wall increases defense by 2000%, toughness by 1000%, and single block durability by 1500%. Upgrading to flawless iron Great Wall requires 1 billion gold coins, 80 million parts, 220 million steel plates, 20 million alloy, and 1 true iron core. One friendly reminder: after upgrading, this part reaches its limit. You must advance to a Tier 7 vehicle to continue unlocking the level cap. Looking at these upgrade prompts, Jizang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Too powerful, but the money required to burn was equally terrifying: 80 million parts. At a unique price of 2.3 gold coins, totaled 180 per million. 220 million steel plates. At a unique price of 1.2 gold coins, totaled 260 per million. 20 million alloy. At a unique price of 22 gold coins, totaled 440 million. The true iron core was snapped up by the logistics department 2 days ago for 83 million gold coins. The only one available. Adding all these together, it was nearly 9 billion gold coins. With his current level as a graduate of the Super Main City version, it would still take nearly a full day to save up this massive sum. To welcome this special moment, Jizang specifically walked outside to the deck, rubbed his hands together, and then pressed the confirm upgrade button, accompanied by a rhythmic sound of space. The entire mechanical giant turtle was instantly enveloped in a brilliant light. On the thick and ancient Iron Mountain outer armor covering its body, blinding, scorching white light erupted from the gaps between every module. Like billions of galaxies surging through the veins of the armor, the scene was spectacular. The massive gaps between the plates began to continuously mend and grow, like biological tissue. It grew and transformed within the light. The entire process lasted for nearly half an hour before all the light gradually dissipated and retracted, revealing that vast expanse of awe-inspiring, mysterious metal. Chapter 369, Vehicle Monster Spawner appears. Infinite thrilling kills. It was a pure silver-white surface, composed of ultra-metal arranged at a molecular level, displaying a honeycomb-like metallic texture on the outermost layer. This was the highest density metal, possessing what could be called the highest strength in the material world, and in the gaps between those metal plates, countless nanoscale pathways were etched, with a very faint light flowing within them. That was some kind of mysterious energy, empowering the entire armor. The entire outer armor just sat there, quietly covering the mechanical giant turtle. There were no ferocious spikes, no ostentatious edges, only a grandeur and thickness that was silent to the extreme and solid to the extreme. It was no longer just a piece of ordinary armor, but an absolute boundary of life. Jizang gently pressed his palm against the surface of the brand new armor. The touch was ice cold, conveying a sense of absolute stability that was as reassuring as touching a mountain range of 10,000-year black ice. Where the Great Wall stands, there lies the territory. From this day on, his fortress possessed a wall of impregnability in the true sense of the word. Jizang felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He checked the wall's panel in passing. Vibranium barrier switchable level 7 defense. 3.1 million cum 162 million 70% bonus from flawless iron Great Wall. This money was truly well spent. Jizang grinned. The defense bonus had directly surged 20 times over, reaching over 160 million. If the Golden Dome barrier was activated, this number could soar to break through 300 million, simply terrifying. From now on, the territory could basically be left on autopilot. Even if he didn't return for 2 or 3 waves of monster invasions, there would basically be no problems. Just ask, which monster could break through a wall with 300 million defense points? After upgrading the most important parts, Jizang also took the opportunity to upgrade the air conditioner, refrigerator, targeting radar, and central console, the ordinary parts, by one more level. With a total cost of less than 200 million, these four still only provided performance improvements, with no major changes. The focus was on the full vehicle interior. This one was a bit intense. The gold coins and materials required for the upgrade added up to a staggering 1 billion. Moreover, it also required a mysterious material he had never seen before, dimensional ray core. There must be some incredible new features. Jizang was also getting excited. He immediately gathered the common materials. As for the final item, the dimensional phalanx core, he couldn't find it on the exchange, and the logistics department had no records of it either. Jizang had no choice but to go to the World Channel to buy it. After shouting a few times, he finally found a city lord who possessed this material among the numerous private messages. After some haggling, the deal was closed at the price of 88 million gold coins. Jizang decisively extracted it and clicked upgrade now, accompanied by a surge of light. All the interior decorations inside the mechanical giant turtle immediately began a brand new, major upgrade. When all the light finally faded, the original scene had undergone tremendous changes. First of all, the various decorations became more luxurious and exquisite, and the materials could be switched at will, even under the full vehicle theme mode. If one didn't like the wooden tables and leaves of the Forest Kingdom, they could switch to other soft furnishings at any time. The options basically covered all materials currently available in human industrial technology. It could be considered a very practical and comfortable feature. In addition, the cultivation room and massage and therapy room also received brand new improvements, though these were mostly reflected in the numerical values, and the functionality didn't increase much. However, this upgrade did indeed unlock a brand new device. When Jizang walked in front of the new room next to the massage and therapy room, the 6 large characters on the sign at the entrance left him stunned. Dimensional combat phalanx. What on earth is this? Holding onto his curiosity, Jizang pushed open that door. Inside was a square room of about 50 square meters, with pure white coating all around and a raised control platform in the center. A brand new component information panel appeared before his eyes. Dimensional combat phalanx. The Dimensional Combat Phalanx is an extremely special built-in combat zone for vehicles. Using the central control panel, one can instantly teleport to an extra-dimensional space within the folded space. The combat scene adopts a one-to-one real-world reproduction, capable of recreating all battlefields and wilderness areas the host has experienced. At the same time, one can consume gold coins to summon waves of monsters, providing the host with combat training. Summon common monsters. 50 gold coins per head, limit of 100 per session. Summon elite monsters. 300 gold coins per head, limit of 100 per session. Summon super monsters. 5,000 gold coins per head, limit of 50 per session. Summon king level monsters. 300,000 gold coins per head, limit of 10 per session. Summon monarch level monsters. 5 million gold coins per head, limit of 5 per session. Summon overlord level monsters. 100 million gold coins per head, limit of 1 per session. Summon sovereign level monsters. Unlocked after killing a sovereign level monster. Friendly reminder: all summoned monsters are actual monsters. You can obtain combat gains, but you cannot receive gold coin rewards. Friendly reminder: the minimum interval between each summon is 2 seconds, with a maximum of 100 summons per day. Holy crap! Upon seeing this information, Jizang was so excited he almost jumped up. This is a freaking monster spawner, and they are real monsters from which one can obtain combat gains. Jizang walked over excitedly and immediately began operating the control panel. He set the dimensional combat zone to Twilight Canyon, set the monsters to common monsters goblins, and set the summoning interval to 2 seconds. Click start. Accompanied by a ripple in space, Jizang vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in the empty Twilight Canyon. Although it was a simulated battlefield, everything here was vivid and incredibly realistic. And the second after he appeared, 100 goblins also emerged within the rippling space. Their pupils were scarlet, and they held various weapons, charging toward Jizang while howling. Sure enough, these monsters had no intelligence, only the instinct to kill. Moreover, when summoned, They were neatly arranged into a phalanx. This is too convenient to kill. Jizang excitedly drew his moon blood, infused the blade with the aura of thunder and the true intent of armor piercing, and slashed horizontally in one go. Swish! As the blade light flashed, the blade aura released in that instant alone sliced all 100 goblins into blood mist. Large swaths of kill notifications popped up. Successfully killed a goblin common grade. Leathercomb 1. Successfully absorbed a trace of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a trace of thunder power. Successfully absorbed a trace of metal power. Successfully killed a goblin common grade. Successfully absorbed. Successfully killed. Successfully triggered moon blood kill passive. Constitution Con 6. Successfully killed. Chapter 370. Flying with Joy. Constitution breaks the 4,000 point mark. Before the blood mist of the corpses from this wave had even dissipated, the next wave of monsters appeared out of thin air, still enthusiastically rushing toward him. Jizang continued to swing his blade almost instinctively. Swish! Another large wave of kill notifications. And he even triggered the moon blood kill passive twice. Successfully killed. Successfully triggered moon blood kill passive. Constitution Con 2. Successfully killed. Successfully triggered moon blood kill passive. Constitution Con 13. Damn, this is awesome. Jizang was flying with joy. Isn't this 10,000 times better than running around on a battlefield, killing only a dozen monsters with one strike, standing still and outputting damage, one strike, one whole area, without any effort at all, and with a wave of monsters every 2 seconds. It perfectly matched the optimal rhythm for swinging the blade. He was just swinging left and right, like waving a flag. It's a pity that the energy of common grade monsters is, after all, too low. Although the 3 major categories of Destiny Power Bronze, Metal, and Thunder could all be leveled up, the improvement was so negligible, like a mosquito's leg, that it was barely worth mentioning. This was true not only for the normal grade but for the elite grade as well. Only starting from the super grade monsters could one see a slight improvement, but the number of super grade monsters was halved, and at 5.0 gold coins per head. Clearing 100 waves would cost 25 million gold coins. Although this amount of gold was irrelevant to him, the reduced quantity was quite frustrating. After weighing the pros and cons, Jikang ultimately chose to switch to elite monsters. After a few test runs with different monster species, he settled on the killer bee. The attack speed of these killer bees was faster, the monster density was higher, and the rhythm of the slaughter was incredibly crisp and satisfying. Just like that, Jikang enjoyed a thrilling killing spree within the dimensional array, taking less than 3 minutes to finish today's 100 waves of monsters. In this round alone, his physique surged by a terrifying 800 points. It made the skin all over his body turn slightly red, as if he were drunk. When he walked out of the dimensional array, Jikang still felt a bit unsatisfied. Damn, 100 waves is really too few. It's not enough to kill. I guess I'll have to wait until I upgrade the full vehicle interior to the next level to unlock a higher number of waves. Moreover, besides grinding for physique stats, if he had enough gold, he could actually choose to grind Overlord grade monsters. 100 Overlord grade monsters would likely boost the 3 major categories of Destiny power by a terrifying margin. Of course, the cost was also high, requiring 10 billion gold coins. Jikang couldn't afford to play in that mode at all right now. With only a few 100 million gold coins left on hand, he didn't plan to fuss over it anymore. He took a quick shower and ran to the top deck to chat with Chen Xiaonuan, the mechanical giant turtle, following its predetermined route, headed all the way toward the spiritual chief forest. By 4 o'clock a.m., the mechanical giant turtle finally arrived at this dreamlike forest, shrouded in endless vitality and hazy fluorescence. If you want to get rich, you must first build roads. Under the development of a large number of people from Radiant City over the past 2 days, the originally pristine, ancient forest had been cleared to create a massive path, 2 kilometers wide. This size was designed with Jikang in mind. Even a behemoth like the mechanical giant turtle could pass through without obstruction, with plenty of room to spare. Deep inside the forest, a parking area and activity space had been cleared. Walking further along the small path, one would find the manor Jikang had built here. designed and constructed by the top architects and master craftsmen of Radiant City. An ultra-luxurious and elegant ancient-style garden now stood here. The Jiangnan-style ancient building complex made one feel as if their entire soul was intoxicated by the picturesque scenery. Poetic and artistic, a world within reach. When a master takes action, it really is different. Ji Kang clicked his tongue in admiration, stepping into the main garden. A pool of clear water circled the grounds, with artificial mountains and water features arranged along the banks. The core spiritual spring was enclosed within Ji Kang's main courtyard, making it very convenient for future cultivation or retrieving the glazed jade spring cup. Chen Xiaoyuan, who had entered with him, was tugging at Ji Kang's sleeve and exclaiming in excitement the entire time. She couldn't even imagine how fast and well the spiritual plants and vegetables would grow in such an environment filled with spiritual qi. Ji Kang had originally built a villa for her as well, but she didn't like living in a house and still wanted to nest in the vehicle. So, she picked a flat, fertile piece of land herself and asked Ji Kang to take out the soil and spiritual plants he had brought, deciding that she would build her nest here from now on. Looking at the fertile spiritual soil waiting to be developed, Chen Xiaoyuan put her hands on her hips, her eyes shining. With this territory, this young lady will definitely become the world's #1 vegetable growing queen. Little ones, get to work. With a wave of her small hand, a large group of small robots immediately began to work diligently, turning the soil, picking up stones, and replanting the spiritual plants into the earth one by one. On the other side, Danzai and Huahu were also running around the mountains and plains in excitement. Danzai even mimicked Chen Xiaoyuan, marking out its own territory to rule as king, and specifically ran over to show off triumphantly to the two giant pandas, Xiao Bai and Xiao He. The whole family was busy with their own tasks. Ji Kang also returned to his manor to prepare for a rest. Right, I almost forgot the cup. When he returned to the bedroom in the main garden, he remembered that the glazed jade spring cup was still soaking in the spring pool. So, he hurried over to fish it out. To his surprise, after soaking for 2 days, the water level in the cup had barely reached halfway. Inside was a pale golden spiritual liquid, emitting a fragrant, refreshing scent. Ji Kang swallowed his saliva, then lifted the cup and drank it in one gulp. The warm, cool liquid flowed through his mouth and into his throat, instantly transforming into a large amount of pure energy, nourishing his limbs and bones. A notification sound rang out. Successfully drank from the glazed jade spring cup once. Physique Kung for 98. Hiccup tilde. Ji Kang let out a satisfied burp filled with spiritual qi, his face turning slightly red. He felt a bit tipsy. Damn, this stuff really goes to your head. Ji Kang felt a bit drunk and sat on a rock by the bank for a while before he recovered. The benefit of this spiritual liquid was that it was absorbed quickly, and unlike the exhaustion from killing enemies in a short time, it didn't feel uncomfortable. It had basically no major side effects, much like drinking alcohol. Feeling the changes in his body, Ji Kang checked his personal status window. Name, Ji Kang. Title, Bronze Throne. Physique Kung 750, Spirit Kung 30, Bronze Power Stage to Physique 4870.3 Spirit, Bronze Power Stage 2, Thunder Power Stage 1, Metal Power Stage 1, Bound Vehicle, Mechanical Giant Turtle Modified Level 171 Talent, Daily Intelligence SSS Rank Hidden Unique, Tribulation Thunder Wuxi S Rank Global Piercing Intent S Rank Spirit God A Rank, Singularity Domination B Rank Origin Transcendental Awakening, Wind Rider B Rank Transcendental Awakening, Eagle Eye C Rank Transcendental Awakening, Mental Reflux C Rank Essence Transcendental Awakening Word Spirit, Endless Life No Rank Life Type, Moonlight Tide True Word Rank Moonlight Type, Ancient Roots Low Rank Nature Type cannot be activated without corresponding equipment. Physical Divine Treasury, Left Palm Undefeated Bone Warm Reminder. The ranks of word spirits are divided into Mortal Word Rank, True Word Rank, Low Rank, Mythical Rank, and Origin Rank. Chapter 371, Conlinguence Compromise. S-Rank Dungeon Loot Distribution finalized. His physique was already approaching 5,000. This was 500 times the value of an ordinary person. He wondered just what he could achieve now with his physical body alone. Hiccup. Tilde. Ji Sang let out another steaming, spiritual qi-filled burp. His entire body was currently brimming with invented power. It was time to let some of it out. Jizang spent 8 million gold coins to purchase a set of secret treasure-grade high-intensity combat gear from a merchant on the Great World Channel, then walked to the dedicated training grounds in his manor, slowly sinking his waist and back. Hiss! Jizang took a deep breath, and the massive power nearly boiling within his body surged at this moment. He stomped heavily with his foot. Boom! The super-alloy energy absorbing floor beneath him, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, suddenly cracked into a spiderweb-like fracture pattern with a diameter of over 10 meters. Before the shattered metal fragments could even scatter, his figure had already vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a visible white wave in the atmosphere, shooting straight toward the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His ears were filled with the sound of wind as violent as thunder, and his altitude climbed continuously. 300 meters, 500 meters, 1,500 meters. After reaching an altitude of over 2,000 meters, the kinetic energy from this jump finally began to wane. Jizang's figure just happened to pierce through a thick layer of clouds, arriving above the sea of clouds. Except for the crowns of certain ancient trees that could reach the sea of clouds, everything else was an endless expanse of empty space. The thick white clouds were like a continental expanse in the sky, stretching for 1,000,000 miles. The moonlight and stars from the night sky could be seen even more clearly here. The night sky was like an ocean, the stars like a river, beautiful enough to intoxicate the soul. And beneath the night, one could still see many giant avian creatures soaring and battling in the vast sky. Further up was the territory of atmospheric creatures. At this current height, they could not be seen with the naked eye. As he approached an altitude of 3,000 meters, the kinetic energy of Jizang's jump finally exhausted itself, and his entire body fell back toward the ground. At the moment of landing, he tapped his toes again, and his whole body flashed out, turning into an incredibly swift afterimage, whipping up a hurricane across the earth. After exiting the spiritual chi forest at top speed, Jizang no longer held back and violently crashed into another primeval forest. Whoosh! He didn't detour. He didn't maneuver. It was the purest, most violent linear collision. Boom, 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 boom. The silence of the forest was torn apart by a series of explosions denser and heavier than thunder. Wherever he passed, ancient giant trees as thick as several people combined were, at the moment of contact, instantly shattered into a sky full of powder and wood chips by the terrifying kinetic energy and the force field radiating from his body. He did not jump over a small river lying in his path. Instead, he stepped right across it without losing speed, accompanied by a roar. A massive bowl-shaped depression instantly appeared in the center of the riverbed, and the river water on both sides was squeezed into muddy walls of water dozens of meters high, which only crashed down after a long moment. In less than a minute, the entire dense primeval forest had been violently carved into a path of destruction hundreds of meters long, filled with debris and ravines, by his pure physical body. Ahead was a small rocky mountain several hundred meters high. Jizang's eyes brightened slightly, and his speed soared once more. He did not go around. He simply leaned his body slightly forward. Thud! A sound so dull and deep it felt as if the earth's heart had been struck. The entire small mountain trembled violently, with the point of his impact as the center. Countless terrifying cracks as thick as spiderwebs instantly spread across the entire mountain body. The next moment, nearly half of the mountain disintegrated as if it had been blasted apart. Countless boulders the size of houses, mixed with mud and dust, erupted, rolled, and collapsed backward like a tsunami. And his figure had already turned into a blurred black line, surging upward against the collapsing mountain rocks and dust, shooting straight into the night sky cleared by the shockwave. Beneath his feet were collapsing mountains and rising dust clouds. Above his head were the brilliant galaxy and the cold moon. Jizang felt a sense of lightness as he broke through some kind of shackle around his body. With just the recoil from that single kick, he had broken through the cloud layer once again. The biting, knife-like gale tore at his combat suit, but it could not slow his speed by even a fraction. He looked down. Beneath his feet was the surging sea of clouds, and within the gaps of the clouds, the vast forest he had so easily plowed a scar into. He grinned. This was far from his limit. If he were to use his full physical strength, combined with the tribulation thunder body, the super blood spirit state, various potion buffs, his equipment and weapons, and his combat talents. He would probably truly be capable of destroying the heavens and earth. This was his greatest reliance for competing against the myriad races in the future. He would ascend to the throne of gods with the body of a human. No one would be able to stop him. After venting all his wild energy in the forest, Ji Zhang returned to the manor, took a shower, and prepared to rest. Just as he was about to go to bed, he suddenly received a private message in his backend on the Great World channel. Gong Lingguan, brother, please reply to my message. I given. Ji Zhang raised an eyebrow slightly. This kid. He finally lowered his conditions. In the less than 2 days that had passed, Gong Lingguan had been constantly harassing him via private chat, haggling and begging for Ji Zhang to join his team. The terms had increased from 0.5% of the total earnings from all the powerhouses to 0.8%, then 1%, and finally up to 1%. Gong Lingguan even proposed a scheme where the 10 powerhouses under his command would contribute 3% of their earnings, while other external powerhouses would contribute 1%, which was complete nonsense. Gong Lingguan was only able to bring along so many deadweight followers this time because of his home field advantage. How much could these freeloaders possibly earn? The real bulk of the profit lay with Gong Lingguan himself and the other external powerhouses. Ji Zhang didn't even bother to acknowledge Gong Lingguan, leaving all his messages unread. His terms had remained the same from the start, 2%. No amount of sweet talking was going to change that. It seemed the other party was truly out of options now. Ji Zhang didn't know what method Gong Lingguan had used, but he had actually managed to persuade those powerhouses to agree to his terms. Ji Zhang opened the chat box and replied, Gong Lingguan, brother Ji. Let's do it your way, including myself. 2% of everyone's earnings from the dungeon will go to you. Consider it me acknowledging you as a brother. You have no idea how much those city lords have been tearing me apart. Ji Zhang, fine. Gong Lingguan, brother. Then we set off tomorrow night at 12:00. I'll send the mission scroll to you guys then. You just need to use the portal to refresh the location until it's within 50 kilometers. And then we'll meet at the mission point. Ji Zhang, no problem. A major event concerning an S-rank dungeon was settled in just a few lines of chat. Ji Zhang couldn't help but feel a bit excited. This was a dungeon that truly matched his strength. He wondered what level of treasure chests he would be able to get. Chapter 372. Upgrading the Extreme Universe Airship. Preparing to head to the dungeon location, carrying his expectations, Ji Zhang slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Ji Zhang got up early for his morning workout. First, he went into the dimensional ray to do a 3-minute set of calisthenics, gaining over 600 points of constitution. Then, he went to the dining room for breakfast. Chen Xiaoyuan's fruits and vegetables were incredible now. Their grade and quality had undergone a qualitative leap. Although there was still a limit to how much one could consume, it was no problem to gain over 200 points of constitution and 15 points of spirit every day. Today was a monster wave day, so the headquarters was extremely busy. Ji Zhang used a spacetime stone to head back, personally overseeing the defense coordination for the entire Radiant City. He didn't return to the spiritual chief forest until noon. After finishing lunch, the time was relatively leisurely. Ji Zhang changed into casual clothes and worked in the vegetable garden with Chen Xiaoyuan. Chen Xiaoyuan's territory had also been relocated to the cluster of territories in Main City No. 6, but since she wasn't keen on mining, she just left it abandoned there. This was the benefit of making a home in the spiritual chief forest. Without a territory, it wouldn't attract monsters at all, allowing them to live their quiet little lives in peace. Of course, ordinary people couldn't play it this way without the protection of top-tier powerhouses. Their territory had to be able to hold its own. If the monsters were too strong and the territory couldn't hold and fell, the next monster wave would still appear near the vehicle. Time passed slowly like this. When it neared 6:00 p.m., Ji Zhang used a spacetime stone to teleport back to the Radiant City headquarters. Night fell, with all the powerhouses standing by in full battle array. The 5th wave of the Abyss invasion arrived right on schedule. This monster invasion was significantly stronger than the previous wave, but to Ji Zhang, this increase in intensity was practically non-existent. Everything was a one-hit kill anyway. With the mechanical giant turtle not present, The territory's defensive towers still swept through the area, quickly wiping out the most intense first wave of the offensive. Jizang naturally didn't miss this opportunity. He grabbed his moon blood and went out to start grinding. Unfortunately, as the monster levels increased, their density became lower and lower. He killed for the entire night and only took out a few thousand, gaining less than 300 points of constitution in total. On the contrary, his 3 major fate powers saw a massive surge in progress after he took down 7 or 8 overlord-level creatures. The power of thunder and the power of metal both successfully advanced to the second stage. His overall strength had seen another significant boost. However, compared to the Radiant City headquarters, survivors in other regions were having a rough time. These monsters that were being casually slaughtered by Jizang were, in the eyes of other survivors, absolute world-ending threats. Especially the Overlord level ones, they were almost challenging the limits of everyone's perception. Even when located on the plains, where the intensity was halved, Overlord-level monsters were still terrifying existences that brought despair. By the time it neared midnight, many survivor bases on the plains had already been wiped out, beyond any hope of recovery. This caused the value of the Radiant City headquarters to skyrocket. Countless people wanted to relocate their territories there, dreaming of receiving the protection of the top-tier god, Master Ji. A bloody night passed just like that. Jizang held an online summary meeting as usual, then hurriedly logged off. Gong Lingguan had sent a message. Gong Lingguan, Brother Ji, how was tonight? Had a good time killing her. Jizang, yeah. Where's the mission scroll? Gong Lingguan, here. Dungeon mission scroll, Blood Realm mission scroll, dungeon rank, S-rank tickets. 20 send invitation tickets to any survivors. Once they agree, they gain entry qualifications to the dungeon to clear it together. Evaluation. This mission scroll belongs to a high-level dungeon. Please be sure to make all preparations before heading out to clear it. Once the dungeon clear fails, survivors will face an extremely high risk of death. Friendly reminder. Personal vehicles cannot enter the dungeon. Blood Realm. Jizang's eyes narrowed slightly. It looked like this was going to be a massive map dungeon. Gong Lingguan, Brother Ji, is everything okay? The other powerful city lords have already set off, and we are preparing to depart as well. We'll see you there. Jizang understood. After sending this reply, Jizang closed the chat interface. Following that, he used a space-time stone to return to the spiritual chi forests. This time, he did not intend to bring the mechanical giant turtle along. It was too cumbersome, too slow, and could not be brought into the dungeon anyway, so there was no real point to it. He planned to just bring an airship inside. Jizang made his way to the secondary vehicle bay and opened the panel for the super magnetic airship. Upgrade requirements: 30 million gold coins, 300,000 alloy, 300 super energy stones, and 1 level 6 chip. This was a trivial matter. Without even blinking, Jizang clicked to upgrade. Ding! Secondary unit upgrade successful. Super magnetic airship level for super anti-gravity airship level 5. Jizang checked the new panel, but still felt it wasn't quite enough. The next level required 450 million gold coins, 6 million alloy, 10,000 super energy stones, and 1 level 7 chip. Since he was going to do it, he might as well go all the way. Jizang decisively gathered all the materials and clicked to upgrade. Bathed in a burst of white light, the massive airship before him underwent yet another brand new upgrade. When the light faded, a super sci-fi product, shaped like an oval disc and dozens of meters in diameter, appeared before his eyes. Ding! Secondary unit upgrade successful. Super anti-gravity airship level 5, Extreme Universe airship level 6. Extreme Universe airship level 6 category. Secondary unit current power. 100% can travel to million kilometers. Evaluation. An aircraft crafted from error-free iron. Its defensive capabilities are nearly comparable to the error-free iron Great Wall of the main vehicle. The entire ship is equipped with a high-energy extreme magnetic generator, allowing for free navigation in any space, with a maximum flight speed of 18,000 kilometers per hour. The Extreme Universe airship possesses 3 functions: radar stealth cum, visual stealth cum, extreme magnetic vortex. Mid to high-tier creatures cannot detect the existence of the Extreme Universe airship with the naked eye or through sensory perception. Activating the extreme magnetic vortex allows the extreme universe airship to burst to a top speed of 30 km/h within 5 seconds, while forming a vortex of turbulence that causes massive interference to all pursuers behind it. Upgrade requirements: 5 billion gold coins, 100 million alloy, 500,000 super energy stones, 1 level 8 chip. Awesome. This is what a real aircraft should be. Jizang couldn't wait to board this sci-fi creation. The space inside the Extreme Universe airship was quite large. In addition to 30 fixed seats, it was surprisingly equipped with a small bedroom with a master suite, as well as service facilities like a bar counter and wine cabinet. Of course, there was no cockpit. This thing was fully automated, though it could also be connected via neural link. Additionally, there was a spherical controller used for emergency manual operation. Chapter 373. Winds and clouds gather. All-powerful city lords arrive. Jizang first used the neural link to control the entire airship as it took off. Despite its massive size, it took off without a sound, quietly rising into midair. Following that, Jizang moved his thoughts. Bang! Accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom. The Extreme Universe airship instantly shot forward, blasting a large ripple of white air waves at its starting point. An intense force pushed him back into his seat, giving Jizang the feeling that his soul was struggling to catch up. This is quite a kick, isn't it? He grew somewhat excited and activated the Extreme Universe airship's panoramic mode. All the surrounding walls and seats instantly became transparent. Although the Extreme Universe airship was already thousands of meters high in the sky, the scenery on the ground still unfolded like a continuous scroll, showing just how terrifying his current speed was. However, the battery was limited, so he had to save it for later. Jizang brought the Extreme Universe airship to a stop, then stored the entire thing into his dimensional pendant, while he himself used a space-time stone to return to the anchor point at the Glow City headquarters. From there, he took out the Extreme Universe airship once again and began heading toward the Chaos Ancient Domain portal. This saved a lot of trouble. In less than 10 minutes, the Extreme Universe airship arrived at that incomparably massive giant portal. Whoosh! He passed right through. Darkness swallowed everything around him. But after a short while, light appeared once again. He had arrived at the Chaos Ancient Domain. This was a strange, dark forest where countless thick vines were intertwined, covered in eerie, slimy mucus. The moment the Extreme Universe airship appeared, these vines seemed to come alive, instinctively wrapping around the intruder and binding it tightly like a rice dumpling. Creak, creak. The immense strength of the vines caused sparks to fly against the airship's metal armor. If this had been a lower-strength secondary vehicle, it would likely have been twisted into a pretzel by now. Jizang opened the hatch and blasted these vines into charcoal with a bolt of tribulation lightning. Then opened the map to check his location. He was still over 100 kilometers away from Gonglingwen's dungeon location. This was outrageous. It was even further than the distance from the previous giant city. There was no help for it. He would have to try again. Jizang returned to the portal and waited for the 15-minute cooldown. During this process, monsters kept attacking, but the highest level among them was only Monarch tier. There were no Overlord tier monsters yet, which left Jizang somewhat disappointed. Once the 15 minutes were up, Jizang immediately shuttled back and forth again. This time, he arrived in a wasteland, still 60,000 to 70 kilometers away from the target location. Keep restarting, just like that. Jizang spent over an hour, tossing back and forth 7 or 8 times. Finally, after the last jump, he arrived in a rainforest area only 10 kilometers away from the target location. Done and dusted. Jizang did not want to gamble anymore. Anyway, at the speed of the Extreme Universe airship, it would only take about half an hour. Jizang immediately set the flight path and began heading toward the destination. Along the way, to avoid attracting too much attention from monsters, he specifically activated the stealth function. The entire airship vanished from sight, and even the airflow was forcefully disrupted, making it difficult for living creatures to discern the airship's true position. Meanwhile, near the Blood Realm dungeon, 5 or 6 imposing, high-tier vehicles had already gathered. At the lead was Gonglingwen. As the initiator of this mission dungeon, he was the first to arrive at the scene and the one who had made the most thorough preparations. Besides him, 4 or 5 other powerful reinforcements had also stepped down from their respective vehicles, because they all occupied the prestigious thrones of city lords. These powerhouses wore arrogant expressions, and some were even wary of one another. Even though Gong Lingguan repeatedly tried to initiate conversation, the atmosphere remained cold. Everyone sat in their own corners, essentially not communicating at all. As time passed, other participants arrived one after another. However, Gong Lingguan also received bad news. 2 of the powerhouses under his command had encountered a terrifying monster attack on their way to the mission site, and now one was dead, and the other was missing. Having suffered losses before the mission had even begun made the city lord powerhouses at the scene even more dissatisfied, their eyes turning cold one by one. City Lord Gong, I understand you want to bring people along for the development of your main city, but isn't this a bit ridiculous? HMPH, if they can't even make it through the Chaos Ancient Domain, they want to clear a dungeon with us city lord level experts. Are they here to be dead weight? The dissatisfaction pent up in the hearts of the reinforcements, fueled by this trigger, began to show signs of erupting. And that Jizang, what right does he have to set those conditions? Does he think this is a vehicle war? City Lord Gong, you have to take responsibility for this. Jizang may have won against the joint forces of 2 giants in the main city war, and his influence is indeed stronger than ours. But this is a dungeon. What matters here is pure physical combat power. It's not the same concept as a vehicle war at all. Gong Lingguan, if Jizang doesn't perform as expected in the dungeon. At this moment, a certain city lord with a deep foundation let a mocking smile touch the corners of his mouth. Then the conditions he set will have to be reversed. City Lord C is right. Indeed, it's not yet certain who will be working for whom. Now, all fingers were pointed at Gong Lingguan and Jizang. Gong Lingguan's expression darkened slightly, and he remained silent. At times like this, the more one explains, the more one appears easy to bully. Gong Lingguan could only wait for Jizang to arrive. He hoped that Jizang would be able to hold his own. Otherwise, given this trend of no one respecting anyone else, an internal conflict would likely break out sooner or later. The other city lord reinforcements, as well as the powerhouses under Gong Lingguan, began to arrive one after another. Fortunately, there were no major accidents afterward, aside from the 2 powerhouses who had already perished, and Jizang and 1 other reinforcement. The other 16 people had all arrived. Look, he's here. Everyone's gaze turned toward the sky. They saw a massive black silhouette flying over rapidly in the firmament. It was actually a giant war chariot. However, all its armor had deformed into flat, wing-like shapes, and the engines at the rear spewed violent particle streams, propelling this behemoth through the sky at high speed. The steel wolf head at the very front had blazing flames erupting from its mouth and eyes, looking down disdainfully at the land below. This iconic wolf head allowed everyone to recognize the identity of the newcomer. Is that Carter from the Supreme Hall? Carter. They actually managed to invite him too. The crowd felt a slight shock. In truth, before arriving here, no one was clear about the lineup Gong Lingguan had invited. They only knew that a big shot like Jizang would be there. They hadn't expected that even the vice president of the Supreme Hall would be invited. This was no small matter. Chapter 374, Abyss Mechanism appears again. 4x Dungeon Rewards. Soon, Carter's flying vehicle landed near the group. The vehicle's armor and mechanisms rapidly deformed, transforming into the form of a land war chariot. A burly, cold-faced white man walked slowly down the steps. He was wearing a massive trench coat that fluttered in the strong wind, and he certainly carried an extraordinary air about him. Although Carter's status and strength were indeed superior to those present, everyone was a city lord, so no one went up to greet him. It wasn't until he walked closer that a few city lords who were better at networking went over to greet him. The only trouble was that this foreigner spoke English, and they had to wear simultaneous interpretation devices to communicate, which was a bit of a hassle. Moreover, Carter's attention was not on the people present. His gaze even bypassed Gong Lingguan, as if he were searching for someone. Where is G? Hasn't he arrived yet? Carter's expression clearly darkened. Gong Lingguan, City Lord Carter. He will be here very soon. Please wait a moment. Carter let out a cold snort and checked the time. I'll give him 20 minutes. If he isn't here by then, I demand the dungeon start immediately. This city lord doesn't have that much time to waste on waiting. The scene fell into silence. Gong Lingguan was also feeling annoyed. It was already past the scheduled time he had given Ji Zhang, yet there was still no sign of him. Meanwhile, Ji Zhang was in the small restroom inside the airship, washing the blood off his body. He had encountered Overlord-level monsters on the way, and they were quite strong contenders among the Overlord level, appearing in a pair. The opponents had discovered the location of the cloaked airship and grabbed it, forcing Ji Zhang to come out personally to clear them, which was what had delayed him. 10+ minutes later, the airship finally arrived at the target location. Ji Zhang directly stored it into his dimensional pendant and flew down from the sky alone, landing with a thud. Sorry. Ran into a bit of trouble on the way, Ji Zhang said with a chuckle, his gaze sweeping across the room. Is everyone here? Why does it seem like two are still missing? The people present all wore displeased expressions. No one took the initiative to respond, and a few with short tempers even showed faint signs of wanting to lash out. However, constrained by Ji Zhang's status and position, they had no choice but to hold it in. Only Carter let out a cold snort. City Lord Ji Zhang, do you have any idea how long we've been waiting for you? After delivering this sarcastic remark, Carter squinted at Ji Zhang, sensing that the latter's aura was not particularly powerful, which only deepened the mockery at the corners of his mouth. And, with your personal level of ability, how dare you demand 20% of the earnings from all of us powerhouses? Gong Lingguan hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. As long as you're here, that's what matters. Let's get started. Excuse me, who are you? Ji Zhang turned his head to look at Carter. This was immediately taken by Carter as a provocation. In all his travels, he had never been treated with such contempt. How dare this man look down on him and ask who he was? His eyebrow twitched, and he was ready to erupt on the spot. It was Gong Lingguan who immediately stepped in to separate the two, doing his best to dissuade Carter, while secretly whispering to Ji Zhang, he is the vice president of the Supreme Hall. Carter, the Supreme Hall. Ji Zhang finally understood. He had indeed heard of this name before. The Supreme Hall was considered a rather unique faction in the southern wilderness. They did not pursue quantity, and their requirements for the overall strength of those who joined were extremely strict. Therefore, it was said that even now, they had fewer than 10 members, each one a top-tier powerhouse. The fact that Carter could hold the high position of vice president in such a den of monsters spoke volumes about his strength. Besides, a foreigner serving as a city lord was quite rare. Ji Zhang didn't take this Carter to heart, nor did he want to come into conflict with him. If he were to kill brother Carter right now, what would happen to his 20% cut? Gong Lingguan was the type who was smooth and tactful, possessing excellent negotiation skills. He gave Carter a way to save face, quickly calming his near-explosive emotions and preserving the appearance of unity. I am now sending everyone the ticket invitation, and then we will have 10 minutes of preparation time before we start this dungeon directly. Gong Lingguan knew very well that in front of such self-centered powerhouses, talking about tactics or coordination was just nonsense. Getting them inside as quickly as possible was the priority. After speaking, Gong Lingguan sent the tickets to everyone. Once Ji Zhang received his, he opened it immediately. A piece of information appeared. Dungeon ticket rank, S-rank location. Blood Realm. Click for coordinates. Objective: exterminate the Lord of the Blood Mound. Time limit: 96 hours. Starts upon entry. Point ranking: none yet. After clearing the dungeon, all rewards will be automatically distributed according to the point ranking, excluding special items. Friendly reminder: if the dungeon time limit is exceeded, no one will receive rewards, and teleportation will be unavailable. You will only be able to escape the dungeon by manual means. After checking the ticket, Ji Zhang was a bit surprised. The time limit for an S-rank dungeon was actually a full 4 days. Just how big was this map? Soon, the 10 minutes of preparation time passed, except for Carter. Everyone else had arrived via secondary vehicles, so there was no need to worry about the safety of their vehicles outside. Then, let's begin. The group gathered together. With those words from Gong Lingguan, everyone's expression became faintly solemn. An S-rank dungeon. For everyone present, this was their first attempt. They were about to engage in a peak-level challenge, and even these big shots who were city lords were feeling somewhat nervous. Gong Lingguan took a deep breath and clicked Start Dungeon Operation. In the next second, a teleportation ray appeared beneath everyone's feet, and a mysterious energy enveloped them. Asterisk whoosh. A flash of light flickered, and everyone's figures vanished from the spot. The surrounding scenery shifted rapidly, and when it finally stabilized, the surroundings had transformed into a mysterious and unknown red wasteland. Asterisk whoosh, whoosh. A cold, airy wind howled, carrying a faint scent of blood and decay. The group looked around vigilantly, and only after confirming there was no immediate danger did they relax slightly. And just at this moment, a notification sound suddenly rang out in everyone's mind simultaneously. Detected that the overall strength of the survivors exceeds the dungeon standard. Do you wish to activate Abyss mode in party voting? Activate 0 votes. Do not activate 0 votes. Friendly reminder, in Abyss mode, dungeon difficulty is doubled, and rewards are doubled. Friendly reminder, in Abyss mode, the doubling mechanism can stack with the Chaos Ancient Domains doubling mechanism, reaching 4 times the rewards. At this, everyone couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. An Abyss mode prompt had actually appeared. S-rank dungeon. Nothing more than this, Carter sneered, glancing at Ji Zhang out of the corner of his eye. He was certain that the main reason for this doubling mechanism appearing was definitely because of him. Chapter 375, The Mysterious White-Haired Girl. A portrait of teammate strength, however. Carter was no hot-headed youth. He did not continue to press Ji Zhang over the so-called 20% cut from earlier. Ji Zhang was, after all, a titan in his own right, and his status and position were enough to rival his own. If an irreconcilable conflict were to rise, it would be very disadvantageous for the future. What happened just now was merely an opening gambit. It was equivalent to a clear rejection of the profit sharing, and he could use his subsequent combat performance to reverse charge everyone else. Of course, that was a matter for later. At this moment, everyone was becoming somewhat excited. They hadn't expected an S-rank dungeon to trigger an Abyss mode prompt. It seemed all their previous worries were unnecessary, but that was normal. After all, they were all City Lord level powerhouses. If even they, the top-tier experts selected from hundreds of millions of survivors, couldn't handle an S-rank dungeon, then the difficulty would be far too exaggerated. It seems everyone is quite confident, so shall we start directly? Gong Lingguan smiled, his heart finally settling after having been suspended in his chest. The strength of this team was truly off the charts. It was going to be a total slaughter. The vote began. Everyone chose to agree to initiate Abyss mode. S-rank dungeon Blood Realm Abyss mode operation initiated. Countdown 95 to 59. Accompanied by a notification sound. The exploration of this S-rank dungeon officially kicked off. Of course, there was no such thing as tactics, coordination, or division of labor. Everyone was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own unique abilities. However, a basic route was still necessary. Seeing a city lord powerhouse impatiently wanting to head out alone, Gong Lingguan hurriedly stopped him. Let's all travel together for now. We don't know the situation of this dungeon yet, and it would be too risky to split up now, Gong Lingguan said. As the team leader for this mission, he chose the most conservative approach. The others exchanged glances, but no one raised any objections. Fine, but once we reach the destination, I'm planning to leave the group. We'll see who grabs more points then. Everyone, get on my ride. One city lord said, casually tossing out a capsule. The capsule rapidly expanded and deformed on the ground, transforming into an oversized all-terrain vehicle with a rear deck large enough to seat several dozen people. Having a means of transport made things much more convenient. Everyone climbed onto the back of the all-terrain vehicle and began to chat idly. Hey, the small fry are yours. Just leave the big boss to me. City Lord C, that's a bit arrogant. City Lord Carter hasn't even spoken yet. Ha 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 ha. Exactly. The Supreme Hall isn't just for show. I heard their membership assessment places a higher weight on individual strength than on vehicles or territories. Isn't that right, City Lord Carter? Carter was clearly the center of attention, and everyone was giving him face. Originally, Ji Zhang could have commanded respect too, given the immense influence of Radiant City. But his mistake was daring to bring up the issue of profit sharing, which meant he no longer received any courtesy while talking. The group not only deliberately avoided Jizang but also took subtle jabs at him from time to time. Jizang didn't take these trivial matters to heart at all. The real show was yet to come anyway. He leaned against the railing, took out 2 cans of ice cola, and handed one to Gongling Guan.*PSH*. Jizang opened the can with a single finger and took a gulp, feeling the refreshing chill in his throat while the restless wind of the wasteland blew past. "Brother Ji, I'm sorry." Gongling Guan smiled with a hint of apology. "I really did negotiate with them beforehand, and they all agreed. But as you can see now," Jizang raised his can with a smile, "it's fine. No need to explain so much. As long as you negotiated it, that's enough." Negotiating beforehand and then wanting to back out after entering were 2 different things. Jizang followed principles in his dealings. Since they invited him, he was to be paid regardless of whether he did the work or not. The all-terrain vehicle moved forward. This secondary vehicle was quite practical, with a top speed of 500 kilometers per hour, racing at high speed over the rugged and even ground. An ordinary person would have been tossed around. But the powerhouses present remained as steady as Mount Tai, chatting and laughing. Taking this opportunity, Jizang used his spirit god talent to sense everyone's aura. Combined with the intelligence he already possessed, he formed a rough profile of everyone present. First, he ruled out the 8 powerhouses under Gongling Guan. Their auras were too weak, not even worth the effort of profiling. These people might be considered top-tier experts in their own home cities, but in the company of city lords, they were completely insignificant. Among the remaining 9 city lord-level figures, only a few were worth noting. First was Gongling Guan. This kid was very cautious, constantly hiding his aura, and he was very measured in his conversations, revealing almost no information about his own strength. Then there was the city lord surnamed Si Zhengdao. He was rumored to be a powerhouse, having achieved 1 or 2 very impressive individual combat records, which was why Gongling Guan had invited him. Then there was Carter. The weight of being the vice president of the Supreme Hall went without saying. He was likely the strongest city lord among them. Besides them, the one who caught Jizang's attention the most was a taciturn girl. She had striking waist-length white hair, and even her eyebrows and pupils were white, which looked quite strange. After getting on the vehicle, a few lecherous city lords tried to strike up a conversation with the white-haired girl, but they were undoubtedly met with a cold shoulder. Not only did she not respond, she didn't even shift her gaze, completely ignoring them. "Old Gong, what's the deal with that girl?" Jizang asked curiously. As he asked this, the girl slowly turned her gaze toward him. The girl's eyes were bright and beautiful, shimmering with a brilliant light like gemstones, but they also contained a coldness like 10,000-year-old ice, seemingly isolating her from everything in the world. Jizang didn't feel awkward. Instead, he smiled and nodded in greeting. There was no response, and she turned her gaze elsewhere once more. Only then did Gongling Guan dare to lower his voice and say, "Brother Ji, it's not that I don't want to tell you. I don't know her background either." Jizang, "What? You don't know? Yet you invited her?" Gongling Guan chuckled. "She came to me herself, but I did a simple background check. She's definitely not from the dark faction, and her individual strength isn't weak, so there shouldn't be any problems." Gongling Guan drank his cola and nudged Jizang with his elbow, teasing, "Brother Ji, are you interested in her?" "I'm afraid that'll be difficult. This chick is cold as ice." Jizang curled his lips. "Why don't you guess whether she can hear us gossiping about her right now?" Gongling Guan nearly choked, awkwardly offering a sheepish smile in the direction of the white-haired girl, not daring to blather on anymore for fear of offending her. Chapter 376. Even city lords must hug the wall. This is the Extreme Universe airship. At this moment, as the route delved deeper, some of the monsters inhabiting this area were disturbed. The monsters let out eerie, blood-curdling roars, crazily pouncing toward the all-terrain vehicle. It had to be said, an S-rank dungeon still held some real value. In other dungeons, the small fries on the outskirts were usually just common or elite monsters, but here, the starting point was king-level monsters, and monarch-level ones could be seen everywhere. The appearance of the monsters excited the various powerhouses. The scramble for points had begun, except for Ji Kang, Gongling Guan, Carter, and that mysterious white-haired girl. Everyone else rushed to make their move. Various innate skills, equipment, and weapons took turns appearing on the scene. Boom, bang, 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 bang. Everything within sight was engulfed in the flames of intense battle. Before those monsters could even get close to the all-terrain vehicle, they were torn to shreds by the terrifying attack methods of the city lords. The most eye-catching performer of the entire scene was, unsurprisingly, Si Zhengdao. This old brat possessed dual talents in fire and lightning. His destructive power was terrifying, and his attack range and distance were the greatest. After finishing, he smugly crossed his arms over his chest, using his peripheral vision to observe the white-haired girl behind him. Finding that she wasn't paying any attention to him at all, he glanced at Jikang and Carter, only to find that even these two so-called big shots weren't looking at him either. This made Si Zhengdao somewhat annoyed. Fortunately, the people around him were still willing to kiss up to him. City Lord C is still the strongest. So many monsters, and he wiped them out in an instant. Is that it already? Damn, City Lord C, leave some points for us. How are we supposed to play if you fight like that? Si Zhengdao snorted coldly. Fine, I'll leave the next wave to you lot. Stop with the nonsense. The powerhouses were reviewing the battle that had just occurred. Who killed more? Who killed less? And some were even using the recent results to deduce the final rankings. The atmosphere of the discussion quite heated. Jikang couldn't even be bothered to speak. Damn it. There was a full banquet of national delicacies ahead. Yet here they were, fighting over pickles at the door. Wasn't this just a classic Scheibel behavior? After a minor skirmish, the route began to return to tranquility. Jikang activated his eagle eye, observing the scene ahead. This wasteland was too vast. Aside from the animal carcasses and scavengers visible everywhere, there were only a few sparse, barren weeds. Looking further ahead, the undulating horizon seemed to be shrouded in a thin red mist, revealing only the massive, mountain-like outline of something in the distance. Was that the mission location? Judging by the distance, it was at least several thousand kilometers away. At their current speed, it would take at least several hours to get there. Damn, what kind of god-forsaken place is this? Where are the monsters we were promised? Aside from that nest earlier, there isn't even a ghost in sight. The group began to grumble. Jikang didn't want to wait any longer. He said to the owner of the all-terrain vehicle, "Stop the car. Use my vehicle." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. City Lord G, what are you doing? You think this vehicle's 500 kilometers per hour speed is too slow? If we use your vehicle, we'll be shaken to pieces in no time. Don't you see what kind of terrain this is? Isn't it driving just fine? Why change vehicles, City Lord G? If it's just some road car or flat ground vehicle, forget it. Not every car can handle this kind of terrain. Amidst the questioning, the all-terrain vehicle braked quickly. The city lord put away the vehicle directly. Fine, let's try yours then. Jikang didn't waste any more breath. He simply mimicked the city lord and threw out a capsule in reality. That thing really was just a capsule. And the moment the capsule hit the ground, he took the Extreme Universe airship out of his dimensional pendant. Whoosh! The crowd was left dumbfounded. They had thought it would be some kind of car. Who would have thought it was a damn flying craft? Could a flying craft even be carried around in a folding capsule? And this design, wasn't it a bit too sci-fi? City Lord G is truly wealthy. How could you get your hands on such a good thing? Damn, this is awesome. And it's magnetic levitation. At this moment, the group's perception of Jikang underwent a subtle change. Previously, because Jikang had demanded 20% of everyone's earnings, their impression of him hadn't been great. They felt he was just an arrogant nouveau rich, a country bumpkin with money. Although that was a preconceived notion, but today, Jikang hadn't displayed that overbearing, nose-in-their attitude. In fact, he had acted quite normally. This made everyone start to set aside some of their prejudices. They could treat that 20% as a joke and still be friends. Soon, everyone boarded the Extreme Universe airship. Everyone sit tight. It's best to fasten your seatbelts. Jikang reminded them. Ugh, no need for that. Why fasten a seatbelt? That's for kids. City Lord G, just drive your ship. These seats are actually kind of cute. Just like in a movie theater. The powerhouses sat down, laughing and joking, and scrupulously examining the furnishings and devices inside the cabin. with absolutely no awareness of being passengers. Only Manhwa noticed the wicked glint in the corner of Jikang's mouth. He hurriedly led his subordinates to their seats and obediently fastened their seatbelts. "Old Gong, you're too timid. What's there to be afraid of on a flying craft, even if it crashes? It's fine," one city lord teased, crossing his legs and sitting boldly in the front. Jikang wore a smile as he started the Extreme Universe airship. It was only then that the group of powerhouses truly realized the charm of money and the power that money could buy, accompanied by the sound of an electric hum. The Extreme Universe airship shot forward without any warning. It took less than 2 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 18,000 kilometers per hour. This 2 seconds of acceleration felt as if it could drag a person straight into hell. Everyone felt as if their bodies and souls had instantly separated, their entire beings plastered against their seats like sheets of paper. As for those who hadn't fastened their seatbelts, they were even luckier. They all shouted "Holy crap!" in unison as they were flung away, slamming hard against the rear bulkhead, their faces squashed into a pulp. "Ah, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit!" Stop the ship. This kind of acceleration was simply too terrifying. The powerhouses under Manhwa's command, due to their lower constitution stats, fainted directly in their seats, white foam bubbling from their mouths. The group of city lords plastered against the wall behind them didn't fare much better. They felt as if their entire bodies were enduring a horrific pressure, as if they were about to be crushed flat. A few seconds later, the acceleration of the Jeju airship entered a stable phase. Those people fell from the bulkhead one by one, their faces pale and their appearances disheveled. Not a shred of a city lord's composure remained. When they looked at Jizang again, their eyes inevitably held a bit more. "Oh, this aircraft was just too damn terrifying. How much money would it take to upgrade it to this level?" Chapter 377. The terrifying blood-colored ridge, the 100-eyed monster's ambush. Everyone scrambled up from the floor sheepishly, no longer daring to act arrogant. They obediently walked to their respective seats and buckled their seatbelts. The airship sped through the sky, traversing this vast and desolate land. However, it wasn't long before a big guy set its sights on the Jeju airship. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from a swamp in the distance, which was soaked in a blood-red hue, and shot straight toward the airship in the sky. Boom. The energy wave came with such ferocity that the gazes of all the powerhouses in the cabin instantly sharpened. "Overlord class, that's an Overlord class boss, watch out!" Everyone cried out in alarm. Jizang immediately maneuvered the Jeju airship to turn and evade, but that attack seemed to have locked onto its target. It actually banked midair, continuing its fierce pursuit. Judging from the airship's radar warnings, the energy level of that shockwave had reached the mid to high intensity of the Overlord class. It was not weak at all. While everyone was panicking, Jizang lit a cigarette and opened the rear cabin door, preparing to take action himself. But Carter had already made his move first. He stood there, indifferently raising his hand toward the outside of the cabin. A deep green light flared in his palm, and a tree root rapidly surged forth from the glow. The tree root grew as it met the wind, expanding at an incredible speed. In less than a second, it transformed into a massive, tangled thicket of roots like a forest growing in midair from his palm, and collided with the trailing energy wave. Rumble, accompanied by a heaven-shaking roar. A large portion of the roots was destroyed by the energy wave, turning into debris that filled the sky. But the roots in Carter's palm continued to grow, and in coordination with the airship's forward momentum, they consumed the destructive power of the energy wave at a rapid pace. A series of destructive, tearing sounds lasted for several full seconds. Only then was the energy wave forcibly exhausted. The remaining roots were retracted by the light in Carter's palm. Having blocked this terrifying strike with his bare hands, Carter only had a light sheen of sweat on his face. He turned around, expressionless, and said, "Land." As expected of City Lord Carter. "Damn. That scared the hell out of me. Is this really a wood-type talent? It's actually this strong." The powerhouses were all filled with exclamation. At this moment, the Overlord-class creature that had just attacked surfaced from the swamp water. It was a giant red slug, over 100 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in dense, tiny eyeballs, and a soft, giant mouth occupied a third of its body, filled with countless horrifying, sharp teeth. "Everyone, look! Is that thing the Lord of the Blood Mound?" It seems this is the place. I didn't expect the big boss to show up so soon. City Lord G. Stop the ship. Inside the cabin, the group of powerhouses began to clamor, their expressions quite excited. Although it wasn't quite the army of monsters they had imagined. This super strong creature among the Overlord class was certainly worthy of the prestige of an S-rank dungeon. Moreover, this was the Abyss mode with doubled combat power. It probably wouldn't be easy to deal with. Ji Zhang, with his cigarette in his mouth, glanced at the giant slug below. We haven't reached the destination yet. If you want to go down and fight, go ahead. Just jump out of the cabin door. I won't stop you. Under the limitless eagle-eye state, he had already seen the giant slug's status window. 100-eyed monster level, Overlord class status, high-ranking creature evaluation. The predecessor of the 100-eyed monster was the giant slug tribe of the Central Earth Great Rainforest. After being eroded by the ancient darkness, they gained powerful strength and eternal, immortal life, but as a result, they fell into becoming abyss monsters. The eyeballs on the 100-eyed monster possess extremely strong insight and mental attack capabilities. Any mentally fragile creature that approaches will be bewitched by the magic eyes, their souls falling forever into the abyss to become nutrients for the magic eyes. In addition, it possesses terrifying beyond visual range attack methods. Once a target is locked by the magic eyes, even if they flee to the ends of the earth, they will be tracked by the energy waves it releases until they are completely destroyed. What does that mean? Everyone looked at each other, clearly not quite understanding what Ji Zhang meant. Gong Lingguan had also used his own methods to see the 100-eyed monster's status window, and he shook his head, saying, "That's not the final boss, it should just be a peripheral wild monster." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell into silence. The previously excited fighting spirit felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over it, cooling down instantly. A top-tier Overlord class creature was actually just a wild monster, and a peripheral one at that. The atmosphere in the cabin couldn't help but become oppressive. This encounter with a wild monster had invisibly raised the expected difficulty of this dungeon, and for now, there was no end in sight. Si Zhengdao couldn't control his emotions and spoke up to refute Gong Lingguan. "Impossible. That thing is at the very least a mini-boss. Have you all forgotten that we triggered Abyss mode when we entered? This means our strength is far superior to this dungeon. That's right. Why don't we head down first? Let's join forces and take down that slug. That's a huge amount of points." The experts began chattering away, their noise grating on Ji Zhang's ears. He simply brought the airship to a halt and opened the cabin door. "Fine. If you want to go down, then go." Ji Zhang delivered these words with a flat, indifferent tone. The scene fell silent instantly. Si Zhengdao turned and walked toward the cabin door. "HMPH, let's go." Only a handful of City Lord level experts followed behind him. But after walking a few steps and realizing no one else was following, those few City Lords awkwardly slowed their pace. Unsure whether to keep going or turn back, keep moving, Si Zhengdao looked back, only to see that almost no one was responding to his call. Not to mention Carter, Ji Zhang, or Gong Lingguan. Even the few City Lords who had followed him at the first moment showed signs of shuffling their feet back. The situation descended into an awkward stalemate. Ji Zhang couldn't be bothered to waste any more breath. Seeing that Si Zhengdao didn't dare to go down alone, he simply closed the cabin door. To be honest, if it weren't for that 20% share of the profits, he wouldn't even care about this bunch of troublemakers. He would have let them fend for themselves. The small interlude passed just like that, and the airship continued forward. The City Lords from before all returned to their respective seats in embarrassment. Si Zhengdao, in particular, had a face flushed with tension. As a highly prestigious City Lord level expert, this was the first time he had suffered such a humiliating predicament. He could barely keep his composure. Whoosh! The airship continued to speed through the sky. The outline of the vast, continuous land in the distance gradually became clearer. That was not the horizon. It was a blood-colored mountain range, vast beyond imagination. The boundless clouds only covered the foothills below. Further up, the true mountain peaks towered into the sky, impossible to take in with the naked eye. Chapter 378. The debut of the Pain Walker, Chain Annihilation. That place. Was that the True Blood realm? seeing the continuous range of giant blood-colored mountains ahead. A concept that completely challenged their understanding couldn't help but emerge in everyone's minds. This was a sight rarely seen in the plains, or even in the areas surrounding the super-major cities. The intense pressure from nature began to weigh on everyone's hearts. And the situation didn't stop there. After approaching the range of the blood-colored mountains, the frequency of attacks on the cloaked Jeju airship began to rise sharply. First, various monsters on the ground began using long-range attacks to snipe at the area in the sky where the sonic booms were coming from. Then, a massive number of flying monsters swarmed in as well. They couldn't find the true location of the Jeju airship, so they attacked blindly like a swarm of headless flies. Because there were so many of them, they caused significant obstacles to the airship's progress. Several collisions occurred, smearing the airship's glass completely. City Lord G, open the cabin door. We'll handle these monsters. The experts all wore grim expressions, ready to strike. Only Carter and the white-haired girl remained calm. Although the number of aerial monsters was high, most were king-level or monarch-level monsters, posing no real threat. It was just that there were too many of them, and they were crowding the entire airspace, making them a nuisance to clear out. Just get ready. Ji Zhang looked at the dense cluster of red dots on the radar, slowed the airship with a hint of irritation, and opened the front cabin door. Whoosh! The airship's stealth effect vanished, and a cacophony of terrifying shrieks, along with the fierce high-altitude gales, poured into the cabin like a tsunami. Ji Zhang didn't use any innate abilities, nor did he step out to fight in person. He simply drew the special, sci-fi-looking firearm from his waist and aimed it at the dense swarm of monsters ahead. This firearm was the Painwalker, which had previously been upgraded from a rare-grade pulse gun to epic grade, and today was its first real combat debut. Ji Zhang's gaze sharpened, consuming 1/10 of his mental energy. He activated the Painwalker's third skill, Pain Echo. Painwalker special skill, Pain Echo active. Consumes 1/10 of mental energy to fire a spirit-charged bullet, dealing massive damage to an area. Pain Echo passive. If a target dies from this skill, the pain and fear at the moment of their death will be absorbed by the firearm and converted into a short-range mental shockwave, dealing massive damage and a terror effect to surrounding enemies. Damage caused by the mental shockwave also triggers Pain Echo passive. Bang! Ji Zhang pulled the trigger dot as the skill activated. A deep crimson bullet instantly left the barrel, turning into a streak of light that tore through the sky and pierced directly through the body of the leading flying monster. The next second, a terrifying mental explosion tore the monster's body to shreds. In a brief moment, it transformed into a massive shockwave, instantly annihilating all monsters within a radius of several hundred meters. Before the monsters could even let out their death cries, their bodies were completely disintegrated by the mental shockwave, and a chain reaction of massive explosions had only just begun. The monsters in the primary attack zone turned into energy vortices within a split second of their demise, only to explode once more. Boom, 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 boom. Waves of terrifying mental shockwaves spread through the sky like a plague. One energy vortex after another bloomed out of thin air, eventually engulfing the entire airspace in annihilation. Successfully killed a Bonewing General Monarch level, Gold Kung for million, Bonewing Monarch level Kung for Chaos Ancient Realm Kung Abyss Mode for X reward. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully killed a Sky Climbing Ghost King rank, Gold Coins Kung 8000. Chaos Ancient Domain Kung Abyss Mode for X reward. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully killed a large Sky Climbing Ghost Monarch rank, Gold Coins Kung for million. Chaos Ancient Domain Kung Abyss Mode for X reward. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. A flurry of kill notifications appeared before Ji Zhang's eyes. With just this single shot, he had wiped out thousands of aerial monsters. They were all, without exception, king rank or higher, and the group even included over 100 monarch rank entities. From this wave alone, the pure gold coin profit exceeded 400 million. The various powerhouses standing behind him were already dumbfounded by the scene. What the hell kind of weapon was that? Just one shot, and all the monsters exploded. At this moment, the residual aura in the airspace had dissipated, and the massive swarm of aerial monsters had turned into flying ash across the sky. Everyone's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. They had yet to recover from the shock. Even Carter and Gong Lingguan were stunned. It seemed difficult for them to comprehend the sheer power of the firearm Ji Zhang possessed. Only the white-haired girl maintained her usual expression, though she too focused her attention on the weapon in Ji Zhang's hand. Looking as if she were deep in thought, Ji Zhang put away the painwalker, and the cabin door closed behind him. The Jeju airship started its engines and continued toward the blood-colored ridge inside the cabin. No one spoke for a long time. Only now did everyone completely discard their contempt for Ji Zhang. Originally, everyone had assumed Ji Zhang won by relying on his vehicle, or at most, that he just had a lot of money. They hadn't expected his equipment to be this terrifying. That firearm was, in all likelihood, epic grade. That was not something one could simply buy with gold coins. Brother Ji, you're a beast. Gong Lingguan secretly gave Ji Zhang a thumbs up. Status is earned through strength. By showing off this move, Ji Zhang had effectively stunned everyone into silence. This was crucial for the unity of the team moving forward. The ones feeling the most uncomfortable now were Carter and Si Zhengdao. Si Zhengdao was purely at odds with Ji Zhang. He had just been humiliated by him and was looking for a way to save face. But now that the man had a divine weapon in hand, there was no way he could recover his dignity. Carter was the same. Although he put on a facade of it's nothing special, being upstaged by Ji Zhang in this wave left the vice president of the Supreme Hall feeling truly displeased. The key was that he realized Ji Zhang had killed such a massive wave of monsters, so his final score would definitely not be low. Furthermore, he had previously stated he would collect 20% of everyone's earnings. Whether he dared to collect it or not remained an open question. Time passed slowly amidst the tension and anxiety. 10 odd minutes later, the Jeju airship had officially entered the territory of the Blood Realm. The number of monsters began to increase from this point on. As far as the eye could see, terrifying figures were sprinting and slaughtering each other among the mountains, filling the air with a primal, savage atmosphere. Chapter 379, Internal Division, Parting Ways. The impact of this scene was simply too great. The so-called beast tides or corpse tides they had seen in the past couldn't even be considered a novice dungeon compared to this savage land teeming with giant beasts and demons. The moment the Jeju airship appeared, it attracted the attention of numerous high-altitude monsters and atmospheric creatures. These were not just king rank or monarch rank monsters. According to the rapid radar warnings blaring from the airship, 3 distinct signatures belonging to overlord rank creatures had locked onto them simultaneously. Inside the cabin, everyone felt their scalps tingle. Although these overlord rank creatures were not as strong as the 100-eyed monster from earlier, they were still overlords. Among the many city lord level powerhouses present, those who had truly fought an overlord rank creature in physical combat could be counted on one hand. Prepare to descend. Get ready, everyone. After saying this, Ji Zhang directly piloted the Jeju airship toward a hidden valley. Whoosh! Accompanied by a gust of wind, the airship hovered steadily over an open space. Ji Zhang stored it away into his dimensional pendant, and everyone descended to the ground. Without the isolation of the vehicle, the ancient and heavy atmosphere of this place rushed into everyone's nostrils, instantly increasing the pressure in their hearts. Once they arrived here, no one dared to suggest splitting up or forming points anymore. In a strange and dangerous environment, people instinctively want to huddle together, and they desperately need a leader who can guide them. This time, the candidates for leader would undoubtedly be chosen from among Carter, Gong Lingguan, and Ji Zhang. There was no need to mention Carter. He was the city lord with the highest prestige and likely the greatest strength. Gong Lingguan, as the initiator of this mission, was steady and possessed high emotional intelligence, making him another candidate. Though his lack of a display of raw power made it hard for him to command total respect, Ji Zhang, who had been looked down upon at the start, had become the candidate with the fastest turnaround in reputation. As the supreme commander of the 14 super major cities, his aura of leadership was the most intense, and his methods were incredibly mysterious. Being near him inexplicably provided a sense of relief. This sense of security, which came from nowhere, was something even a renowned powerhouse like Carter could not provide. At this moment, the atmosphere in the area became somewhat subtle. Gong Lingguan coughed twice and said, "How about we elect a captain, and then act in unison?" Gong Lingguan's proposal received unanimous agreement from everyone. The difficulty of this dungeon was likely far beyond their imagination. They needed a meticulous plan and strong execution. People who had reached this level were no longer naive. They knew that in this world, recklessness and arrogance only led to self-destructs. If they didn't even have this basic survival wisdom, let alone being a city lord, they wouldn't even be fit to be a king. An internal team vote began. Gong Lingguan, because he brought a group of thugs with him, only counted as one vote. The remaining 9 city lords each held 1 vote. The final voting results were Gong Lingguan, 1 vote Tessie Zhengdao, 1 vote Carter, 3 votes Jizang, 5 votes. Those who did not cast their votes for Jizang were shocked by the result. They had not expected Jizang's reputation to rise so quickly. It was actually higher than that of an established powerhouse like Carter, whose strength had already been proven, and of all people, Carter was the one who lost the most face from this result. He prided himself on being the strongest in the group and possessed an arrogant personality. He disdained wasting breath on others and had even assumed in his heart that everyone would vote for him. He had planned to reluctantly accept the responsibility, which would have been beneficial for demanding a share of the profits later on. He never expected Jizang's vote count to actually surpass his. To have him work under someone else and take orders for everything, what a joke. I do not recognize this result. I never take orders from others. Carter said these words with a cold expression. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's heart sank, thinking, it's over. Internal strife before the fighting had even begun. Furthermore, Xi Zhengdao immediately followed suit, opening his mouth to say, I don't agree with this result either. I think City Lord Carter is more suitable to be the team leader. Gong Lingguan had originally wanted to smooth things over and persuade Carter, but now there was no room for persuasion at all. Everyone turned their gaze toward Jizang, observing his reaction. Jizang didn't take this seriously at all. He was still expanding his magnetic field domain, utilizing his spirit god talent to perceive the minute details in the air. Hearing the objections from those few, he said indifferently, what is there to talk about? Those who want to follow him can follow him, and those who want to follow me can follow me. The result is the same regardless. It was clear that everyone did not understand what Jizang meant by the result is the same. They all just were troubled expressions. This kind of internal division was undoubtedly a heavy blow to their overall combat effectiveness. Carter glanced at Jizang coldly and turned to leave. Xi Zhengdao and the 2 city lords who had voted for Carter earlier hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and following Carter. On the scene, only the remaining 4 city lords and Gong Lingguan with his subordinates remained. However, at this moment, the white-haired girl also turned and left. But she did not choose the direction Carter took. Instead, she walked along a path of her own. She was actually going to act alone. The crowd was astonished. Even Gong Lingguan hurriedly stepped forward to ask about the situation. But the white-haired girl, whether by using a talent or an equipment item, saw her figure turn into a gust of wind at that moment and vanished from the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded. She just left like that. Jizang raised an eyebrow slightly. This woman was actually quite interesting. Jizang asked, did she vote just now? Gong Lingguan pointed at Jizang. She voted for you. Fine then. Jizang couldn't be bothered to care about that much anymore. Clearing this dungeon was the priority. Next, he had everyone briefly report their main abilities and combat power to facilitate coordination for the upcoming battles. Gong Lingguan and his subordinates totaled 9 people. There were 3 other city lords who followed him. Everyone didn't hide much aside from some trump cards they kept hidden. They all stated their general situation. Gong Lingguan's strength was indeed quite strong. He took the initiative to show Jizang his ladder points, which had already reached 387. Although it was far from the exaggeration of Jizang's 3,000 plus points, he was definitely considered a top-tier expert among the city lord level. Alright, it's not a big problem. You can kill the small fry later as you please. But it's best not to stray too far from me, otherwise there will be risks. Leave the rest to me. Jizang clapped his hands and stood up. Captain, the small fry you mentioned, what level are they? King-level monsters. A city lord named Zhou Qiang asked tentatively. Anything below overlord level is a small fry. Of course, if you want to fight overlord level ones, That's fine to just look for the soft persimmons that are easy to squeeze. Jizang said. Chapter 380. Overlord level is only a small fry. Jizang displays the power of word spirit for the first time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned on the spot. Are you kidding me, brother? You even categorize the weaker Overlord level ones as small fry. And what soft persimmons that are easy to squeeze? Those are Overlord level monsters. And Overlord level monsters with doubled combat power at that. Everyone looked at each other, waiting for Jizang's next instructions. At this time, Jizang had also roughly figured out the strength trends of the monsters in this vast area through the gas molecules in the air. The direction the white-haired girl took was indeed correct. She had some skills. Let's go. Be careful not to expose too much aura. Jizang led the group of experts and headed straight for the hinterland of the massive mountain range. Arriving in a place like this, secondary vehicles certainly couldn't be used. Fortunately, everyone's physique was not weak, and their movements were swift, allowing them to travel through the forest very quickly. Before long, the first encounter broke out. The group broke into a monster nest, instantly inciting a fierce counterattack from the monster horde. The most terrifying thing was that the monster leader here was actually an Overlord level. The moment they sensed that massive aura rising, everyone felt their hair stand on end. They began to doubt whether following Jizang was the right choice. Big brother, could you be at least a little cautious? Don't you send scouts ahead to figure out the enemy situation first? It was fortunate that this Overlord level monster wasn't extremely strong. What would they have done if they had encountered something like the 100-eyed monster? You've all been impatient, right? I'll give you 10 minutes to farm points. We'll continue moving forward after 10 minutes. Jizang laughed, facing the surging monster horde. He actually sat down by a large rock to the side, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. The group of experts felt their scalps go numb. But since the monsters had already attacked, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and engage in battle. Roar, hiss, boom, bang, 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 bang. The terrifying shrieks of monsters, the battle cries of the powerhouses, and the destructive sounds of various innate abilities, weapons, and items wove together into a symphony of death within the deep forest. The Overlord-class monster also displayed astonishing dominance, charging forward with overwhelming momentum, its target aimed directly at the figure smoking on a rock. Gonlingguan's expression was grave as he joined several other City Lord-level powerhouses to meet the Overlord-class head-on. The other, slightly weaker powerhouses were responsible for dealing with the remaining Monarch-class and King-class monsters. This battle was evenly matched, with blows traded back and forth, leaving the entire mountain forest in a state of utter ruin. Only the area where Jikang was located remained intact. By the time Jikang finished his cigarette, the great battle had entered its middle to latter stages. Gonlingguan and the others began to truly exert their strength, each of them fighting with immense courage and bathed in blood, gradually suppressing the Overlord-class monster. Finally, at the 9-minute mark, they successfully decapitated it. With the biggest boss taken down, the smaller monsters were no longer a problem. Under their separate sweeping efforts, the entire monster nest was completely wiped out. Of course, the powerhouses themselves had sustained some injuries. However, this hearty and exhilarating battle had significantly boosted everyone's morale, and each of their faces was filled with excitement and fervor. Overlord class, nothing special, Jokang said with great bravado, spitting on the ground. He didn't realize at all that the one they had just taken down was the weakest of the Overlord-class monsters. Well done, let's continue. Jikang nodded, quite satisfied. The external reinforcements Gonlingguan had invited were actually quite capable. There wasn't a single dead weight among them, and their performance was commendable. The group returned to Jikang's side, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. Although Jikang hadn't made a move this time and had watched the show from the sidelines the entire time, no one showed any displeasure. Everyone knew clearly in their hearts that the captain was letting them earn points. Otherwise, if he had fired a shot with that special firearm, everything except the Overlord-class monster would likely have been wiped out, leaving nothing for them to do. Captain, are we heading straight to the boss's lair? A city lord asked excitedly. Yes, Jikang nodded and said. But we have plenty of time this time, so it's fine to farm some more points along the way. Jokang reminded him. Captain, We'd better pick up the pace, or it'll be troublesome if Carter's group gets there first. The others echoed, "That's right. City Lord G. They're probably rushing over there too." Only Gonlingguan smiled and shook his head. "Do you think the final boss of this dungeon can be killed or snatched just because you want to? How many Overlord-class monsters have we encountered just on the way here? Old Gong is right. You can't just snatch the boss whenever you want." Jikane laughed. Following this, the group continued to advance deeper into the dungeon. The further they went, the greater the number of monsters became. One small-scale skirmish after another began to break out continuously. However, most of the time, there was no need for Jikane to intervene personally. The others solved the monster groups themselves. By the time they finished clearing the second large monster nest, all the powerhouses except for Gonlingguan began to show signs of fatigue. Gonlingguan was not stingy. He distributed to extremely precious energy replenishing fruits to every few City Lord level powerhouses, and gave the remaining 5 to Jikane. "What's wrong?" Feeling uncertain, Jikane accepted the energy replenishing fruits and asked curiously, "Yeah?" Gonlingguan smiled with a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. The intensity of this dungeon had truly exceeded his expectations. They had fought their way here, and they hadn't even encountered a truly decent Overlord-class monster yet. But they were already running out of options. If they didn't have a top-tier powerhouse like Jikane as a safety net, it would probably be difficult even to escape alive. Gonlingguan had been thinking about one question. This time, the S-rank dungeon had triggered the Abyss mode, using the phrase overall team strength. And since the strength of most people was already on display, and they were already struggling, it meant that only a few people truly determined the Abyss mode. The ones most likely to possess transcendent strength were Carter, Jikane, and the white-haired girl. He didn't know how much weight Jikane held in the overall team strength, but now, he was betting everything on Jikane. After struggling internally for a short while, Gonlingguan gritted his teeth and took out a fruit he had been saving as his trump card, handing it to Gcang. The Divine Essence fruit. Jikane took the fruit and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This Gonlingguan was really willing to pay a heavy price. "All right, you kid are quite sensible. No matter what appears later, I'll make sure to protect you." Jikane patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you, Brother G." Gonlingguan squeezed out a smile, though he couldn't hide the pain of losing such a treasure. "Everyone has farmed enough points, right? Just follow behind me and pick up the scraps from now on," Jikane said to the group, looking at their battle-worn, scarred bodies. He took on the responsibility of a captain for the first time and used Word Spirit, Endless Life to heal everyone. When the faint green glow, filled with the power of the source of life, brushed over their bodies like a gentle spring, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. The others hadn't yet realized what had happened, but Gonlingguan's pupils were already shaking violently. His lips trembled. This is a Word Spirit. Chapter 381. Several Overlord-class monsters appear. The horror in the depths of the Blood Realm. Things like Word Spirits were simply too rare. Even a person of Gonlingguan's level had only managed to obtain one by sheer luck when opening a high-level treasure chest last time. That was his ultimate trump card. The trump card of all trump cards. Gonlingguan wasn't surprised that Jikane possessed a Word Spirit, but he had just used it so casually. Isn't this kind of thing supposed to be used as a final trump card? Something to shock the entire field and reverse the outcome of a battle. How is it that you're just tossing it out as if it were some minor skill, and without any wind-up or recovery time at all? Ever since Gonlingguan mastered the Spirit of Speech, he had only used it twice, and each time it drained him of every ounce of strength, leaving him so weak afterward that it felt like he'd taken off into the sky 3 times in a row. In contrast, look at Jizang. He hadn't even broken a sweat, acting as if nothing had happened. "I'm fully recovered. Holy crap. The captain is a beast. It's a miracle, damn it. The captain is a beast." The group of powerhouses, who had been wincing in pain from their injuries just a moment ago, were now completely restored, with even their internal injuries fully healed. This healing ability, comparable to that of a god, had everyone excited to the extreme. They all felt like bowing down and worshipping Jizang. Only Gonlingguan leaned in and whispered, "Brother G, your Spirit of Speech. Didn't you use it a bit too early? It's fine, no big deal." Jizang waved his hand dismissively. After this physical healing, Combined with the energy-replenishing fruits provided by Gon Lingguan, the team's morale soared once again. With such top-tier logistical support, they could just blast their way through to the end. What was there to fear about not clearing the stage? However, because of this, everyone subconsciously categorized Ji Zhang into the team role of ranged shooter Kung healer. As they continued their advance, they even went as far as to protect him. Only Gon Lingguan, who knew the truth, secretly wiped the sweat from his brow. No, didn't you guys notice the state Ji Zhang was in before and after using the spirit of speech? He uses the spirit of speech as easily as eating or drinking. He's clearly a monster of raw stats. So, why would he need you bunch of small fries to protect him? But Gon Lingguan didn't want to dampen everyone's enthusiasm. So he just silently followed by Ji Zhang's side, acting as his deputy. The team continued to move forward. As they drew closer to the core area, the pressure exerted by the environment became increasingly intense. Everyone's expressions turned grave. As their pace slowed, they deployed all sorts of detection methods, forming a stable perimeter for exploration. Ji Zhang also released several dozen drones. These drones were all brought from the Mechanical God Kingdom's team. There were 2,000 in total, so it wouldn't be a loss if they were destroyed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before long, the humming of the drones quickly ignited the entire mountain forest, causing the monsters lurking there to become restless. This disturbance caused everyone's expressions to change instantly. Watch out! Why are there so many monsters, Captain? We should retreat quickly. The group of powerhouses was incredibly nervous. Cold sweat breaking out on their faces, Ji Zhang, surrounded by the group, combined the visual intelligence transmitted back by the drones with the perception from his magnetic field domain to roughly gauge the strength and quantity of the monsters in this area. The monster density here is actually pretty good, much higher than in the places we just passed. A hint of eager excitement appeared on his face. Might as well kill a wave first, Gon Lingguan. You take command of the battle, or find a place to hide first. Just make sure no one dies. Ji Zhang instructed Gon Lingguan, who was standing nearby. Understood. Gon Lingguan nodded solemnly, but he couldn't help but look hesitant. Brother Ji, what do you plan to do? The others also turned their gazes toward Ji Zhang, not quite understanding what the captain meant by that last sentence. Could it be that he was going to use that mysterious firearm again? Realizing this, the hearts of the powerhouses couldn't help but leap into their throats. This wasn't the open airspace outside. If he used that weapon with such massive destructive power, and it ended up attracting a few Overlord-class monsters, they would be in real trouble. To everyone's surprise, Ji Zhang pulled out a strangely shaped firearm, but this gun was completely different from the pistol he had used earlier. Someone recognized it, and their pupils dilated in shock. That thing is a noise gun. The captain is going to use a noise gun in a place like this. Before that person could even try to persuade or stop him, Ji Zhang had already aimed the noise gun forward and pulled the trigger. Bang! A noise shell flew out and landed in the dense forest over 1,000 meters ahead. Following that, it erupted with an extremely piercing, screeching sound. Scree! The sharp sonic waves rippled outward, causing the monsters in the surrounding area, already in a state of agitation, to fall into a frenzy and surge toward them madly. The group of powerhouses was completely stunned. They could already hear the roars coming from not far away, along with a terrifying pressure that seemed to fill the entire mountain forest. Those were Overlord-class monsters, not one, not two, but four. The presence of 4 Overlord-class monsters had already locked onto their position and were closing in at high speed. We're surrounded, Captain. Retreat quickly. Use the airship to retreat. It's going to be too late. The voices of the powerhouses were almost cracking from shouting. Yet the noise shell continued to emit that hair-raising screech, and Ji Zhang seemed completely unable to hear their cries. Brother Ji, in this situation, even Gon Lingguan felt a bit panicked. He stepped forward and grabbed Ji Zhang's wrist, his eyes filled with extreme urgency. Ji Zhang didn't speak. He simply patted his shoulder, signaling him to look after the other team members, and then walked forward alone. Whoosh! A blood-red long blade with a strange and eerie appearance appeared in his hand out of thin air. Everyone stared in a daze. A melee weapon. In a situation like this, shouldn't he use that special firearm from before to clear the field first? Listening to the roars of the monsters drawing closer, Everyone felt anxious to the extreme. No one dared to follow Jizang toward the noise point. Those Overlord-class monsters were already coming. Along with a massive horde of Monarch-class and King-class monsters, following him would be no different from seeking death. City Lord Gong, what should we do? Zhou Qiang asked, incredibly nervous. Jizang had already left. And now Gong Lingguan had become the backbone for everyone. Listen to the captain. Find a place to hide, quickly. Gong Lingguan immediately began directing the operation. Fortunately, one of the city lords had brought a portable bunker. This was a rare piece of foldable equipment. Once thrown onto the ground, it would transform into a small bunker capable of withstanding various impacts and isolating most auras, while also allowing the occupants to observe the outside world through internal devices. The group scrambled in a panic, digging a large pit in the rocky terrain before tossing the portable bunker inside. Following a rapid series of mechanical gear-locking sounds, an all-metal fortress appeared within the pit. Everyone rushed inside, their faces pale with anxiety. Chapter 382, The Slaughter begins. The humanoid nuke appears. Although they had successfully entered the shelter, the hearts of everyone present remained filled with tension and fear. This thing could defend against monsters below the Monarch level, but when facing an Overlord-level creature, this gadget was nothing more than a giant tin can once cracked open. There would be meat to eat. There was no help for it. The situation was critical, and they had to make do. They could only pray that Jizang truly had a way to deal with this terrifying tide of monsters deep within the Blood Realm. Otherwise, they were all finished. The bunker's surveillance and detection devices were fully activated, and the images from outside were displayed with extreme clarity on the multiple screens inside the fortress. The ferocious figures of a massive number of monsters sprinting through the forest filled almost every screen. The tremors of the earth caused by the Overlord-level monsters' charge struck everyone's hearts like heavy hammers. Look, 2 Overlord-level ones have appeared. Holy crap-a-damn, are they that terrifying? How are we supposed to fight this? There must be tens of thousands of monsters, right? I can't see the captain. Zoom in on that camera. I see him. Wait. Is the captain really planning to use cold weapons to fight this horde of monsters? The group couldn't help but gasp, not daring to blink even for a second. On the other side, Jizang had already reached the side of the noise bomb. He was rotating his arms and twisting his neck, performing a simple warm-up before the battle. As for the scattered small fry that rushed over first, they were reduced to charred remains by his tribulation lightning from far away, not even getting a chance to get close to him. Rumble. Soon, the main body of the monster horde reached this stretch of mountain forest. The overwhelming momentum rolled in like a tsunami. Gong Lingguan and the others, who were watching the battle not far away, felt their hearts rise to their throats. Why isn't he moving yet? He's coming, boom. As the leading Overlord-level monster and dozens of Monarch-level ones tore through the dense forest together, the position where Jizang stood was completely exposed to the sight of all the monsters. His slightly slender human figure appeared extremely weak against the backdrop of the vast, terrifying sea of monsters. The most horrific hunt had truly descended. It's over. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. Some even closed their eyes, unable to bear watching the cruel scene that was about to unfold. It was in this extremely brief moment of engagement that a layer of black and white lightning flames suddenly appeared on Jizang's body. Those lightning flames transformed into flowing divine ribbons and a fiery cloak draped over his shoulders, quickly spreading to the blood-red long blade in his hand, coating it in a layer of black and white divine light. Swish, a plain and remarkable slash was unleashed. The world seemed to have hit the slow motion button at this moment. A circular blade aura, infused with blood-red and black light, flashed from left to right. The bodies of the monsters touched by the blade aura froze in their tracks. After flying forward for several meters due to inertia, their entire bodies began to slide apart into two halves from the point of the blade's cut. Blood sprayed from the severed edges, transforming into blooming flowers of gore. Successfully killed a fierce Ghost Mountain Lord Monarch level. Gold coins Kung for million. Ghost Black Spine Monarch level Kung for. Chaos Ancient Domain Kung Abyss Mode for X reward. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of lightning power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of metal power. Successfully killed a large sky climbing Ghost Monarch level. Gold coins Kung for million. Chaos Ancient Domain Kung Abyss Mode for X reward. Successfully absorbed a wisp of. Successfully absorbed. Successfully triggered the Moon's Blood Kill passive. Physique Kung 17. Successfully killed. Successfully killed. Successfully killed. A massive number of kill notifications appeared. With just a single slash, dozens of monarch-level monsters were instantly slaughtered. All the experts hiding in the bunker who witnessed this scene froze in place. This happened too quickly, too bizarrely. Before their brains could even react, Jizang's figure had already transformed into a streak of lightning, ferociously piercing through the body of the Overlord-level monster charging at him. Boom! A thunderous roar, as if it were about to tear the entire earth apart, exploded. The chest of that rampant Overlord-level creature had been pierced by a massive, bloody hole, and a large amount of blood gushed out like a waterfall. It let out a scream of extreme agony, its entire massive body uncontrollably falling backward. But what greeted its landing was a flurry of blood-red blade light, moving at a speed beyond comprehension. Swish, 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 in less than 0.5 seconds. Dozens of slashes had already landed. The Overlord-level monster's body, which could be described as indestructible and possessed immense regenerative power, was now sliced into hundreds of pieces, and finally, amidst a massive surge of black and white lightning, it was burned directly into charcoal. Successfully killed a Heavenly Ghost Mountain Lord Overlord level. Gold coins Kung 200 million. Mountain Lord Spine Overlord level Kung 4. Chaos Ancient Domain Kung Abyss Mode for X reward. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of lightning power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of metal power. As the kill notifications appeared, another notification sounded in Jizang's mind. Congratulations. Bronze power has successfully leveled up. Bronze power stage to stage 3. Finally, it leveled up. A surge of excitement welled up in Jizang's heart. In the next second, he felt a strange energy flowing through his physical body, and his skin's defensive capabilities and bone density received another massive boost. This was the third stage of bronze power. It was truly rock hard. After slaughtering the enemy's vanguard, Jizang had officially entered combat mode. He immediately activated the Super Blood Spirit Awakening, transforming himself into a long rainbow as he began this magnificent, explosive journey of slaughter throughout the mountain forest. Boom, 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 boom. Jizang's speed was simply too fast. He had practically turned into a living nuclear bomb, tearing through everything within his line of sight with the force of a thunderbolt. Under the enhancement of the Super Blood Spirit state, the cutting range of his moon blood also increased significantly. It was as if he were shaving the forest with a single swing of his blade. The monsters, along with the surrounding trees, ground, and mountain rocks, were all leveled in one go. The Monarch tier monsters were slightly better off, barely managing to leave behind a few remains under such intense combat. As for those King tier monsters, they were truly miserable. Most of them didn't even see Jizang's face before being shredded into pieces by the rampaging blade energy and shockwaves. Rumble, rumble. A one-sided massacre was playing out crazily across the entire forest. Meanwhile, the people hiding in the bunker to watch the battle were left completely stunned. Their brains simply couldn't keep up with the rapid changes in the battle. All they saw were vast flashes of lightning and blade energy, swiftly clearing out the terrifying number of monsters. Chapter 383, You're City Lord Tier. And I'm City Lord Tier. This wasn't just a one-sided massacre, it was a cleanup. Wherever that lightning flashed, it turned into a silent vacuum zone, where even the grass, trees, sand, and stones were ground into fine powder, under such high-intensity crushing. Even Overlord tier monsters were hard-pressed to survive. In less than 5 minutes, the second, third, and fourth Overlord tier monsters fell one after another, all hacked into mincemeat by that blood-red long blade. Inside the bunker, everyone stood frozen like statues, their eyes wide and fixed on the screen. Aside from the high-ranking members under Gong Lingguan's command, everyone else present was a City Lord tier powerhouse. In super major cities with tens or hundreds of millions of survivors, they were the premier Emperor tier existences. Ordinary survivors looked at them as if they were gods. But now, the roles seemed to have completely reversed. Watching the lightning-fast afterimage on the screen, they felt as if they were looking at an existence from a different dimension of life. They were all City Lord tier, yet the combat power Ji Zhang displayed had completely exceeded their scope of understanding. By the time the battle was nearing its end, Gong Lingguan's Adam's apple finally rolled slowly. He looked at the others, and their expressions were much like his own, their eyes filled with an incredulous luster. Holy crap, holy crap. What kind of combat power is this? Is this the captain's true strength? Before seeing this battle, they couldn't have imagined that a survivor from the same era as them could have strength that was so off the charts. Was this 2,000 points of constitution, or 3,000? And that level of lightning-type talent, was this really something a human could achieve? Everyone had originally thought that the firearm Ji Zhang used to instantly kill large swaths of monsters was one of his strongest trump cards. Now it seemed that was merely a minor skill. His close-quarters combat power was the true nuclear-level existence. Recalling how they had just been trying to protect Ji Zhang as if he were a marksman support, they couldn't help but feel a wave of shame. Wasn't that just ridiculous? However, they finally understood why the dungeon had opened in abyss mode. It wasn't that their overall combat power exceeded the dungeon's, it was purely because Ji Zhang alone had pushed the difficulty up. Boom! As the main force of the monsters was swiftly annihilated, the roars and howls in the mountain forest diminished significantly. But just as everyone felt the battle was about to end, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from the rear. It was a massive pressure originating from the mental and spiritual level, making everyone feel as if their entire brains were being gripped by an invisible giant hand, causing extreme discomfort and oppression. The group looked in the direction of the disturbance and saw a massive figure rapidly slithering across the ground. The mountain rocks and forests along its path were crushed and leveled, leaving behind a trail filled with drag marks and slime. The dense cluster of eyeballs on the monster's body was currently emitting an eerie red light, forming a mobile mental field that completely enveloped the surroundings. Damn, it's the 100-eyed monster. It's coming over. The group exclaimed in shock. They hadn't expected that annoying thing from earlier to actually follow them. This creature was too bizarre. It wasn't on the same path as the Overlord tier monsters from before. It relied on mental attacks and lock-on strikes, posing an extremely high threat. Quick, notify the captain. Don't waste your effort. Do you think the captain can't see something this big? Damn, my head is about to explode. As the 100-eyed monster rapidly approached, everyone felt a splitting headache, as if their souls were being pricked by countless needles. Earlier, on the airship, they were too far away to feel this level of domain suppression, but now, being in the heart of the battlefield, they truly realized how terrifying this monster was. No, this guy isn't the same 100-eyed monster from before. Gong Lingguan's expression was extremely ugly. Among all the powerhouses present, only he possessed the insight talent, and he quickly noticed the differences between the two. The 100-eyed monster in the swamp earlier wasn't nearly as large as this one, and this one had even more eyeballs on its body. Clearly, its strength was on a whole other level. Everyone, prepare for battle, Gong Lingguan roared in a deep voice. Knowing that when dealing with such a peculiar entity, it was hard to guarantee that no accidents would occur if Ji Zhang faced it alone. However, no sooner had he shouted these words than the 100-eyed monster's massive, writhing body suddenly took flight into the air. Boom! A thunderous sound of air being torn apart erupted. The 100-eyed monster's body transformed directly into a supersized cannonball, hurtling toward Ji Zhang's position at an incredible speed, smashing through every obstacle in its path. This terrifying scene made the scalps of every powerhouse present tingle with dread. Who could have imagined that a monster of this caliber could possess such terrifying speed? Wasn't this thing supposed to be a long-range attacker? But the moment the 100-eyed monster flew over their heads, everyone relied on their superior dynamic vision to notice something amiss. They saw that the eyeballs covering the monster's body were engorged with blood vessels, some even bursting open, while its skin was covered in a multitude of cracks. Yet, the blood spraying out did not follow a physical trajectory. Instead, it flew along with the main body. It was as if its entire body was being pulled forward by some immense force. Such a bizarre sight left everyone unable to process it with basic logic, and they could only watch helplessly as the 100-eyed monster flew toward the chaotic battlefield where Ji Zhang stood. A blade of light, wreathed in mighty thunder, flashed by, from start to finish. It pierced completely through the 100-eyed monster's incomparably massive body. Swish! The crisp ringing of the blade sounded like a bell tolling to wake the world. Only after that did the rolling, mighty sound of thunder follow. Rumble. The entire earth shook violently amidst the deafening roar. Multiple surveillance screens inside the bunker burned out and shattered at that very moment due to the excessive voltage. Holy crap, damn it! Amidst this earth-shattering commotion, all the powerhouses instinctively hugged their heads, fearing that the bunker might be destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle in the next second. Fortunately, a tremor of this magnitude occurred only once. The tsunami-like shockwave, along with the rolling thunder, slowly dissipated. The entire battlefield finally returned to its previous silence. Jizang slowly exhaled, and the residual lightning flames in his eyes and on his body gradually extinguished. Following this, the final kill notification for this battle appeared in his mind. Successfully killed 100-eyed monster overlord tier, gold coins kung to 100 million, magic eye overlord tier kung 4. Chaos ancient domain kung abyss mode for X reward. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of thunder power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of metal power. Chapter 384, An existence beyond overlord tier. Terrifying dominance. The second after the kill notification sounded, another prompt appeared. Congratulations. Metal power has successfully leveled up. Metal power stage 1 stage 2. Metal power had also advanced to the second stage. A wave of satisfaction washed over Jizang. He could clearly feel that the sharp aura permeating his entire body had become even more potent, and the edge of the moon's blood in his hand had grown even sharper. This was the attack bonus brought by the second stage of metal power. He hadn't expected this last 100-eyed monster to provide so much EXP. It was almost equal to the sum of the other few overlord tier monsters. It was a pity that the most important thunder power was growing too slowly, for the destiny traits awakened around the same time. Bronze power was already at stage 3 38%, while thunder power was only at stage 2 41% even now. The EXP required for advancement was simply too high. Jizang slowly calmed the restless energy within his body and turned his gaze toward the devastated battlefield. The harvest this time was unprecedentedly huge. The 5 overlord tier monsters alone contributed 1 billion in pure gold coin revenue, plus nearly 10,000 monarch tier and king tier monsters. The total gold coin revenue reached a terrifying 2.4 billion. In addition, he triggered the moon's blood passive over 80 times, gaining over 700 points in physique, a massive windfall. At this moment, Gong Lingguan and the others had not yet recovered from the shock. Only after confirming that there was no movement outside did they slowly straighten up from their hunched, head-hugging positions. Clang, clang, clang. A few crisp knocking sounds suddenly came from the bunker, scaring everyone so badly their souls nearly left their bodies. Stop cowering, come on out. Jizang's voice rang out from outside. Hearing this familiar human voice, the powerhouses finally let out a long sigh of relief. Feeling their legs go a bit weak, they lined up and walked out of the bunker's hatch like refugees. Surrounding them was a vast expanse of sand and dust, which had already buried the bunker to nearly half its height. The mountain forest, once filled with a wild, primitive atmosphere, had completely changed its landscape. It felt as if they had traveled to an apocalypse. Follow me. After saying these 2 words, Jizang retracted the moon's blood and turned to continue walking deep into the blood-colored mountain range. Everyone looked at each other, sniffing the terrifying aura lingering in the air, feeling that it was all a bit surreal. The entire process had taken less than 10 minutes. An army of over 10,000 boss tier monsters had just vanished like that. I'm afraid no one would believe it if they told others later. Do you think, if we clear this, how high the captain's rating will be? At least S rank. Right, damn. How on earth did he do that? How can a person be this fierce? Everyone followed behind Jizang, stepping on the thick, soft dust beneath their feet, the ripples in their hearts refusing to settle. They had truly stumbled into a high-level game. However, it was also because of this great battle that everyone developed an unknown fear of the subsequent final boss. They had already encountered so many overlord tier monsters along the way, and this was far from all of them. God knows how terrifying the final boss would be. As for the main battles that followed, there was nothing left for Gong Lingguan and the others to do. Jizang seemed to have transformed into a harvesting machine. killing every monster he encountered instantly and tirelessly. Only the occasional King tier or Monarch tier minor monster that slipped through the cracks was left for Gonlingguan and the others to handle. Everyone was afraid of slowing down their captain's pace, so they gave their all in every attack. Resolving battles with the utmost speed, the team trekked through the mountain forest, continuously pushing forward in the direction where the scent of blood was thickest. However, everyone's complexion grew increasingly grim. A few of the weaker members even found their legs trembling uncontrollably. The aura here was too terrifying. It was like walking through hell. The heavy stench of blood and the aura of death were eroding their willpower and bodies at every moment. Captain, they can't hold on much longer. Gonlingguan, looking somewhat ashamed, stepped forward to say this to Jizang. Jizang looked back and saw that the powerful individuals under Gonlingguan's command were now pale-faced, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Captain, Jizang said, it's fine. If you can't handle it, just retreat first. Go back to the battle zone we just passed. My residual aura is still there, so the monsters won't approach easily. You there. What was your name again, Captain? My name is Jiaoyu. The city lord named Jiaoyu hurriedly responded, trotting over eagerly. Do you have any instructions? Leave your bunker for them. You won't be needing it later anyway. Yes. This city lord, who usually sat upon a throne, stood at attention like a lackey and immediately followed Jizang's orders. Handing his mobile bunker over to Gonlingguan's subordinates, the group immediately began to retreat. Now, there were only 5 people left in the team, all of them possessing City Lord level combat power. Jizang instructed them. You probably won't be able to intervene in the upcoming battles, but if you encounter some weaker Overlord tier monsters, you can still put up a fight. In any case, just focus on staying alive. Gonlingguan, you remain in command for the rear. Your top priority is to ensure survival. If you encounter a threat you cannot resist, retreat immediately. Do you understand? We understand, Captain. The group exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. When playing in such high-level matches, noobs must have the self-awareness of a noob. Acting recklessly would cost them their lives. Now, they even began to feel a bit of sympathy for Carter's team. The only true god-tier player in this dungeon was right here. Carter and Jizang were simply not on the same level of combat power. If they had followed Carter and accidentally wandered into the territory of some terrifying existence, it would have resulted in a total party wipe, leaving them without even a chance to regret it. And that white-haired girl, who knows what her situation is now? She was the boldest one. Acting alone, she was likely already in the belly of some monster by now. It had been nearly 6 hours since they entered the dungeon. To ensure their subsequent combat effectiveness, Jizang ordered everyone to set up camp and rest for a while, and to have a hot meal while they were at it. After finishing lunch, Jizang took a short nap on a rock. Upon waking, his entire state had returned to peak condition. In particular, the constitution he had gained in large quantities after killing enemies had completely stabilized. Afterward, the team continued to move toward the core area of the blood-colored mountain range. After trekking on foot for over 100 kilometers, expressions of fear inevitably sprouted on everyone's faces, and their calves began to cramp. This was not because they were cowardly. It was a primal, instinctive fear of the body. They could feel the presence of that entity on the main peak of the blood-colored mountain range ahead. The other party's aura, with the posture of an absolute king, covered this entire region, asserting its authority and sovereignty over this land, including Gonlingguan. No one had ever felt an aura of this level. That was an existence above the Overlord tier. Chapter 385, Entering the Final Circle. The mysterious white-haired girl reappears. The breathing of Jiaoyu, Zhou Qiang, and the others became heavy, their spirits strained to the breaking point. Gonlingguan was no better off, his face covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. Reaching this point meant they had entered the final circle. Including their previous experiences in the ancient chaos domain, they had never encountered a sovereign tier entity, but now, they were about to face such a top-tier existence head-on. Captain. Everyone swallowed their saliva in unison, casting anxious gazes toward Jizang. Before coming here, who could have imagined that the boss of an S-rank dungeon would be this strong? Even if they had known a little bit of information beforehand, who the hell would dare to open the abyss mode? Jizang did not speak. He stood in place, narrowing his eyes, carefully using his spirit god talent to sense the domain aura in the sky. Sovereign tier. The last time he encountered such a creature was during the escape from the giant city, the Mother of 10,000 Faces from the Dark Faction. At that time, he truly had no power to fight back. It was the kind of situation where even stacking all possible buffs with elixirs wouldn't have been enough to win. But now, things were different. Moreover, judging by the domain aura in the air, this sovereign tier entity in the Blood Realm was clearly a notch below the Mother of 10,000 Faces. If the Mother of 10,000 Faces was a mid-level sovereign tier existence, the Lord of the Blood Realm was roughly at the low level, and even after being doubled by the Abyss mode, it was still at the low level. It seemed the combat power gap between sovereign tier entities was likely higher than any other rank. Everyone, scout the situation in this area. Ji Zhang spoke up. His tribulation lightning magnetic field domain only had a maximum perception range of about 3 kilometers. And his spirit god talent sniffing could only detect free-floating energy molecules in the air. To grasp the overall intelligence, he still needed the assistance of external tools. He took out 200 drones, set them to silent flight reconnaissance mode, and released them. Gong Lingguan and the others also began to use their own methods to start figuring out the specific situation in this final circle area. Before long, everyone worked together to compile a rough map. Using 3D etching technology, the map was printed directly onto a large boulder, much like a scale model for a real estate development, Captain. According to our preliminary estimates, this area covers at least 1,000 square kilometers. We have currently explored less than 1/10 of it. Gong Lingguan immediately demonstrated his exceptional capability as a second-in-command. He held a marker and circled one key target after another on the sand table map, noting the strength and species of the monsters beneath each mark. He then connected these key targets based on the terrain, forming several clear offensive routes. Ji Kang stroked his chin, observing the sand table, and quickly made his decision. You all take this route. Along the way, take out these 2 overlord tier monsters, as well as the smaller mobs. If you can't beat them, run, don't waste time. I will take the other route alone. We will rendezvous at this location before dark. Understood, Captain. The group nodded solemnly, their faces tense. Following this, Ji Kang split from them, and both parties began the first round of clearing for this final circle. The route Ji Kang took was 10 times more dangerous than the one Gong Lingguan and the others were on. The number of overlord tier monsters reached 5, and their strength was generally at the mid-level of the overlord tier or higher. However, upon reaching the final circle, the number of smaller mobs had actually decreased. King tier monsters were virtually non-existent, and only those monarch tier monsters that had reached high level or peak status were qualified to remain in the true core area of the Blood Realm. Boom, boom! Ji Kang's figure transformed into a long rainbow, speeding through the mountain forest. Everything within sight was already enveloped in a dark, blood-red hue, and the air was filled with a suffocating aura of death. The plants capable of surviving in such a place were far more aggressive than those in the outside world. There were all sorts of bizarre vines, man-eating flowers, mutated tree men disguised as withered trees, and terrifying poisonous weeds with serrated leaves lurking underground. With every step, a different danger awaited the intruder. However, these threats were almost entirely ignorable to Ji Kang. He couldn't even be bothered to deal with the formidable monarch tier monsters, leaping directly past them to strike at the key overlord tier targets. However, after killing 2 overlord tier monsters in a row, Ji Kang stepped into thin air at the next target point. When he arrived at this location, he stood frozen in place. He saw that this overlord tier lair, which had originally been covered in withered bones and blood, was now blanketed in a thick layer of white frost. The corpse of the overlord tier monster had been completely frozen into an ice sculpture, riddled with terrifying ice spikes. It was dead beyond any doubt. Had someone beaten him to it? Ji Kang couldn't help but widen his eyes. He could be certain that this was not the result of a brawl between monsters, but something left behind by a human. The aura of the battle had not even dissipated yet, and he could clearly feel that cold, sharp edge. Moreover, the residual domain aura here was very pure, proving that only one person was involved, an expert with an ice-type talent, and a solo kill at that. Ji Kang's interest was greatly piqued. The most likely person to have achieved this was the white-haired girl who had chosen to act alone earlier. Truly unexpected. Who would have thought that such a top-tier expert was hidden within this dungeon operation? It seemed he would have to pick up the pace, although it was unlikely that the other party could snatch the sovereign-tier boss. With such an uncertain variable present, Ji-Kang couldn't afford to be too arrogant. He attempted to use his spirit god talent to track the roar left behind by the other party, hoping to find their path of movement. But the other party was clearly very cautious. After leaving the battlefield area, they had completely suppressed all the aura within their body. Coupled with the interference of the blood aura in the blood realm domain, it was difficult for Ji-Kang to discern the direction in which they had departed. With no other choice, Ji-Kang had to give up and continue along his predetermined route. This time, no accidents occurred. Ji-Kang successfully finished off the last Overlord-tier creature, completing the route clearance. But just as he left the route and was on his way to the rendezvous point, Ji-Kang unexpectedly caught a trace of that residual ice and snow domain aura once again. His eyes lit up instantly. "I've finally caught you. Let's see where you run now." Ji-Kang immediately followed the faint trace of aura left by the other party and gave chase. Along the way, he saw quite a few monarch-tier mobs that had been struck dead by the ice-type talent. The methods were clean and efficient, and not a single one was spared. The entire area had been swept clean. Damn, she's quite the scavenger. I wonder where Gong Lingguan found such an expert. I've never heard of a city lord like this in the southern wilderness before. Filled with questions, Ji-Kang finally approached a war zone where a fierce battle was taking place. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. The howling, vast wind and snow turned the temperature here to the freezing point, making it feel as if he had walked out of a blood-red hell and into a world of ice and snow. Chapter 386. The Mute Lady and the Monster Snatcher. This battle had been going on for a little while. Much of the surrounding terrain had been destroyed beyond recognition, only to be frozen and preserved under the layer of extreme cold and solid ice, which showed just how intense the battle was. Ji-Kang activated his eagle eye state, suppressed his aura, and stood behind an ice rock at the edge of the battlefield. His gaze pierced through the raging wind and snow, locking onto the pure white, agile figure ahead. It really was her. The white-haired girl's fighting style was less like a slaughter and more like a magnificent dance of ice, snow, and death. That iconic waist-length white hair remained perfectly still amidst the violent, chaotic snowstorm, as if every strand were frozen in time at absolute zero. She was still wearing that simple white combat suit, which faintly shimmered with ice-blue runes. Her figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the flying snow, moving so lightly that it didn't look like she was fighting, but rather gliding across the ice. Her opponents were two blood-prisoned demon dogs in a state of berserk rage, creatures that were solidly at the mid-level of the Overlord tier. Their bodies were wreathed in blazing, blood-colored flames, scorching the ice and snow into billowing white mist, their murderous aura shaking the heavens. Facing two opponents at once, the white-haired girl did not fall behind in the slightest. There were no shouts, no complex names for her techniques. She merely lifted her hands slightly, and the trajectory of her fingertips as they traced through the air brought forth puffs of absolute freezing that spread in silence. When the flames spewed by the blood beasts approached within a few meters of her, they early solidified and extinguished, scattering into clouds of red, icy dust. Her movement was even more elusive. Every time the bloodhounds lunged, her figure would dissipate like a reflection in a mirror or the moon in the water, only to reappear on the other side. At the same time, massive glacial spikes would suddenly erupt from the ground, instantly freezing and shattering the limbs of the blood beasts. Even when the bloodhounds' long-range attacks closed in, smooth, mirror-like ice prisms with razor-sharp edges would automatically condense before her, perfectly blocking the attacks and refracting a portion of the energy back along its original path. She held complete control over the rhythm of the battle. Cold, precise, and efficient, without a single trace of unnecessary flair. Her white eyes remained calm and ripple-free, like the surface of an ancient, frozen glacial lake, reflecting both the madness of her enemies and her own absolute composure. She was like a goddess born of ice and snow, mysterious, aloof, and unapproachable. To be honest, this woman was truly the strongest survivor Ji-Zhang had ever encountered. Ji-Zhang opened the dungeon combat group that Gong Lingguan had added him to earlier. He saw her name Chiao, and at this moment, she also sensed the mysterious, unknown aura that had appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Her expression shifted slightly, and she cast her gaze toward where Jizang was located. It was this brief moment of distraction that allowed the two blood prison demon hounds, already on their last legs, to find an opportunity for a desperate counterattack. A terrifying blast of blood-colored energy erupted from the mouth of one of the demon hounds. It was aimed directly at the delicate figure of the girl in midair. The other bloodhound transformed into a twisted mass of blood, riding at high speed across the ground, and approached the girl from another direction with incredible velocity. The blood mass condensed into a massive claw, swiping toward the girl, with two lethal attacks arriving simultaneously. A flicker of panic appeared in the girl's eyes. She was just about to defend herself. On the other side, when Jizang saw this scene, his eyes were already blazing with light. The opportunity had arrived. "Little sister, watch out. I'm coming to save you," Jizang shouted, the edge of his moon blood already gleaming. At the same time, he instantly entered the tribulation lightning body state and the super blood spirit awakening state. Boom! His figure flashed like thunder, appearing beside Chiao in a blink. He swung his blade in a horizontal slash, swish. The edge of moon blood transformed into a crescent of thunder, and in an instant, it sliced the sneaking blood prison demon hound below directly in two. The massive thunder energy and the raging blade aura shredded the demon hound's body into a pile of minced meat. An instant kill. A kill notification popped up cheerfully. Successfully killed one blood prison demon hound overlord level. Gold coins Kung 200 million. Demon hound's ambition overlord level Kung 4. Chaos ancient domain Kung abyss mode 4x reward. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of thunder power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of metal power. Successfully triggered moon blood kill passive. Physique Kung 16. But it wasn't over yet. While finishing off the first monster, Jizang had already gathered the thunder energy within his body. He raised his hand and unleashed a heaven-shaking tribulation lightning purgatory, aimed directly at the second blood prison demon hound in the distance. Rumble. A vast expanse of black and white lightning illuminated the entire ice-covered battlefield. The overwhelming power of the thunder engulfed the blood prison demon hound like a tsunami, evaporating even the thick layer of ice into a massive cloud of white mist. Rumble. 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 Successfully killed one blood prison demon hound overlord level. Gold coins Kung 200 million. Chaos ancient domain Kung abyss mode 4x reward. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully absorbed a wisp of thunder power. As the rolling thunder gradually faded, the second kill notification appeared, making Jizang beam with joy. But he immediately composed his expression, turning it solemn and concerned. He turned to look at the white-haired girl, who was stunned in place, and said with a tone of relief, "That was close. You almost got into trouble. Are you all right, little sister?" She didn't speak, just stood there, her chest heaving violently. Those beautiful, jewel-like eyes stared blankly at Jizang, and even the small hands beneath her sleeves were trembling slightly. Jizang wasn't surprised. This little sister was still young. She was probably just scared by the monsters, but it was fine. Big brother is here. Big brother is the captain you chose. Jizang saw her lips move slightly, but she didn't speak, nor did she make a sound. The two stared at each other in silence, and the scene became somewhat awkward. Why aren't you saying anything?" Jizang asked. The girl descended from midair, but still didn't answer Jizang's question. Instead, she used her trembling little hands to gesture in the air with sign language. Jizang watched, stunned, a sudden sense of guilt washing over him. This girl was actually mute, but her sign language was terrible. It was like someone who didn't know the local language abroad, stumbling and fumbling with their hands in front of foreigners. It was completely unpracticed and lacked any linguistic logic. "Sorry, I didn't understand that," Jizang said. The girl gave up and directly condensed an ice spike in her hand. Jizang thought she was going to attack him and immediately became vigilant, preparing to strike back. To his surprise, she took the ice spike and began writing on the ground. 3 crooked, ugly characters appeared on the ice surface. "Uomi." She even added 3 exclamation marks at the end. Looking at her expression, Jizang felt that this mute lady was so angry she was on the verge of cursing out loud. Chapter 387. Charging you 80% is giving you a chance. I was saving you. Jizang crossed his arms. Chiyo was so angry she was practically glowing red. Her lips parted slightly, almost uncontrollably. But then she realized something and slammed her mouth shut. Her fair face flushed with frustration, because she had closed her mouth so abruptly. She even choked on her own breath, letting out a short, sharp "ike" from her throat. Seeing that Jizang still wore that indifferent expression, she continued to use the ice pick to carve words into the ground with a grunt. I don't need it. Either you leave, or you compensate me for my losses immediately, otherwise, this young lady will definitely take it back by force. This passage was a bit long. She kept her head down, carving away with intense focus like someone marking the side of a boat to find a lost sword, not stopping until the final exclamation point was drawn. Only then did she look up, her eyes filled with indignant warning as she glared at the man. But the space in front of her was empty. Jizang had long since vanished. Snap. She angrily shattered the ice pick in her hand, her eyes screaming the words, "Just you wait." On the other side, Jizang was already on his way to the rendezvous point with Gong Lingguan and the others. He hadn't bothered to bicker with Chiyo at all, while she was still busy carving. He had donned his Phantom Beast cloak and made a clean getaway. This time, the main goal had been to gauge Chiyo's combat strength. Although she certainly hadn't used her trump cards yet, her baseline combat power was already on display. Very strong, but not enough to challenge a sovereign-level entity. As for soloing the boss, that was even more impossible. Jizang felt a bit more at ease, speeding through the mountain forest and casually finishing off the scattered monarch-level monsters along the way. Jizang successfully arrived at the meeting point. Gong Lingguan and the others, covered in wounds, were already waiting for him there. Captain. Seeing Jizang appear, the group looked as if they had found a lifeline, finally relaxing from their state of extreme tension. This place was terrifying, especially the strength of the overlord-level creatures, which was generally more than twice as strong as those outside. The route they had taken, even though they had been picking the soft persimmons to squeeze, had still been an incredibly difficult fight. Just working together to take down the first overlord-level creature had nearly exhausted their stamina and trump cards. When they encountered the second one, they chose to detour without even engaging. After enduring countless dangers, they had barely managed to reach this spot. You've all worked hard. Jizang patted their shoulders. Later, when we fight the sovereign-level boss, I'll create opportunities for you to touch the boss and get some credit. It should boost your ratings quite a bit. In dungeon ratings, the final boss carried the highest weight, even if you killed countless monsters on the periphery. If you didn't touch the final boss, your final rating would never exceed B rank. But if you managed to land a hit on the boss, it was a different story. Even if you didn't deal much damage, it would significantly increase your rating and raise your potential cap. These were facts verified through multiple data sets. And this was the main reason Jizang had brought them into the final circle. Since they had finally encountered an S-rank dungeon, they naturally had to strive to maximize their gains. Thank you, Captain. The group was moved, but they were more afraid than anything. If the overlord-level creatures were this terrifying, heaven only knew what kind of strength a sovereign-level entity possessed. Asking them to go and touch the final boss, how was that any different from pulling a tiger's whiskers? Fortunately, they had a powerhouse like Jizang sitting at the helm. If he said it was fine, then it was definitely fine. At worst, they would just hide far away and use some long-range attacks. The group rested on the spot and had an energy-packed dinner. Dungeon crawling was one thing, but mealtime couldn't be missed. They had to eat well and get their fill, recharging their batteries so they could be in the best condition to face the strong enemies ahead. While eating, Gong Lingguan reported something to Jizang. Captain, Carter just sent a message. He said he wants to team up with you. As soon as Gong Lingguan said this, the group gathered around the campfire couldn't help but burst into laughter. That grandson, he's not dead yet. Haha. He wants to team up with our captain. I bet the bastard got beaten black and blue by an overlord level and can't hold on anymore. The group couldn't help but tease and mock him. Carter was a powerful figure in his own right, and his personality was incredibly arrogant. When they had met before, he had looked down on everyone. He hadn't even taken someone like Brother G, a top-tier city lord with a massive faction, seriously, refusing to acknowledge his status as a captain. Now that he was voluntarily bowing his head, it was clear that even Carter found this dungeon to be a thorny problem. He's very anxious right now and keeps urging me, saying he sent you a private message and you haven't replied. Gong Lingguan said with a smile. Oh, is that so? Only then did Jizang check his back end. Sure enough, he saw the private message and friend request Carter had sent. Because they weren't friends, Carter could only send one message before Jizang replied. Carter, Jizang, let's team up. This is my coordinate location. Come find me. Or send me your location and I'll come to you. Jizang accepted his friend request. Carter immediately initiated a video call, showing just how desperate he was. Jizang chuckled, clicked to accept, and used the holographic projection to display the screen in front of him. In the image, Carter's equipment was covered in battle damage, and a grotesque wound on his forehead was still losing blood, leaving dramatic streaks across his face. It looked like he had just come from a horrific, bloody battle. His original four-man squad had also lost more than half its members, leaving only him and Si Zhengdao. Si Zhengdao looked even worse than Carter. One of his arms had been torn off. Although he had used emergency medical tools to stop the bleeding, the wound was turning purple and festering, already infected with a potent toxin. Jizang, can you hear me? Carter's expression was frantic. He wasn't acting high and mighty anymore, and he was even speaking Chinese. His linguistic talent was quite impressive. After all, I can see you. What's wrong? You looking for me? Jizang asked with an amused smile, lighting a cigarette. Carter, do you still not understand the situation? The danger level of this dungeon exceeds our imagination. Now is not the time for petty squabbles. The final boss could be of sovereign tier. We must unite if we want any chance of clearing this. Jizang was amused. Who the hell is squabbling with you? Are you not clear on the situation? You were the one acting arrogant and leaving the team. What does that have to do with me? Carter's expression was incredibly ugly, but under the threat of the dungeon, he gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Fine, it's my fault. You can be the team leader, and you can handle the command. I'll follow your orders. How about that? Send me your current location. Jizang took a drag of his cigarette and pointed at him unhurriedly. You, and that moron behind you all take 80% of your earnings from this run. In exchange, I'll give you a chance to touch the boss and lead you to clear the dungeon. If you can accept that, come over. If not, wait to become monster dung. Chapter 388. Carter humiliates himself and bows down, preparing to face the peak of the Blood Realm. Once these words were spoken, let alone Carter, even Si Zhengdao, who was behind him enduring intense pain with a pale face, almost jumped up. 80%. You want 80% of our loot, you bastard. 20% would have been one thing, but since the Abyss mode rewards are 4 times higher, you're raising your cut by 4 times too. Where on earth does your confidence come from? Why don't you just go rob someone? Carter was so furious he was stunned, and he directly hung up the call with a dark face. Jizang didn't care in the slightest and sent his location coordinates to Carter. They were just leaks. It would be a waste not to harvest them. Leaving them 20% was already an act of mercy on his part. If it had been someone with a more violent temperament, they would have been purged the moment they left the team. They wouldn't have even been alive until now. The others watched the whole thing, treating Carter and Si Zhengdao like a joke. At the same time, they felt incredibly fortunate that they had been wise enough to choose to follow Jizang. If they had followed that idiot Carter, they would likely be buried in a monster's belly by now, just like the other 2 city lords. Those 2 clueless idiots. They actually dared to hang up on the captain. Captain, do you think they'll sneak over and try to tail us to scavenge for loot? That's a possibility, Captain. We should keep an eye out. Gong Lingguan laughed. Impossible. Do you think a sovereign tier boss is some roadside monster? You think you can just sneak a chicken whenever you want? Carter isn't a fool. If he actually dared to do that, the captain wouldn't even need to act. We could kill him together. Jizang didn't commit to an answer. Roasting meat by the campfire. All right, let's eat. After we're done, we'll send out scouts. Let's take advantage of the night to figure out the situation around the boss. Understood. The group replied in unison. This boss was of a different level than any they had faced before, and Ji Zhang hadn't truly fought one yet. If they were to fight through the night and launch a surprise attack in the dark, it wouldn't be a wise choice. In any case, there was plenty of time in the dungeon. It was better to wait until tomorrow during the day. After finishing dinner, Gong Lingguan and the others began to get busy. Ji Zhang also dispatched the remaining drones. At the same time, he went out again to clear out several Overlord-tier monsters within a 100-kilometer radius before returning to the temporary camp. It was now 11 o'clock at night. After a day of intense fighting and rushing, everyone was exhausted and began to rest in the camp, setting only a rotating night watch. The sky was dim and murky, a deep, dark red that made one feel oppressed and suffocated, as if a heavy stone were pressing on their chest even while sleeping. A difficult night slowly passed. By 6 o'clock the next morning, everyone woke up, their severely depleted stamina and energy having been sufficiently restored. After a simple breakfast, everyone's mood inevitably became tense. Today would likely be the final showdown. It would be impossible not to be afraid. "Captain, the sand table is ready." Gong Lingguan had stayed up all night, carving the terrain and monster distribution around the entire boss area onto a large stone. The details were very precise, making it look intuitive and clear. Moreover, the detectors sent out last night had discovered a very important piece of intelligence. That was, in the eastern slope direction of the boss area, they had found the camp of that white-haired girl. Although the detector was shot down by an ice spike as soon as it arrived, it had still managed to capture the general situation of the camp, which counted as obtaining first-hand information. No way. That girl is still alive, and she made it to the final circle. The group was shocked. This was too fierce, right? And she was a lone wolf. Ji Zhang yawned. "It's normal. I ran into her yesterday." Qi Yao had also chosen the strategy of setting up a temporary camp for the night. It seemed they would be meeting again today. "Captain, will this woman cause any interference with our upcoming operation?" Zhou Qiang asked with concern. "It doesn't matter. If she comes, she comes." Ji Zhang stood up and stretched, then cast his gaze toward the towering mountain range in the distance, which was completely shrouded in blood-colored mist, and waved his hand. "Let's go." "Yes." The group responded with tense expressions, but just then, the sentry eyes planted dozens of kilometers outside the camp suddenly sounded an alarm, indicating that abnormal biological entities were passing by. Everyone thought it was just some monster passing through, but when they opened the footage captured by the sentry eyes, they realized it was two familiar figures, Carter and Si Zhengdao. These two bastards actually came. At this moment, the duo looked even more disheveled than they had on the phone last night. Their bodies were covered in traces of bloody battles. It seemed they had truly suffered quite a bit. Ji Zhang checked his back end. Sure enough, Carter had sent him a message in the middle of the night, saying he had agreed to his terms and was on his way. They had caved in. The corners of Ji Zhang's mouth curled up, and he specifically waited for them in place. Carter and Si Zhengdao hadn't received a reply from Ji Zhang since last night, so they were traveling in a hurry, terrified of being left behind. They sprinted through the final few dozen kilometers. A few minutes later, the two disheveled figures appeared within everyone's line of sight. Upon seeing Ji Kang, Gong Lingguan, and the others, Carter's eyes widened slightly, as if he found it hard to believe. No one was seriously injured. No, that wasn't right. They were missing a lot of people. Had everyone below the city lord level been wiped out? Noticing this, Carter finally felt a little better. They had clearly fought a difficult battle as well, but even in such a situation, the fact that Ji Kang still dared to hold him hostage and demand more was truly hateful. Carter secretly gritted his teeth and steeled himself to walk up to Ji Kang. "You're here." Ji Kang crossed his arms, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Carter took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation and resentment in his heart, and uttered those two words, "Captain." Zhou Qiang laughed out loud from the side. 3 strikes to shatter the British soul. "Captain, I am Chinese." Hearing this, Carter nearly lost his temper and glared fiercely at Zhou Qiang. "What are you looking at? You joined the team later than me. My seniority is higher than yours. Don't you know you should call me officer when you see me? And when you see the captain, you should call him chief." Although Zhou Qiang was sycophantic in front of Ji Kang, He was still a capable city lord and wasn't the least bit intimidated by Carter, retorting sharply immediately, "Exactly. What are you putting on airs for, if you've got guts? Don't come here to cling to the captain's coattails." Jiao Yu also chimed in with a jab. Carter and Si Jingdao were both incredibly stifled. If this had been before, they would have been furious and attacked long ago. But now, the strength preserved by Ji Kang's squad was clearly far greater than their own. When under someone else's roof, one has no choice but to bow their head. They could only swallow their pride and endure it all. "Let's go." Ji Kang glanced at the two of them indifferently, turned around, and led his team to set off. There was only one target route this time, up the mountain. Go straight to take down the final boss. Ji Kang's gaze darkened slightly as he looked at the peak ahead, which symbolized the highest authority in this world. His fighting spirit and murderous intent fully revealed. Chapter 389, Looting Si Jingdao's Gold. A wealth of treasures to buy a life. Meanwhile, Chiyo at the Donpo camp had also finished her battle preparations and began heading toward the final destination on the mountain ridge. Two groups of people set off from their respective positions. The curtain had risen on the final battle of this dungeon. A blood-colored path stretched out beneath their feet, and the air grew increasingly viscous. Every breath carried a mixture of rust and the sweet, rotting stench of decay. The group began to ascend the main peak of this blood-colored mountain range. Arriving here meant they had completely entered the core area. The surrounding rock walls were no longer just dark red. They now displayed textures resembling the inner lining of massive organs, with warm, sticky liquid seeping from the surface. "Old Gong, you take charge of the route guide. Also, everyone, be sure to restrain your aura. Don't make too much noise while moving to avoid alerting the enemy." Ji Kang instructed. "Understood." Gong Lingguan held a highly detailed electronic map that had been prepared in advance and began to take responsibility for navigation. They had stepped into the domain of the Lord of the Blood Mound. Before seeing the boss itself, they could not easily use various detection methods. So the route guide was particularly important. If they took a wrong turn or accidentally clashed with the monsters here, the only option left would be a forced fight to the death. After trekking stealthily for over 10 minutes, the group had reached the mountainside at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. The air here was already very thin, and in the eerie silence, it began to mingle with a low, rhythmic thrumming that seemed to come from the depths of the earth, like countless slow-beating hearts resonating, or the pulse of a sleeping giant. "Captain, we are very close to the first anomaly point." Gong Lingguan looked at the electronic map, swallowed hard, and tentatively asked, "Should we go over and take a look?" This anomaly point had been detected through instruments. The energy fluctuations were extremely high, yet it was not an active overlord-level creature, which was quite strange. "Fine, let's go see. Be careful to hide your aura, and use whatever concealment methods you have," Ji Kang said, immediately switching into his Phantom Beast trench coat and entering a state of ecological camouflage. The others also quickly utilized concealment methods, following in Ji Kang's footsteps, approaching the anomaly point bit by bit. As the distance gradually closed, the group heard the sticky sound of footsteps, the bizarre thumping of a mortar, and the squelching of flesh coming from not far away. Everyone held their breath. When they pushed aside the last patch of brush, a bizarre and gruesome scene appeared before their eyes. They saw a massive red ball of flesh sitting on the barren mountain ground ahead. At the top of the flesh ball was a giant mouthpart, with dense, jagged teeth writhing inside. The other end of the flesh ball was connected to a deep red, fleshy tissue. That fleshy tissue extended all the way toward the top of the mountain, shrouded by the mountain forest and blood mist, with no end in sight. Looking to the side, there was a filthy camp of dark creatures. More than a dozen dark creatures at the peak of the monarch level were standing beside a giant stone mortar, using stone hammers to pound away vigorously. At this moment, another overlord-level creature approached. It was carrying two dead giant beasts, which it threw into the mortar, having its subordinates pound them into a meat slurry. Finally, it lifted the entire mortar, walked over to the ball of flesh, and poured the meat slurry from the mortar into it with a splash. The mouthpart started up like a meat grinder, quickly shredding and swallowing the meat slurry, and finally, streams of it were transported up the mountain along that fleshy tissue. The intense stench of rotting blood and this disgusting, gruesome scene made everyone feel like they were about to vomit. Without a doubt, these lower-level dark creatures were all providers for the Lord of the Blood Mound on the mountain. But if this vein-like external tissue was already this large, just how massive must the main body of this sovereign-level boss be? It was hard for everyone to imagine. Let's go. Keep moving. Jizang narrowed his eyes to observe the surroundings before leading the group to continue their ascent up the mountain. The path ahead became even more arduous. The altitude, already over 10,000 meters, made it difficult for the human body to adapt. Although the physical constitutions of the group members far exceeded those of ordinary people, making it manageable to cope with such an environment. The added domain suppression from the sovereign-level boss made it nearly unbearable. This was a dual torment of both body and spirit, requiring immense willpower to endure. The group bypassed several areas occupied by overlord-level entities, steadily climbing higher. Si Zhengdao was the first to collapse, having already been infected and severely wounded. The high-intensity domain suppression caused his legs to give way, and he fell directly to his knees. Captain, I can't hold on anymore. Si Zhengdao's face was deathly pale, a dignified city lord-level powerhouse. He was now reduced to a state of utter wretchedness, with snot and tears streaming down his face. Then you can stay here. Jizang glanced at him indifferently. Captain, don't leave me behind. Si Zhengdao crawled forward, using his only remaining hand to pitifully grab the hem of Jizang's trousers. If he were left behind and discovered by a patrolling overlord-level creature, it would mean certain death. Want to live? Yes, I do. Jizang squatted down, pinched his chin, and said, I can heal you, but you have to pay. Okay, I have money. I'll give it all to you. I have over 300 million gold coins here. Si Zhengdao, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, immediately initiated a trade request with Jizang. I don't want gold coins. You need to give me something else, preferably the treasures you've been hoarding at the bottom of your chest. Jizang said with a chuckle. But let me be clear, you have no room to bargain. I am only giving you one chance to present your terms. If you miss it, it's gone. So don't blame me later for not giving you an opportunity. The others watched this scene, finding it somewhat amusing. The captain looks mild-mannered, but he's actually quite black-hearted. He's bleeding this guy dry. In the survival world, forcing a powerhouse to hand over their most prized hidden treasures was harder than killing them outright. The captain's extreme pressure was truly masterful. He didn't give Si Zhengdao a single chance to stall. Si Zhengdao's expression was one of agony. It truly pained him to part with these items. He did indeed have many treasures in his possession. If Jizang had made an offer, he could have just handed over something trivial to get by. But now, he only had one chance to propose his own terms. He didn't dare to gamble. His life was more important. Si Zhengdao took his most precious items directly out of his inventory. An extremely rare special tool, the spirit-peering mirror, an epic-grade piece of jewelry, the extreme thunder light chain, a fengxian fruit, 5 bottles of battle frenzy potion, 2 bottles of holy sun water. This grand gesture left the rest of the group stunned. They thought to themselves that this guy really valued his life. He truly didn't dare to hold anything back. He even brought out an epic-grade piece of jewelry. The value of these items could not be measured in gold coins. They were all rare, once-in-a-lifetime finds. Chapter 390. Sovereign of the Blood Realm. The Lord of the Blood Mound appears. Even Jizang couldn't help but be surprised. Not bad. As expected of a veteran city lord. He really has some solid goods on him. Especially that epic-grade jewelry. It was a perfect match for his own specialization. Jizang picked it up to inspect it, and a stream of information immediately appeared before his eyes. Extreme Thunder Light Chain Jewelry Grade, Epic Attributes. Constitution cum 500, Spirit cum 100, Thunder Affinity cum 300%. Exclusive skill Ian Long Thunder Light Passive. When using Thunder-type talents, it can trigger Ian Long Thunder Light, imbuing Thunder energy with lethality, penetration, and domain suppression, significantly increasing all aspects of Thunder power. Description: the Thunder Light that has endured for eons will eventually witness the beginning and end of all things. Friendly reminder: this is an attribute-specific piece of jewelry. If worn by someone without an S-grade or higher Thunder-type talent, It will only increase base constitution and spirit values. Asterisk this powerful. A wave of joy surged in Jizang's heart. Plus, this was a single epic grade piece of jewelry that could be equipped independently. He had hit the jackpot this time. Jizang didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it immediately. Next was the Spirit Peering Mirror. Spirit Peering Mirror category, special tool function upon use. Consumes a large amount of mental energy to peer into any target's status window without being detected by them. Friendly reminder, when using this item, the difference in rank between the two parties must not exceed one tier, e.g., mid-tier or high tier. This was also a very practical special tool that would prove useful in various infiltration missions in the future. The rest were several precious consumables. The Fengtian fruit went without saying, a divine medicine that could instantly restore full mental energy. It was a pity there was only one. The Battle Frenzy Potion provided a 50% boost to all attributes for 1 hour. Jizang already had 4 bottles on hand, adding these 5 brought his total to 9. Finally, there were the 2 bottles of Holy Sun Water, which were essential for a thrilling battle. Holy Sun Water category, one-time consumable function. Upon use, it can instantly push combat awareness and combat state to their absolute limit for 30 minutes. Description: fight. This is the time for a real man. After reviewing all the treasures Si Zhengdao had produced, Jizang was extremely satisfied. Since the old guy had bled so much, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Under Si Zhengdao's hopeful gaze, Jizang used his word spirit, endless life, to completely heal his injuries, even purifying the infected sovereign-level toxic blood. Of course, his severed hand could not be restored. The arm had been severed for too long. For Jizang to make a new hand grow back, he would have to expend a great deal of effort, which would come at a different price, a price that Si Zhengdao could not afford. Therefore, Jizang did not even mention it, helping him only to heal his injuries. Feeling the return of vitality within his body, Si Zhengdao wept with joy on the spot. This feeling of regaining what was lost made him realize for the first time just how precious and beautiful life and health truly were. Thank you so much. Si Zhengdao was overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly kneeling before Jizang. This was the power of the word spirit. With a great battle imminent, for someone to use such a strategic level power to save him, what else was there to say? Big Brother Silverwing, Carter remained silent throughout, merely clenching his fists in silence. To say there was no resentment in his heart would be a lie. But the facts were laid out before him. Even as proud as he was, he had to acknowledge Jizang's power. However, Carter could not hold back in the end. After weighing his tone, he reminded him, "Captain, isn't it a bit too reckless for you to use so much word spirit power? The boss this time is at the sovereign level. Its scale will definitely exceed our imagination." Si Zhengdao did not like hearing this and shot a look of annoyance at the foreigner. Damn it, saving my life is reckless. Screw you. But since Carter was his former captain, and his prestige and status were a cut above his own, Si Zhengdao did not lash out to his face, merely letting out a cold snort. Jizang ignored Carter's words and simply said calmly, "Let's continue." For the next hour or so, the group kept climbing. The height of this blood-colored mountain range was truly terrifying, coupled with the flesh and blood tissues visible everywhere along the way. Their ascent speed was significantly slowed. Everyone could feel that they were getting very close to their target. "Did you guys hear the sound of someone talking?" Qiaoyu's lips trembled. Her eyes filled with nervousness and fear as she constantly scanned her surroundings. "I heard it too. Is it a man's voice?" "No, it's a woman. Many women are crying." Cold sweat broke out on everyone's bodies. Their spirits were like taut strings, ready to snap at the slightest disturbance. Carter's expression was grave as he said, "Your mental strength is too low." Jizang looked back at them. "Do not listen to those voices. That is the mental pollution of the domain. It is best to use all your potions and equipment that boost mental strength. We are about to reach the boss area." "Yes." The group scrambled in a flurry, beginning to stack temporary attributes on themselves. Finally, after another 10 minutes, they arrived at the area near the summit. There was no path left to follow. The terrain ahead was covered in moss-like flesh and blood tissues that were constantly squirming, expanding, and contracting, emitting an intense aura of danger. "This is it," Gong Lingguan said slowly, his voice slightly hoarse. everyone looked up ahead. The summit was completely covered by thick, blood-colored clouds. Visibility was less than 10 meters. They couldn't see the true form of the boss at all. Get up the trees. Jizang tilted his chin. The group understood immediately, climbing up the massive, withered tree stumps nearby until they reached the canopy. Visibility here was no different from below, but the field of vision was slightly wider. Jizang utilized his Windwalker talent, specifically summoning a great wind from outside the mountain range to blow across the peak of this Blood Realm mountain. Because it was not an attack, this great wind did not trigger any reaction from the enemy. It merely caused the scene at the summit to gradually become clear. As the red mist had dissipated, the true form of the Lord of the Blood Mound was finally revealed to everyone. Even with the mental fortitude of these city lord-level powerhouses, their pupils could not help but shrink violently at the sight. This so-called summit was actually more like a living wound that had been forcibly pried open and was still slowly growing. A blood-colored organism completely occupied this space. It had no fixed, symmetrical form. It was more like a squirming mountain of flesh, piled up, fused, and constantly self-devouring and regenerating from countless pieces of flesh, bone, internal organs, and indescribable biological tissues. Its volume was so massive that it occupied 2/3 of the summit, and it stood over 1,000 meters tall. Its mere existence distorted the light and space at the peak, shrouding it in a circle of constantly shifting, dizzying, dark red and filthy iridescent halos. Chapter 391, The Blood Realm Siege. Echoes of an ancient god. On the surface of those dark red flesh tissues, there were thick, pulsating blood vessels and breathing pores that opened and closed incessantly. This massive, twisted, nauseating, and terrifying existence that transcended the imagination of conventional life was the true body of the Lord of the Blood Mound. Goosebumps had long since covered everyone's bodies. The only thing to be thankful for was that this sovereign-level boss did not seem to be a creature with awakened intelligence, which made it slightly easier to fight. Asterisk gurgle, 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 asterisk gurgle, 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 gurgle. At this moment, the flesh and blood conduits of the Lord of the Blood Mound, which snaked across the entire mountain range, were still constantly drawing nutrients from below. The group did not dare to even breathe loudly, fearing they would disturb this mountain of flesh. All eyes turned to Jizang, waiting for his decision. Jizang took out the spirit-peering mirror he had obtained from Zhengdao and used it on the Lord of the Blood Mound. Immediately, a piece of monster information appeared before his eyes. Lord of the Blood Mound level, sovereign level status. Super tier entity echo of an ancient god evaluation. The Lord of the Blood Mound is not a standard sovereign-level creature. Its true body is a fragment of an ancient god's corpse. The corpse fragment developed self-awareness over the long passage of time and, through prolonged instinctive consumption of flesh and blood, grew into its current form. The entire Blood Realm region was also born because of it, forming a secret land unknown to the outside world. Although the Lord of the Blood Mound only inherited a minuscule fraction of an ancient god's remains, it still possessed an incredibly powerful dominance. Once its killing instinct was awakened, every living being within the Blood Realm would face a catastrophic slaughter. Friendly reminder: the Lord of the Blood Mound is a product of an ancient god's echo. Completing the raid will grant 1 dust of Divine Will. Friendly reminder: 3 dusts of Divine Will can be synthesized into 1 fragment of Divine Will. Upon seeing this prompt, Jizang's pupils constricted sharply. Go in this big? A fragment of Divine Will has appeared. Although it requires 3 to combine into 1, but the rarity of this item goes without saying. This is a peerless treasure that even the supergiants of the Eternal Continent, like the Elven Royal Court, are fighting over. It is the entry ticket to the great struggle of the future. Jizang became completely serious now. This battle allowed for no mistakes. It was a pity that the information on the Lord of the Blood Mound's status window was too sparse. It didn't reveal any weaknesses or traits, so he would have to test them out himself. Everyone prepare for battle. We launch our attack in 10 minutes. Jizang said. The others also became extremely nervous. They brought out their hidden trump cards, equipped their top-tier combat gear, and began consuming potions and stacking buffs. Jizang also equipped the 2-piece set of the Ancestral Wood Holy Bracelet and Ancestral Wood Holy Armor, paired with the Extreme Lightning Chain as a loose piece. With 3 epic grade items equipped, His overall stats surged dramatically. At the same time, another aura appeared on the other side of the mountain peak. Although it was also masked, the purity of the blood energy here was so high that any abnormal aura appeared glaringly obvious. Jizang detected her presence immediately through his spirit god talent. Though he was unsure of her exact location, that ice girl really came. A hint of vigilance rose in Jizang's heart. Chiyo's strength was definitely not weak, and there was no telling what kind of trump cards she might be hiding. He had to be prepared. If she ended up stealing the final kill, it would be a massive loss. At this moment, Chiyo was clearly thinking the same thing as Jizang. However, she did not possess a powerful perception-type talent, and had not noticed that Jizang and his group had also arrived at the mountain peak. The young girl's face was like the moon, her gaze cold and clear. She took out various buff potions and consumed them in one go. Following that, she enfolded her entire frost domain in this final land of the blood realm without any hesitation. Boom! With her as the center, a massive vortex of ice and snow rose up, howling. Amidst the overwhelming domain of blood energy, this suddenly appearing breath of ice and snow seemed extremely abrupt. The Lord of the Blood Mound reacted almost instantly. The entire mountain of flesh began to bubble and churn, and a vast, mighty pressure surged into the sky. Rumble! The entire mountain range was plunged into a violent tremor. Such a disturbance caused everyone on Jizang's side to show expressions of horror. What the hell is going on? Did the Lord of the Blood Mound discover us? No, there's an aura disturbance on the other side of the mountain. Who is over there? Damn, my head is about to explode. Does anyone have a Fengshen fruit? Sell me one quickly. That stuff is for saving your life. Forget it. Just endure it yourself. Hecton. This sudden disturbance caused everyone to panic. Jizang narrowed his eyes and said without looking back, "It's that white-haired girl. She has made her move. You all should find an opportunity to attack as well. From now on, how much damage you deal depends on your own ability. Also, for those not confident in their strength, don't get too close to the battlefield later. I might not be able to spare the effort to save anyone." After speaking, Jizang took a step forward. Zzzzzt. The domain of black and white tribulation lightning, accompanied by dense, leaping arcs of electricity, quickly manifested and externalized on his body, condensing into ribbons of lightning plasma that swirled around his shoulders and back. At the same time, Moon's blood appeared in his right palm, its edge ringing sharply. A powerful, overwhelming domain of blade energy instantly cleared the blood energy within 100 meters, forcing out an absolute vacuum zone. Swish! Jizang's figure flashed out, transforming into a streak of lightning that dashed directly into the sky. Watching this scene, Carter felt a massive shock in his heart. This was the first time he had seen Jizang fight using his physical body. Just the two domain auras he had felt earlier, combined with the extreme speed currently erupting, made him doubt reality. To possess this level of aura and speed, just how high must Jizang's physique be? After Jizang launched his physical assault, the others on the field also immediately entered their highest output state. Various talents, long-range weapons, and special items were unleashed upon that bloody mountain of flesh as if they were worthless. Everyone who could make it here was at least a City Lord-level powerhouse. The methods they displayed were on an entirely different dimension compared to ordinary survivors. The destructive power was terrifying. In the first round, they directly blasted the part of the Lord of the Blood Mound facing them into a mess. The splashing blood and shredded flesh caused a terrifying rain of blood to fall over the entire mountain range. At the same time, Chiyo's attack also descended. She condensed 3 giant ice spikes, each hundreds of meters long, in midair, carrying the power to destroy the world. They struck the core body of the Lord of the Blood Mound one after another. The entire bloody mountain of flesh was like a target struck by 3 ice nails. Massive amounts of pus and blood roared out like a waterfall, fraying everywhere. Chapter 392. The boss isn't dead. It's entered its second phase, Rumble. As the attacks from both sides landed, the entire mountain peak was plunged into unprecedented agitation. Quick, focus fire. Bring out all your ultimate moves. Take this thing down in one go. I'll kill. The group let out a desperate, guttural war cry, their eyes burning with endless fighting spirit and boiling blood. As peak-level powerhouses at the City Lord level, There were few moments where they could unleash their full strength and trump cards, let alone when so many City Lord level experts were attacking in unison. This was undoubtedly a battle that would go down in the history books of the Southern Wilderness survivors. The key was that the positive feedback from fighting this thing was simply too intense. Watching massive amounts of flesh and tissue being blasted into bloody debris under their attacks, their eyes glowed with excitement. This sovereign level boss was unexpectedly easy to fight. It was just a bit larger in size. That's all. Under such concentrated, high-level bombardment, the massive body of the Lord of the Blood Mound began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Especially Chi-Yao on the other side, her firepower was simply too ferocious. Her individual output and destructive power were almost equal to the entire Jizang squad combined. Various ice spears, transformed into a torrential downpour, flew continuously from her frost domain, crazily tearing apart those flesh tissues. The only one who hadn't made a move yet was Jizang, who had already flown above the entire mountain peak. He activated his eagle eye state while simultaneously maxing out his spirit god talent's sensory capabilities, observing the changes in the Lord of the Blood Mound. Thinking that it would be this easy to take down a sovereign-level boss was undoubtedly a joke. The real deal was definitely still to come, however. Jizang wasn't just standing by. He activated the Curse of the Bronze Throne buff and downed a bottle of Super God Potion and a bottle of Battle Frenzy Potion. The triple buff stack caused his physique to instantly skyrocket to a terrifying value. Boundless thunderous power poured into the blade of Moonblood, coating it in a layer of light as brilliant and dazzling as the sun. Then, he slashed downward. At this moment, Gonglingwan, Carter, and the other experts were still passionately unleashing their attacks. They also sensed the power of ice and snow coming from the other side of the mountain ridge, and their scalps tingled in shock. No wonder that woman dared to walk the path of a lone wolf in a dungeon of this level. Her ice-type talent was actually this terrifying. Damn, it really is that woman, hiss. Could she be at the same combat level as the captain, Gonglingwan? What exactly is that woman's background? I don't know either. Damn it. The group felt a sense of helplessness. This damn Gonglingwan really knew how to pick people. Out of the 9 outside reinforcements invited in total, 2 of them turned out to be overwhelming dark horses. No wonder it triggered the Abyss mode. Just as everyone was still complaining, above the entire blood-colored mountain ridge, that thick, intense blood mist so dense it had almost solidified suddenly split into whoosh. The incredibly oppressive sky instantly brightened. It was as if a clear, celestial river had appeared, spanning across the horizon. And what tore through this celestial river was a slash containing endless thunderous light. At that moment, everyone subconsciously stopped their movements, their pupils reflecting that brilliant, crescent moon-like radiance in the sky. The manic destruction of thunder, the sharpness of metal and iron, and the clarity of the blood-colored moonlight merged together into this heaven-shaking slash. Then, it slammed down onto the mountain peak. Boom. The destructive energy of the slash tore through the massive main body of the Lord of the Blood Mound like a hot knife through butter, piercing it entirely from top to bottom and slicing it directly in two. It even passed through the flesh tissue and cleaved into the rock strata of the mountain peak below. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the slash landed, the endless blade chi that erupted pulverized all the surrounding flesh tissue, turning it into a massive, flying forest of blood and gore. Holy shit! Everyone let out a cry of surprise, immediately using defensive measures to block the rain of blood while simultaneously bracing against the shockwave of blade chi that followed. Boom! Rumble! The entire scene was like the end of the world, and it took a full 10 seconds or so for things to calm down. Holy shit, holy shit. Was that the captain's attack just now? Duh, who else but the captain? Didn't you see those black and white lightning bolts? So, is it over? Damn. It was a total overkill. Good thing we attacked early. Otherwise we wouldn't have gotten any output in at all. Awesome. We cleared it. The group was excited, itching to pop champagne to celebrate on the spot. Only the 2 top combatants on the field had not yet exited their combat states. And this vast blood mist, along with the ground covered in shredded meat and debris, showed no signs of losing its domain aura. This blood chi domain was still there. Moreover, it was strengthening. Hum. A faint, chilling vibration began to emanate through the air. This vibration didn't originate from a single point, but from the blood mist that shrouded the entire blood-colored mountain ridge. The smiles on everyone's faces froze, because they felt an unprecedented, terrifying pressure rapidly gathering and escalating from the core area of the mountain peak. The experts stared blankly in the direction of the peak, their Adam's apples bobbing involuntarily. The boss wasn't dead. It had entered its second phase. At this time, Chi-Yao on the other side also had a face that had turned extremely grave. Her body rose, buoyed by the wind and snow, and she leaped into midair with the agility of a fairy in the snow. From this vantage point, she could clearly see a massive rift and gully appearing across the entire mountain peak, the result of that slash just now. And at the bottom of the gully, a giant, blood-red egg lay quietly in the deepest part of the crack. Having been hit head-on by the slash just now, the egg only had cracks on its surface. The main body remained completely intact. Thump, thump. The giant egg pulsed one beat after another, and the flesh-like patterns on it surged with an eerie light, as if something was about to break out of the shell. Thump, thump. Every pulsation of the giant egg affected the blood chi domain across the entire mountain range. The next second, the giant egg emitted a violent pulsation, more intense than any before, and a fierce red light shone from within its interior. Thump! All the blood chi and scattered remains of flesh across the mountain range seemed to hear their master's command, flying madly toward the giant egg. And the moment they touched the egg's surface, the blood chi and flesh fragments were absorbed directly, as if returning to a mother's womb, transforming into its nutrients and sustenance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A blood chi storm unfolded just like that. The giant egg acted like a vortex, crazily and wantonly devouring all the flesh and blood energy in its surroundings. The blood chi within the mountain range began to thin at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vast, dense blood mist that had previously blanketed the area was rapidly drained, causing the visibility here to increase quickly. High in the sky, lightning and fire flickered in Jikang's eyes. He raised his hand, aimed at the giant egg below, and struck out again with ferocity. Chapter 393 Blood Giant, Relic of the Gods. Boom! A bolt of tribulation lightning crashed down. Under the passive effect of the extreme lightning chain and the enhancement of the thunderous power, the might of the tribulation lightning was several times greater than before. The moment it landed, it directly blasted open another massive circle in the crust surrounding the giant egg, causing even the rock layers at the mountain peak to shatter into a vast web of cracks. However, this strike, which would have instantly annihilated a sovereign-level creature, failed to interrupt the giant egg's process of absorbing blood chi. The surface of the giant egg, covered in cracks and arcs of lightning, became even more manic at this moment, crazily drawing in all the nutrients from the entire blood-colored mountain range. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Gale force winds raged atop the mountain peak, and the earth shook. What the hell is this? My blood is spraying out. Watch your chi. Cover your wounds, Carter shouted in panic. The suction domain of the giant egg was truly terrifying. It wasn't just the surrounding blood chi, even the small, fine wounds on everyone's bodies were uncontrollably bleeding, atomizing into wisps of blood chi that flew toward the giant egg. It was fortunate that there were no severely wounded people present, or they would have lost their lives on the spot. Watching the scene below, Jikang could feel the energy within the giant egg, which was agitated to the extreme. He did not intend to continue interrupting the opponent's evolution process. The energy inside the giant egg was currently in an extremely unstable state. If he were to use his undefeated bone to forcibly interrupt it now, not to mention whether he could kill the Lord of the Blood Mound directly, the resulting energy explosion alone would be enough to instantly blast him into a state of severe injury, and everyone else would have no chance of surviving at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amidst this earth-shaking tremor, Chi-Yao also flew to the sky above the peak and saw Jikang's figure. These two supreme human powerhouses looked at each other from a distance, inevitably sparking a bit of friction. The young girl's eyes were haughty as she gave Jikang a thumbs up. Jikang thought the other party was praising his formidable strength and was just about to engage in some mutual flattery. But to his surprise, the next second, Chi-Yao slowly rotated her thumb and finally pointed it downward. After performing this highly provocative gesture, she crossed her arms over her chest, tilted her snow-white neck slightly, and wore an arrogant expression. Jikang raised an eyebrow and immediately gave her half a pinky finger in return. The two of them just stood there, greeting each other with sign language from afar. After a few exchanges, Ji-Kang started cursing directly, which made the young girl's face turn bright red, unable to retort. She could only point at him with trembling fingers in a fit of rage. At this moment, the giant egg had already finished harvesting all the blood chi. As the last wisp of blood chi was absorbed, the world broke free from the endless agitation and became calm. The entire blood-colored mountain range returned to its original dark brown color. Looking out, it was a vast expanse of dead silence. What just happened? The Lord of the Blood Mound, is it gone? Was it finished off by the captain's strike just now? The group was still in a state of lingering fear, none of them understanding what had just occurred. However, immediately afterward, they heard a strange, rhythmic thumping sound. Thump! It was the sound of a heartbeat, yet it rang out like thunder, causing people's eardrums to ache slightly. Subsequently, the massive heartbeat began to become rhythmic, accompanied by an invisible, terrifying pressure. It flooded the entire world. In an instant, everyone felt as if they saw distorted vertical lines appearing in the surrounding space, and they were all enduring the dual pressure on both their physical bodies and their spirits. Ji-Kang and another city lord, who had the weakest constitution and the highest consumption, found it even harder to resist this heavy pressure. Their legs buckled, and with a loud thud, their knees slammed into the ground, creating two large craters. The group let out low, pained roars, their complexions already looking terrible to the extreme. It was only at this moment that they truly realized the terror of a sovereign-level existence. This was an existence from an entirely different dimension of life. But the situation did not stop there. After the giant egg emitted the heartbeat, those overlord-level and monarch-level monsters that had been lurking in the blood-colored mountain range also seemed to have received a summons, crazily rushing toward the mountain peak. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Oh no, damn it! Those monsters are coming up. The group wore expressions of pain and anxiety. They had only just managed to adapt to the domain pressure of the Lord of the Blood Mound, and now they had to face the siege of so many overlord-level creatures. Who could withstand that? Quick, think of a way. If all else fails, we'll fight our way out. Si Zhengdao screamed shrilly. He could already see the terrifying, massive shadows down the mountain in the distance. We can't escape on foot. Our oars have already been locked onto by the Lord of the Blood Mound, Gong Lingguan said in a deep voice. Si Zhengdao, whose secondary vehicle is both fast and durable, bring it out quickly, Carter. It's useless. Any vehicle with a speed lower than 5.0 km/h is a sitting duck. Any random overlord-level creature could easily finish us off. Just as their voices fell, an airship flew over with a violent sound of breaking air and hovered beside them. Get on and hide in the safe zone. Ji-Kang's voice, amplified by the magnetic field, resonated as if he were speaking right into their ears. Despite the distance of nearly 10,000 meters, the crowd was overjoyed, as if they had been saved, and scrambled to board the Jijo airship. Only Si Zhengdao shouted with a mournful face, Captain, I wasn't ordering you just now, please. You must not misunderstand. After saying this, he scrambled onto the Jijo airship in a panic. The moment the hatch closed, everyone felt the terrifying pressure weighing down on them finally lift significantly. Ji-Kang delegated the control of the secondary vehicle to Gong Lingguan. Gong Lingguan was extremely agile. After connecting to the neural interface, he immediately piloted the Jijo airship to gain altitude, putting a significant distance between them and the monsters below, successfully reaching the safety zone. Following that, everyone turned their tense gazes toward the two figures in the distant sky. Now, their only hope rested entirely on those two. Ji-Kang's figure hovered in midair, watching the giant egg below in silence. Puff, a blood-colored hand, from the inside out, pierced directly through the eggshell. Except for the lack of skin, the hand possessed the structure of a human palm. Puff, a second palm punched through. The two hands gripped the soft eggshell and tore it open. Creep, accompanied by the gruesome sound of flesh separating. A figure standing over 10 meters tall slowly rose from the deep red tissue fluid, the flesh and blood tissues connected to its body snapping away as it stood. It was a red giant without skin. The lines of its muscle tissue were visible in every detail, and in some places, one could see the grim white bone directly. Its facial features were all bloody holes, a dense row of teeth fully exposed, and there were no eyeballs in its sockets, only two faint red lights on its abdomen. A massive demonic eye was embedded. Its vertical pupil, rotating in all directions, was like an abyss. Just by meeting its gaze, one felt as if their very soul was about to be sucked in. Gurgle. A terrifying, rumbling vibration emanated from its chest. The true form of this overlord-level existence was revealed to the world for the first time. Chapter 394. How could such a barren land as the southern wilderness give birth to such a monster? Gurgle. The vertical pupil of the Blood-Mound Lord first looked at Chiao, then turned toward Jikang on the other side. In the hellishly deep light of its pupil, an endless intent to kill surged forth. Jikang narrowed his eyes slightly. This thing is truly disgusting to look at. However, it seems to be a premature baby. Jikang noticed the internal situation after the giant egg was torn open, as well as the opponent's current state. I'm afraid this Blood-Mound Lord is not yet a true complete form. If it were given enough time to grow and develop slowly, the existence that would have been born in the end would definitely be far more terrifying than it is now. To think that it is merely a small piece of flesh dropped by an old god, yet it can be this fierce. Jikang slowly exhaled, his aura beginning to rise steadily. On the other side, Chiao had also long prepared for a decisive battle. Her pretty face turned solemn, and her frost domain was pushed to the limit, covering even the ground below in a layer of thick, solid ice. However, her domain did not threaten Jikang. Instead, she chose to let it blend and coexist with Jikang's thunder domain and blade ore domain. Arguments aside, when facing a boss of this level, they still possessed that tacit understanding of battle between powerhouses. The Blood-Mound Lord lowered its legs, and its figure suddenly vanished from where it stood. Boom. The mountain rock beneath its feet shattered instantly under the force of its leap, exploding into a shocking wave of earth hundreds of meters high. Almost simultaneously, the Blood-Mound Lord's body arrived in front of Jikang, a terrifying punch, wrapped in overwhelming momentum, striking directly at Jikang's face. The decisive battle had begun. At that moment, Jikang activated his Super Blood Spirit Awakening state, his blade, wreathed in the power of tribulation lightning, slashing out ferociously. Rumble. The two world-shaking forces collided, the space twisting into large ripples. The shockwave that erupted instantly nearly shattered the sky. Even the Jijo airship, tens of thousands of meters away, was sent tumbling through the sky by the impact. Holy crap! The people inside the cabin couldn't help but scream, colliding with each other in the chaos. The dozen or so Overlord-level monsters and the large number of Monarch-level monsters approaching below were all blasted off the mountain by this massive shockwave. The two sides of the collision were also forced back a great distance by the recoil. Jikang's eyes narrowed into slits. He felt the numbness in the web between his thumb and forefinger, and the skin on his palm had actually split, seeping out threads of blood. I didn't expect this thing to be so tough. He couldn't help but feel surprised from the moment he started killing from the plains all the way to the chaotic ancient domain. This Blood-Mound Lord was the first opponent to truly make him bleed. However, this only ignited his fighting spirit and blood even more. Fighting an opponent like this is what makes it worth it. On the other side, the Blood-Mound Lord hadn't fared any better from the collision. Its right hand was dripping with blood, a massive gash appearing that was deep enough to see the bone. The wound was still entangled with large amounts of tribulation lightning and blade aura, which continued to inflict damage and prevented it from easily healing the injury. At the same time, Chiao's attack arrived in an instant. *SHHH. A charged blast of ice, like a silver thread spanning the sky, pierced instantly into the back of the Blood-Mound Lord. This attack didn't have a wide range of destruction, but its single-point piercing power was extreme. It tore through the flesh on the Blood-Mound Lord's back like a hot knife through butter, finally slamming into its spine and sending it flying. As the Blood-Mound Lord's body was sent flying, it was frozen solid into an ice sculpture. But just when everyone thought the attack had succeeded, the Blood-Mound Lord's body suddenly swelled, shattering all the ice. And as its body exploded with a massive ripple of air in midair, it turned and lunged directly toward Chiao. A flash of panic crossed the young girl's eyes as she hurriedly activated her ice-type talent. 3 massive ice shields condensed before her at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, The defensive power of the ice shields ultimately failed to withstand the impact of the Lord of the Blood Mound. Bang, bang, bang! The Lord of the Blood Mound shattered all 3 ice shields in succession, and its ferocious, hideous, and massive blood shadow appeared abruptly before Chiyao. Then, it struck out with a palm boom. Chiyao's entire body was slammed fiercely into the ground, shattering a large section of the mountain with a thunderous explosion. This scene sent a chill down the spines of the experts watching the battle, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The dominance displayed by the second phase Lord of the Blood Mound was truly terrifying. From being struck to launching a counterkill, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Moreover, it had crushed Chiyao, a peak survivor who could be mentioned in the same breath as Jizang. Who could possibly rival such power? After knocking Chiyao to the ground, the Lord of the Blood Mound raised a palm, aiming it at the ruins below. Swoosh! Countless threads of muscle fiber were extracted from its body, transforming into streaks of blood that pierced through the air, stabbing toward the girl's figure below. Chiyao had only just climbed out of the ruins. Her entire body felt as if it were falling apart. The pain was excruciating, and blood was even trickling from the corner of her mouth. If not for the epic-grade armor she was wearing, she would likely have been pounded into a pulp of flesh by now. But the Lord of the Blood Mound's follow-up attacks gave her absolutely no room to breathe. Chiyao's gaze was solemn. Her red lips parted slightly, and she had already decided to use her trump card. But just then, a young figure appeared before her. Clang! The ringing of a black blade echoed out, and countless blade oars transformed into a giant web in midair, annihilating all the blood threads in the sky. Saving you again. Taking 40% of your loot isn't too much to ask, right? Jizang said, looking back at her. Chiyao. But now was not the time for haggling. The moment the blood threads were severed, the Lord of the Blood Mound surged forward once more, carrying an overwhelming momentum. Jizang's figure flashed out, colliding with the Lord of the Blood Mound once again. From this second on, both sides engaged in an unprecedented, fierce slaughter. Boom, 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 boom. This was a duel of ridiculously high intensity, with speeds far exceeding the dynamic vision of everyone present. Ripples of air exploded in midair, and the space across the entire sky turned into a distorted web of white lines due to the intense collisions. The mountain terrain below continued to crumble and collapse under the pressure of the domain and the constant tsunamis of shockwaves. The scene was too terrifying. It felt as if the heavens and the earth were being torn apart. Chiyao was also stunned where she stood. She knew Jizang's strength was formidable, but she hadn't expected him to be powerful to this extent, able to withstand a sovereign-level existence with his physical body alone. She couldn't understand how a barren region like the southern wilderness could produce such a monster. Meanwhile, a massive number of monsters below surged toward the mountain peak once again, presenting a vast and mighty encirclement. Roar! Hiss! Chiyao stood up from the ground, intending to clear out these monsters, but unexpectedly, a mysterious, unknown energy descended from the sky, directly covering the entire mountain peak. This is the power of a spirit word. Chiyao was stunned once again. Then, she heard the complex, true incantations echoing across the firmament. Chapter 395, Sea of Ancient Roots. Explosive slaughter of all monsters. As the complex and obscure true incantations echoed between heaven and earth, the entire mountain peak below was instantly dominated by a vast natural energy. It was a rolling, deep green light that poured downward, spreading across the earth and rocks. In an instant, this lifeless, brown land seemed to be covered in a layer of moss, with endless vitality bursting forth. Spirit word Ancient Roots. Activate. Rumble, rumble. Those Overlord-level and Monarch-level dark creatures realized the immense sense of crisis at this moment and wanted to escape the area shrouded in green light. But it was already too late. One after another, massive roots drilled out from the earth's crust, coiling and intertwining across the ground like giant dragons. The growth and expansion speed of these ancient roots were simply too fast. Monsters still on the ground were captured almost instantly. Dense vines tightened around them, forming a death grip that caused them to suffocate the more they struggled. Even those that leaped or flew in the sky were quickly captured by the infinitely extending roots, eventually dragged back into the root hell on the ground and buried completely. Roar! Hiss! These powerful monsters, under the influence of the spirit word empowered by extremely high mental stats, lost almost all ability to resist, able only to feel the extreme pain of their impending death and despair. Creak, creak. Everywhere, there were teeth-grinding sounds of bones shattering. The monsters couldn't even let out a wail. Their flesh and blood were like a sponge soaked in water, gradually being wrung dry into a twisted mess. This incredibly shocking scene left the experts in the airship staring in a daze. This thing is a spirit word? Are you kidding me, brother? How could the range of a spirit word be this large? And most importantly, this isn't just a crowd control spirit word, it's an ultra-wide range, high damage, hard control ability. Watching those overlord-level monsters, any one of which could be considered a major threat to a super city, being twisted into shriveled pieces of jerky like mere foot soldiers. Everyone was left speechless. Is there any justice in this world? And the most critical point is that Ji Zhang is still fighting the Lord of the Blood Mound over there. The fierce collision between the two hadn't stopped since the very beginning. This meant that even under such high-intensity combat, Ji Zhang still had the spare capacity to release a spirit word of this level and instantly wipe out this massive horde of monsters. Holy crap! Can someone tell me if this is real or not? Are you guys missing the point? This is already the captain's second word spirit, for heaven's sake. The first was life type, and this one is nature type. Do you think? Just how high must the captain's heavenly ladder score be? The turbulent waves rising in everyone's hearts refused to settle for a long time. Not to mention other city lords, even a powerhouse like Carter, who considered himself to have reached the first tier of city lords, couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of crushing defeat when witnessing this scene. The gap was simply too vast. Ji Zhang and himself were likely no longer existences on the same dimension. At this moment, Ji Zhang, who was still locked in a fierce battle with the Lord of the Blood Mound high in the sky, heard a series of kill notifications ringing in his mind. Successfully killed one giant demon Zhao Overlord rank, gold coins Kung 200 million, demon fire Overlord rank Kung 4. Chaotic ancient realm Kung abyss mode 4x reward. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully killed one blood prison demon dog Overlord rank, gold coins Kung 200 million. Chaotic ancient realm Kung abyss mode 4x reward. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Successfully killed one large sky-climbing ghost monarch rank, gold coins Kung 4 million. Chaotic ancient realm Kung abyss mode 4x reward. Successfully absorbed a wisp of bronze power. Congratulations. Bronze power has successfully leveled up. Bronze power stage 3 stage 4. With the successive fall of a large number of monsters, his bronze power had ushered in another advancement. The improvement in bronze power this time was truly significant. Ji Zhang could feel quite clearly that his skin's defensive capabilities and bone density had risen to another level. The palms that had been bloodied from trading blows with the Lord of the Blood Mound had been healed by his word spirit. And now, the defensive strength of his skin was fully capable of going head-to-head with the opponent, even if he took a punch from the Lord of the Blood Mound head-on now. He estimated the opponent wouldn't be able to break his defense. A real man needs to be tough. A flamboyant arc curled at the corner of Ji Zhang's mouth as he took the opponent's charged heavy punch head-on, his entire body retreating to the airspace 1,000 meters away. Afterward, he decisively unequipped the Bronze Throne title and switched to the Goblin Slayer title. The real battle was only just beginning, however. At this moment, Ji Zhang suddenly felt an inexplicable, mysterious power buff added to his body. Ding! It was a sound like the gentle chime of spiritual jade, transforming into fluorescent light that wrapped around his body. Ji Zhang felt a wave of extremely comfortable coolness wash over him, and his entire state was instantly refreshed. He could clearly feel that his stamina and mental recovery speed, as well as the intensity of all his domains, had received a considerable boost. This was an auxiliary buff. Ji Zhang turned his gaze toward the direction from which this auxiliary energy had been transmitted. It was the young girl in the ruins below, who looked somewhat disheveled. Qi Yao was also a survivor with very high combat intelligence. During the previous collision, she had realized that she could not defeat the Lord of the Blood Mound. She had decisively switched to providing support for Ji Zhang instead. Pretty smart. Knowing how to pad your score. Ji Zhang smiled and nodded in Qi Yao's direction. Qi Yao didn't just stand there either. She adjusted her breathing, flew back into midair, and waved her little hands in front of her, manipulating ice and snow to write a string of characters on the ground. afraid that Jizang wouldn't see clearly. She specifically wrote them in supersized letters. "I'll coordinate with you. Tell me when you're about to use a big move, and I'll handle the crowd control." However, her antics also drew the attention of the Lord of the Blood Mound, who instantly flashed toward her, wanting to finish off this annoying human first. Chi-Yao was so frightened that she turned and ran in a panic, her limbs flailing about like a small animal slipping on the ground. But the speed of the Lord of the Blood Mound was simply too fast, and within just a few seconds, it had reached the vicinity of Chi-Yao. The young girl looked back, only to see the hideous body of the blood-colored giant rapidly enlarging in her field of vision. But at the very last moment, the body of the Lord of the Blood Mound suddenly paused in midair, as if it had been instantly restrained by some immense force. Then, it was suddenly sent flying backward. Chapter 396. The Might of the Falling Moon. A world-shaking strike that levels the mountain peak. Boom! Under the gravitational control of singularity domination, the Lord of the Blood Mound was pulled directly toward Jizang, but it was also the only existence that had attempted to break free from the primordial power of singularity domination. During its flight, a surge of extremely strong blood energy suddenly erupted from within its body, forcibly shaking off the absolute control singularity domination had over objects and regaining control over its own muscles. Although its entire body still couldn't escape the gravity, its muscle fibers took this opportunity to shoot out, transforming into thousands of streamlines that dug deep into the earth below. Screech, 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 screech. The Lord of the Blood Mound had almost turned into a skeleton stuck together by blood threads, with only the giant demon eye in its abdominal cavity still embedded within the bones. Those countless silk-like red muscle fibers that had dug deep into the ground provided its body with immense pulling force. If Jizang wanted to continue pulling it over with singularity domination, he would practically have to uproot the entire mountain peak. He decisively canceled the gravity. His thunder domain erupted at this moment, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, flashing directly toward the Lord of the Blood Mound. Just now, while wrestling with the opponent using singularity domination, Jizang had successfully entered the blood rage state of the Goblin Slayer. His entire aura ushered in an unprecedented surge. A savage grin curled at the corner of Jizang's mouth. He poured a vast, mighty power entirely into the blade of the moon's blood. The dark red moonlight, accompanied by thunder, still appeared extremely dazzling, carving a clear and smooth incision across the sky. This scene happened too fast. Even Chi-Yao could barely keep up with the rhythm of the battlefield. Just as she raised her hand, preparing to cast a freezing control spell on the Lord of the Blood Mound, Jikang's voice reached her ears. "Prepare your defenses." Upon hearing these words, Chi-Yao felt the terrifying energy fluctuation ahead of force suppressed to its absolute limit, ready to erupt at any moment. Her hair stood on end, and she decisively switched her freezing control spell into an ice shield, fearing that 3 ice shields wouldn't be enough. She stacked 10 of them directly in front of her and then sealed herself inside an ice coffin. At this moment, Jikang had already reached the front of the Lord of the Blood Mound. The Lord of the Blood Mound had long sensed the power of Jikang's strike and immediately tried to retract all its muscular filaments, but it was ultimately too late. The edge of the moon's blood was already pressing against its face. Third skill, Divine Might of the Falling Moon, activated. ****. The entire sky and earth were illuminated in a dark red hue by the blade's aura. A vast, full moon rose above the blade, spanning the entire mountaintop. It was as if a divine moon that ruled the night had descended upon the world, stealing away the brilliance of the sun itself. All sound seemed to be smoothed away by this single strike. In this moment, the world returned to an extreme, tranquil stillness. The body of the Lord of the Blood Mound, submerged under the dark red moonlight, dissolved into horizontal, dashed outlines. It wasn't until that full moon flashed past completely that the earth-shattering roar finally erupted. Boom. The entire space shook violently. The vast power of the moonlight annihilated everything on the mountaintop. All of the Lord of the Blood Mound's muscular filaments were worn away in that instant. Even its skeleton, which symbolized its ultimate defense, developed massive cracks under the divine might, nearly collapsing entirely. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This world was plunged into a massive tremor. The Jeju airship was tossed away by the terrifying shockwave. Even though Gong Lingguan tried his best to control the engines, he could not stabilize the flight status under such a level of turbulence, and the ship could only drift like a lone boat in a storm. What the hell is happening? Gong Lingguan, stop screaming, damn it. I can't control it either. Everyone felt as if they were facing the apocalypse. They couldn't help but scream, clutching the armrests of their seats for dear life. This terrifying fluctuation lasted for a full dozen seconds before it finally subsided. The experts were still shaken, covered in cold sweat. There were several moments just now when they felt the airship was about to disintegrate. Fortunately, the defensive capabilities of this secondary vehicle were strong enough that it remained intact under such an impact, not even crashing to the ground. Gong Lingguan activated the airship's holographic transparency mode. As the billowing dust and smoke gradually dispersed, the group finally saw the battlefield. Their eyes went wide, and for a long while, no one could utter a single word. At this moment, the entire mountaintop had been completely leveled. This wasn't just the destruction of things on the mountaintop, it was a physical leveling of the terrain. The entire mountain ridge was now hundreds of meters shorter than it had been before. The rock layers, ground into fine powder, had transformed into a massive ring of dust clouds that covered a radius of 100 miles. The group couldn't even imagine that such a shocking spectacle had been carved out by a single sword strike. What kind of damage output was this? Was this something a human could achieve? Through the airship's telephoto lens, the group saw the figure holding the blade, suspended in midair tens of thousands of meters away, as if they were looking at a god who had descended into the world. But what was even more terrifying was this. After experiencing such a horrifying, world-shaking strike, the aura of the Lord of the Blood Mound still existed. Soon, the airship's lens captured the figure in the center of the massive crater on the mountaintop. At this moment, the Lord of the Blood Mound was left with nothing but a bare skeleton. The bones from its head down to its abdominal cavity had been sliced into by the previous strike. Even the demonic eye in its abdomen had not been spared. It had been cut open along its vertical pupil, and large amounts of foul-smelling, pus-like blood were flowing out from its internal tissues. The scene returned to the brief silence that follows a great battle. Chiyo looked at the cracked ice coffin in front of her, her heart filled with relief. It was fortunate that she had been cautious enough to create so many ice shields, otherwise, the energy shockwave alone would have severely wounded her. However, it seemed this battle was about to end now. The aura of the Lord of the Blood Mound was already quite withered, and even its demonic eye had been broken. Yet, the horror had not ended there. The demonic eye suddenly merged together at this moment, the eerie vertical pupil glowing with light, and a will of fury and total destruction erupted forth. *3. The demonic eye emitted a shriek that resounded across the heavens and earth. This shriek was not a sound, but a mental shockwave capable of destroying the soul. The moment this sound rang out in their minds, everyone except Chiyo and Carter rolled their eyes back and instantly lost consciousness. Their souls felt as if they had been dragged into an indescribable blood-red vortex, on the verge of being completely devoured. In this moment of life and death crisis, Chiyo's jewel-like eyes narrowed, and she used her strongest trump card without reservation. Her lips parted slightly, and she uttered a single syllable seal. It was a crisp, melodious voice, like a sound from heaven, as if it had descended from the 9 heavens. The syllable transformed into countless rays of law-based brilliance, appearing from all directions around the Lord of the Blood Mound, piercing into the demonic eye like billions of steel nails. In an instant, the demonic eye's mental attack suffered a powerful suppression from the laws, and the entire vertical pupil tightened violently. On the other side, Ji Kang had also long since raised his left hand, aiming it toward the demonic eye, and activated Singularity Domination once again. Chapter 397. First kill of a sovereign-level Lord of the Blood Mound. World-shocking rewards. A source power, strong to the extreme, acted directly upon the demonic eye in the abdominal cavity of the Lord of the Blood Mound. It was already suppressed by Chiyo's forbidden word spirit technique, and on top of that, it had no muscular filaments left for protection. In an instant, the demonic eye could no longer withstand the immense pulling force of the Singularity Domination, and Ji Zhang was ripped out entirely. The flesh and tissue connecting the demonic eye to the skeleton beneath stretched to their absolute limit before snapping completely. Splat! The eyeball detached from the skeleton entirely and flew straight toward the direction where Jizang was. And once it lost the demonic eye, its main body, the entire skeleton of the Lord of the Blood Mound withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually crumbling into a large pile of fine bone powder that was scattered by the wind. Scree in midair, the vertical pupil of the demonic eye shook frantically, revealing a look of madness. The sudden burst of mental fluctuation successfully broke free from Chiao's verbal suppression. Cough. The young girl below suffered a massive backlash, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Her face turned deathly pale, and she collapsed to the ground, weak and unable to stand. A terrifying soul-piercing shriek flooded the entire area, causing everyone to endure another wave of immense agony in their minds and souls. Inside the Jeju airship, everyone except for Carter, Gong Lingguan, and Si Zhengdao had already fallen unconscious. Foaming at the mouth and convulsing, the three who remained awake were clawing at their own scalps as if they had gone insane, their fingertips drawing blood from the force as if they were trying to pry their own skulls open. With eyes filled with near despair, they stared fixedly at the demonic eye in the distant sky and the young figure who was pulling it toward him from afar. This was the most dangerous, yet final, opportunity to kill the enemy. If Jizang could withstand the soul-piercing shriek at such close range and successfully slay it, everyone would clear the dungeon. But if he couldn't hold on, not only would the dungeon run fail, but everyone here would face the miserable death of having their souls torn apart. Then, the few of them roared with hoarse voices, high above in the sky. Jizang moved at the same time. The internal energy within his body had been pushed to its absolute limit, and he descended upon the demonic eye below, shrouded in a vast and overwhelming aura. The distance between the two was closing rapidly. The vertical pupil of the demonic eye twitched violently. The instinct for survival drove it into a frenzy, and it continued to output the soul-piercing shriek at maximum power, attempting to shatter the human before he could make contact. Jizang's brows were tightly knit, his eyes burning like torches, even with the support of various attribute buffs, granting him a mental strength of over 2,000 points. He still had to endure immense pressure when facing the demonic eye's soul-piercing scream, as the distance closed with every passing moment. This mental pressure grew even more intense. Veins bulged on Jizang's forehead, and a savage grin curled his lips. The lightning flames in his eyes burned intensely, and an endless domain aura erupted from him, spreading outward. On his left palm, countless tiny specks of light began to glow. Within each speck of light lay a minuscule divine rune, plating his entire hand like a piece of immortal, dark gold divine iron. The moment his left hand underwent this transformation, the demonic eye's vertical pupils shrank to the size of a needle. As if it had seen something truly terrifying. Scree! The demonic eye shrieked madly, a trace of fear finally appearing in its gaze. But it had already lost the skeleton and flesh of the Lord of the Blood Mound. It had no ability to resist the control of the singularity domination, and could only watch helplessly as the distance between them closed. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters, enduring a soul-piercing shriek several times more terrifying than what the others had faced. Jizang finally reached the demonic eye. The entire world seemed to hit the slow-motion button at this moment. Jizang's eyes were wild. That palm, plated in dark gold divine radiance, was infused with endless lightning energy and the metallic aura of the true intent of armor piercing, and it slammed directly into the demonic eye. "What are you screaming for?" Squelch! A massive amount of pus and blood exploded into the air. The luster in the demonic eye's vertical pupil froze forever in its final moment of terror, and the soul-piercing shriek that had filled the entire world ceased instantly. Along with the sound of tearing flesh, Jizang's palm pierced through the demonic eye like a hot knife through butter, grabbing the blood-red core deep within the eyeball. Then, he clenched his hand. Bang! The core of the demonic eye shattered completely. The flesh, tissue, and energy inside the demonic eye lost their balance at this moment and exploded outward with a roar. Boom! It was as if an ever-expanding blood-colored sea urchin had appeared in the sky. After the blood explosion expanded to its limit, all the blood lost its kinetic energy and turned into a torrential rain of blood, pattering down. The world went quiet. There was only the sound of the dripping rain. In the palm of Jizang's hand, a large amount of blood-colored divine radiance lingered. These were the fragments of the demonic eye's core. They did not dissipate with the death of the demonic eye but remained in midair, gradually gathering back together to form a blood-red eye the size of an olive pit. At first, Jizang thought it was the third form of the Lord of the Blood Mound, and his hair stood on end with tension, but the next second, he noticed something different. Although this tiny blood eye radiated a massive amount of divine brilliance, it was all ownerless energy, just like the undefeated bone palm from before. Jizang's heart was instantly filled with wild joy. Holy crap! This is a divine treasure of the flesh, it dropped. At the same time, the sweet, heavenly sound of the kill notification finally rang out in his mind. Successfully kill the Lord of the Blood Mound Dominator level monster. Gold coins come 10 billion. Abyss mode come Chaos Ancient Domain for X reward. Congratulations on achieving the world's first kill of a Dominator level creature. Obtained Dust of Divine Will come 1. Obtained additional Holy Rainbow Treasure Chest come 1. Obtained additional Physique Attribute come 3000. Obtained additional Mental Attribute come 300. Obtained additional All Attribute Resistance come 100%. Congratulations. The Power of Metal has successfully leveled up. Power of Metal Stage to Stage 3. Congratulations. The Power of Thunder has successfully leveled up. Power of Thunder Stage to Stage 3. Accompanied by a series of notification chimes, Jizang felt his entire body undergoing a massive enhancement. Even the exhaustion and depletion following the intense battle were rapidly recovering. But the surprises did not end there. The next second, the notification sound for obtaining a new title followed immediately. Ting! Congratulations on obtaining the new title. Gaze of the Chaos Eye. Gaze of the Chaos Eye unique title grade. Epic attributes. Spirit come 3000, Mental Capacity come 500% special ability. By consuming mental energy, you can use the Chaos Eye to perform a traceless analysis on any target without being detected. This ability requires the possession of physical divine treasure Chaos Eye Evaluation, an ancient divine pupil that will gaze upon chaos for eternity, obtained by slaying the Lord of the Blood Mound in Demon Eye State. Chapter 398, SSS Grade Rating. A legendary treasure chest appears. Holy ... Jizang was stunned. He knew the rewards this time would be unprecedentedly rich, but he hadn't expected the first kill rewards to be this astonishing even before the rating rewards were calculated. The only pity was that this sovereign level first kill did not grant a 10x multiplier for kill coins. But then again, compared to these world-shaking rewards, coins really didn't amount to much. Coins could be earned slowly, but these items were things that no amount of money could buy. This wave is truly a takeoff. It took a long while for Jizang to calm his excited heart. The first thing to do, naturally, was to store the Chaos Eye floating in midair into his dimensional pendant. This was a Chaos-type physical divine treasure. He had to return and find a state of peak condition before attempting to absorb it. It could not be handled carelessly. Additionally, there was the most important item, Dust of Divine Will. When he received the first kill reward just now, he could clearly feel a wisp of incomparably mysterious and vast energy enter his body invisibly, now quietly hovering above his sea of consciousness. It did not merge with him, nor did it pose any threat. It simply existed quietly. As for this supreme treasure, known as the admission ticket to the future great era, Jizang didn't know how to absorb or use it either, so he would have to ponder it carefully after returning. Beyond that, there were various attribute increases and the brand new Holy Rainbow Treasure Chest. Jizang specifically checked the description. This Holy Rainbow Treasure Chest seemed to be an upgraded version of the Rainbow Treasure Chest. Without a doubt, this was definitely something capable of yielding rare and precious treasures. Jizang was feeling impatient now. At this moment, the aura of the Lord of the Blood Mound had completely dissipated. The rolling blood clouds in the sky had cleared away entirely. Warm, dazzling sunlight spilled down, making it feel as if one were witnessing the rebirth of the world after the apocalypse. Everything was so gentle and beautiful. Is this have we won? Inside the Extreme Universe airship, Carter forced his weak body to stand up slowly. Gong Lingguan and Si Zhengdao, who still retained their consciousness at the scene, didn't even have the strength to stand. They lay on the floor, struggling to move like maggots. The other city lords who had fainted also gradually began to wake up, looking at the bright sunlight outside the airship and the solitary young figure standing in the distant sky. Everyone felt a sense of unreality. It wasn't until they heard the mechanical notification sound in their minds that everyone's tears flowed uncontrollably. Congratulations to all survivors. You have successfully cleared this great instance blood realm. The point settlement leaderboard is now being announced. We won. We won. We actually won. The captain is invincible. Everyone couldn't help but wail, shouting with hoarse voices. Meanwhile, Chi-Yao, who was sitting alone in the heart of the battlefield, sat on the ground in a duck-sit position, drained of all strength. She looked up at the figure bathing in the sunlight in the sky, her face inevitably carrying a hint of unwillingness as she pursed her lips. HMPH. To be able to make this young lady play a support role. You're the first one. Immediately after, the leaderboard for this instance appeared in everyone's minds. Instance point leaderboard first place. Jizang damage output share, damage taken share, support share, sovereign level monster kills, overlord level monster kills, monarch level monster kills, king level monster kills, 13,572 rating obtained, SSS Great Settlement rewards obtained, legendary treasure chest X1. Black Diamond Treasure Chest X1 attribute reward obtained, physique Kung 2000. Upon seeing Jizang's rating, everyone couldn't help but let out a burst of shocked cries. Holy crap! SSS grade rating. It's insane, a legendary treasure chest. And it even gifted a Black Diamond Treasure Chest, plus attribute rewards. The crowd, whose bodies had been limp and powerless, nearly sprang up from the floor. This reward was too explosive. One had to know that for every level a treasure chest increased, the contents would see a qualitative leap, and the difficulty of obtaining them would increase exponentially. For city lords, a purple glory treasure chest was already considered an incredible existence. As for the Black Diamond Treasure Chest above purple glory, most had never even heard of it, let alone seen one with their own eyes. But now, an even higher tier legendary treasure chest was actually appearing before them. How could they not be excited? And besides the two treasure chests, there was also a 2,000 point physique reward. This is an explosive boost. Even Chi-Yao tightened her small face, looking as incredibly nervous as if she were waiting for exam results. Soon, the second place appeared. Without any surprise, it was Chi-Yao. First place. Chi-Yao damage output share, damage taken share, support share, Dominator level monster kills, Overlord level monster kills, Monarch level monster kills, King level monster kills, rating obtained, S-rank settlement reward obtained. Black Diamond Treasure Chest X1 attribute reward obtained, Constitution Cum 500, Spirit Cum 100. So high, the crowd let out another exclamation. Given that Jizang had already carried the team to the extreme, being able to obtain such high values and ratings was truly astonishing. Moreover, there were two types of attributes. In addition to the 500 points of Constitution, there was an extra 100 points of Spirit. It seems the attribute bonuses are related to the output and support shares. Please, let me get a boost too. I don't ask for much. Just give me a rank rating. I don't want the attributes. I want the Black Diamond Treasure Chest. I want third place. Even the usually mature and steady Gong Lingguan was jumping and shouting along, his neck veins bulging. Third place appeared. It was indeed Gong Lingguan. Because of his various efforts in the team during the early and mid stages, as well as his various assistance to Jizang, the team leader, he secured a 10% share in the support category, successfully leaping into third place. The moment his name appeared, Gong Lingguan couldn't help but punch the air heavily. Beautiful. And fortunately, he only obtained a rank rating. The rewards were Purple Glory Treasure Chests X2, Constitution Cum 300, and Spirit Cum 50. This was also quite good. Next was Carter in fourth place, also with a rank rating, and rewards similar to Gong Lingguan's. The subsequent rankings were not important. The several city lord powerhouses all received B rank ratings, while those under Gong Lingguan's command received C rank ratings. The rewards could only be described as decent. After the entire leaderboard was announced, Jizang slowly descended from midair, retracted all the aura within his body, and slowly exhaled, his entire person completely relaxing. Chapter 399. The Girl from the East Sea. Profit distribution begins. He turned his gaze toward the girl who was still sitting on the ground. Chi-Yao was also looking at him. The great battle had concluded, but since the two were not yet acquainted, And given the slight friction earlier, the atmosphere between them was inevitably a bit awkward. In the end, it was Jizang who broke the silence first. I couldn't tell. You actually had such a trump card hidden. I thought you were a mute, Jizang said with great interest. The word spirit Chiao used just now was at least at the second level, the true word level, and it might have even reached the third level, the law command level. It was a pity her spiritual power wasn't strong enough. If she had 2,000 points of spirit, she wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. She could have completely suppressed the demon eye the moment she spoke. You're the mute. Chiao said indignantly. She stood up from the ground and walked over to Jizang. Neither humble nor pushy. My name is Chiao, and you, Jizang. Jizang also stated his name, although everyone surely knew each other's names. It was only now that they could be considered formally acquainted. He smiled. Miss Chi is quite low-key usually, with this kind of strength. You haven't made a name for yourself until now, hiding so deep. Chiao curled her lips. Who said I was from the southern wilderness? Hearing this, Jizang was stunned for a moment. You aren't a survivor from the southern wilderness. This young lady is from the East Sea. Chiao crossed her arms, looking quite proud. Jizang was completely bewildered. You are a survivor from the East Sea. How did you get into our Southern Wilderness World channel? Chiao didn't hide it either, saying quite embarrassedly, I didn't enter your world channel. I just used some spy methods to obtain relevant information about City Lord Gon. And then I found him online. There's such an operation. Jizang's horizons were broadened. The East Sea, this vast region, was too mysterious. Although the Central Plains was the intersection point of all major regions, the territory was simply too vast. Relying solely on random teleportation from the chaotic ancient realm, it was extremely difficult to encounter someone. He didn't expect that today he would actually run into a native of the East Sea. Jizang was full of curiosity and kept asking Chiao questions. But Chiao refused to reveal much, saying that this all belonged to major regional intelligence and it wasn't appropriate for her to talk about it outside. She told Jizang that if he was interested, he could go and explore it himself. She hadn't even revealed her identity to Gon Lingguan, the initiator. The reason she told Jizang was to thank him for saving her multiple times just now. Hey, wait a minute. Jizang raised his hand to interrupt her. There's no need to thank me for that. I'm just getting paid to do a job. No need to be so polite. This time it was Chiao's turn to be stunned. Paid to do a job, Jizang said with a chuckle. That's right. I'm going to take 40% of your total earnings. Did you forget? You're not joking. You really intend to take it? Chiao's composure completely broke. She almost jumped up. 40%. She had worked so hard and traveled thousands of miles just to scrape together this little bit of profit. And the two of them could be considered to have the camaraderie of fighting a boss together. Yet he still wanted to take 40%. Jizang raised an eyebrow. Miss Chi, what's with this reaction? You wouldn't be thinking of reneging on the debt, would you? I saved you several times, after all. Chiao was so angry her teeth itched. And she secretly cursed Jizang 100 times in her heart. Forget about when he fought the Blood Mound Lord earlier. He snatched her monsters and still had the nerve to say he saved her. How shameless. 40% is 40%. When I get out, I'll open the chests. I'll give you every single bit. When Chiao said this through gritted teeth, her hands were trembling with heartache. That was her precious money. It was hard enough to clear an S-rank dungeon, but to have nearly half of the rewards taxed away, who could stand that? Jizang spread his hands. Look, there's no need to get worked up. 40% is already a friends and family rate. As for Carter and Si Zhengdao, I'm charging them 80%. Chiao huffed, crossed her arms, and turned to the side, refusing to chat with Jizang any further. At this moment, the Extreme Universe airship carrying Gon Lingguan and the others descended near the two of them. A group of people emerged from the cabin door. They were all wailing and crying, tears streaming down their faces, looking as if they wanted to hug Jizang's face and shower him with kisses. Captain, you're a legend, Captain. From now on, we will follow your lead in everything. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. It was too fierce. A solo kill of a sovereign-level boss. And it was a world-first kill at that. Looking across all the survivors in the southern wilderness, Who else could pull off such a feat? Even the leader of the Ascension Club couldn't do it. Even Carter had long since been completely won over. He stood to the side like a shy, fresh recruit. One couldn't see a shred of the arrogance or dominance he usually displayed as the vice president of the Supreme Hall. He was now incredibly grateful that when he had previously had disagreements with Ji Zhang, he had kept all conflicts within reasonable bounds and hadn't completely burned the bridge. If he had said even one or two things out of line back then, Ji Zhang could have truly obliterated him in an instant, without needing to waste any breath. As long as you're all still alive, that's enough. Ji Zhang glanced at the group and casually used his word spirit, endless life, to help everyone recover from their injuries. Only then did he turn his gaze toward Gong Lingguan and say, "Old Gong, let's head out." After the Lord of the Blood Mound fell, the entire Blood Realm had returned to its original state. Much like other regions of the chaotic ancient domain, it didn't have much exploration value left, so there was no point in wasting time inside. Understood. Gong Lingguan nodded heavily and tapped exit dungeon immediately on his mission log. The next second, a teleportation ray appeared beneath everyone's feet, accompanied by a surge of light. Everyone, including those still on the outskirts of the blood-colored ridge, was teleported outside the dungeon. They had successfully returned to the outside world. Next came the time for parting. Everyone was a powerhouse from all corners of the world, and they all had their own matters to attend to. However, before leaving, everyone very consciously opened their loot boxes on the spot and calculated their shares based on the monster kill contributions listed on the points leaderboard. In the face of Ji Zhang's absolute prestige and strength, no one dared to play dumb or try any clever tricks. Even the process of opening the boxes was completely transparent. Just as Ji Zhang had stated before, Carter and Si Zhengdao were charged 80%. Qi Yao was charged 40%. Everyone else was charged 20%. When converted, the gold coins from killing enemies alone amounted to a full 2.8 billion. But the main focus was the treasure chests. Qi Yao's black diamond chest had dropped several high-quality items. Because their value was too high to be converted into gold coins, she simply let Ji Zhang pick one for himself. In the end, Ji Zhang chose the most straightforward SS rank talent over limit gem, which made the young girl's heart ache so much she almost shed tears. When she handed that gem, which radiated a noble purple light, to Ji Zhang, her hands were trembling. Then it was Gong Lingguan's turn. This kid's black diamond chest had a massive payout, yielding an epic grade weapon, an epic grade piece of armor, and various materials and items. Chapter 400, Official Return. Starting the inventory of gains. Because he only had a 20% share, Ji Zhang simply had him converted into cash. Gong Lingguan didn't hesitate. He happily handed over the 1.2 billion gold coins in his possession to Ji Zhang, along with 5 extremely precious buff potions. As for the gains of the others, they were a bit underwhelming. The treasure chests weren't of a high grade, although they dropped quite a few good things. For the current Ji Zhang, these so-called high-level equipment, items, and materials didn't hold much significance. Ji Zhang chose to have them all converted into cash. However, those two jerks, Carter and Si Zhengdao, were actually quite loaded, with an 80% cut. He collected nearly 2 billion in gold coins from them alone, and with the treasure chest conversions, it totaled nearly 2.5 billion. By now, the settlement of the dungeon rewards was officially concluded. Alright, let's part ways here. We'll meet again if fate allows. Before leaving, Ji Zhang also gave everyone a word of caution. However, I hope you can all keep the matters of this dungeon to yourselves and not mention them to outsiders. Everyone cupped their hands in salute. As city lords, they naturally understood the intent behind Ji Zhang's words. For top-tier powerhouses, their true combat strength, talent abilities, and even the weapons and equipment they used were considered absolute secrets. If these were exposed too much, it would be easy for enemies to devise targeted countermeasures in future battles. Master Ji, you can rest assured 100%. That's right, Captain. Do you really think your brothers don't know how to keep their mouths shut? Haha. Captain, you will always be our captain. Farewell. Everyone bid each other a solemn farewell. The world was dangerous and the path was treacherous. Just because they had cleared this hurdle didn't mean they would clear the next. They didn't even know if they would be alive to see each other again in the future. In the atmosphere of parting, everyone entered their respective vehicles one by one and headed toward their own teleportation gates. In the end, only Jizang and Chiyo remained. "I'm off." The girl looked cool, a lollipop in her mouth. She tossed out a vehicle capsule and prepared to board the cabin. "Hey!" Jizang's lips curled slightly as he called out to Chiyo. The reason he had waited until the end was to ask her one final question. Chiyo turned on the boarding ladder. A gust of wind blew, causing the girl's silver hair and skirt to flutter in the breeze. She used her fingers to tuck her messy, flying hair behind her ear. Her voice was ethereal, with a fragility that made it seem like she might shatter in the wind. "What is it? How is the overall strength of the powerhouses in your eastern sea? You can at least tell me that, right?" Jizang smiled. The girl raised her lips. "It's definitely much stronger than your southern wilderness." Jizang. "Oh, does that include me?" "It does not. I'm leaving." She gave a huff of annoyance, turned around, and stomped up the boarding ramp. She then piloted her aircraft and departed from the area. Jikang watched her aircraft leave, murmuring to himself, "The East Sea, quite interesting." With matters here concluded, Jikang boarded his own Jeju airship. Crossing a distance of 10,000 miles, he began his journey home. The harvest this time was unprecedentedly massive. However, he did not intend to settle his accounts or open his loot boxes immediately. Perhaps it was just a quirk of his. But he enjoyed accumulating a large sum of gains and waiting until he returned home and had taken a shower before slowly tallying them up. It felt much more satisfying that way. Having gone through the trouble of visiting the ancient Chaos Domain, he didn't plan on using a spacetime stone to teleport straight back. He chose a completely new and unfamiliar route for his return, activated his holographic stealth, and began to enjoy his leisure time after the great battle. Sipping a drink while watching the scenery outside, this new route was also quite novel. Along the way, he passed several beastkin tribes, as well as a city even more gargantuan than the giant city he had previously encountered. Moreover, even from a great distance, Jikang could sense a terrifying aura emanating from that city. It was a titan at the sovereign level. Having just experienced a major battle, Jikang had no desire to immediately face a second one. He simply left a marker on his map and steered far clear of it. The remainder of the journey held no special discoveries. He passed through smoothly and without obstruction, successfully arriving at the location of the portal. Returning to the outside world, Jikang finally stored his Jeju airship into his dimensional pendant. He then crushed a spacetime stone, and his entire person was instantly teleported back into his vehicle. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Jikang felt completely relaxed. He had Kiku prepare dinner while he slipped into the hot spring bathroom, scrubbing himself comfortably to wash away the exhaustion and the scent of blood from his body. Damn, so many messages. While soaking in the bath, Jikang took the opportunity to open his back end, only to be startled by the sheer mountain of notifications. Because he had been unable to receive messages while inside the dungeon, all these reports had piled up. Aside from various daily reports, the most important content consisted of 2 pieces of the latest intelligence. The first was regarding this Senshin Club. The reason for this Senshin Club's temporary suspension of their operations against Glory City had likely been found. According to intelligence reports from these past few days, the Ascension Club was likely gathering its strength to conquer a place called the Magic Tower. It wasn't clear whether it was a dungeon or a special region, but for it to be held in such high regard by the Ascension Club, it must surely be a location of immense value. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to settle things with them all at once. Keeping these cancerous rats around isn't a long-term solution. Jikang rubbed his chin, secretly making his decision. The second piece of intelligence was provided by Kai Fei. He had entered a dream again last night and successfully continued the previous one. However, this time, the scene was set after the meeting had already concluded. Furthermore, the target the dream was attached to was not one of the various race titans, but a low-ranking spirit race servant, specifically responsible for serving dishes. Through the scenes shown in the dream and the Elven language translated by experts, the important content of this meeting could be directly discerned. That was to unite the power of the major races to search for a divine treasure located in an unknown region of the southern wilderness. When the meeting mentioned the divine treasure, The wording used was extremely obscure, avoiding any direct explanation. But Ji Kang immediately realized what the two words divine treasure referred to. It was either a fragment of divine will or a physical divine treasury. What was the elven royal court planning? Seizing a divine treasure was a top-secret matter for the royal court. If they knew the whereabouts of the divine treasure, they could just go and retrieve it themselves. Why would they need to make such a grand display of summoning so many powerful factions? And fortunately, apart from this core piece of intelligence, no other important information was obtained from this dream, because the spirit race servant who was serving the dishes had already exited the Great Hall. Ji Kang felt a bit anxious. Being left hanging like this made him itch with curiosity. He instructed Kai Fei to carefully recall everything that had happened inside and to organize it into a report to send to him overnight. After finishing all of this, Ji Kang wiped himself dry, put on a bathrobe, and went to the dining room to enjoy a hearty meal before heading to the deck. The first order of business was, naturally, to tally his gains. He rubbed his hands together and opened his inventory. Chapter 401, Eye of Chaos. The second physical divine treasury, gold coins, 28.85 billion equipment, tools, materials, items. Disposable forging device by 130. Super disposable forging device by 5, parts X30 for 0.21 million, steel plates by 55.02 million, alloy X for 0.93 million, a grade transcendent awakening gem by 2, S grade transcendent awakening gem by 1, SS grade transcendent awakening gem X1 food, monarch grade giant beef X32, 0, premium food gift pack by 4. 284 top-tier iced beverage X 5278 talent fragments, C-grade fragment X for 111, B-grade fragment by 117, a grade fragment X3 5S grade fragment X to 1 SS grade fragment by 2. Looking at the gold coin figure in the first line, Ji Kang felt his entire body go numb with pleasure. This haul was truly ruthless. Adding in the materials produced by the super main city over the past 2 days, he was sitting on a net worth of a solid 30 billion, and that wasn't even counting the large amount of high-level idle equipment he had on hand. If he were to sell all of those off, he could probably reach over 40 billion. Subsequently, Ji Kang took all the new items he had obtained out of his dimensional space, 2 black diamond treasure chests, 1 legendary treasure chest, and 1 Saint Rainbow treasure chest. In addition, there was the physical divine treasury, Blood Eye, and the dust of divine will that was floating and sinking within his sea of consciousness. These items were the greatest harvest of his trip. This time, he decided to save the surprise of opening the chests for last, and deal with the physical divine treasury and the dust of divine will first. Ji Kang first cast his gaze toward the Blood Eye. A line of information floated before his eyes. Mysterious blood eye valuation, an unknown, bizarre eye containing endless divine aura. It once belonged to an unfathomable existence. That remnant eye still gazes upon this world. This description is already very clear. Much more so than the mysterious finger bone from before. Having gained experience from the first time, Ji Zhang did not hesitate in the slightest. He sat cross-legged and held the mysterious blood eye in the palm of his hand. A barrier of lows flowed around the blood eye, causing it to hover above his palm, making it impossible to touch directly. Ji Zhang quietly examined it, and like the demonic eye of the Blood Mound Master, the pupil of this original blood eye was not a circular hole, but a slowly rotating, deep dark red vortex that seemed capable of devouring one's soul. When he focused his mind and looked inside, he could see tiny, star-like golden fragments floating and sinking within. However, Ji Zhang had only stared at it for a moment before more than half of his mental energy was consumed. A wave of immense exhaustion and sleepiness surged uncontrollably into his mind, nearly causing his head to tilt as he drifted toward unconsciousness. Damn it! Ji Zhang snapped awake and hurriedly looked away. This thing was terrifying. Merely gazing at it gave one a chilling sensation of being thoroughly pierced from the inside out, as if one's very soul had been marked. Moreover, this process was unconscious, much like being under general anesthesia during surgery. While his mental energy was rapidly depleting, he felt no discomfort at all, only a gradual onset of drowsiness. By the time he came to his senses, his mental energy was nearly drained. Ji Zhang dared not be careless now and immediately switched to the tidal gaze of the Chaos Eye. In an instant, his mental energy surged by 3,000 points, and his mental capacity skyrocketed fivefold. Jizang's eyes glowed, his pupils deep as the sea, and his mind became crystal clear. His perception and understanding of the world, as well as his soul strength, were elevated to an entirely new realm. This title was too broken. The boost to his mental energy was a complete, forced elevation. Jizang turned his gaze back to the blood eye, and this time, he finally did not feel that sensation of his mental energy being rapidly drained away. It was time. Jizang's gaze narrowed, and he held his breath, focusing his concentration. He carefully guided a wisp of his divine sense to slowly push aside the law barrier surrounding the blood eye, entering the vortex of its pupil. In an instant, the blood eye shuddered violently. The entire dark red vortex suddenly began to rotate faster, erupting with monstrous blood-colored light. The entire world before Jizang's eyes instantly transformed into a vast, boundless expanse of blood. Endless blood light intertwined in the void, forming a giant eye, or rather, it was not merely an eye, but a form of ancient, majestic observational power capable of piercing through all the illusions of the world. Before this great, incomprehensible existence, Jizang's divine sense was like a drifting duckweed, seemingly on the verge of shattering and perishing at any moment because it could not withstand the opponent's massive energy field. But fortunately, his mental energy was powerful, and he remained stably present in this space of spiritual consciousness. The next second, the vast energy contained within the giant eye surged from all directions, irresistibly gathering toward the center of Jizang's brow. Rumble. A tsunami of the soul began. A sharp, burning pain radiated from the center of his brow, as if a red-hot branding iron were being forcibly embedded into his skull. Jizang let out a muffled groan. But he had no intention of retreating. Instead, he actively released his mental defenses, guiding this massive, ancient power to fuse with his own soul. In that instant, he successfully saw, not with his eyes, but through the vast torrent of perception transmitted by that giant eye. He saw the energy flow trajectories of all things, like colorful streams. He saw the structural cracks beneath the surface of the spatial membrane, as clear as a spider web. He saw the blurred, intersecting light and shadows of several possibilities in the near future. He even saw the tiny fragments of emotional thoughts drifting in the air, like dancing fireflies. He let out a low roar, and the skin at the center of his brow suddenly split open. There was no blood. From that crack in his brow, divine radiance, originating from the same source as the blood eye, burst forth. This far and mysterious blood eye, under the traction of Jizang's own soul, completely dissolved. Finally, it transformed into the purest divine origin, perfectly fusing and reshaping at the heavenly eye position on his brow. This process lasted for a full half-hour, until all the light gradually faded. The mysterious blood eye that Jizang had been holding in his palm also saw its fluctuations gradually subside. Congratulations on successfully awakening a physical divine treasure part. A crisp notification sound rang out. It made Jizang feel extremely gratified. He had succeeded. Physical divine treasure. Chaos Eye Chaos Spirit Effect. This eye inherits the supreme divinity of the Chaos Spirit and possesses vast, boundless, and supreme pupil power. It can exert powerful mental and spiritual suppression on enemies when facing weak enemies. It can even instantly obliterate their souls. Friendly tip. The physical divine treasure is a symbol of the body reaching its peak. It is a primordial enhancement that condenses all things in the universe. The more divine treasures one possesses, the more powerful their godhood will be. Friendly tip. Different lineages of physical divine treasures will exhibit different characteristics. Lineages with similar characteristics can be stacked. For example, Immortal Series Kung, Undefeated Series Kung, Chaos Series, Darkness Series Kung, Death Series, Spiritism Series Kung, Nature Series. Chapter 402. Ignite the Divine Fire. Forge the Godhood. Looking at the new information before him, Jizang felt infinite emotion. He could feel that a terrifyingly extreme pupil power had condensed within the center of his brow. Before obtaining the Chaos Eye, he could not even comprehend the existence of such a form of power, but now, he had completely mastered it and could use it at will. Jizang entered his thunder tribulation body state, and with a flash, his figure instantly teleported from the deck to the high sky. Following this, he moved his mind between his brows, A dark red vertical eye split open with a startling crack. The surrounding space became distorted, producing a faint, cicada-like buzzing sound due to the energy fluctuations released when the eye opened. The pupil of this vertical eye was a dark red circle, so profound it seemed to contain an entire cosmic ocean. In the deepest part of the iris, there was a faint, intensely blood-colored phantom of a pupil, carrying a sense of inhuman indifference, yet possessing an observational quality that could perceive everything. This eye of chaos did not radiate light. Instead, it inhaled. It was an inhalation that was domineering to the extreme, like a black hole. All light, scenery, spiritual sense, and even souls that passed through this area would be drawn into the vast world within that circular pupil, with nothing able to escape. Even Jizang, who possessed this vertical eye, felt a deep sense of awe and caution toward this powerful force. If it were someone with even slightly inferior mental strength, let alone using this eye, they would be instantly backlashed just by possessing it, with their very soul being usurped by the eye. In that case, it wouldn't be you obtaining it, but rather it obtaining you. Jizang had already made up his mind that until he grew strong enough, he must equip the tidal gaze of the Eye of Chaos whenever he needed to use the power of this eye. This power was too dangerous. If not used with caution, it would be truly easy to fall into a state of eternal damnation. Jizang took a deep breath, rotated his ocular power, and looked at a giant boulder on the ground below. The gaze of the Eye of Chaos penetrated the surface of the stone with extreme ease, seeing its internal structure, the faint distribution of energy, and even sensing the subtle differences in airflow on the other side of the wall. He then turned his gaze to his left palm, where he could see the strength and weakness nodes of the surging blood and chi beneath his skin, as well as the pale golden law patterns flowing through his physical divine treasure. The undefeated bone. Damn, this is terrifying. This is what it truly means to see through everything. Jizang sighed inwardly. Compared to the undefeated bone, the abilities of the Eye of Chaos were far more complex. It still awaited further development. Jizang slowly closed the vertical pupil between his brows, and the surrounding fluctuations vanished immediately. He raised his hand to touch his brow gently. The skin there was as smooth as before, but inside, there was now an eternally existing low organ that had established a brand new connection with the world. Jizang returned to the deck of the vehicle. Possessing a second physical divine treasure was a qualitative leap for his combat effectiveness. It was simply powerful. Jizang calmed the excitement in his heart. Only then did he cast his gaze toward the speck of divine will within his sea of consciousness. Speck of Divine Will Evaluation. This is a legacy treasure of ancient divine power left in the world. Although it is only a remnant speck, it still possesses the great power sufficient to stimulate the origin of life. Friendly reminder: 3 specks of divine will can be synthesized into 1 fragment of divine will. Friendly reminder: both the speck of divine will and the fragment of divine will are relics of ancient god echoes. When the physical body and soul are strong enough, they can be used to ignite one's own divine fire, forge a godhood, and become a higher level life form. Friendly reminder: the effect of igniting divine fire is the same for both the speck and the fragment of divine will, but the degree of godhood growth differs. Example: using the initial godhood as a template, a speck provides a 10% increase, while a fragment provides a 50% increase. Jizang slowly rubbed his chin. His attention focused mainly on the second and third reminders. What kind of operation is igniting divine fire and forging godhood? There was no description here of how to actually execute it. The third point was easy to understand. In short, both types of divine will could be used to ignite divine fire. But for the follow-up, it would be best to save up 3 specks to synthesize 1 fragment, as that would provide a 20% greater increase. Jizang began to ponder how to ignite the divine fire. He stared at the speck of divine will floating in his sea of consciousness, emitting a hazy starlight, and fell into deep thought. Ignite the divine fire. This thing sounded like some kind of ritual. He tried to extend a wisp of mental energy, cautiously probing toward the speck, and fortunately, it had an invisible barrier of divine power on its exterior, completely blocking Jizang's mental energy from the outside. No matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate the divine power barrier to reach the core of the speck. Is it really this difficult? Jizang's gaze narrowed slightly, and he simply utilized the Eye of Chaos he had just acquired. sweeping his ocular power into his sea of consciousness to stare at that speck of divine will. This move proved effective. The divine power barrier on the speck was laid bare under the gaze of the Eye of Chaos. Jizang could clearly see those dense, billions of law chain patterns. That was the supreme order of the world's origin, resembling a surging galaxy, possessing a kind of extremely mysterious vastness. If it were any other survivor, unless their mental strength was strong to a certain degree or they had external assistance, it would be almost impossible to break through such a divine power barrier. Fortunately, Jizang had the cheat that was the Eye of Chaos, and everything became much simpler. Jizang controlled that wisp of mental energy, following the gaps in the law patterns, and delved deep, quickly finding the shortcut that led most directly to the core. The entire process took less than a few minutes. Jizang had already successfully allowed his mental energy to touch the core of the speck. The moment it made contact with the speck womb, there was no sound, yet it felt as if a grand roar, like the creation of the world, exploded directly in the deepest part of his soul. He saw it, the infinitely small yet vast and boundless brilliant cosmic phantom contained within this seemingly tiny speck of dust. Endless ancient information and pure energy regarding existence, laws, and life. Like a breached galaxy, poured violently into Jizang's soul and body along that wisp of mental energy. Urgh. Jizang let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his soul and physical body were being cast into the light of the universe's birth simultaneously. It was not pain, but a sacred, scorching fullness that transcended the limits of what he could bear. In an instant, he understood. To ignite the divine fire, no method was needed at all. When a sufficiently powerful life essence meets the divine willpower, the process of ignition begins automatically. This is the instinct of a leap in the hierarchy of life. Chapter 403. From this moment on, step onto the path of gods. At this moment, the entire surrounding space began to pulsate. Boundless rays of auspicious light surged in from all directions of heaven and earth, pouring into his body. Jizang's body floated upward uncontrollably, and his entire being began to radiate tangible light and heat. Those rays of light shifted constantly, at times like the pale gold of dawn, at times like the silent darkness of the abyss, and at times like the scorching white of the great sun, illuminating every inch of flesh and bone within him until they were completely transparent. The most quick change occurred deep within his soul. Jizang saw the core of his consciousness, that single spark of light representing the origin of life under the catalysis of the boundless light, transformed from the divine willpower. Microdust, violently contracting, condensing, and undergoing a qualitative change. During this process, the spark of light grew brighter and brighter, its temperature rising higher and higher. It was as if it intended to incinerate all impurities and mortal traits within his soul, leaving behind only the purest and most essential true self. This was a transformation where the soul was reborn. It was also a necessary process for stepping onto the path of gods. A cluster of pale golden flames, infinitely faint yet encompassing all the years of Jizang's soul, ignited at this moment in the deepest depths of his sea of consciousness. Jizang felt his consciousness being infinitely elevated, as if he were looking down upon the river of his own destiny. And that cluster of divine fire flickered at the very end of the river of destiny. It was so faint, as if it might be extinguished by a gust of wind at any moment. Yet, within this faintness, it contained a certain majesty. It was a sense of weight and dignity that transcended mortal life. As the divine fire was successfully ignited, Jizang's physical body and soul also rapidly established a deeper connection with the laws of the world. The godhood belonging solely to him began to sprout within every imprint of his flesh and soul, finally forging into a whole. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully ignited the divine fire with a mortal body. You have forged your godhood. You have completed a crucial step in the leap of life. Successfully promoted to the rank of false god. Obtained a 30% bonus to ascension staircase points, following the notification sound. The light and heat waves that had emerged on his skin slowly retracted, and all fluctuations vanished along with them. Jizang's body drifted gently back to the ground from midair. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, deep within his pupils. It seemed as if two tiny, eternal, inextinguishable flames were burning quietly, reflecting all things. After igniting the divine fire, Jizang's appearance had hardly changed, yet an intangible, Divine majesty that made one instinctively want to revere and submit to him had naturally permeated the air. He clenched his palm, after igniting the divine fire. His physical strength had not actually changed much, however. He had mastered a brand new power. A power even greater than ordinary physical strength, domains, or innate talents. Is this the power of a god? Jizang murmured to himself. From this moment on, he had officially completed the leap in his life hierarchy. He had obtained the admission ticket to the great struggle of the future world. No wonder the major factions fought until they were battered and bloody to compete for fragments of divine willpower. If a mere microdust could allow him to complete such a leap in life, then the fragments were even more exaggerated. And the complete divine willpower was something he didn't even dare to imagine. Jizang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In subsequent high-level battles, it would not just be about the old for staples, physique, spirit, talent, and equipment. The most important things would be the physical divine treasury and godhood. These two powers represent the god's physical body and the god's soul, respectively. If these two great powers were not improved, even if one's physique and spirit were stacked to the highest levels, and one's talents and equipment were the best, one would likely be unable to touch even a fraction of those true superiors. Jizang checked his personal status window, and indeed, there were significant changes. Name, Jizang. Title: Eye that gazes into the abyss. Spirit cum 3000. Spiritual capacity cum 500%. Godhood, false god 12%. Physique, 6925.5. Spirit, 3788.3. Bronze power stage 4. Thunder power stage 3. Metal power stage 3. Down vehicle. Mechanical giant turtle modified level 173. Physical divine treasury. Left palm invincible bone. I've chaos chaotic spirit talents. Daily intelligence SSS rank hidden unique. Tribulation thunder without beginning S rank. Global armor piercing true intent S rank. Spirit god A rank. Singularity domination B rank. Origin transcendental awakening. Wind rider B rank. Transcendental awakening. Eagle eye C rank. Transcendental awakening. Spiritual recirculation C rank. Essence transcendental awakening. Word spirits. Endless life no rank. Life type. Moonlight type. True word rank. Moonlight type. Roots of the ancients low rank. Nature type cannot be activated without corresponding equipment. Warm reminder. The ranks of word spirits are divided into mortal word rank, true word rank, low rank, mythical rank, origin rank. His godhood was false god, with 12% progress. To complete one advancement, he would need to obtain at least 2 fragments of divine willpower. Converted into divine willpower microdust, that would be 6. However, being called a false god really didn't feel great. This is honestly worse than just being a human. Jizang felt a strong urge to upgrade this godhead, but this sort of thing couldn't be leveled up just by spending money. He would have to take it slow. Afterward, he checked his ladder points. Having cleared this S-rank dungeon, combined with the addition of a new physical divine treasury and the ignition of his divine fire, his ladder points had surged from over 4,000 to 7,211 in one go. Furthermore, his status had successfully broken through the high tier and reached the super tier level. Among all the survivors, such data was absolutely in a league of its own. However, it wasn't over yet. The main event, the treasure chests, was still to come. Jizang walked up to the 4 chests, rubbed his hands together, and switched his title to Lucky Gambler. Snap, snap, a double opening. 2 black diamond chests, wreathed in an ancient and heavy black glow, were opened by him simultaneously. In an instant, a massive amount of materials and treasures scrambled to leap out from the 2 chests, hovering in the surrounding light, their edges shimmering brilliantly. Obtained gold coins x3 to million, parts x15 to 2 million, steel sheets by 110 million, level 7 chip x1, level 8 chip by 1, heart of chaos element by 1. Obtained chaos dragon helmet set x1. Obtained thunder extinguishing gem x1. Obtained SS rank over limit gem x1. Obtained fruit of abundance by 5. Obtained S rank talent fragment by 13. Obtained SS rank talent fragment by 2. Chapter 400 for opening the legendary chest. Super heavyweight loot appears. Not bad. Jizang widened his eyes and quickly inspected the spoils from these 2 black diamond chests. The gold coins and resources went without saying, for a super billionaire like him with a net worth in the tens of billions. They didn't even count as pocket change. The most crucial items were the peerlessly rare materials. For instance, the Heart of Chaos element. This was a mandatory item for upgrading a level 8 city wall. He had kept decamping for many days, and not a single one had been produced by over a dozen super main cities. They might exist on the world channel, but basically, no city lord would ever put this item up for sale. Fortunately, he had managed to open one himself. Jizang inspected the first piece of equipment, Chaos Dragon Helmet. Chaos Dragon Helmet. Grade Epic Set 1/3 Attributes, Physique Kung 500, Spirit Kung 100. Exclusive word Spirit Wrath of the True Dragon Law level. Can be activated when equipping 2 or more pieces of the Chaos Dragon armor set. Upon use, consumes a large amount of stamina to instantly inflict massive physical and spiritual trauma on enemies within a super large radius. The intimidation effect against beast-type targets is doubled, causing them to enter a state of group fear. The intensity and range of Wrath of the True Dragon are related to the user's stamina value and corresponding destiny. Evaluation. An ancient treasure from the depths of the East Sea. Rumored to be the mysterious legacy of the ancient dragon race. It was forged by a master dragon craftsman using the scales of 10,000 dragons, and its hardness far exceeds that of armor made from other materials. Those who are not of the dragon royal lineage must perform the highest kowtow ritual when encountering someone wearing this armor. It is said that when all 3 pieces of the Chaos Dragon armor are united, some indescribable, massive change will occur. Friendly reminder: after collecting the full Chaos Dragon armor set, you may choose to fuse them into a mythical grade piece of armor. Friendly reminder: the Chaos Dragon armor set possesses a strong taunt buff, making it extremely easy to incite the wrath and encirclement of the beast race. Wear with caution when going out. It can actually be fused into mythical grade. Jizang's eyebrows shot up immediately. He hadn't even heard of mythical grade equipment, let alone seen it. This was the closest he had ever come, however. The difficulty of collecting all 3 pieces would likely be immense. Unless he could trade with others for equipment of the same level, it was basically impossible to buy them with gold coins. Jizang continued to scan downward. Overlimit gems, fruits of abundance, and talent fragments were all familiar faces. There wasn't much to say about them. The most important thing was that thunder extinguishing gem. This was an inlay gem, and one he could actually use. Thunder extinguishing gem, thunder category, inlay gem grade, Epis effect. Thunder element affinity increased by 500%. Thunder type talent ability enhanced by 150%. Thunder type resistance increased by 200%. Evaluation. A perfect gem crafted by ancient human master craftsmen who sealed the purest thunder elemental energy within it, utilizing the power of divine wishes. It is a rare and precious treasure that can trigger its effects when inlaid into the socket of epic grade equipment. This panel description was similar to the previous Elven Diamond Fire. Both were products crafted by master craftsmen with the help of divine wishes. What Jizang didn't understand now was whether those master craftsmen possessed the power of divine wishes themselves, or if they were borrowing the divine wishes of others. If it were the former, that would be a bit exaggerated. It would mean that giant factions like the Elven Court had their strength raised to an almost infinite degree. But recalling the intelligence he had gathered, such a situation seemed unlikely. If even master craftsmen, who primarily focused on support abilities, possessed divine wishes, then the Elven Court would definitely be capable of handling anything. They wouldn't be running around lobbying, trying to gather the scattered forces of the myriad races to discuss some so-called grand conspiracy. Jizang took out the gem and immediately slotted it into the moon's blood. In an instant, the several buffs granted by the gem took effect on Jizang. From now on, as long as he fought while wielding the moon's blood, these buff bonuses would remain active. This was definitely endgame gear. Jizang felt delighted, tucked the moon's blood and the other items from the chest into his inventory, and finally turned his gaze toward the legendary chest. It was a massive chest colored in orange and gold, more than twice the size of the black diamond chest. Countless rays of light and chains of laws swirled around the chest, dazzling and brilliant to behold, to say nothing of anything else. The special effects alone left other treasure chests in the dust. Jizang took a deep breath and reached out to open it directly, clang, accompanied by a crisp, resonant metallic sound of the latch opening. The lid of the legendary treasure chest was lifted. A vast, boundless radiance bloomed from the widening gap, so bright it was almost blinding. Following that, a massive pile of shimmering treasures leaped out from the chest. Obtained: gold coins x 3 billion, parts by 200 million, steel plates by 720 million, alloys by 30 million, heavy oil x 30 million, level 8 chips x 2, level 9 chip by 1, super solar core x 1, remains of an ancient statue x 1, obtained. Heavenly artisan armor epic grade x 1 obtained. Heart flame battle axe epic grade x 1 obtained. Mythical grade tool selection x 5 obtained. Super disposable forging device x 10 obtained. SSS grade overlimit gem x 1 obtained. Rebirth cross x 1 obtained. SS grade talent fragment x 6 obtained. SSS grade talent fragment x 1. Looking at the endless stream of notifications appearing before him, Ji Kang was completely stunned. There was actually so much loot. And there was even an SSS grade overlimit gem. And what on earth was that rebirth cross? Ji Kang hurriedly checked the details. First were the gold coins, resources, and materials in the first line. The products that could be bought with gold coins alone had a total value of nearly 6 billion. Furthermore, several major items had appeared, such as the super solar core and the remains of an ancient statue. These were likely precious materials for upgrading vehicles and territories, the kind that couldn't be bought with money, making their current value immeasurable. Then came the key items that followed. Heavenly artisan armor epic grade set. Heart flame battle axe epic grade 2 epic grade items. One was a set of armor, the other a weapon. At this level, there were basically no trash attributes, only differences in personal suitability. It was a pity that neither of these epic grade items suited Ji Kang's taste. They overlapped too heavily with his current ecological niche. He would likely have to use them later to trade with other city lords for items of the same level. Then there were the 5 mythical grade tools selection, which were worth roughly 700 to 800 million. There were also 10 super disposable forging devices. These were extremely practical items. His future promotion of the Moon's Blood to mythical grade would depend entirely on these. Further down was this SS grade overlimit gem. This was definitely the super heavy hitter in this chest. His SSS grade daily intelligence talent could finally undergo an overlimit awakening. Chapter 405. Mythical grade weapon appears, terrifying attributes. Ji Kang felt extremely gratified. Since entering the 10,000 races hegemony version, intelligence had rarely been triggered actively, accumulated up to now. He had 9 instances of active intelligence that hadn't been used yet. He wondered what his talent would evolve into after the overlimit awakening. Ji Kang was filled with anticipation. However, there was no rush for now. He still had to synthesize talents later, so he would handle it all at once then. Ji Kang looked at the last important material, the Rebirth Cross. A piece of information immediately appeared. Rebirth Cross category, special item function. Inject a wisp of your own consciousness and plant it in a place with a constant, abundant supply of spiritual energy. After your own death, you can complete 1 rebirth with the help of the cross. Evaluation. The Rebirth Cross is an heaven-defying, life-altering tool forged by an unknown entity who stole a wisp of the goddess of life's great power. It is rumored that certain powerhouses, in conjunction with the Rebirth Cross, can complete the reincarnation act from ancient legends. However, because the number of crosses is extremely scarce and their use is covert, there have been no verified successful cases to date. Friendly reminder: after rebirth, your godhood, physical divine treasures, and talents remain unchanged, but your physique, spirit, and all other abilities will return to their base values. As expected. Looking at this information, a wave of heat surged in Ji Kang's heart. The ultimate life-saving item had arrived. With this thing, it was equivalent to having an extra life. It was incredibly secure. Ji Kang carefully examined the description, his gaze finally lingering on the 2 words reincarnation. This is quite a lot of information. Ji Kang narrowed his eyes. It was a pity there was only a brief sentence, with no further description of this act. Ji Kang immediately contacted Li Wei, telling him to search the intelligence database for information regarding reincarnation immediately. The personnel in the intelligence department were all elite troops, and their efficiency was ridiculously high. In less than a minute, they had scanned all relevant intelligence and, sure enough, found a piece of information regarding reincarnation. It was from a powerhouse in the know. 5 Super Main City who had encountered a hegemon-level monster in the chaotic ancient domain. That monster was a dark creature that had fallen from the native beast race. And in the description of the monster, there were the words reincarnation failure, and fortunately, there was no overly specific description either. Looking at the intelligence sent by Li Wei, Ji Kang fell into deep thought. As his power level increased, it was actually becoming difficult to obtain valuable intelligence solely through the Super Main City's intelligence network. He would have to rely more on himself to obtain it. Ji Kang took all the items out of the legendary treasure chest and placed them into his dimensional pendant for categorization. He then took out the rebirth cross separately. It was a half-meter tall white cross made of unknown bones, its surface a ghastly, pale white. Inside it, however, endless laws of order flowed, sealing the extremely massive life force within, allowing it to remain undiminished after countless years. Ji Kang slowly exhaled and began to inject a wisp of his consciousness into the cross. Bit by bit. Hum. The cross emitted a faint tremor, and its surface began to glow. The entire integration process took a full half-hour. It was not until the fluctuations of the cross completely stabilized that the entire process was declared finished. When Ji Zhang once again utilized the Eye of Chaos to observe the cross, he could already see it clearly. Inside the entire cross, a floating phantom of a soul had emerged, appearing exactly in his own likeness. It was a success. Ji Zhang went directly to the spiritual spring in the villa and planted the cross at the very bottom of the pool. An important contingency plan had thus been put into place. Returning to the deck of the vehicle, Ji Zhang cast his gaze toward the final treasure chest. In terms of acquisition difficulty and scarcity, he felt that the Saint Rainbow treasure chest was even more precious than a legendary treasure chest. A legendary treasure chest could be obtained simply by achieving an SSS rank rating in an S-rank dungeon. But the Saint Rainbow treasure chest was the first kill reward for a sovereign-level monster. It could be called unique to the southern wilderness region. Ji Zhang approached the Saint Rainbow treasure chest, reached out to stroke the rare treasure, which was colored in a mix of gold and red. His heart filled with anticipation. Then, he decisively reached out and opened this extremely precious chest. Clang! Accompanied by the heavy sound of metal opening, endless rays of auspicious light surged from the gaps of the chest. Whoosh! The cries of auspicious beasts and the swirling mists of a celestial waterfall appeared within the light, instantly transforming the surroundings into a magnificent fairyland. Finally, the light converged and swirled in midair, turning into a long rainbow of gold and red that spanned across before Ji Zhang. Within the rainbow, 3 treasures wrapped in brilliant light floated silently. Congratulations on opening the Saint Rainbow treasure chest. Please choose one of the 3 treasures. Ji Zhang was stunned. This special effect was just too damn awesome. As expected of you. Saint Rainbow treasure chest. Ji Zhang couldn't wait to examine the treasures. And the first one brought him a huge surprise. It was the phantom of a bow and arrow, floating in the rainbow light, its entire body shimmering with a texture between substance and starlight. The entire bow body looked as if it had been forged from the purest light of dawn, with faint, cloud-like patterns slowly swirling within it. It looked like a flawless divine treasure, and its grade, naturally, would not fall short of such material and craftsmanship. Mythical grade, Morning Star Dawn Bow and Arrow grade. Mythical attributes, Physique Kung 10. 0. Super God Archery passive, Truth of Armor Piercing passive. Exclusive skill Arrow of Eternal Silence passive. All arrows fired by dawn will ignore all time dilation and space-folding defenses. Along the trajectory of the arrow, all things will fall into absolute stillness until the arrow hits its target or dissipates. Exclusive skill Elegy of the Morning Star active. Consumes 1/2 of your stamina and draws the bowstring to full tension for 5 seconds to fire a stream of dawn light. Wherever the light stream passes, it expels all darkness, corruption, and decay domains, dealing devastating purification damage to targets with such attributes. After use, Morning Star Dawn will enter a 1-hour star slumber state, retaining only its basic abilities. Weapon Gem Slot Evaluation. Legend has it that at the end of a certain world, the last watcher shot down the last remaining morning star in the sky and forged this bow with the world's remaining light. Warm reminder, you must ignite your divine fire before you can use this weapon, otherwise You will suffer a massive backlash from the weapon. Holy! Jizang couldn't help but hold his breath. Even for a top-tier tycoon like him, this was the first time he had seen the description of a mythical-grade weapon. This thing was truly terrifyingly powerful. The attributes alone were frightening. Physique con 10,000 points, I ask you. Can you handle that? Chapter 406, Super Image Clone, Talent Synthesis Great Success. And it also came with the passives God-level Archery and Truth of Armor Piercing. His own S-rank talent, Truth of Armor Piercing, was merely a small passive skill within this weapon. As for the weapon's active and passive skills, there was no need to even mention them. Just looking at the descriptions, one could tell they were ridiculously strong. And they had a massive restraining effect on dark creatures. To be honest, Jizang was already tempted. He had a strong urge to choose this weapon, but there was no rush. He hadn't looked at the other two yet. Jizang turned his gaze to the second treasure. It was not a specific item like equipment or materials, but a ball of light swirling with the order of laws. It contained a thick and dangerous aura of death. Word Spirit, a decree of the dead grade, mythical evolution. When using this word spirit, a large amount of mental energy will be consumed and converted into death energy, forming a 5-kilometer domain of authority. Within the domain of authority, all souls that have died within the last 24 hours will be summoned, entering a state of temporary physical rebirth, and will obey all commands from the word spirit user. How much of their strength from when they were alive the dead can utilize depends on the strength of the word spirit user's divinity, up to a maximum of 100% of their strength when alive. Death energy is an exclusive authority mastered by dark creatures, those not of the relevant faction, those who do not possess the relevant physical divine treasury, or those without the relevant attribute talents cannot use this word spirit. Forcing its use will result in a violent backlash to the body and soul, causing the user to directly fall into a dark creature. Warm reminder, the usage threshold for word spirit, a decree of the dead, is Physique 6. 0 com points, mental 800 com points. Sure enough, another mythical grade. This word spirit was more powerful than all the word spirits he currently mastered, reaching the 4th level, second only to the 5th level, origin grade. It was a pity that it was a word spirit exclusive to the dark faction. Moreover, he didn't have the relevant talent attributes, meaning he couldn't use it at all, so he could pass on it directly. Jizang continued to look at the third treasure. Super Material Gift Pack X10 Category: What time consummation can randomly yield various materials for upgrading high-tier vehicle components, essential core materials for territory defense construction, and necessary materials for upgrading and fusing high-tier equipment. Every material within the gift pack is extremely scarce and worth a fortune. It's actually a high-tier material gift pack. Jizang felt tempted once again. He truly wanted this item, and it gave 10 of them at once. With this, the issue of being stuck due to material shortages would be completely non-existent. Even if he didn't manage to pull something he could use directly, he could always find other city lords to trade with. Jizang only regretted that this treasure chest was a Saint Rainbow chest, forcing him to choose only 1 out of 3, otherwise, he would have taken them all. Sigh. Jizang sighed with regret. Looking at the current options, Morning Star Dawn was undoubtedly the most cost-effective first choice. So, he had no choice but to give up the material gift pack. He decisively chose the first treasure. Ding! Selection successful. Congratulations on obtaining Morning Star Dawn mythical grade. His first mythical grade weapon was now in his hands. As he made his choice, all the special effects in the surrounding area receded like a tide, and the treasure chest vanished along with them. Only a divine bow remained, suspended in midair, quietly waiting for its master to claim it. Jizang reached out and slowly gripped the bow's body. Just by touching it, he felt an immensely vast power surging wildly from his palm into his body. That was the terrifying boost brought by 10,000 points of constitution. Jizang's hand couldn't help but tremble, and even the space around him emitted intense vibrations. By the time the infusion of power was complete, Jizang looked like a boiled shrimp. His entire body was burning hot and flushed red. His eyes were bloodshot, and both nostrils were streaming with blood. Damn it! He truly couldn't withstand this powerful force and hurriedly stored it into his dimensional pendant. In an instant, He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and he felt relieved. Huff, huff. Jizang panted heavily and wiped away the nosebleed. If he were in a combat state after taking stimulants, he might have barely been able to adapt to the power of this divine weapon. But in his current normal state, he really couldn't handle it, as expected of a mythical grade weapon. The threshold for use was exceptionally high. With his current 7,000 points of constitution, it was still too early for him to wield this weapon. Jizang sat on the ground and rested for a long while before he finally managed to recover. Now that all the treasure chests were dealt with, it was time to work on his talents. Jizang cast his gaze toward the talent fragments in his inventory. Talent fragments. C grade X for 11, B grade X 117, A grade X 35, S grade X 34, SS grade X 10, SSS grade X 1. He had already completely maxed out C grade and B grade, so he could synthesize them directly. Jizang performed a series of rapid operations. He synthesized the C grade and B grade fragments into 39 A grade fragments, which, added to his original 35, brought the total to 74. He clicked Synthesize directly. Ding! A grade talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Gravity Control A grade. Average. Continue. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the talent Tidal Breath of Water A grade. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the talent Phantom Clone A grade. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the talent Earth Shield Flesh Armor A grade. Jizang synthesized 7 times in a row, but none of them were satisfactory. The strength was just too lackluster. Are you kidding me? I'm wearing a title. Jizang was a bit annoyed. He decomposed all 7 talents back into fragments and continued to draw a few more times. This time, he finally hit the jackpot. Dang! Congratulations on a great success in talent synthesis. Obtained talent Super Mirror Clone A grade refined. The moment he saw the golden light effect, Jizang couldn't help but clap his hands hard. Decomposed fragments really are the way to go. That was how he got mental reflux last time. Talent Super Mirror Clone Refined grade. A grade function. In a combat state, you can consume 1/2 of your stamina to generate a 1-to-1 mirror clone. The mirror clone possesses the same physical combat power and equipment as the main body in its current state, but cannot use talents, equipment skills, or physical divine treasures. The duration of the clone's existence will continuously consume the main body's mental power, lasting for a maximum of 1 hour. Evaluation. Super Mirror Clone is an extremely powerful talent. The stronger the main body, the stronger the mirror clone. It can demonstrate powerful dominance in high-level battles. Friendly reminder. Survivors can possess a maximum of 2 talents of the same grade. When obtaining excess talents, you can perform replacements, and you can decompose unwanted talents into fragments to exchange for higher grade fragments at a ratio of 5. Chapter 407, A Grade Limit Break Awakening. The powerful ability of the clone. Looking at the information on the talent panel, Jizang felt a surge of excitement. This talent was just too damn good. It completely broke away from the traditional type of talent that only provided a boost to the main body's combat power and opened up an entirely new field, a clone of the main body. Although there were restrictions preventing the use of talents, equipment skills, and physical divine treasures, those powerful means were off limits. But his own physical combat power alone was already ridiculously strong. Even without those means, he could still instantly kill the vast majority of opponents. Moreover, the strength of this talent was absolutely synchronized. The stronger his main body became, the stronger the clone would be, meaning it would definitely be viable even in the late game. He just wondered if the clone could speak and if it possessed self-awareness. Jizang equipped Super Mirror Clone onto his talent tree and immediately comprehended it. Creating the mirror clone was an extremely complex process of energy separation and ray fusion. If one were to rely on self-study to master such a technique, even with someone teaching, it would likely be harder than ascending to the heavens. However, talent-based comprehension is different. It is fed directly into one's mind, allowing everything to be mastered and integrated as if it were an innate ability. Jizang did not intend to attempt it right now. This process was too physically draining. He had to finish the Transcendental Awakening first. Jizang felt a surge of anticipation. If the ordinary mirror clone was already this fierce, how incredible would it be after a Transcendental Awakening? He took out an rank talent Transcendental Awakening gem and selected Use on the Mirror Clone. Talent Super Mirror Clone Refined Transcendental Awakening Successful. Talent Super Mirror Clone Refined. Rank Transcendental Awakening function in any state. By consuming half of your physical stamina, you can generate a 1-to-1 mirror clone. A maximum of 2 mirror clones can exist simultaneously. The mirror clone possesses the same physical combat power and equipment as the main body in its current state, but cannot use talents, equipment skills, or physical divine treasures. The duration of the mirror's existence will continuously consume the main body's mental energy, with a maximum duration of 6 hours. Evaluation. The Super Mirror Clone is an extremely powerful talent. The stronger the main body, the stronger the mirror clone. It can demonstrate powerful dominance in high-level combat. Friendly reminder. The mirror clone has multiple uses. You can deeply develop this ability to provide significant utility for various subsequent actions. Friendly reminder. When the mirror clone's stamina is exhausted, or if the clone's core is destroyed by an enemy, the clone will dissipate prematurely. Holy crap, that's awesome. Jizang looked at the changes in the values on his talent panel, feeling incredibly happy. The maximum quantity increased from 1 to 2. The maximum duration increased from 1 hour to 6 hours. Furthermore, the restriction that it could only be used in combat states was removed. These 3 factors greatly raised the ceiling of this talent. So satisfying. Jizang did not hesitate and immediately activated the mirror clone. Swish. Jizang felt his stamina instantly drained by more than half, and his entire body transformed into a blur of overlapping afterimages. Following that, the tangled, tearing afterimages split into 2 at that moment and successfully solidified. Jizang's appeared on the spot just like that. From the subjective perspective of Jizang's main body, he could see and feel everything the clone saw and felt, as if he had grown an extra part of his body. He controlled his main body to take a step forward, and the clone also took a step forward out of habit. A bit hard to control. Jizang felt a bit awkward. It was like a piano beginner unable to play the keys with both hands simultaneously. However, for a super god existence with thousands of points of mental energy, this minor difficulty was merely a simple adaptation process. Before long, Jizang grasped the knack for controlling the clone and could begin to command it to perform slightly more complex movements. It would still take some time to practice before it could be deployed in actual combat. Afterward, Jizang conducted a few simple experiments. He discovered that although the clone could not use weapon skills, it could still wield weapons. Furthermore, he could use the clone as a medium to indirectly access the dimensional pendant to store or retrieve items. This was extremely practical. In the future, any weapons or equipment he didn't need could be thrown to the clone to use. He could also send the clone into dangerous areas to steal items or gather intelligence. It was all within its capabilities. These were hands and eyes with absolute reach and absolute safety. As expected of a special talent, this is truly comfortable. Jizang couldn't help but sigh. With 1 rank talent graduated, he decided not to replace the remaining rank Spirit God for the time being. Spirit God was a very useful auxiliary talent, especially in places like the chaotic ancient domain, where it could be of great use. Until a capability that could replace the Spirit God talent appeared, he couldn't afford to unequip it. Besides, with the less than 30 rank talent fragments he had on hand, he wouldn't be able to draw anything good anyway. He would leave that for later. Jizang converted all his A-rank talent fragments into S-rank fragments, bringing the total to exactly 40. He could perform for draws. His current S-rank talents were Armor-Piercing True Intent and Tribulation Lightning Without Beginning. Tribulation Lightning Without Beginning hadn't been leveled up yet, so it definitely had to occupy a slot. It was also time to replace Armor-Piercing True Intent. In any case, that mythical grade longbow came with a passive Armor-Piercing True Intent, so it wouldn't be a pity to replace the talent at all. Jizang rubbed his hands together and immediately began the synthesis. Explode, 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 explode for me. Jizang pressed the synthesis button hard. S-rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Super Speed Regeneration S-rank. The first one was out. For many survivors, this regeneration talent was indeed a god-tier skill, but for Jizang, it was useless. He already possessed endless life. So the ecological niche overlapped directly. He continued to click Synthesis. S-rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Bloody Ritual S-rank. The second talent appeared. This one was even more heaven-defying. The talent's ability was to sacrifice a part of one's own body, even including internal organs or senses, to make the target enemy's corresponding part sacrifice itself and disappear. It was a conceptual ability on the level of a matching game. At a glance, it belonged to the Dark Faction or Beast Faction, the kind of playstyle that didn't care about its own life. However, the ceiling wasn't high. It couldn't directly sacrifice life. At most, it could cause severe damage to the enemy. At Jizang's level, even losing core organs like the heart or brain wouldn't destroy their consciousness or soul. By simply using a talent like super speed regeneration, or a word spirit like endless life, they would recover in minutes. It was equivalent to killing 800 enemies while damaging oneself by 1,000, other than stabbing oneself. It had no great use. Jizang ignored them directly and continued the synthesis. The third and fourth ones that followed were a wood-type talent and a wine-type talent, respectively. Neither was of much use. Jizang broke all four of these talents down into 26 fragments and continued to draw. Chapter 408. The first SS rank talent, Tyrant Ding. S-rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Corrosive Ghostfire. S-rank Ding. S-rank talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Super God Mechanic. S-rank. The final two draws did not bring about a miracle. One was a hybrid talent of Fire-type ability Kung Dark-type ability. The other was a support talent. Neither was particularly powerful. However, since he was out of fragments, Jizang did not intend to continue breaking things down to gamble on one last attempt. So, he simply chose Super God Mechanic. At the very least, this support talent could still play a significant role, especially since he was about to upgrade his vehicles on a large scale, which would allow him to fully utilize it. Talent Super God Mechanic rank, S rank. Exclusive skill Mechanical Affinity passive. A Super God Mechanic possesses absolute mechanical affinity, capable of creating upgrade blueprints for upgradable mechanical equipment, items, and objects, while also possessing a corresponding powerful ability to comprehend them. Exclusive skill Mechanical Kingdom passive. When upgrading mechanical equipment, a Super God Mechanic has a 5% chance of a great success, causing the equipment's upgrade progress to surge significantly. Exclusive skill Blessing of the Mechanical Soul passive. When upgrading vehicle components, a Super God Mechanic can have 10% of the material costs refunded, special materials excluded. Evaluation. The Super God Mechanic is a very powerful support talent, holding a position of great importance within a team. Among these three passive skills, only the third one was the most useful. He could have others handle the work for the other two, although it was only a 10% refund on materials. Given the current level of his vehicles, it would still save him a considerable amount of resources. Moreover, the quantity would continue to rise as the vehicles grew. It could be considered quite practical. In any case, before reaching Transcendent Awakening, talents could be unequipped at will, so he would keep this one as a permanent backup. As for the Corrosive Ghostfire, he broke it down directly into fragments. With this strength settled, it was time for the main event. He was about to possess his very first SS rank talent. Jizang took a few deep breaths. Following that, he clicked on SS rank talent synthesis. The next second, a notification popped up. Detected that you are among the top 5 survivors in this region to fuse an SS rank talent. You have obtained the BUFF effect. Great synthesis success probability increased by 500%. Immediately after, a vast expanse of oppressive black-red light appeared in his field of vision, constantly condensing and merging. It was here the special effect triggered. Jizang's heart was incredibly excited. The successive failures at the S rank level had made him afraid to hold too high of expectations. He hadn't expected that upon reaching the SS rank, he would hit the jackpot on the first try. Ding! Congratulations, great talent synthesis success. Congratulations on obtaining the Talent Tyrant SS rank refined. Talent Tyrant refined rank. SS rank attributes. Physique Kung 500, Spirit Kung 500. Exclusive skill Heavenly Might active. An authority unique to the Tyrant. Upon release, It can center on the user to unleash a wide area royal domain ranging from 100 to 30 kilometers, inflicting powerful suppression on all targets. Exclusive skill Tyrant's Judgment active upon activation. The Tyrant can conduct a final judgment on any single target within the royal domain. The judged target will enter disarmed, imprisoned, and spell-sealed states, with a duration ranging from 1 second to infinity influenced by the target's divinity strength. Evaluation. Everything the eyes can see is the king's territory. Helpful tip. The domain strength of the Tyrant talent is influenced by divinity. The stronger the divinity, the more powerful the domain ability. Helpful tip. Those who have not ignited their divine fire cannot use exclusive skill or exclusive skill. Helpful tip. During the use of all Tyrant talent skills, a large amount of mental energy will be continuously consumed. Once mental energy is exhausted, the user will instantly enter a frail state, with damage taken increased by 500%. It was actually a domain talent. This was a massive win. Ji Zhang was almost flying with joy. And as expected of a special SS rank talent, the conditions were quite restrictive. It required igniting divine fire to be used. Fortunately, he had already taken care of the divine fire in advance, otherwise, it would have been truly agonizing to just look at it. Ji Zhang did not hesitate in the slightest and used the only SS rank transcendent gem he had on Tyrant. Ding! Talent Tyrant Refined Transcendent Awakening successful. The moment the talent was fixed onto his talent tree, Ji Zhang felt a violent and majestic power surge wildly into his body, rapidly merging with his soul and flesh. A brand new panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Talent Tyrant Refined Rank, SS Rank Transcendent Awakening. Attributes: Physique Kung 1000, Spirit Kung 1000. Exclusive skill Heavenly Might active. The ultimate authority unique to the Tyrant. After releasing this skill, it will center on the user to unleash a super wide area royal domain ranging from 500 to 30 kilometers, inflicting authoritative suppression on all targets. Exclusive skill Tyrant's Judgment active. After activation, the Tyrant can conduct a final judgment on any single target within the royal domain. The judged target will enter disarmed, imprisoned, spell-sealed, and spirit-sealed states, with a duration ranging from 2 seconds to infinity influenced by the target's divinity strength. Exclusive skill Wrath of the Monarch active. Upon activation, consumes 3/4 of your mental energy to converge into a supreme heavenly punishment, dealing massive, wide-range destructive damage to enemies. Evaluation. Wherever the gaze falls, all is the king's territory. Holy! Ji Zhang looked at the changing information on the panel, unable to stop his heart from trembling. This limit break awakening not only doubled his base attributes but also added a third skill. As expected of a Tyrant, all 3 skills are active, truly tyrannical indeed. Ji Zhang closed his eyes, carefully sensing the laws of this talent. After a dozen seconds, he directly expanded his domain of kingship. The space emitted subtle ripples. An invisible yet oppressive super domain, heavy with the weight of royal authority, instantly expanded from him as the center to its extreme limit of 10,000 kilometers. This range was truly terrifying, covering almost the entire super main city. At this moment, every survivor in the city felt the presence of this supreme power. In an instant, the entire city fell into unprecedented panic and commotion, with various levels of alarms blaring frantically. This was suppression at the level of one's very existence, making it nearly impossible for anyone to harbor thoughts of defiance. Instinctively, their knees grew weak, and they felt an urge to kneel and submit in the direction from which the domain originated. Chapter 409, Daily Intelligence Limit Break Awakening. The one who knows all. This. What is this aura? At this moment, not only the vast number of survivors but even the high-level powerhouses holding a meeting at the headquarters of Super Main City No. 9 fell into a state of panic. This was the location of Master Ji's residence. Who would dare to act presumptuously here? However, this domain aura was so powerful that it reached a level they couldn't even comprehend. They would have believed it if someone said a god had descended. Do not panic. That is Master Ji's aura, Long Yuchang, sitting in the main seat. Suppressed the panic in everyone's hearts. He had also just received a message from Ji Zhang, and his heart was already surging with massive waves. One must know that this was a straight line distance of several thousand kilometers from the spirit forest where Master Ji was located. How powerful must one be to exert influence at this level? As the assistant to the city lord, even Long Yucheng couldn't estimate just how strong Master Ji had become, had he already ascended to godhood. As the news was disseminated, the entire super main city No.9 erupted into a wave of excitement. Everyone cast their gazes toward the direction of the spirit forest, feeling fortunate to have witnessed and felt the birth of a human king. Some even knelt in that direction as if on a pilgrimage, reciting prayers, as if doing so would allow that king to perceive their unwavering loyalty. Not long after, the majesty of kingship that had flooded the entire world gradually receded, and everything finally returned to normal. On the deck of the mechanical giant turtle, Jizang slowly exhaled, extremely satisfied with his new talent. It was too powerful. The tyrant talent didn't just exert great power in top-tier 1v1 battles, it could also unleash ruling-class methods on a grand battlefield. Under the coverage of his domain, he could directly use the power of the domain to suppress and kill any creature with a constitution below 50 points. And there was no limit to the number. This was, in the true sense, a judgment from the heavens. After withdrawing his aura, Jizang rested for a while, having just gone through a major battle today, and then continuously using various high-level talents. His body and spirit were nearly drained. Jizang had Kiku prepare a cup of top-tier iced milk tea made from monarch-grade Iron Mountain cow milk and premium high-altitude tea leaves. Afterward, he soaked in the pulse massage hot spring pool, enjoying the gentle shoulder massage from the beautiful maid while sipping the exquisite iced milk tea. The fatigue of the day was finally relieved quite a bit. Now, for the talent category, only the final big event remained. Jizang took out the SSS Grade Limit Break Awakening Gem. As a product of a legendary treasure chest, this gem, only the size of a thumb yet radiating colorful clouds and light, with endless stardust visible within, possessed unimaginable value. One must know that S-grade limit break gems were generally priced at over 1 billion gold coins. And even then, one needed to pair them with powerful equipment materials before anyone would be willing to sell. SS-grade limit break gems were even more so. Even peak powerhouses at the city lord level rarely possessed them. The one he got from Chi-Yao was something she had opened from a black diamond treasure chest, accounting for 40% of her earnings. If converted into gold coins, it would be at least over 10 billion. And that was the kind that was completely priceless and unavailable. And this SSS grade limit break gem of his, it was likely that no one in the current survivor world could afford the asking price. The key was that this item also had a threshold for use. Using it on an ordinary SSS grade talent would be an absolute waste for the late game. It was only suitable for talents with rare suffixes like essence, origin, unique, or hidden. He happened to have such a top-tier talent, which could be considered a match made in heaven. Jizang took a deep breath, his gaze narrowing, and he used it directly on his daily intelligence talent. The next second, endless light bloomed in his sea of consciousness. Daily intelligence, which sat firmly at the very top of all his talents, radiated a blinding light at this moment, welcoming its own exclusive evolution. Ding! Talent Daily Intelligence Hidden Unique Limit Break Awakening Successful. Talent Daily Intelligence Hidden Unique Grade, SSS Grade Limit Break Awakening Current Intelligence Count, Intelligence Points. Exclusive Function. You can obtain 1 intelligence count daily. When triggered passively, you can choose yes or no to receive the intelligence. If you choose no, the intelligence will accumulate as 1 active random intelligence, with an unlimited number of accumulations. Exclusive Function. All intelligence gathering attempts can be converted into intelligence points at a 1:100 ratio. Intelligence points can be used to redeem active targeted intelligence. Evaluation. Whether you are looking for the world's supreme treasures, wishing to pry into the secrets of powerful enemies, or seeking to explore the truths and ultimate ends of the universe and ancient times, as long as you provide enough intelligence points, there is nothing it cannot accomplish. Friendly reminder. The value of the active targeted intelligence will determine the intelligence points required. The higher the value of the intelligence, the more intelligence points will be consumed. Friendly reminder. When you initiate an active targeted intelligence request, if you are dissatisfied with the required intelligence points and choose not to acquire the information, 50 intelligence points will be deducted. Jizang looked at the brand new information on the panel. his hands trembling with excitement. Active targeted intelligence. It had finally arrived. This talent upgrade brought about a completely new mechanical change. The appearance of active targeted intelligence meant that as long as he had enough intelligence points, he could directly know every secret in the world. No more relying on random luck. Fortunately, he hadn't used his attempts much, having saved up a full 9 intelligence attempts, which converted to 900 intelligence points. In the future, if he wanted to directly locate the divine flesh treasures or fragments of divine will, it would be a piece of cake. And fortunately, the second friendly reminder explained a penalty mechanism. He could not repeatedly test questions to probe the true value of each piece of intelligence for free. This strictly limited his number of questions. Otherwise, he really would have liked to try asking about ancient gods, the primordial war, or the strength of various factions on the Eternal Continent to see how many intelligence points such absolute secrets would cost. And just as Ji Zhang finished reviewing his talent panel, an unprecedented system notification sound rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully unlocked a supreme achievement. The one who knows all supreme achievement received 10 billion gold coins, physique come 1000, spirit come 200, all element affinity come 100%, ascension stairway point bonus come 10%. Chapter 410, Mechanical Giant Turtle National Defense Form, Vehicle Upgrade begins. Holy crap! The moment he saw those few lines of small text, Ji Zhang felt as if he had been struck by a massive surprise, and he nearly jumped up. He had unlocked an achievement. Before today, he had no idea that such a thing as a supreme achievement even existed. Were the rewards really this insane? 10 billion gold coins, 1000 points of physique, 200 points of spirit, 100% all-element affinity, and the most crucial 10% ascension stairway point bonus, adding the 30% he gained after igniting his divine fire. His current ladder point bonus had reached 40%. He had gone straight from a blank 0 bonus status in the human faction to a level 10% higher than the 30% bonus granted by the Dark Creature faction destiny. That was just awesome. Ji Zhang felt incredibly gratified. He immediately summoned his several beautiful housekeepers, pulled in Chen Xiaonuan, as well as Danzai and Huahua, and threw a champagne party by the pool to celebrate this massive harvest. By the time the party revelry came to an end, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Following his usual routine, Ji Zhang cleared out the monsters in the cultivation room, drank the now full glazed jade spring cup, and ate various rare fruits and vegetables provided by Chen Xiaonuan. His total physique value soared to over 8,700 points. He wasn't far from truly breaking the 10,000 mark. Hiccup tilde. Ji Zhang let out a drunken burp, feeling bloated and tired. He took a quick shower, put on his pajamas, and fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. He slept like the dead. When he woke up again, it was already past 9 o'clock the next morning. The discomfort in his body and soul caused by yesterday's explosive growth and stats had now completely vanished. Ji Zhang felt more energetic than ever before, with an inexhaustible amount of strength coursing through his body. The morning in the spiritual Qi forest was full of vitality. With birds singing and flowers blooming everywhere, just breathing there made one feel refreshed. Tonight was the 5th wave of the Abyss invasion. A huge pile of messages had accumulated in the back end. Many important decisions and strategic directions were waiting for Ji Zhang, the city lord, to make the final call. And this was only after Long Yucheng, Li Jiangwo, and others had helped handle over 90% of the affairs. Otherwise, given the current scale of Radiant City, he wouldn't be able to manage all these major issues even if he worked without sleep. Ji Zhang held a general meeting to set the tone for tonight's combat operations, then let everyone go off to hold their own departmental meetings. As for the two giants, the Ascension Club and the Dragon God Society, they had been quite well behaved these past few days. It seemed they were all busy with their own major dungeon raids and had no time to spare to deal with the big trouble that was Ji Zhang. But Ji Zhang didn't plan to let it go at that. After tonight, he planned to start a step-by-step bloodbath across the entire southern wilderness. When that time came, no matter what kind of giant they were, not a single one of them would be able to escape. After breakfast, Ji Zhang had Kikyu and the others, as well as Danzai, stay in the spiritual Qi forest. while he drove the mechanical giant turtle out to a patch of wasteland. Now that he was holding a staggering amount of wealth, it was time for a massive, heavy-duty upgrade. Ji Zhang switched to his super god mechanic talent and rubbed his hands together excitedly. Then, he opened the vehicle panel. Super Mechanical Giant Turtle Tier 6 Cruising Speed, 500 km per hour Nuclear-Powered Top Speed, 1,500 km per hour Furnace Overload Durability, Remaining Fuel, 7,922 units of nuclear fuel can travel 7,922 kilometers Upgraded components. Full Module Shooting Bay Wheel of Fate, Doomsday Tank Armored Wolf King Giant Armed Helicopter Super Sentry, Super Majestic Force Field Device Crossbow of Termination Smart Butler Holographic Skin Coat, Giant Turtle Heavy Cannon Natural Ecosystem System Spirit Wood Modification System Extraterrestrial Orbital Satellite System cannot be upgraded. Tires, Seats, Beds, Sofa, Headlights replaceable. Microstellar Furnace Level 9 Heavy Duty Anti-Gravity Mechanical Limbs Level 9 Chassis Level 9 Air Conditioning Level 9 Refrigerator Level 9 Power Generation Device Level 7 Center Console Level 7 Full Vehicle Interior Level 7 Targeting Radar Level 7 Mechanical Kingdom Level 3 Fortress War Form Module Level 2 Armor Turrets Impregnable Iron Great Wall Level 7 Super Heavy Mortar Level 7 Super Condensed Flame Dragon Level 6 Divine Sword Meteor Level 6 Eye of Annihilation Ray Level 6 Extra High Voltage Coil Level 4 War Railgun Level 3 Secondary Units Shanghai Class Type 5 Level 5 Extreme Universe Airship Level 6 Total Level Vehicle Advancement Requirements 30 billion gold coins, 5 billion parts, 15 billion steel sheets, 100 million alloy, 50 million heavy oil, 300,000 shining gold, 100,000 vibranium, 10,000 super energy stones, 3,000 obsidian, 3,000 spacetime stones, 5,000 war fortress machine souls, 100 heavy-duty synthesis platform machine souls, 30 super body bionic cores, 1 machine soul awakening heart. Advancement can be unlocked when parts reach level 200 or above evaluation. This is no longer just a vehicle, but a throne that extends your will and the cornerstone for conquering the myriad worlds. Now, it has reached the mid to late stage of the Tier 6 vehicle. The hardware-type parts are almost all maxed out, with only the Fortress War Form module remaining to levels away. Additionally, the new part Airspace Fortress and the new Mecha Celestial class have not yet been unlocked. One by one, first is the Fortress War Form module. Because Ji Kang hadn't encountered any decent opponents in previous battles, he had barely used this function and had left it shelved. The upgrade materials only totaled a little over 10 million gold coins. So Ji Kang clicked to upgrade directly. Ding! Part upgrade successful. Fortress War Form Module Level 2 War Platform Deployment Module Level 3. Ji Kang couldn't even be bothered to test it. He glanced at the materials required for the upgrade, which were around 200 million gold coins. A small matter. Continue upgrading. Ding! Part upgrade successful. War Platform Deployment Module Level 3 Mechanical Giant Turtle Nation Suppressing Form Level 4. Mechanical Giant Turtle Nation Suppressing Form Level 4 Evaluation. When the Nation Suppressing Form is fully deployed, the vehicle's internal space will merge into a single entity, and all external armor will be refused and assembled, directly entering the strongest defensive combat state. External armor defense increased by 500%, rebound power increased by 300%, all turret power increased by 150%, and all turret range increased by 100%. Friendly reminder: the Nation Suppressing Form can last for a maximum of 3 hours, during which it will continuously consume a large amount of electricity. Upgrade requirements: 80 billion gold coins, 15 billion parts, 35 billion steel sheets, 30 million mithril, 1 million shining gold, 100,000 super energy stones, 80,000 smart modules. Friendly reminder: this part has reached the current maximum level limit for the vehicle. You must advance the vehicle to unlock the next level of upgrades. Chapter 411. Unlocking Airspace Fortress. The aerial behemoth appears. These two upgrades didn't seem to provide a massive percentage increase, however. This is a comprehensive improvement based on the entire vehicle, which is already quite good. But the next level is a bit terrifying. The cost is double that of the Tier 6 advancement, reaching nearly 200 billion. Although the inflation of gold coins is inevitable, this is still a bit too exaggerated. Jikang shook his head and turned his gaze to the unlock box for the Airspace Fortress. Airspace Fortress type, Dimensional Folding Fortress Evolution. A giant floating airspace fortress capable of housing a super mechanical army and numerous defensive turrets. Airspace Fortress and Mechanical Kingdom are two important parts that complement each other. After unlocking and upgrading the Airspace Fortress, the war machine capacity of the Mechanical Kingdom factory will be expanded by 3 times. Everything will be produced by the Mechanical Kingdom and stationed within the Airspace Fortress. Replenishable units, Mayfleet Walker 15. 0 units replenishing 1 unit requires 5 units of armor core. Full replenishment is approximately 300 million gold coins at market price. Heavy Steel Viper 45. 0 units replenishing 1 unit requires 100 units of alloy. Full replenishment is approximately 150 million gold coins at market price. Search and Strike Drone 60. 0 units replenishing 1 unit requires 50 units of alloy. Full replenishment is approximately 100 million gold coins at market price. War Mechanical Dog 60. 0 units replenishing 1 unit requires 50 units of alloy. Full replenishment is approximately 100 million gold coins at market price. Defensive turrets that can be equipped. In a state of war, the Airspace Fortress can detach from the main vehicle and, with the help of the extraterrestrial orbital satellite system, execute long-range, multi-line combat missions. The maximum distance from the main vehicle cannot exceed 20,000 kilometers. Unlocking this part requires 5 billion gold coins, 200 million parts, 500 million steel sheets, 8 million mithril, 2 million shining gold, 150,000 vibranium, 500 spacetime stones, 1-dimensional anchor.